In the vast emptiness of space, there existed the outer gods. These omnipotent entities, also known as absolute beings, have created countless universes since ancient times. Through endless creation, these absolute beings sought and indulged in eternity, creating countless matters, souls, and laws. However, they grew bored from this endless repetition and came up with one way to enjoy the passage of time. It was observing war between their creations. They found it rather entertaining to destroy their own creations. Creations repeated the never-ending process of dying and being revived through this war. It was all necessary to sate the boredom of the absolute beings. However, an unforeseen incident occurred. One of the absolute beings was killed by one of their own creations while observing the endless battle. Learning of this, the absolute beings of other dimensions gathered in one place to observe the world that had lost its master. The death of their comrade was caused by a creation that they themselves had made. Despite this, the absolute beings ignored this fact completely. They all shared one thought: a power with no owner will belong to whoever can claim it the first. The scene transitions to a bright, sunny day at a high school campus, showing the school building and an empty soccer field. Inside a classroom, Suho, a student with black hair, confidently tells his classmates that he got accepted to Korea University of Arts. His classmates are stunned into silence, one of them uttering a disbelieving, "No way." One student erupts in anger, questioning how someone as unsophisticated as Suho could make it into an art college while he has to try again next year. Another cries in despair, while Suho laughs, finally free from the hell of high school. As Suho is leaving, another student with red hair approaches him, saying, "Congratulations, Sung Suho. I heard you got into art college." Write it in third person in reported speech, the red-haired student smirked as he openly questioned Suho's talent. In response, Suho calmly addressed him by name, remarking that it was Kim Sang-kyol bothering him yet again. The student gets in Suho's face, correcting him aggressively. "My name isn't Kim Sang-kyol, it's Lee Yuncheol." Suho seems taken aback. Yuncheol blames Suho for his plan to take over the school failing, while Suho retorts that he was able to graduate because of him. In the background, two female students comment that Yuncheol is starting trouble again. The female students continue to gossip, questioning why Yuncheol is acting like a kid when they are about to graduate. One of the girls wonders why he has to be so mean to someone trying to live a happy life after his parents went missing. The comment seems to strike a nerve with Suho, who turns his head with a somber expression. Enraged, Lee Yuncheol yells Suho's name and lunges forward, throwing a punch. Suho swiftly dodges the attack and counters with a knee kick of his own, striking Yuncheol in the face. Suho glared down at him, anger flaring as he demanded to know why they could not simply relax before graduation. Suho's eye widened in shock as he suddenly focused on something. The faint tension in his expression made it clear that whatever he was seeing was far from ordinary. Suho follows up with a powerful jumping kick that slams into Yuncheol. Yuncheol recoiled in shock at the unexpected sight, a thin trickle of blood seeping from his nose. He stammered in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was seeing, muttering that it couldn't be real. Despite the force of Suho's attack, his glowing fist still clenched with newfound power, the blue aura flaring around it. Yuncheol rose with a manic grin, his eyes burning red, and claimed that it didn't hurt at all. Yuncheol threw a wild punch, but Suho barely managed to dodge. Yuncheol's fist slammed into the wall, the impact erupting in a burst of violent energy that rippled through the air. Suho looks on with a grim expression while the two female students watch in utter shock. Yuncheol stands up while Suho is now on the ground, leaning against the lockers. A large, smoking crater is left in the metal locker door from the force of Yuncheol's attack. Yuncheol looks at his own fist, bewildered. He's surrounded by a strange blue aura, questioning the power he just felt. Suho sits on the floor, looking down with a silent, contemplative expression after the fight. The story jumps forward in time. 2 years later, we see a sprawling, modern university campus. The scene focuses on Suho, now a sophomore in college, walking calmly across the campus grounds. Suho lifted his gaze, his now more mature face calm and unreadable as leaves drifted down around him. Suddenly, there's a commotion. An official with a megaphone announces that all classes in the main building have been moved because a gate has appeared on campus. A crowd of students, including Suho, gathers behind a barricade. A guard warns everyone to stay back, announcing that hunters are currently raiding the gate. Two officials discuss the situation. One asks how long it's been, and the other replies it's been a bit over 8 hours. They expect the raid to be over soon, since it's only a D-rank gate. As the guards push the crowd back, warning the civilians of the danger to non-hunters, Suho watched with a weary expression, noting to himself that it was another gate. It was 3 years ago when the world changed drastically with what became known as the birth of the gates. The gates serve as passageways to dungeons, from which monsters can emerge and run rampant if not sealed in time. But as the world changed, so did humans. Superhumans capable of wielding mana, known as awakeners, began to be born to face the new threat. This chaos was brought to order after an awakener named Wu Jinshul created the Hunters Association, gathering all the awakeners under the single banner of Hunter. Now, the world is divided between the awakened hunters and the unawakened civilians. Back in the present, Suho sits in his art class, quietly sketching while the world outside continues to revolve around hunters. As he draws, Suho reflects on the unfairness of the world. While some people, like him, have to work as hard as an ant to gain wealth, some people have it handed to them for nothing. This distinction makes the ants of the world sorely realize their limits. He thinks that no matter how hard an unawakened tries, they will never be able to close the gap between them and even a lowly E-rank awakener. He reasons that while the unawakened can't survive without the awakeners who close the gates, the awakeners can live just fine without them. That is why everyone is fanatical about the hunters. But as Suho looks down at his drawing, a worry begins to grow in his heart. He wonders, am I just slowly growing accustomed to how things are? He worries about his missing parents, flashing back to a memory of his father, Sung Jinwoo, and his mother holding him as a baby. He also worries about his own survival, which relies on others, as he remembers himself beaten and broken. Suho, reflecting on a time when he felt all-powerful, a stark contrast to the present where a sense of helplessness has filled his heart after having everything taken from him. He remembers his mother telling him he was becoming just like his father. This memory leads him to wonder how his own father would have overcome such a profound feeling of helplessness. Text. Suddenly, a voice snapped him out of his thoughts, calling his name Suho. He looked up in the art classroom as his instructor praised his concentration. The instructor, curious, asks Suho what he's drawing with such focus. Suho simply replies that he's drawing whatever comes to mind, as the man observes the sketch and notes that it looks like an ant. The instructor suggested that it might be more fitting to call it an ant person. Suho glanced at his drawing with a faint sweat drop, wondering why he had drawn something like that in the first place. The artwork on the canvas was a menacing, shadowy figure of a humanoid ant with jagged claws and glowing eyes. In front of the campus building, officials and security personnel are gathered, watching the swirling blue energy of the gate intensified as the men watched with anticipation. From within the crowd, murmurs rose as someone exclaimed that the hunters were finally emerging from the gate after clearing the dungeon. A team of fully armored hunters emerged from the dungeon's portal. The crowd cheered, believing the raid had gone well since the hunters appeared calm and at ease. An official from the Hunters Association greets the lead hunter, congratulating Hunter Kim Jong-soo on the successful raid. However, Kim Jong-soo has a serious expression and states he has something important to report. With a grim look, Kim Jong-soo begins his report, revealing that his team encountered a new, previously unseen type of monster inside the dungeon. He describes them as humanoid monsters with eerie blue flames spouting from their eyes and mouths. They attacked with claws and fangs, but their attacks weren't particularly powerful. Kim Jong-soo reassures the official, stating that since he's still fine after being scratched by them, they aren't much of a threat. He adds that while they're a new type, he's happy they aren't too dangerous. The official told Kim Jong-soo to prepare a report, but before he could finish speaking, a flash of blue energy burst from his wounded arm. Kim Jong-soo clutched his chest, his face contorting in sudden pain. Kim Jong-soo's face contorted in agony, a sudden and inexplicable pain coursing through him. The formidable Kim Jong-soo suddenly collapses, his body going limp. As his body falls, the surrounding people can only watch in confusion, one of them calling out his name in disbelief, blue energy crackling around him. Before he even hits the ground, a horrifying transformation begins. Blue energy and crackling lightning erupt from Kim Jong-soo's mouth as he lets out a horrific, inhuman roar. The possessed hunter, his body overtaken by the monster's energy, lunged without warning and brutally attacked a nearby hunter official. In a frenzy, he sank his teeth into the man, ripping away a chunk of flesh. The surrounding crowd looked on in terror as the transformed hunter loomed over his victim, his body wreathed in an ominous red glow. The other hunters and bystanders scrambled back. One of the hunters shouts in alarm, recognizing the blue flames as the same ones from the monsters inside the dungeon. The possessed hunter's mouth morphs, sprouting a wicked blue flame. Chaos spread through the area as the possessed hunters turned on everyone around them, security guards, officials, and civilians. Within moments, screams echoed across the site, and people were thrown aside as the raid team transformed into a force of destruction. The street erupts into total chaos. The possessed hunters, now transformed into monsters themselves, begin rampaging and attacking everyone in sight. Inside the university art room, where the loud commotion from outside has drawn everyone to the window, the student, asking what was going on, Suho remained seated for a moment, gripping his pencil, sensing the danger. Outside, the possessed hunters were even fighting each other, or rather, indiscriminately killing anything that moved. The blue flames danced wildly as they tore at throats and limbs, the once peaceful street into a terrifying war zone. Frozen by fear, Suho and his classmates continued to watch from the window. One of them pointed out the eerie blue glow in the eyes of the possessed, remarking that they looked like monsters. A female student spoke up next, her voice trembling as she voiced the fear on everyone's mind, wondering aloud if it was a dungeon break. On the street below, panic has fully erupted. While some students scream at each other to run away, a terrified girl naively suggests they should wait for the hunters, unaware that the hunters themselves have become the threat. Inside the classroom, the terrified students turn to their instructor, T.A. Lim, desperately pleading for him to do something as he is an awakened one. But he can only respond with despair, stating that he's merely a low-level E-ranker, completely powerless in this situation. Amidst the screams and chaos, Suho's expression suddenly changes to one of shock and alarm as he sees something that catches his attention. The source of the new commotion is one of the possessed hunters, who leaps from a rooftop with inhuman strength and lands on the side of the university building, preparing to crash inside. With a tremendous crash, the possessed hunter smashes through the classroom window. As glass and debris fly everywhere, Suho instinctively shouts for everyone to run away. The creature's forceful entry sends Suho classmates flying, unable to stand against the sheer impact of the attack. The other students can only look on in absolute terror, their faces pale with horror at the monster that has just invaded their classroom. Scrambling amidst the wreckage and bloodstains, Suho gets to his feet and once again screams at the top of his lungs for everyone to run for their lives. In the chaos, one of Suho's female classmates has fallen among the shattered desks and broken glass. She cries out in pain, realizing she can't get up. The fallen student desperately cries for help. Suho looks at her, but then, his survival instincts taking over, he turns his back on her, choosing to flee. As he runs towards the exit, Suho shouts that he'll go call a hunter, leaving his classmate behind as she reaches out a hand in despair. But as he runs, Suho is immediately tormented by his own cowardice. He curses himself, knowing he just left her to die. He tries to justify it, thinking that, as an unawakened, running away is all he's capable of. He seethes with frustration at his own weakness, hating the label unawakened. He realizes that nothing will ever change if he doesn't act, and just keeps making excuses. He has to do something, anything. In this moment of profound internal conflict, Suho's thoughts turn to the man he looks up to the most. A silhouette of his father, the legendary Sung Jinwoo, appears in his mind as he desperately wonders, "Dad, what would you do?" Having stopped in his tracks, Suho turns back just in time to see the monster cornering his fallen classmate. It stands over her, ready to deliver a final, fatal blow. The girl is frozen, tears streaming down her face as she trembles uncontrollably, staring up at the terrifying creature looming over her. The possessed hunter raises its grotesque mouth, preparing to strike the defenseless girl down as she screams in terror. But just as the monster's arm swings down, Suho leaps back into action, shoving a fire extinguisher in the path of the attack and successfully blocking the deadly blow. Bracing himself against the monster's overwhelming strength, Suho refused to yield. In that moment, determination settled within him as he thought with conviction that if it were his father, he would have done the same. At the very instant Suho makes his heroic stand, something triggers. A strange, glitching window begins to materialize in his field of vision, completely unseen by anyone else. The distorted pixels flicker and coalesce, slowly forming a familiar-looking notification screen reminiscent of a video game interface, glowing ominously in front of him. The faint haze on the window faded, revealing a single word, "Notice." A message appeared, stating that he had fulfilled the requirements to complete the secret quest titled Courage of the Weak. Suho's mind drifted back to a distant memory, recalling a vivid dream he had experienced a long time ago, a dream that felt less like a subconscious wandering and more like a structured game. In his recollection, he saw himself clad in dark, jagged armor, his fists glowing with ominous energy as he stood amidst a chaotic battlefield. The logic of that dream world was simple yet brutal. In order to defeat the monsters that grew progressively stronger with every floor he ascended, he had to evolve. He remembered the sensation of leveling up, the cycle of fighting again and again against armored knights and spectral legions, honing his skills in a crucible of endless combat. As the monsters in his dream evolved, growing into towering beasts of nightmare, Suho understood that he had to keep pushing himself to survive. Memories of countless battles rushed through his mind, violet light flashing, shadows twisting, and his figure moving with the sharp precision of a predator cutting down one enemy after another. Through numerous challenges that pushed him to his absolute limits, fighting beneath a sky filled with dragons and flying horrors, he persisted. He recalled facing a colossal giant, its fist descending like a meteor, and the sheer grit it took to stand his ground against such overwhelming odds, his own power flaring with a dark, intense purple aura. Finally, after enduring countless battles, he reached the pinnacle of that dream world, the highest floor. He remembered leaping through the air, descending like a bolt of lightning toward a final destination that promised the ultimate challenge, the ground shattering beneath the force of his arrival. There, he encountered the final boss, a figure of immeasurable power, shrouded in darkness, and wielding a jagged dagger. Suho watched this entity with a complex mix of emotions. Though this being was his enemy, standing amidst crackling storms of energy, Suho couldn't help but feel envious and even awed by the sheer, absolute power radiating from him. For some reason, the identity of that final boss felt intimately familiar. As the memory of the dream faded, blending with the present reality, Suho clutched his head in confusion, the question of whether the game was fun lingering in his mind. The silhouette of the boss overlapped with a memory of a man, leading Suho to a startling realization the figure in the dream was his father. Suho reflects that the dream likely mirrored his own image of his father, strong and reliable. He always wondered how his dad became so powerful. Snapping back to reality, Suho thinks of his dad and what he would do in this dire situation. Inspired, he grabs a fire extinguisher and charges forward. He directs his desperate attack towards the magic beast that has appeared in the middle of his school. With a loud crash, Suho smashed the fire extinguisher into the creature's head. The hit was so strong that blue energy burst out in waves, throwing the possessed hunter to the side and giving Suho a short moment to catch his breath. With determination in his eyes, he thinks to himself, "You would have done the same, right, Dad?" Without hesitating, he pressed his advantage, swinging the extinguisher again to smash another blue-flamed entity that was lurching toward a terrified student. The impact sent the monster reeling, its body smoking from the mystic energy, while Suho shouted an internal apology for the violence he was forced to commit against what used to be a person. Suho begins to panic, realizing his attack had no effect. He remembers that attacks from the unawakened, who lack mana, don't work against magic beasts. He thinks he charged in too recklessly. Suddenly, the world around him froze. Suho looked down in shock as the monster beneath him, which had been reaching for his throat, stopped mid-motion. A strange, glitch-like distortion rippled through the air, suspending the violence in an eerie tableau of stillness. Suho looked around frantically, confused by the sudden cessation of time. He saw a female student frozen in a scream, tears suspended on her face, and the blue flames on the monster paused in their flickering. He questioned whether time itself had stopped, unable to comprehend the phenomenon. A holographic window materialized in front of him, shattering the confusion with a clear message. The notice informed him that he had met the requirements to complete the secret quest, Courage of the Weak. Suho stared at the text, his eyes wide with disbelief as the supernatural system made its presence known. More notifications pop up, asking him a critical question. You now qualify to become a player. Do you accept? Suho stares in shock. With time frozen around him, Suho glanced at the monsters hanging motionless in the air, realizing how much it resembled the dream that had haunted him. Everything, the movements, the chaos, even the strange interface, was just like the game from his dreams. If he could fight the same way here, he thought, maybe he had a chance to survive this nightmare. With newfound resolve, Suho makes his choice, uttered the single word that would change his fate forever, accept. The moment the word left his lips, a blinding, golden light erupted from the windows, flooding the classroom. The glass cracked under the pressure of the energy surge. A cascade of golden notifications scrolled rapidly before his eyes. He was congratulated on becoming a player, informed of quest rewards including a blessing, Great Spellcaster Kanyaru's Blessing, and shown his new status window. Suho saw his name, Sung Suho, listed as level 1 with a Nun class, but possessing a passive skill unknown and an active skill Ruler's Authority. He muttered that it was just as he thought. This was a game-like status window. Immediately, the system threw him into the fray. A notice declared that a quest had arrived. Quest Tutorial. His objective was to defeat the Mistburn and level up. Suho looked up to see a towering, muscular figure wreathed in blue flames looming over him, realizing the tutorial had already begun. The system identified the enemy with red text above its head, D-rank awakened Mistburn. The creature hunched forward, blue fire spilling from its eyes and mouth, radiating an aura of dangerous magical power. Realizing the immediate danger, Suho turns his attention back to the present. As the world unfreezes, his first instinct is to protect the other student, yelling for her to run. Thanks to the system, Suho can now see the names of his enemies floating above their heads. He identifies his opponents, 2 unawakened Mistburns and a much stronger D-rank awakened Mistburn, confirming they were once human. Suho stood with the fire extinguisher as the D-rank monster lunged toward him with terrifying speed, while 2 weak, unawakened Mistburn's creatures also leapt at him under the D-rank's watchful gaze. Suho stood tall, his eyes glowing with a brilliant blue mana that mirrored the energy of the beasts. A confident, predatory grin spread across his face as he clenched his fist, the realization hitting him with exhilarating force. I really did awaken. Moving with newfound power, Suho swung the fire extinguisher with crushing force. The metal cylinder smashed into the head of the attacking unawakened Mistburn. The extinguisher shatters on impact, leaving Suho defenseless against the creature. Pivoting his strategy, Suho apologizes under his breath and throws a punch at one of the weaker, unawakened monsters first. The force of the punch launched the creature upward. It flew through the air, crashing into the ceiling with a heavy impact. Suho stood with his arm extended, smoke rising from his fist, having cleared the space in front of him in a single breath. Suho panted, sweat beading on his forehead, looking at his own hand in disbelief. The sheer destructive power he had just unleashed was unlike anything he had ever felt, leaving him stunned by his own capabilities. A system notification confirms it. You have defeated the unawakened Mistburn. Suho is stunned. He took it down in a single shot. He quickly dodges an attack from the second unawakened monster. The creature crashed to the ground, its face crushed as the blue flames around it start to fade it out. A notification appeared, confirming its defeat. Suho looked down at the fallen monster, his eyes shining with a strange, fierce light as he lost himself completely in the flow of battle. A series of notifications chimed. Level up flashed across the interface, followed by a message confirming that the quest tutorial was complete. He had defeated the low-rank Mistburns and reached level 2. The system offered rewards for the quest completion. Suho stared at the screen, his face illuminated by the interface light, a sharp, calculating look in his eyes. He smirked, his confidence cementing as he thought, now I'm sure of it, confirming that this was indeed his reality now. Filled with a newfound sense of power, he charges towards the D-rank monster, shouting, I really did awaken. But his punch, which was a one-hit kill for the others, has no effect on the D-rank awakened Mistburn. Suho is shocked that the creature completely withstood his attack. The monster struck back with a heavy, sweeping blow. Suho barely managed to dodge. The monster unleashed a relentless barrage of claw strikes. Suho was sent flying backward, a pained groan escaping him as the razor-sharp claws tore through his clothes and cut into his skin, realizing in that instant just how wide the gap in their strength had become. Suho hit the ground but rolled instantly as he scrambled back. Wounded and bleeding, Suho worries that the monster's attack will turn him into a magic beast too. But as a harmful status effect is detected, a new system notice appears, stating the effect was lifted by his longevity passive skill. He vaguely remembers seeing the word longevity in his status window, but has no time to ponder it. The monster tackled him, driving him into the ground. They grappled violently, the monster trying to bite Suho's face while Suho held it back with all his might. The floor cracked beneath their struggle, dust rising around them as Suho fought for his life. As he struggles, Suho worries about his power level. If a D-rank monster is this strong, does that mean he's only a lowly E-rank? The rigid ranking system is already a concern. Pinned and desperate, he screams, knowing there has to be something he can do. Suddenly, he remembers the quest reward. He accepts it, instantly receiving stat and strength points. His strength jumps from 11 to 14, and he roars as power surges through his body. With the burst of new strength, Suho easily throws the D-rank monster off of him. The monster recovered quickly, its eyes burning with blue fire as it crouched, ready to spring again. It growled, undeterred by the setback, its body seemingly limitless in stamina. Suho lands a direct, powerful blow to the monster's face. He blocks a counterattack, but the struggle is still intense. The monster is proving to be a difficult opponent. Realizing that even his increased strength isn't enough, he makes the bold decision. He'll pour all the points he received as a reward into his strength stat. The system confirms his choice, and his strength stat skyrockets from 14 to 19. An intense blue aura erupts from his clenched fist. As he feels the power coursing through him, Suho moved. With speed, he reflects on the impossible nature of his situation. An awakener who can level up? He's never heard of such a thing. In this world, an awakener's rank is decided the moment they awaken, and they can never become stronger than that predetermined rank. His eyes trailing blue light. He launched a punch that carried the weight of his survival instinct. He doesn't know who or what determines those ranks. He knew one thing for sure. If this was the power to break free from that damned, rigid structure, he would seize it with everything he had. His punch connected cleanly, striking through the mist with a burning impact. Unleashing his newfound power, the very floor beneath him cracks and shatters from the sheer force. The D-rank mist burn was obliterated. Suho's fist drove into the monster, carrying the beast through the concrete wall. With glowing eyes full of determination, Suho prepares to end the fight once and for all. He channels all of his power into a devastating uppercut. He blow connected, and the mist-burned D-rank awakened was completely obliterated, its body crashing through the classroom walls. Panting heavily and covered in his own blood, Suho stands victorious amidst the rubble. His first real fight as a player is over. However, the danger was far from over. Outside the school building, another mist-burned monster wielding a long sword began charging toward the source of the chaos. Suho cautiously peers out of the massive hole in the wall, trying to assess the current situation outside, his expression tense. To his horror, he sees another powerful monster leaping from ground, heading straight for his classroom. This new foe is a C-rank awakened mistburn, a threat on a completely different level than the one he just struggled to defeat. The C-rank monster slams into the side of the school. The impact was devastating, causing the entire wall to explode outward as debris rained down. A piercing siren echoes through the city as a dire announcement is made. A dungeon break has occurred at the Korea University of Arts. All civilians in the area are ordered to evacuate immediately. On the ground, soldiers can only stand and watch as chaos unfolds. The city before them is shrouded in smoke and destruction, a testament to the power of the monsters that have been unleashed. One of the soldiers clenched his fist in frustration, cursing under his breath as people died just meters away, and all they could do was watch, helpless without awakened abilities. Gritting his teeth, his voice trembling with impatience, asked when the association hunter would finally arrive. The discussion continues. It seems to be taking an unusually long time to assign a B-rank hunter or higher. The squad leader questions the need for such a high-rank hunter, recalling that the gate was initially assessed as only D-rank. The reply reveals a grim complication. The association is factoring in that the hunters who initially responded have been infected. The possibility of C-rank hunter being infected is considered a grave development. The focus settles on a specific profile, a C-rank tank named Kim Jong-soo. Inside the ravaged university building, the air was thick with dust and violence. Sung Suho, battered and desperate, slid across the debris-strewn floor. Above him loomed a massive figure wreathed in blue flames. Suho gasped for breath, his mind racing to grasp what had just happened. How had the creature reached him so fast? Had it jumped from a lower floor to chase him? The system interface identified the monster as a C-rank awakened mistburn. Its eyes glow with a malevolent blue light. Suho immediately notices its weapon, realizing this is an entirely different and more dangerous foe than the mistburns he's encountered before. Despite the overwhelming odds, a flicker of hope appears in Suho's mind. But I leveled up a moment ago, he thinks, clutching his chest. Could I stand a chance? The thought is short-lived as the monster lunges forward with incredible speed. Suho barely manages to bring his arms up to block the attack, gritting his teeth against the sheer force of the blow. The attack missed Suho but struck the building instead, carving a massive gash through the structure. Suho hit the ground hard and scrambled for a weapon, his hand closing around a red fire extinguisher. It was a pathetic defense against the supernatural beast, but it was all he had, his eyes filled with defiance and terror. This is insane, Suho thinks. The awakened mist burn stands there, its form crackling with dark energy, brandishing its massive sword as if ready to strike again. The monster brought the sword down with a thunderous crash. The blue energy, trailing the blade, distorted the air. In a desperate move, Suho throws the fire extinguisher in the path of the sword. The blade bites into the metal canister, which explodes on impact, momentarily halting the deadly attack. A thick cloud of white smoke from the ruptured extinguisher rapidly fills the narrow hallway, obscuring everything from view. Seizing the opportunity, Suho turns and flees. He uses the cloud of smoke as cover, sprinting down the corridor to put distance between himself and the monster. As he runs, the grim reality of his situation sinks in. There's no way I can face a monster like this. So there's a reason for awakeners being put into ranks. He knows his only hope is to hold out until another, stronger hunter arrives. But escape isn't so easy. The terrifying awakened mist burn emerging from the dissipating smoke, its glowing eyes fixed on him. The monster pauses, its head tilting slightly. A low growl emanates from its throat as it seems to be sniffing the air, tracking its prey not just by sight, but by scent. Suho stops, a bead of sweat running down his temple. He feels a sudden sense of confusion. The monster isn't looking at him anymore. No way. Suho thinks, following the monster's gaze. The awakened mistburn is looking up, past him, towards the top of the building. On the rooftop, 3 frightened students huddled together, unaware of the monster lurking below. One suggested that they should wait until the hunters arrived, while another asked nervously if help would really come soon. Having acquired a new target, the monster coils its powerful legs and unleashes an explosive leap. It soars through the air, a deadly projectile aimed straight for the rooftop where the unsuspecting students are trapped. From below, Suho watches in absolute horror as the monster soars towards its helpless prey. In that split second, his own survival becomes secondary. The thought of running is gone, replaced by a single, overriding conviction. He has to protect them, no matter the cost. The awakened mist burn lands heavily on the rooftop, its dark aura crackling as it turns its attention to the terrified students' blood splatter everywhere. Sung Suho gritted his teeth in fury, a fierce resolve burning in his glowing blue eyes and overriding all fear for his own safety. Cursing under his breath, Suho pushed off the ground with explosive force. He knew there was no time to wait for another hunter to arrive. If he didn't act now, more students would be dead in seconds. He pushes his exhausted body to its absolute limit. Suho collided with the monster midair. He slammed his feet into the creature's head, the impact creating a burst of light and pushing the beast off its trajectory. He had interjected himself into a battle he knew he couldn't win to save strangers. Suho intercepted the creature, his mind focused on a single, unwavering thought. He had to stop it before it killed any more students. Suho launched another fierce kick into the monster's ironclad hide, but the colossal beast didn't even flinch. Its massive frame absorbed the impact effortlessly. The monster immediately turns on him, swinging its massive sword. Suho staggered backward, avoiding the sword. The danger is palpable. Suho knows with chilling certainty that even a single clean hit from the C-rank monster will kill him instantly. But he thinks, the image of the other victims flashing through his mind. Their sacrifice cannot be in vain. His resolve hardens into a diamond edge. I can't let him run loose. With a roar, he lunged at the monster again, engaging in close-quarters combat. He was fighting not to win, but to contain the threat, to keep its focus entirely on him. He hammers the monster with a barrage of punches, each blow landing with a resounding crack. Again and again, his fists fly, a desperate, rapid-fire assault against the creature's armored body. A blue aura envelopes his fists as he strikes with everything he has, refusing to back down. The relentless assault continues, Suho's eyes glowing fiercely as he pours every ounce of his being into the fight. Amazingly, his desperate attack is working. A web of cracks begins to form on the monster's seemingly impenetrable armor. The sheer force of Suho's continuous blows actually staggers the C-rank beast. Suho slammed his knee into the mist burn head, knocking it off balance. But the monster recovers instantly, swatting Suho away with a devastating strike with his sword that connects squarely with his chest. Suho chokes, blood erupting from his mouth as the force of the impact shatters his defenses. The awakened mist burn follows through, smashing him into the concrete with bone-shattering force. Suho lies broken in a crater of rubble, the world fading around him as the victorious monster looms over him. He gasps for breath, his body broken. A system window flashes before his eyes, displaying his dire condition. A single health point remains. HP 1/140. I lucked out, Suho thinks, a grim sense of relief washing over him. He was certain that blow should have killed him. The system must not want me to fall yet. The awakened mist burn stands over him, seemingly savoring its victory before delivering the final blow. But just as the monster prepares to land the finishing blow, an unnatural crackle echoes from above. A violent tear rips across the sky, silencing the sounds of the battlefield. Suho struggled to his feet, swaying unsteadily. Blood dripped from his face and hands. He raised his fists, refusing to die on his knees, even as his body failed him. The strange, dark lightning intensifies, branching out across the sky in an unnatural web of purple energy. The monster roared and in lunge, aiming to split Suho in two. Suho stared up at the mist burn, unable to dodge. From the ground, Suho can only watch, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. His fatigue level has reached 99. He's on the verge of passing out. Suho let out a low curse as his strength failed him, his body collapsing to the ground. The sky began to crack open, its surface splitting apart as if something immense were trying to force its way through. The shadow ant moves with blinding speed, its claws and limbs a blur as it completely overwhelms the once dominant awakened mistburn. The awakened mistburn, once a C-rank hunter, raised its massive, glowing sword and hurled it towards Suho's fallen body, striking at its motionless prey. Suddenly, a shock-wave blasts the monster backward, shattering the ground beneath them. Its sword-wielding hand flies free, severed clean off by the overwhelming force. Lying in a pool of his own blood, Suho struggles to comprehend the scene. The monster that nearly killed him has been defeated in mere seconds. His gaze fixes on the victor. An ant, he thinks in disbelief, as the shadowy creature stands over him. A massive, clawed hand reached out towards Suho as a deep, distorted voice echoed through the air, its tone heavy with both regret and fury, uttering a single broken cry. The shadow soldier heals the unconscious Suho, its glowing eyes clouded with sorrow. It mourns softly to itself, lamenting that the young master had been hurt because it had arrived too late. The C-rank monster let out a low growl as it recovered from the blow. The shadow soldier slowly turned its head, its sorrow fading into unrestrained fury as it began to speak in a cold, trembling voice. The shadow soldier took full form, its insectoid armor gleaming beneath a radiant purple aura. It was Beru, the marshal of the Shadow Army. His gaze fixed on a monster with cold disdain as he denounced the lowly pest that had dared to harm his highness. In a blink, Beru slashed through the monster. The attack was ruthless, cutting the C-rank beast in half and throwing its body aside like a rag doll. Elsewhere in the university, the chaos continues. Another mist-burn creature corners the terrified Itarim, who can only raise his mop in a futile attempt to defend himself. The monster snarls, its glowing blue eyes fixed on the helpless man. The man's face is a mask of pure terror. "Somebody," he screams, his voice cracking with fear. The Itarim crouched low, covering his head as the monster's mangled body skidded across the floor and came to a halt just inches away. He let out a panicked cry, barely able to form the word for help. Beru showed no mercy. In an instant, He moved across the city, cutting down every mist-burned creature that crossed his path. Beru grabbed the monsters by the face with his large, clawed hand that was completely helpless against the Shadow Marshal. The monsters shrieked in agony as Beru's claws clamped down like vice grips, pulverizing bone and snuffing their blue flames in a spray of ichor under the Shadow Ant's merciless crush. It continues its hunt, effortlessly slicing another mist burn in half. No monster can stand against it. The Shadow Ant moves like a phantom of death, a whirlwind of razor-sharp destruction. In what feels like an instant, the battle is over. Silence falls over the university campus as the last of the monsters is purged by Beru. The power of the Shadow Monarch's soldier erupted in a burst of purple energy, the shockwave surging outward from the impact site and rippling across the city skyline. The soldiers stationed outside the university noticed the sudden change. The terrifying sounds of battle have ceased, replaced by an eerie quiet and a strange pulse of energy that washes over the area, leaving them stunned and confused. When the dust finally settled, Beru knelt in the center of the crater, his head lowered in silent respect. The ruins of the battle surrounded him as he quietly addressed Suho, saying that it had been a long time, young monarch. Suho's small hand moved steadily across the paper, sketching a whimsical, ant-like creature in simple, uneven lines. The soft rhythm of the crayon brushing against the sheet filled the quiet room as he remained completely absorbed in his drawing. Young Sung Suho, sitting on the floor of his room, completely absorbed in his drawings. The floor is covered with his artwork, depicting various ants and other shadowy monsters. The soft rhythm of the crayon brushing against the sheet filled the quiet room as he remained completely absorbed in his drawing. A shadow suddenly fell over him, breaking his concentration. Startled, Suho lifted his head, blinking up at the towering shape that loomed above. A large, menacing shadow claw reaches down towards him. But instead of fear, young Suho's face breaks into a bright, excited smile. The towering, ant-like shadow loomed over Suho, its presence immense yet oddly protective. The creature, Beru, spoke in a low, rasping voice, asking the young monarch if the drawing was meant to be of him, his tone filled with both reverence and curiosity. The memory becomes a dream, and a sweat-drenched, present-day, Suho jolts in his sleep. He feels as if the touch from his dream was real. His eyes snap open. He finds himself in a sterile hospital room, the memory of the dream still fresh. An ant? He mutters, confused. Suho sat up in bed with his phone pressed to his ear as a panicked voice shouted from the other end, demanding to know what had happened and if he was seriously hurt. The concern in the caller's tone was unmistakable, each word carrying a mix of fear and urgency. Suho tells his uncle he's okay, but his awaken worries about the dangerous world and wants to send special bodyguards. Suho sighs, feeling stuck, and Suho notes 2 days have passed since the university incident. Lying in his hospital bed, Suho watches a news report. The anchor is discussing the recent incident at the Korea University of Arts, which has caused a national uproar. The news report details the discovery of mist burns, a phenomenon where monsters can infect people and turn them into monsters as well. It also highlights the Hunters Association's delayed response to the crisis. The hunters arriving at the devastated university. Chaos and destruction had already consumed the grounds, smoke rising from shattered walls, the air thick with the remnants of battle. The hunters stand frozen, disbelief and horror etched across their faces as they take in the aftermath. A mystery remained, the reporter says. All the mist burns at the university were found dead, but the cause of their deaths was completely unknown. The hunters looked down at the carnage, unable to comprehend what force could have annihilated the threat before they even intervened. An eyewitness, a student from the university, is shown giving his testimony, recounting the horror of seeing people suddenly turn into monsters and then explode before his very eyes. Suho clicks off the news report, the bright light from the screen vanishing and leaving him in the dimly lit room to ponder what he's just heard. Lying on the bed, He looked up at the ceiling as the news broadcast confirmed what he had already suspected. His awakening was real. It hadn't been a dream after all. A translucent status window materialized before him, revealing his details. Name, Sung Suho, level 5 class, none. His stats had risen sharply, with his strength reaching 22. Reflecting on it, he noted that he possessed a rare ability to grow stronger with each level gained. Yet a troubling thought followed. He remembered being struck by a C-rank Awakener's Mistburn, an attack that should have killed him. Before he could dwell on it further, a familiar voice emerged from the darkness, calmly explaining that it was because Beru had eliminated the one responsible. Suho jumps, startled by the voice. He notices a dark, swirling mass emerging from a strange light emanating from beneath his hospital bed. Something is moving in the shadows. A small version of the ant creature from his dream emerges from the darkness. Long time no see, young monarch. It chirps, its eyes glowing brightly. Suho's eyes widen in utter shock and disbelief. The little creature, Beru, looks up at him with an overflowing sense of emotion, amazed at how wonderfully his monarch has grown. Like scattered pieces of a puzzle coming together, memories of his childhood flood Suho's mind, vivid images of him playing with the very same ant creature. I know this ant, he realizes. More fragments of his past flash before his eyes, showing him as a young boy surrounded by these dark creatures. Why did I forget him until now? He asked himself. Hovering in midair, Beru struck a dramatic pose, proclaiming with pride that he had crossed dimensions to meet the young monarch. It was a surreal reunion, an ordinary college student standing face-to-face with a being born of shadow in another world. Suho stares at the small shadow being, his mind reeling. He has so many questions about his past and his connection to these dark creatures. Why did he live with them? And why did he forget? Before he could linger on the memories, Suho turned his thoughts to a more pressing question. For what he remembered, Beru hadn't been this small. In response, Beru explained that his reduced size was a side effect of expending vast amounts of mana to traverse dimensions, assuring him that he was usually far more dashing and menacing. Suho points out that despite Beru's claims of being menacing, the system window only ranks him as private grade. Beru explodes with fury, incensed that the system would dare to label the great Marshal Beru as a mere private. Suho stood up and stretched, remarking that he had recovered thanks to Beru as well. Beru, clearly pleased with himself, responded that despite appearances, he was a highly skilled healer. Beru revealed the reason for his appearance, to release Suho's seal. But with a tone of admiration, he confessed that Suho had already undone it on his own. Suho froze at those words, his expression hardening as his eyes turned toward the hospital courtyard. In a low voice, he asked what Beru meant by a seal. Suho connects this revelation to the vivid dreams he's been having. Beru confirms his suspicion. What Suho perceives as dreams are, in fact, real memories of things he has actually experienced. Beru then delivers a world-shattering truth. Suho's father, the great shadow monarch Sung Jinwoo, was the one who sealed his powers and memories, all because he wished for his son to have a normal life. Suho is left speechless. The realization hits Suho like a physical blow. He grabs the tiny Beru, shouting, "My dad!" Finally understanding the connection. Beru quickly clarifies that his father didn't just leave home, he went to outer space. Suho is completely bewildered by this new information. Outer space? What does that even mean? He asks. Beru prepares to elaborate on the unbelievable situation. To put it simply, Beru explains, the great shadow monarch Sung Jinwoo left Earth to fight a war in outer space against powerful invaders who are trying to take over the world. The weight of the revelation settles on Suho as a powerful silhouette of his father, Sung Jinwoo, fills his mind. My father is protecting the world. He murmurs in awe. Beru names the formidable enemy his father is fighting, the Itarim, who are known as the gods of outer space. He goes on, explaining that the Itarim are now sending their apostles to invade Earth. The recent appearance of gates and monsters is a direct influence of this cosmic war, and Beru himself had to fight through countless enemies just to reach Suho. Suho remains silent, his expression grim as he tries to process the sheer scale of the conflict and his family's role within it. An urgent question surfaced in Suho's mind as he wondered aloud whether his mother had gone with his father. He had always believed they had disappeared together. However, Beru seemed puzzled by the assumption and replied that she had not. Beru recoils in shock, as if the implication of Suho's question is something he never considered and deeply horrifies him. Beru becomes frantic, exclaiming that Miss Hain is missing. He concludes that the apostles of the Itarim on Earth must have laid a wicked trap for her while the Shadow Monarch was away. Suho remained frozen as the truth settled in. It was because of the Itarim, those wretched beings, that his parents could never return to him. Beru explains that the great monarch cannot return to meet them. Hearing this, Suho clenches his fist, his expression hardening. If his father can't come back, then there's only one way forward. He must become strong enough to face them himself. But there is hope. Beru tells him that the young monarch can be the one to find and rescue Miss Hain, but only after he gets stronger. With a clear purpose now guiding him, the determination to rescue his mother. Suho's gaze hardened with resolve. Meeting Beru's eyes, he declared their next step with unwavering focus. They would level up. As if on cue, a system alert materializes, announcing a new quest, the Trial of the Shadow. To unlock his sealed potential, Suho must enter the Shadow Dungeon. Beru presents him with a dark, ornate key for this very purpose. Following Beru's instruction, Suho stands over his own shadow on the hospital floor. He holds the key, ready to unlock his potential. Suho thrusts the key into a shadow on the wall. It ripples like water, click, turning into a swirling portal of dark energy. A powerful vortex of shadow energy erupts from the floor, swirling violently around Suho and pulling him into its depths. He stands in front of the gate. Suho heard Beru's voice echo one last command, urging him to enter and claim the power that had always been his. Submerged in the flow of the gate, Suho's face is a mask of grim determination mixed with lingering disbelief. He still can't fully grasp the reality of the situation, but one thing is certain. His normal life is over, and his true journey has just begun. As he falls through the portal, Suho struggles to process the flood of information. Outer space, the war with gods, or the Shadow Monarch. They're all nothing but nonsense, he thinks, trying to reject the unbelievable reality. But still, amidst all the cosmic chaos and confusing revelations, one thought cuts through his disbelief. A warm memory of his parents, smiling and together, flashes in his mind. If getting stronger is the only way to meet them again, then his path is clear. I'll level up all I can, he vows. With his resolve solidified, Suho's eyes begin to glow with a brilliant blue light, signifying his full acceptance of his new purpose. Seeing this unwavering determination, Beru is overcome with loyalty and awe. A flash is back to a conversation between Beru and the Shadow Monarch, sung Jinwoo. Jinwoo commands Beru to go to Earth and release Suho's seal, warning that the Itarim's invasion may have already begun. Jinwoo's continue returns Suho's sealed powers and memories, and protect Earth yourself. For everything else, he grants his loyal servant permission to act at his own discretion. Beru considers his master's final words. The authority to use his own judgment is a heavy responsibility, one he does not take lightly. Beru recalls seeing Suho lying broken and bloody on the ground before he intervened. The image haunts him, fueling his protective instinct. Seeing Suho's resolve firsthand, Beru makes a solemn vow. I, Beru, shall remain at the young monarch's side and watch over his growth. His loyalty is absolute. The swirling portal in the hospital room shrinks and vanishes, leaving the room empty where the gate once was. Suho finds himself floating in a void of swirling energy, having fully passed through the portal with Beru now at his side. Beru explains their location. This is the land of the dead, where the living cannot enter unless given permission by the master. He formally names the dimension the Shadow Dungeon. Suho step in the Shadow Dungeon in its entirety, a vast and desolate landscape of floating, shattered ruins under a perpetually stormy purple sky. It is a world of shadows, waiting to be conquered by its new master. Suho steps into the Shadow Dungeon, his gaze wandering over the desolate surroundings. "So this is the Shadow Dungeon," he murmurs, observing the crumbling architecture and alien vegetation. "Looks more like a ruined city than a dungeon," he thinks, noting the eerie silence and decay. However, a strange feeling washes over him. For some unknown reason, this desolate place feels oddly familiar to him. Suddenly, a quest notification appears before his eyes. The objective is clear: survive. The denizens of this land will not accept him as their master, and he must prove his worth by surviving for the next 4 hours. Suho processes the quest details, realizing he has a 4-hour survival mission. Beside him, his shadow companion, Beru, urgently warns him to be on guard. Beru's warning comes to life as a monstrous creature emerges from the ruins. The system announces that a time of suffering is about to begin, and Suho can only look on in shock. Suho barely reacts in time, his eyes widening as a goblin scout leaps from above, axe raised for a killing blow. The creature moves with surprising speed, its red eyes glowing with malice in the dim light. But Suho reacts instantly. He raises his feet, effortlessly stopping the goblin. Having easily dodged and blocked the attack, Suho looks up with glowing blue eyes, admitting that the creature's speed caught him by surprise. The goblin crouches, ready for another attack. The system tag identifies it as a goblin scout. Its muscular, green form is tense, and a wicked grin reveals sharp teeth. Suho immediately understands the implication. The presence of a scout means that a larger force is likely lurking nearby. Deciding he needs to act fast, Suho lunges forward to eliminate the scout before it can summon its allies. Beru watches with concern, remarking on the young monarch's recklessness. As he closes the distance, Suho makes a crucial observation. The monster's name isn't colored, which means its power level is either equal to his or weaker. The goblin struggles, shocked by the human speed. Suho moved in a flash, knocking the goblin's axe from its hand before it could react. Suho snatches the goblin's weapon. A system message confirms, "You have obtained the item, Goblin Stone Axe." He holds the weapon, bringing it down to the goblin's head, his expression cold and calculating. Without hesitation, Suho swings the axe down the creature's skull. The goblin cries out as the axe strikes, ending the fight instantly. "You have defeated the goblin scout," the system announces. Suho stands over the defeated monster, a confident smirk on his face. "There you go," he says. Suho now understands the system. Stronger enemies, like the C-rank and D-rank monsters he sees in a system window, have color names. He finally gets it. Beru looks at Suho with admiration and concern. Suddenly, Suho senses something. He turns his head sharply, detecting movement in the shadows. Suho looks up and sees his fear realized. Another goblin scout is perched on a ruined structure, blowing a horn to summon reinforcements. His eyes glow with intensity as he realizes his mistake. There was another scout, and now trouble is on its way. Responding to the call, from the shadows, a horde of goblins emerges. Leading them is a larger, more menacing figure identified as a goblin centurion. Behind him are countless other goblins, their eyes glowing red in the darkness. The ranks of the goblins swell, with even more dangerous types like the goblin Decurion joining the fray, its massive, toothy maw wide open. Suho turned to Beru with a hopeful smile, asking if he would help him. Beru, visibly uneasy, looked down as beads of sweat formed on his face. He said that nothing would please him more than to be of assistance, yet explained that being so far from the monarch meant his mana could not be replenished. For now, he needed to conserve what little strength he had left. Beru continues, "And if I intervene in this battle, the experience you will obtain will be greatly decreased, little young monarch." Suho sighs. "So what you're saying is, you're not helpful. He faces the incoming horde alone. His hands begin to glow with a brilliant blue aura. Unfazed by the overwhelming odds, Suho looks upon the horde not as a threat, but as an opportunity. It's time to see what he's really made of. Then let's test that, he declares, ready to plunge into battle. Suho manipulates the egg from the dead goblin skull with the help of his telekinetic power. He swung the axe in wide, devastating arcs, unleashing a whirlwind of slaughter that hacked through multiple goblins at once, blood spraying as limbs flew and torsos split open. Suho pauses for a moment, admiring his newfound ability. He now understands the skill in his status window, ruler's authority, which allows him to physically affect objects without touching them, like having an invisible hand. Suddenly, an arrow whistles past his head. With lightning-fast reflexes, Suho's glowing eyes track the projectile, and he snatches it out of the air before it can find its mark. Holding the captured arrow, Suho looks up and spots the source of the attack, goblin archers positioned on the surrounding buildings. With a smirk, Suho empowers the arrow with his own energy and hurls it back towards the archer, coolly telling it, "You can have this back." The goblin archer is struck down, impaled by its own projectile. The goblin falls, crashing into the ground below. Watching the battle unfold, Beru is impressed, noting Suho's incredible and rapid adaptability in combat. Beru reminisces about the young monarch's childhood. It was like the birth of a legendary hero. Even as a baby, Suho could wield the ruler's authority he inherited from the monarch. However, Beru continues, that immense power was created for destruction. In the peaceful world Suho grew up in, it only acted as a hindrance, isolating him. But now, the situation has changed. With the apostles of Itarim invading Earth, this destructive power is no longer a hindrance but a necessity. As Suho continues his brutal takedown of the goblins, Beru concludes that the young monarch's latent power has finally begun to shine and find its purpose in this world. A level-up notification suddenly appears. As his strength grows, Suho makes a quick calculation, estimating that the weight limit of his ruler's authority is around 10 kilograms. A goblin crept up from behind, aiming to strike while Suho's guard was down. Before he could fully react, the creature lunged forward, driving its blade into his back. The goblin let out a furious roar, its wicked grin revealing rows of jagged teeth as it drove its weapon into Suho. Switching from weapons to fists, Suho lands a powerful, direct punch to the face of a goblin centurion, staggering the beast. Beru can only watch, as the little monarch is completely surrounded by a sea of enemies. The goblin centurion steps forward, radiating a menacing purple aura. It is much larger than the others, wielding a giant weapon. The fearsome goblin centurion steps forward, its eyes glowing with rage as it prepares to engage Suho in a serious fight. The battle grew fiercer as Suho took a heavy blow, his HP falling to 160. He clenched his teeth and yanked the dagger from his back, the sharp pain fueling his focus while the goblins closed in around him. But the pain doesn't stop him. With a determined roar, he raises the dagger, unleashing a brilliant blue aura as he prepares to strike back. Suho leaps high into the air, using his momentum to throw the dagger, crashing down into the center of the goblin mob. The weapon crashed down on the goblin centurion. Amidst the chaos and pain, a profound realization dawns on Suho. This struggle, this danger, it makes him feel more alive than he ever did when he was powerless. Fueled by this revelation, he fights on with fierce determination, cutting down goblin after goblin. But the horde is relentless, and for every one he defeats, more take its place. The battle becomes a desperate struggle as his HP drops to 118. The onslaught continues. Suho is pushed back, his health plummeting to 84 as he struggles to fend off the relentless horde. The dungeon floor is littered with defeated monsters. He takes another heavy blow, and his HP drops to a critical 53. Pushed to his absolute limit, Suho unleashes one final, desperate burst of energy. As the last of his energy erupts, the tide turns. A notice appears. You have learned the skill, resilience. Immediately after, a cascade of level up notifications floods his vision. He has won. Silence falls upon the battlefield. The once menacing goblin army now lies defeated, their bodies scattered across the ruined landscape. Suho stands as the sole survivor. The body of the goblin centurion lies among the fallen. Exhausted, Suho collapses onto a wrecked car to catch his breath. Just then, a notice declares that the 4-hour time limit is up. He has completed the quest. Beru reappears, dramatically praising the young monarch for overcoming the trial. Suho, thoroughly unimpressed, retorts that Beru didn't help him one bit until the very end. A new notice prompts him to check the reward for completing the quest. Suho opens the window and sees the prize for his survival, a rune stone, shadow extraction. Suho wonders if using the rune stone will let him learn the skill. From the sidelines, Beru erupts with excitement, realizing the young monarch is about to obtain the iconic shadow extraction ability. Suho then remembers the other skill he gained, resilience. He lifts his shirt to inspect his physique and reviews the skill details, which grant him an indomitable level of persistence and a 20% increase in physical defense. He reflects that, compared to his powerless self, he's become a cheat character. Beru explains that this level-up system is based on the one his father, the monarch, used in the past, designed to ensure his safety as he grows. Suho scoffs, musing that he was born with the strongest shadow silver spoon. Shaking off the thought, he decides to accept his hard-earned reward. The system instructs him to break the rune stone to absorb the skill. He holds the ancient stone in his hand as it emanates a dark, powerful energy. He crushes the stone, absorbing its power. A system window confirms he has learned shadow extraction and displays its details, the ability to extract mana from a corpse and turn it into a shadow soldier. The realization dawns on him. He can create his own shadow soldiers. Beru confirms that this is the essence of the authority that created the current shadow monarch, Lord Sung Jinwoo. Suho contemplates the nature of his new power, likening it to necromancy. He deduces its limitations. To command soldiers, he must first hunt them, and he can only control those weaker than himself. He recalls that summon-type skills aren't well regarded in the hunter industry. As if on cue, the system highlights the corpse of the goblin centurion, indicating that extraction is possible. Suho decides to use his new skill. The system prompts him for a designated command to activate the skill. Suho finds this extra step tedious, thinking to himself that he needs to come up with a separate command. He decides a command should be direct and to the point. Beside him, Beru trembles with anticipation, sensing the momentous occasion. Focusing his power, Suho extends his hand towards the fallen goblin. Dark energy swirls from the corpse as he utters the single, iconic command passed down from his father. Arise, marking the birth of his first shadow soldier. Sung Suho utters the single, powerful command taught to him by the system. Arise. From the corpse of a fallen goblin, a hand wreathed in dark energy begins to claw its way out. In a swirl of shadow, the extraction is successful. A small group of goblins is reborn as his soldiers. The system window confirms their status. Shadow Goblin, Level 1, Common Rank. Sung Suho looks on, slightly bewildered by his newfound ability. So this is shadow extraction. He murmurs. Beside him, his loyal servant Beru, in his small ant-like form, observes the new recruits. Looking at the scrawny, diminutive goblin soldiers, Suho can't hide his disappointment. It's much less impressive than I expected, he says, prompting a startled reaction from Beru. Beru explains the reality of the skill. Usually, newly extracted shadow soldiers are somewhat weaker than they were in life. Suho also notices they seem to have gotten smaller in size. There's another critical drawback. The system states they will disappear after a day. Beru, looking concerned, asks if Suho doesn't have the shadow storage skill. Suho confirms that he does not. Beru panics, realizing the limitations his new master is facing. He theorizes that access to more advanced Shadow Authority skills must be linked to Suho's intelligence stat and current level. Despite the skill's current weakness, Beru insists that it's an amazing ability later on. Seeing his servant's distress, Suho pats him on the head and tells him not to get sad. Suddenly, a loud growl interrupts their strategy session. Suho clutches his stomach, realizing with a start that he hasn't eaten in 2 whole days. Priorities shifting, Suho asks Beru how to leave the Shadow Dungeon. Beru explains he can exit anytime with the Shadow Dungeon key. A system notice promptly appears, asking if he wants to leave. Having escaped the dungeon, Suho finally gets to eat. He savors a spoonful of food with a look of pure bliss and relief on his face. Now in a hospital room, he marvels at the taste, commenting that he didn't know hospital food could be so good. In the foreground, Beru's shadowy form watches his master silently. With the meal finished, Beru gets down to business. He addresses Suho as young monarch and informs him that it's time for a briefing on what he needs to do from now on. There are 3 missions in total. Beru lays out the first mission: protect Earth from the outer space monsters. Suho, still chewing, quickly grasps the implication. He must enter dungeons and hunt monsters. Beru confirms this. The stronger Suho becomes by leveling up, the safer Earth will be, just as his father, the previous monarch, had done. A vision of a powerful future Suho appears, standing victorious over his enemies. The second mission is more personal. Find Mrs. Hain, his mother. Suho asks how that's possible, and Beru speculates that clues will eventually emerge as he hunts monsters in dungeons. For Suho, the path remains the same. Beru then announces the third mission, emphasizing with a close-up on his glowing eye that this one is very important. The mission is for Beru himself to recover his original power. He cries theatrically, lamenting his current private grade status and expressing his fervent desire to show his young monarch his true, formidable power. Suho asks what he needs to do. Beru explains that he can absorb a target's magic and knowledge by consuming them. It's an inefficient method he used before becoming a shadow soldier, a last resort now that he can't receive magic from the monarch. Simply put, Beru needs to eat something with magic. Suho's expression turns serious as he once again comes to the same conclusion. All roads lead back to hunting in dungeons. His meal finished, Suho stands up, resolute. Then, let's get ready, he declares. Beru informs him of the next step. To enter dungeons freely, he needs a hunter's license, which requires a magic measurement at the Hunters Association. Suho contemplates the upcoming magic measurement. As a unique awakener who can level up his stats independently, he wonders how the association's device will even evaluate him. Looking out at the cityscape, he allows himself a moment to dream. With the blood of the Shadow Monarch running through his veins, he wonders what rank he'll get. What if he turns out to be an S rank? Inside the Hunters Association building, a staff member delivers the cold, hard numbers from the magic measuring device. Your magic level is 46. Based on that low number, the final verdict is delivered, shattering his high hopes. You're an E-rank awakener. Suho turns away, the shock and disappointment evident even from his back as he begins to process the unexpected outcome. The scene shows the area outside the Hunters Association building, a hub for the city's awakened beings. This is where fates are decided and careers begin. Dejected, Sung Suho walks away from the building. His dream of receiving a high rank has been shattered, and the path forward now seems uncertain. Beru tries to comfort him, explaining that hunter ranks are decided by magic levels. Since Suho focused on raising his strength stat, it's only obvious his rank would be lower. But Suho dismisses this, saying it only makes him feel worse. Suho spirals into self-doubt, lamenting his Shadow Authority's pitiful state and his status as a low-ranked E-rank hunter, questioning how he could possibly protect Earth. Beru reminds him of his most unique trait, stating that he can level up unlike other hunters. The reality of the situation weighs on him. Suho knows that raiding parties rarely hire E-rank and F-rank hunters. At this rate, he realizes just getting into a dungeon will be a difficult task in and of itself. But then, a realization dawns on him. A flicker of an idea. His eyes widen as a potential solution comes to mind. Beru, sensing the shift in his master's demeanor, Suho announces that there might be one way, piquing Beru's interest. Suho begins to explain the structure of dungeon raids. There's a thorough division of labor, starting with the main combat force, the strike squad, who are responsible for raiding the dungeon and clearing magic beasts. Following the strike team is the hauling team. Clad in hazmat suits, their job is to collect the valuable monster carcasses left behind. And finally, there is the mining team, which extracts mana crystals and other valuable resources from the backlines of the dungeon. This means he has a way to enter dungeons. And so, Suho finds himself inside a dungeon as part of a mining team. Alongside other low-ranked hunters, he swings his pickaxe, chipping away at the glowing blue mana crystals embedded in the cavern walls. He takes a short break, wiping sweat from his brow with a sigh. Despite the manual labor, he's relieved. He has found a way to pursue his missions. Suho approaches another hunter, thanking him for the introduction that got him onto the team. The other hunter seems surprised. The hunter is formally introduced. It's Lim Dog-yeon, the teaching assistant from the Fine Arts Department at the Korean University of Arts, and also an E-rank awakener. Suho is glad to have a senior awakener nearby and feels he can work in dungeons thanks to Lim Dog-yeon. He enthusiastically gets back to mining the crystals. After a moment, Lim Dog-yeon stops his work and calls out to Suho, who turns to face him. Suddenly, Dog-yeon bows deeply in a formal apology. "Sorry about the incident at the university," he says, much to Suho's surprise. He confesses with great shame that even though he was the only awakener there, he got scared and ran away by himself, leaving the other students behind. The painful memory flashes in his mind. He confesses with great shame that even though he was the only awakener there, he got scared and ran away by himself, leaving the other students behind. The painful memory flashes in his mind. Suho explains that the Hunter Association advises E-ranks like them to run at full speed when they see magic beasts. He was just following the guidelines. Dog-yeon looks up, stunned by this revelation and unexpected forgiveness. Dog-yeon is incredulous. "You're an E-rank?" Suho confirms, stating his mana level is 46, which is low even for an E-rank. Dog-yeon can't believe it, exclaiming that Suho's mana level is even lower than his own. Dog-yeon mutters that it's impossible. His mind flashes back to the chaos at the university, a memory that now contradicts what he's just been told. He remembers it clearly now. As he was running away, he glanced back and saw Suho on the rooftop, fighting the magic beast head-on. The contradiction confuses him. Did he see it wrong? He glances over at Suho, who is nonchalantly mining crystals. Lim Dog-yeon remarks that it is even more impressive for an E-rank hunter to attack a magic beast and survive. Beru agrees, declaring that the young monarch is indeed extraordinary. Lim Dog-yeon flinches as Beru pops into existence right next to him, getting a close look at the mysterious floating creature. He panics, jumping back and yelling, "A magic beast?" thinking Beru is an enemy that spawned nearby. Suho scolds Beru for suddenly appearing. Beru replies that since the young monarch is currently as weak as an ant larva, he can only be at peace if he stays right by his side to protect him. Dog-yeon, calming down, asks Suho if he awakened as a summoner. Suho hesitantly agrees. Dog-yeon remarks that he's lucky, since many E-rank hunters don't even have skills. Dog-yeon proudly boasts that for his information, he has a running skill. Suho, with a deadpan expression, retorts, "Oh, so that's why you were so good at running away." The comment hits Dog-yeon hard. He slumps over in shame as a dark aura surrounds him. Suho tries to backtrack, saying he was just joking. Suho looks on as Dog-yeon remains in a state of despair. Beru, however, is delighted, internally praising his master, as expected of the young monarch. "You've completely crushed him mentally." Suho looks deeper into the cavern, realizing that this is his first time inside a real dungeon, a different environment from his personal shadow dungeon. He wonders if the main strike squad is hunting monsters up ahead in the deeper parts of the dungeon. The scene cuts to the strike squad, whose tank has just blocked an attack from a large, red wolf-like magic beast. A dungeon raiding party member complains that the dungeon is empty. Another member agrees, pointing out that since they entered, only weak wolf magic beasts have been popping up. They stand surrounded by the corpses of the slain wolves. The leader notes that wolf pelts aren't worth much, but they have to keep working to find essence stones. He advises his team not to get discouraged. Just then, one of the hunters calls out, having discovered a hidden side path. The leader smirks. "See? Told you." The side path opens into a vast cavern, revealing a massive, ancient structure carved into the rock, glowing with an ominous pink light. The hunters are stunned by the discovery. "What is this place? Where are these ruins?" one asks. Another cautiously suggests they should go outside and request backup first. However, another hunter reports that his detection skill isn't picking up any magic beasts in the area. The leader decides they need to find out what the purpose of this place is. They walk towards the center of the ruins, approaching a brightly lit pedestal. There, plunged into a stone altar, is a magnificent and wicked-looking sword, glowing with intense red energy. It's not a boss monster, but a hidden treasure. Plus, the leader curses in shock, amazed that they've actually found a treasure. The rest of the squad celebrates their incredible luck, shouting that they've hit the jackpot. One of the more cautious hunters warns the others that treasures like this usually come with traps, so they need to be careful. Another agrees that they need to appraise it, but it clearly looks amazing. Ignoring the warning, the team's tank, Kim Youngjun, steps forward. "Stand back. I'll pull it out," he declares. The cautious hunter tries to stop him, calling out his name. The hunter yells that treasures like this have traps, but Kim Youngjun arrogantly dismisses the concern. "Even if there's a trap here, I'm a C-rank tank. I can handle it," he boasts as he grips the sword's hilt. The sword blazed with a crimson aura, its light burning through the air as he struggled to hold firm, sweat trailing down his face in relentless streams. With a strained roar, Kim Youngjun wrenched the crimson blazing sword from the stone, its light flaring red as if awakening from a long slumber. As soon as the sword is free, the trap is sprung. A massive, shadowy maw filled with jagged teeth materializes from the floor, rising up around the terrified hunter. In the suffocating void, myriad reptilian eyes blaze open with malevolent yellow fire, piercing the gloom like venomous stars, heralding the true trap's savage awakening. Kim Youngjun rises defiant, gripping the mighty sword as its ominous red aura surges around his hand like living flame, igniting his resolve with primal, unbridled fury. Seeing nothing happened, Youngjun's comrade lets out a sigh of relief. "Phew," he says, mistakenly believing the danger is over. "Looks like there are no traps." A sinister, grating voice growls directly from the unsuspecting tank. "How dare you?" His teammate shouts his name. The leader face contorts in terror as he tries to scream a warning. But it's far too late. The sword cut clean, striking his neck. In a blur of black and red energy, the mysterious entity with glowing eyes possessing Kim Youngjun moves with impossible speed, cutting down the leader where he stands. The rest of the strike squad can only watch in abject horror, completely frozen by the sudden and brutal turn of events. Kim Youngjun's head morphs into a snarling, bestial visage, sword gripped fiercely as a guttural roar escapes him. Who dares covet the sword of the Monarch of Fangs? In the dark and bloody domain of the Monarch of Fangs, a chilling order echoes. Kill the intruders. A group of hunters, the strike squad, screams in terror as they are overwhelmed by the posse's Kim Youngjun. The slaughter is absolute. Blood splatters across the darkness as Kim Youngjun lunges, driven by the singular command to kill. A hunter's face is contorted in a final moment of agony as the relentless assault continues, the word kill staining the scene like blood. With glowing eyes filled with rage, he lets out a deafening roar before lunging toward its next victim in the massacre. The scene abruptly shifts. In the present, the sound of a pickaxe striking a blue mana crystal reverberates through a different part of the dungeon. Two hunters, working as miners, look up in surprise. One of them, wiping sweat from his brow, wonders aloud, "Huh? What's that?" They see an unbelievable sight. Small green goblins, summoned creatures, are the ones mining the crystals. The miners are shocked, one of them asking, "Was there a summoning skill like that?" In the background, Suho and Lim Dogyeon watch over the operation. Lim Dogyeon thinks to himself, astonished. He'd heard summoners could typically only call one or two creatures, but Suho had summoned three, and that's not even counting the strange talking ghost that follows him. Suho smirks. He knows his power is far from ordinary. Lim Dogyeon can only conclude that Suho's power is completely abnormal. Suho reflects on his abilities. It's inconvenient that he can only summon 3 shadows at once and needs a corpse for shadow extraction. However, using a corpse from his shadow dungeon is a good workaround, providing him with laborers who work without complaint. Suho turns to Beru, his loyal servant, and comments that shadow extraction is a pretty decent skill. Beru, ever the formal subordinate, replies, "Young monarch, please don't compliment me after asking them to do some miscellaneous task." Suho thinks about his real reason for being here, leveling up. According to the Hunter Association's rules, an E-rank hunter like him can't enter a dungeon alone. He plans to get a reassessment once his mana increases. Suho reminded Beru of their 3rd mission, which they could accomplish here, and Beru correctly guessed that it was about recovering his power. Suho confirms that Beru can recover his strength by eating stuff containing mana, even the worthless magic stone fragments scattered on the ground. The idea seems to shock Beru, who can only ask, "Young monarch, don't tell me." With a teasing tone, Suho tells Beru that since he's useless for gathering the stones himself, he might as well eat some while waiting. Beru lets out an indignant cry. Beru antennae trembles with indignation. Suho casually asks Beru what is wrong now as Beru's demeanor suddenly changes and he urgently calls out to the young monarch. Beru delivers the startling message that he had just felt a monarch's presence. Suho is taken aback, immediately thinking of his father and asking if the monarch Beru sensed was him. Beru clarifies that there are other monarchs besides their own, Sung Jinwoo, whose presence would have instantly restored Beru power. Beru explains that this presence has a beastly scent. As he speaks, the 2 senior hunters felt deep cold chill coming from the other side of the cave. The hunters stop as they hear an unsettling sound. "What is this sound?" one asks. The other realizes with dawning horror that the sound is coming from the direction the strike squad was headed. In the suffocating darkness ahead, pairs of menacing red eyes suddenly flash open. A massive, monstrous leg stomps down right in front of one of the hunters. All he can do is let out a terrified shriek. The source of the terror is revealed. A pack of 3 ferocious steel-fanged Rikens, wolf-like magic beasts. The hunter screams that magic beasts are here. Panic erupts among the miners. One wonders why the magic beasts have appeared so deep in the dungeon, while the other screams for everyone to run for their lives. But there's no escape. A beast is already upon one of the fleeing hunters, who screams in terror, pleading for it to stay back as it lunges forward. The magic beast, a steel-fanged Lycan, clamps its powerful jaws around the hunter's pickaxe, its glowing red eye fixed on its prey. With a crunch, the pickaxe shatters, leaving the hunter defenseless and staring in wide-eyed shock at the beast's overwhelming strength. Seeing he was about to be devoured, the miner's face contorts in absolute terror as he lets out a desperate, stammering plea, "Save me." But just as the Lycan is about to strike, a figure flashes past, landing a powerful kick that sends the beast whining and staggering back. The saved hunter, recognizing his young companion, shouted with newfound resolve, calling out Suho's name. Suho told him that he would buy him some time and urged him to escape the dungeon. "Thank you," the hunter stammers, but his gratitude is directed at Suho's back. Suho hasn't fled. Instead, he stands as a lone shield between the terrified hunters and the encroaching pack of Lycans. A bead of sweat rolls down Suho's face, but his eyes, now glowing with a brilliant blue light, are filled with calm resolve. He will not run. Suho assesses his enemies. The system displays their names in orange, indicating a moderate threat. He recognizes them as steel-fanged lichens and estimates they're on a similar D-rank level to a past opponent. He is fully confident he can win on his own. His confidence, however, was for a solo fight. He glances back at the helpless Dogyeon, realizing he can't just focus on himself. Suho turns to the stunned Dogyeon. "You can run away too, Hyung," he says, his voice steady. Dogyeon is amazed that Suho is trying to help everyone by himself. "I'm not going to run away on my own anymore," Suho declares, showing a newfound maturity. With a smirk, Suho adds, "In that case, please help me when I'm in danger." He then commands his 3 goblin shadows to guard Dogyeon. With the miners protected, Suho prepares for battle in earnest. He calls forth his system window, shouting, "Inventory!" From the glowing screen, Suho drew a real weapon, a razor-sharp dagger forged in the depths of the Shadow Dungeon, vastly superior to any crude pickaxe. Dogyeon stared in utter disbelief, his mind reeling as he wondered what kind of summoning skill Suho wielded to conjure such a lethal blade. Now properly armed, Suho dashes forward, a blur of motion as he charges directly into the pack of snarling lichens. He moves with supernatural speed and grace, dodging a lichen's bite with ease and preparing his counterattack. With a swift, clean motion, Suho slashes his dagger across the beast's neck, a spray of dark energy marking the fatal blow. A system message immediately pops up. "You've defeated a steel-fanged lichen." Dogyeon and Suho's goblin summons look on, stunned into silence by the display of power. But Suho isn't finished. Standing over the fresh corpse, his eyes glow as he utters the iconic command of the Shadow Monarch, "Arise." From the dead lichen, a shadowy form begins to emerge. Beru, Dogyeon, and the goblins all watch, their eyes wide with a mixture of shock and awe, as the shadow of the defeated lichen begins to take shape. With his first shadow lichen now by his side, Suho seamlessly re-engages the remaining beasts, fighting in tandem with his newfound soldier. Watching from the sidelines, Beru swelled with pride. He thought to himself that the young monarch had already grown accustomed to fighting with the Shadow Authority. As he fights, Suho analyzes his own power. Shadow extraction and summoning don't consume any mana. He realizes with excitement that once his mana pool grows, allowing for more extractions, he could potentially build an entire army. With this thrilling thought in mind, Suho readies his dagger again. "Well, then," he says, a determined look on his face. With his first shadow wolf fighting alongside him, Suho swiftly targets another lichen. He plunges his dagger deep, declaring, "Let's add one more to the group," as the system confirms the kill. "Arise," Suho commands without hesitation. As the shadow of a second steel-fanged lichen is pulled from its corpse, the entire battlefield freezes. Dogyeon stares, his mind unable to process this impossible power, while Suho's existing summons watch as 2 powerful new soldiers join their ranks in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, one of Suho's original goblin soldiers tries to assert its dominance over the new, intimidating wolf shadows with a growl. This bravado quickly turns into a pathetic whimper as the lichens let out a menacing woof in unison. As the system announces the defeat of the final lichen, the goblin shadow bursts into tears of relief. Immediately after, another notification pops up for Suho. "Level up. Arise." With the final command, the third lichen joins his shadow army. Suho now stands as the master of a small but formidable pack of shadow beasts. Dogyeon completely speechless. "Suho" is all he can manage to say, his voice trembling. He struggles to process what he just witnessed. "You don't have E-rank physical abilities. Moreover, you can even tame dead magic beasts?" Suho, suddenly flustered, realizes he was too excited and now has to figure out how to explain his impossible powers. Dogyeon's mind races to the only logical, yet illegal, conclusion. Don't tell me, Suho can't be a false ranker who intentionally lied about his rank, right? As Dogyun voices his suspicion, Suho internally panics, thinking, I really am an E rank, though. Before Suho can attempt an explanation, a familiar chime sounds. A quest has arrived. The system issues an urgent quest: defeat the enemies. It warns that creatures in the vicinity want to kill the player, and the objective is to defeat one of them. A quest. Suho looks around the now silent cavern, confused. There's only one enemy to defeat, but I've already defeated all the lichens I could see. He wonders if this means another enemy is present. As if on cue, the heavy, deliberate sound of footsteps echoes from the darkness. Both Suho and Dogyun turn as a massive, heavily armored figure emerges from the shadows. Relief washed over Dogyun's face as he recognized the formidable armor. He exclaimed that they were from the strike squad, convinced that a powerful ally had arrived. Dogyun rushed toward the figure, calling him a lifesaver while recounting the brutal beast attack. But Suho sensed something terribly wrong and tried to warn him, shouting for his Hyung to wait a moment. A malicious red aura flares to life. Suho's eyes widen in alarm as he screams, Hyung, it's dangerous. The approaching hunter is not an ally. Without a word, the corrupted hunter swings his enormous sword, now glowing with a sinister red light, directly at the unsuspecting Dogyun. In a split second, Suho lunges forward, shoving Dogyun out of the path of the deadly strike. With Dogyun knocked unconscious from the force of the save, Suho shouts in alarm, Wolf Team, attack! Instantly, his newly acquired shadow lichens leap forward, launching themselves at the corrupted strike squad member. Supporting the limp body of the hunter he had just saved, Suho cursed under his breath. He wondered when hunters losing their senses and turning into magic beasts had become such a disturbing trend. Suho's eyes then locked onto the enemy's nameplate, glowing with a terrifying blood-red hue. The system identified him as Liken's Fong possessed. Suho understands the dire implications. He knows that the redder the name, the more dangerous the monster, a lesson he learned the hard way during a previous battle. His rational mind tells him that escaping with Dogyun is the only sensible choice. However, Suho hesitates. He turns to Beru and asks, He's not a monarch like my father, right? Beru confirms he possesses the energy, but is too weak to be a monarch, yet warns that he is still too strong for Suho's current state. That's good enough, Suho says with chilling resolve, opening his inventory once more. Beru, sensing his master's intent, cries out, Young monarch, don't tell me. Suho explains his logic with conviction. The system provides quests to ensure his growth, so if a quest was issued, it means victory is possible. As he speaks, dozens of daggers materialize from his inventory, hovering in the air around him. His ultimate motivation burns brighter than any fear. Most importantly, to see my parents, I need to get stronger as quickly as possible. This single thought solidifies his resolve. And so, with a defiant cry to grow even stronger, Suho unleashes his full power. He commands his ruler's authority, sending a storm of blades hurtling towards the red-named enemy, ready to face the impossible challenge head-on. Wielding his daggers amidst the weapons summoned by his authority, Suho stands firm, his blue aura flaring. With Beru and his shadow soldiers by his side, he is ready. He internally declares his new goal. I'll defeat a red name, right here, and grow stronger, even faster. From the shadows, Beru observes the ongoing battle, his thoughts fixed on his master. Young monarch, he begins. Beru's internal monologue continues as he watches Suho face off against the corrupt hunter, even though he has faced insurmountable trials time and time again. The young monarch never runs away. Standing by his side, Beru looks on with pride. Even in Suho's currently weakened state, Beru can see the undeniable presence of the monarch within him. Beru has a realization about their opponent's nature. Its true form is a sword, he exclaims. If you cut off its arm and separate it from its host, it won't be able to move anymore. The corrupt hunter, however, seems unfazed. Suho retort with a confident, "Is that so?" The corrupt hunter expression twists into a furious snarl, its glowing yellow eyes filled with rage. The corrupted hunter's monstrous face contorted, its jaw unhinging into a horrifying maw brimming with razor-sharp fangs. Suho shadow soldiers, a pack of spectral lichens wolves, emerge from the darkness and launch a coordinated attack on the corrupt hunter. One of the shadow wolves sinks its teeth into the corrupt hunter's sword, trying to disarm the powerful foe. Suho watched as his shadow soldiers reformed after sustaining damage. He realized that they truly rose again after he channeled mana into them. Beru confirmed this, explaining that shadow soldiers possessed astral forms, allowing recovery as long as mana remained. The corrupt hunter relentlessly tears into the shadow wolves. He attacks a flurry of vicious red energy. A shadow wolf lunges forward, but the corrupt hunter swiping ferociously at the lichens. Suho worried about the limitations of his shadow soldiers. He asked Beru what limited their power. Beru explained that it stemmed from the young monarch's mana still being weak. Suho's eyes widened with a sudden understanding. The enemy's true identity, a sinister, glowing red sword. The corrupt hunter, merely a puppet for the sword, taunts Suho with a condescending tone. "Can an insignificant pest like you use the Shadow Monarch's power?" Suho was taken aback, wondering if the creature could actually speak. Beru, however, burned with fury at the insult to the Shadow Monarch's bloodline, unleashing a piercing shriek as he roared that no one dared call it an insignificant pest. The sentient sword seems to recognize Suho's lineage, a hint of surprise in its voice. "The blood of the Shadow Monarch. To think we would meet here." The sword reveals its own identity, declaring itself the enemy of the Shadow Monarch, the Monarch of Fangs. But as it speaks, a blade of pure shadow energy sent flying towards it. The possessed hunter roars in pain and anger, swinging its red blade wildly to strike back at Suho daggers. Suho, now armed with 2 shadow axes and a confident smirk. "Shall we start the exploratory fight?" he asks. A shower of sparks erupts as Suho's shadow axes clash against the enemy's crimson sword in a powerful display of force. Suho remains cool and confident, assessing his opponent's strength. As expected of a red name, "It can easily take this much," he remarks. Switching tactics, Suho fluidly dismisses his axes and summons a new weapon from his shadow arsenal, a menacing scythe. The corrupt hunter lets out a furious roar, its monstrous face contorted in a mask of pure rage and agony. Switching from single-weapon combat, Suho decides on a new strategy. "We'll have to win through quantity," he declares, extending his hand to command his hidden arsenal. At his command, a torrent of shadow weapons, swords, spears, and axes, materializes, hurtling towards the corrupt hunter in a massive barrage intended to overwhelm it with sheer numbers. Beru continues to analyze his master's potential, noting that Suho's use of telekinesis is a manifestation of the ruler's authority he has possessed since he was an infant. However, the corrupt hunter easily counters Suho's strategy. With powerful swings of its crimson blade, it shatters the storm of shadow weapons. The corrupt hunter lets out a triumphant roar, completely unfazed by Suho's desperate barrage. A look of shock and desperation crosses Suho's face as he realizes the overwhelming difference in power. Suho attempts a direct assault, but the corrupt hunter effortlessly parries his attack, breaking his daggers in half. Corrupt hunter gloats, having destroyed Suho's makeshift weapon in a single, powerful strike. Suho dodge and weave the corrupt hunter relentless assault, realizing with dawning horror, if it's like this, isn't it the same as having no way to fight back? Reflected in Suho's terrified eyes, the battle rages on. He knows that he's walking on a knife's edge. If a single attack lands, "I'm dead," he thinks, feeling his chances of winning slip away. The corrupt hunter unleashes a vicious taunt. "Are you going to keep running away like a coward?" it bellows. The Shadow Monarch, must also be a coward who hides behind his shadow soldiers. The insult directed at his father strikes a nerve. A dark expression crosses Suho's face. Wow, this bastard. He seethes. Trash-talking one's parents is a foul move. Despite his fury, Suho dodged another deadly blow from the night. He gritted his teeth in frustration, lamenting his current weakness as he thought that if only he had more strength. In flashback, Suho turns to his most trusted advisor. Beru, he asks, if my seal has been released, why hasn't my power from when I climbed the tower returned? Beru explains that the young monarch's power was sealed when he was an infant. The tower was not a source of power, but a place to reawaken his latent talent. Had he that power now, the enemy would be no match for him. Beru clarifies that the tower was neither a dream nor reality, but a trial to test his innate talent. The physical strength gained there was always meant to be temporary. Suho seems to understand, calling the experience a game. But Beru quickly corrects him, insisting that the experience was not useless. He urges his master to recall the fighting spirit and raw emotion he felt back then. Suho reflects on Beru's words. He remembers the feeling of fighting in the tower, relying mostly on his bare fists. A thought strikes him. If only I had gauntlets like back then. Suddenly, everything clicks into place. Suho remembers what Beru told him earlier. Shadow soldiers have astral forms and can recover as long as he provides mana. A brilliant idea forms in Suho's mind. He recalls how he could change Beru's form at will. If he can do that to Beru, then perhaps. With newfound purpose, Suho issues a familiar command. Arise. In response, his shadow wolves materialize from the ground, ready for battle. The corrupt hunter scoffs at the sight of the shadow soldiers. That trick again, it shouts unimpressed. Do you not realize that such ploys do not work? Deciding to end things, the corrupt hunter ignores the wolves and charges directly at Suho, declaring, I will cut you down first. At the same time, one of the shadow wolves leaps toward Suho. In a flash of blue and black energy, the shadow wolf dissolves and begins to merge with Suho's arms, creating a form of shadowy armor. The corrupt hunter powerful sword strike lands with a massive impact, expecting to cleave its opponent in two. The corrupt hunter monstrous face, filled with triumphant rage, contorts into a mask of pure joy. Staring in utter disbelief, the corrupt hunter sees its crimson blade halted, not by a flimsy weapon, but by Suho's own arm, now encased in churning darkness. Sparks fly at the point of impact as the impossible defense holds firm against its overwhelming power. A system window confirms Suho's success. His shadow extraction skill has leveled up, granting him the form change ability. With a smirk, he admires his new weapon, the shadow steel-fanged Leakin, now transformed into a pair of formidable gauntlets. Empowered by his new weapon, Suho confidently pushes the corrupt hunter back. With this, he declares, hand-to-hand combat is more than possible. Suho meets the corrupt hunter sword strike not with a weapon, but with a powerful, gauntlet-covered punch, effortlessly deflecting the blow. Watching from a distance, Beru is rendered speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment at what he is witnessing. Oh my, Beru whispers in awe. He can hardly believe his eyes. Suho has figured out how to turn his own shadow soldiers into weapons. Beru reflects on the profound difference between father and son. While the first shadow monarch stood at the apex of power, Suho, still a novice, has just unlocked the next level of shadow authority all on his own. Beru's admiration for his new master grows. He marvels at Suho's incredible combat sense, his natural aptitude for the ruler's authority, and now, his intuitive grasp of the shadow authority. Suho presses his advantage, landing a devastating strike square on the corrupt hunter jaw. The force of the blow sends the corrupt hunter reeling backwards, completely overwhelmed by Suho's newfound strength. Tears of pride well up in Beru's eyes. Oh, my king, he thinks, as Suho follows up with another crushing blow that shatters the corrupt hunter armor. The relentless assault continues as Suho lands a powerful kick, launching the formidable enemy into the air. The once menacing enemy is thrown helplessly through the air, its body battered and its armor crumbling under the sheer force of Suho's attacks. The battlefield is littered with the remnants of the fight, the discarded and broken weapons from Suho's earlier, less effective strategies. Not giving his enemy a moment to recover, Suho leaps into the air, manifesting a massive shadow axe to deliver the finishing blow. The young monarch, Beru, thinks with anticipation. With a final, devastating strike, Suho brings the shadow axe crashing down upon his foe, ending the battle decisively. Suho stands over the defeated knight, his shadow-clad fists still crackling with the immense power he has just unlocked. Looking down at his victorious master, Beru is filled with absolute certainty and pride. He states with conviction, he is truly a prodigy. After the battle, Suho expresses his relief that the red-named enemy was not unbeatable. The shadow soldier, Beru, chimes in, faking his worry and declaring he never doubted the young monarch's victory. Suho, however, knows better and thinks what an obvious lie that is. Clenching his fist, which is covered by a shadow gauntlet, Suho smiles. He reflects that the difficult fight was a good harvest, as he learned a new way to battle. A system notification pops up, informing Suho of a quest reward. He eagerly accepts, and another notice appears, revealing his reward. A rune stone, Storm Slash. The system confirms that Suho has learned the Storm Slash skill. A skill description appears, explaining its function. Standing amidst a powerful blue aura, Suho thinks to himself that a skill is exactly the reward he wanted, and that he already has an idea of how to use it. With a determined look in his eyes, Suho decides to test his newly acquired skill immediately. A close-up shows Suho's hand, glowing as he channels the wind-like energy of his new skill. The defeated enemy's red sword lies on the ground. The enemy's thoughts echo with humiliation, having been defeated by the son of the Shadow Monarch. He vows that the fight is not over yet. The defeated enemy struggles. He believes his only chance is to strike when Suho lets his guard down. Suddenly, the sword releases its red aura for a surprise attack, but it is effortlessly blocked by Suho's, much to the enemy's shock. A system window appeared announcing that Suho had obtained item Rockin's Fawn. Holding the new sword, he thought to himself that it was definitely an upgrade from his previous goblin weapon. The disembodied will of the Monarch of Fangs expresses disbelief that a human could resist his power. Meanwhile, Suho, examining his new blade, decides it's time to see what his new skill is all about. System notifications reveal that Suho is under the blessing of the great spellcaster Jinwoo, which grants him the permanent effect of longevity, healing all ailments and massively boosting his regeneration. He then swings his new sword, Rockin's Fawn, with great force. Suho unleashes his power, his eyes glowing as he swings Rockin's Fawn, sending out arcs of brilliant blue energy. The system announces that skill, Storm Slash, has been activated. The attack results in a massive explosion of energy, shattering the rocky ground around him. Surrounded by shadow soldiers, Suho assesses his new skill. He notes that while its destructive power is impressive, the mana consumption for a single use is quite high. Beru complains that Suho's reaction to shadow extraction was lukewarm in comparison to this. Elsewhere in the cavern, one of the survivors, a young man with light brown hair named Lim Dogyeon, begins to stir. As Lim Dogyeon wakes up, he sees Suho standing over him and addresses him as young. Suho, with a slightly goofy expression, confirms that he is finally awake. Lim Dogyeon panics as he sees the carnage around them, but Suho calmly tells him it's a long story and suggests they talk on the way out of the dungeon. The scene changes to show the dungeon's exit, a shimmering portal on a bridge in what looks like a city park, with onlookers staring and filming with their phones. At the dungeon's exit, Suho tells a hesitant Lim Dogyeon that he's going to go back inside to check for any other survivors. Suho turns his back and walks towards the swirling portal to re-enter the dungeon. Lim Dogyeon thinks about how Suho is an E-rank hunter with a summoning skill. Watching Suho go, Lim Dogyeon is completely bewildered. He wonders how an E-rank hunter, supposedly a nobody in the minor leagues, can possibly be so strong. Outside, other rescued hunters gather. One makes a call to reassure someone he's okay. Another wonders how this all happened. Lim Dogyeon stated that the most important thing is that Suho managed to rescue all of these people. Back inside the dungeon, Suho encounters his next opponents as a monstrous, two-headed red wolf-like beast lets out a ferocious roar, signaling the start of another battle. However, the fight is over in an instant. In a flash of movement, Suho strikes down the beast. A system notification confirms he has defeated a steel-fanged Leakin and, as a reward for his efforts, has leveled up. Beru observes that the dungeon still contains a large number of wolf-type magic beasts. Suho, standing over the corpse of the Leakin, agrees, noting that it's all valuable experience points that shouldn't go to waste. Suho then turns to Beru and asks why his attacks suddenly stopped during the previous fight. Beru explains that he was momentarily overwhelmed by the power of the Monarch of Fangs. As they talk, a system window displaying the stats of Suho's new weapon, Raken's Fong, appears. Beru speaks, calling one of Raken's Fong abilities shameful for being used against those weaker than itself. Raken's Fong retorts defensively, asking what kind of hunter would target prey stronger than themselves. Beru points out that Suho, the young monarch, won against the sword, a relatively stronger opponent, leaving the sword's consciousness speechless. Suho sighs to himself, thinking how utterly chaotic his life has become, now having to deal with a talking insect and a talking sword. Suho walks deeper into the dungeon, entering a vast, ruined chamber. It appears to be the throne room of the defeated monarch. The floor of the throne room is littered with the bodies of fallen hunters, a grim testament to the battle that took place here before Suho's arrival. With a somber expression, Suho observes the dead hunters. Beru floats beside him and states the grim reality. They all died. The sentient sword, Raken's Fong, speaks, justifying its actions by stating it killed the intruders as part of its mission to guard the sanctuary of the Monarch of Fangs. Suho holds the glowing sword, questioning its statement. Suho firmly plants the sword into the stone floor, telling its consciousness to be quiet for a moment. Looking down at one of the fallen hunters, a system window appears, notifying Suho that shadow extraction may be used on this target. Suho is surprised, realizing for the first time that the skill can be used on people. Beru confirms Suho's thought, explaining that any corpse, no matter its kind, can be turned into a soldier for the young monarch. Suho raises his hand as if to perform the extraction, but then lowers it. To Beru's complete shock, Suho simply says, "Nah," and turns away from the bodies. Suho explains his refusal, stating that forcing the hunters to keep fighting even after death would be nothing more than another punishment for them. Beru is left stunned and speechless by Suho's decision. Nearby, the sentient sword Raken's Fong remains planted in the ground. Suho turns to Beru for answers. He asks about the monarchs his father killed, and if they are connected to the Itarim he's heard about. Beru clarifies the history for him. The Itarim are the current enemy of his king, while the monarchs were the previous enemies. He then reveals that there are a total of 9 monarchs. Beru begins to list the monarchs, starting with Suho's father, the great Sung Jinwoo, who is the king of the dead and monarch of shadow. The next is the king of beasts, the monarch of fangs. The explanation continues with a montage of the other powerful rulers. The queen of insects, monarch of plagues, the king of monstrous humanoids, monarch of the iron body, the king of demons, monarch of white flames, and the king of giants, monarch of the beginning. Beru lists the final cosmic rulers, the king of snow folk, monarch of frost, the king of demonic specters, monarch of transfiguration, and lastly, the most feared of all, the king of berserk dragons, the monarch of destruction. Beru concludes his tale, explaining that although all 9 monarchs possess strength beyond comprehension, the 8 who invaded Earth all perished at the hands of his king, Sung Jinwoo. Suho is stunned, murmuring, "Father did that." The sentient sword, Rakin's Fong, speaks up from where it's embedded in the floor. It confirms Beru's story, stating that the Monarch of Shadows is indeed the enemy who killed its master, the Monarch of Fangs. Facing Suho, the sword's consciousness threatens him, saying that if it had its original strength, it would have ripped the blood of the Monarch of Shadows to pieces and thrown him to the wolves. Suho listens to the threat in silence. Then a slight smirk appears on his face. He tells the sword that he isn't entirely without sympathy for its feelings. Suho begins his counter-argument by finding common ground. He states that just as his father fought the other monarchs to protect the earth, the sword's master fought to protect this sanctuary from invaders. He concedes that, in essence, both sides were simply acting to protect what was important to them. Having established that shared motivation, Suho pivots to his main point. He declares that despite understanding the sword's loyalty, there is something that bothers him. It's immediate, blind hostility based only on the fact that he is the son of the Shadow Monarch. He calls the sword's logic into question, asking if it isn't foolish to act hostile toward the son of the man who defeated its own master. The will inside Rakin's Fong is stunned into silence. Suho declares his ultimate goal, to reunite with his parents, who are inaccessible due to outer space invaders. He proclaims his intention to draw upon any power, no matter the source, to achieve this. He proposes an alliance to the sword. He reasons that when the Itarim invasion begins, the sanctuary won't be safe either. If the sword helps him, he will help protect this place in return. The spirit within the sword silently contemplates the offer, weighing the idea of cooperating with the blood of the Shadow Monarch. Suho waits patiently for its decision. Suho confidently pulls Rakin's Fong from the stone floor, asking, "How about it?" as the sword glows with power, signaling its agreement. With their pact sealed, Suho leaps away from the throne. A new alliance has been forged, Shadow and Fong, now a united front. The scene transitions to the outside world, showing a bustling city street in front of a coffee shop named O's Coffee. Inside the cafe, reporters are interviewing Lee Yincheol, asking for the details regarding the full strike squad wipeout that occurred in the D-rank dungeon the previous day. Lim Dogyeon, the survivor of the incident, taking a sip of his coffee, he confidently agrees to tell them everything. Lim Dogyeon thinks to himself that this is a good opportunity to repay his debt to Suho. He believes that if Suho gets the recognition he deserves, his treatment as an E-rank hunter is sure to improve. That same evening, an article detailing the incident goes viral on the internet. It tells the story of an E-rank hunter who heroically rescued an entire team on his own, featuring interviews from numerous people he saved. In an office elsewhere, a man with spiky hair twirls a pen and suggests that it's time for their guild to recruit a few new porters. The setting is the Black Tortoise Guild's management team to office. Another employee agrees, mentioning that the pickup team has been asking for reinforcements and that they should recruit some more E-rank hunters. The man with the spiky hair, identified as Lee Young-ho of Management Team 2, tells his colleague he is sending over a candidate's profile for review. His colleague pulls up the file and begins reading the details from the viral article. An E-rank hunter who evacuated the mining team from a D-rank dungeon, fought off magic beasts, and carried out wounded strike squad hunters. The employee jumps out of his seat in shock, exclaiming, "An E-rank hunter?" Lee Young-ho leans back with a grin, realizing the potential. He says that if a big guild like theirs recruits this hunter, it would make for a killer headline. Lee Young-ho savors the idea, musing on the perfect story, a hero rising from E-rank. On the desk sits Suho's official hunter profile. Looking at the picture on Suho's file, Lee Young-ho makes a decision. He declares that he will contact him immediately. Lee Young-ho, hands slamming down on a desk in frustration. He asks his colleague if they receive a reply from Hunter Sung Suho. The colleague reports that while Suho seemed to like the offer from the Black Tortoise Guild, there's a complication. The colleague delivers the bad news. He declined. Lee Young-ho is stunned into silence, only able to utter a shocked what. In disbelief, he questions why a new E-rank hunter would refuse a prestigious offer from their guild. The colleague clarifies that Suho doesn't plan on joining any guild at all. Lee Young-ho is incredulous. A hunter without a guild? Does he think he's some kind of S-rank hunter? His colleague nervously suggests that Suho might reconsider and call them back eventually. Meanwhile, the hunter in question, Sung Suho, lets out a sigh at home. The constant guild offers are clearly weighing on him. He scrolls through his phone, sweating slightly as he thinks about the flood of offers he's received since returning from the last dungeon. Beru correctly points out that many covet the young monarch's talent, but Suho knows they don't see his true potential. They just want to hire him as a simple collector or porter. Suho falls back onto the sofa. He knows that joining a guild would only hinder his unique growth through the leveling system. For him, there's no need to join one. Having solidified his decision, Suho sits back, a look of resolve on his face. That settles that. He then turns his attention to a cloth-wrapped sword lying next to him. "Shall we continue our conversation, Rockin's Fong?" he asks, addressing the sentient weapon. As Suho grips the hilt, the sword's ego responds to his call. He asks, "How about it?" Suho kneel with the awakened sword. He proposes an alliance, Shadow and Fong, forming a united front. The sword's consciousness, Rockin's Fong, is initially shocked. How could this brat so easily suggest something so absurd as an equal alliance? However, the undeniable power radiating from the sword speaks. Rockin's Fong considers the proposition. If Suho, the Shadow, becomes an ally instead of an enemy, it could be a powerful partnership. The sword's ego agrees, but with a condition. Suho must take it to a different sanctuary of the Monarch of Fangs. Back in Suho's apartment, Suho asks if it knows the way, and Rockin's Fong confidently replies that it can find the sanctuary's location, no matter the distance. The familiar explains that the gate leading to its sanctuary has disappeared, an event humans refer to as a dungeon break. Suho quickly puts the pieces together. That must mean the sanctuary has transformed into a field-type dungeon. A field-type dungeon refers to a deserted land that has become inhabited by monsters due to a dungeon break occurring at an abandoned gate. Preparing for the dangerous journey, Suho sends a quick message to his uncle, telling him he'll be outside for a while and not to worry if he's out of contact. Now dressed for the expedition with Rockin's Fong on his back, Suho was ready. He asked his new familiar if they should go to the place where the sanctuary was. The scene shifts to a dark, foreboding mountain range under the night sky. Suho arrives at the foot of the mountain, finding the entrance to the restricted area blocked by a locked gate and a barbed wire fence. Rockin's Fong has led him to the location of the field-type dungeon. The desolate entrance made Suho hesitate for a moment. He asked if his familiar was sure that it was the right place. Without missing a beat, the familiar confidently confirmed that it was. Suho notices a sign on the fence. Not only is it a restricted area, but it's currently occupied by the Hyena Guild. He realizes this complicates things. Beru appears, advising caution. Sung Suho tells them it's illegal to trespass and that the Hyena Guild is notoriously made up of gangsters and ruffians. Beru chimes in. It suggests that leveling up is more important than listening to the small creatures. Unfazed by their bickering, Suho's eyes begin to glow with power. Blue energy swirls around Suho's hand as he ignores his companion's squabbling. He has made his decision. "Get ready to enter," he commands. When Rockin's Fong questions him about the guild, Suho simply says, "There's a way for everything." He uses his ruler's authority to target a nearby surveillance camera. He clenches his fist, concentrating the blue energy of his telekinetic power. With a burst of force, the camera is violently crushed, its lens shattering. As the destroyed camera sparks, Suho coolly observes, "If we do this, there'll be no evidence." Beru notes that Suho's decisive and unhesitating methods greatly resemble the former Shadow Monarch. Suho easily vaults the fence and steps into the dungeon proper. He's immediately enveloped in a thick, unnatural fog and wonders if this is typical for a field-type dungeon. Beru explains that the fog is actually magic from outer space. It forces the dimensional barrier to rupture, creating rifts. It was through such a rift that Raken's Fong sanctuary was connected to Earth in the first place. Beru continues his explanation. Powerful beings from outer space are drilling holes into their dimension to send troops. The more powerful the being, the more they are affected by this dimensional movement, slowing their arrival. A smirk plays on Suho's lips as he grasps the situation. So are you saying it'd take some time for the strong ones to get here? This is his window of opportunity. Standing alone in the eerie fog, Suho prepares himself. All right then. As monstrous beasts emerge from the shadows, Suho is unafraid. This is exactly what he needs. I just need to level up, right? The monsters are identified. The ape-like razor-clawed Briga and the panther-like black shadow raisin. Suho draws Raken's Fong, its blade glowing with an intense blue light. It's finally time to show my power, it declares. Suho seems to agree, retorting, "Oh, you've got guts." But to the sword's surprise, Suho states he won't be using it as his weapon. As Raken's Fong shouts in protest, the monsters close in. Suho clenches his fist, a determined look on his face. I've already thought of how I'm going to fight from now on. He relies on the fundamentals he learned during his tutorial, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat and landing a solid blow on a black shadow raisin. He reveals his strategy, using Ruler's authority for mid to long-range support while he handles close-quarters combat personally. He fluidly combines his skills, telekinetically pulling a dagger into his hand while continuing to fight. Then, he activates his Storm/Slash skill, using his daggers to create a vortex of blades that tears through the pack of monsters, throwing them into disarray. And for the finishing touch, he uses Shadow Extraction to pull weapons from the fallen beasts. This is my new fighting style, he declares, now armed with the claws of his former enemies. Beru is thoroughly impressed, praising the outstanding display of the young monarch. Even Raken's Fong is in awe, witnessing the terrifying power of the Shadow Monarch's bloodline as Suho not only defeats his enemies, but immediately begins to convert them into his own soldiers. The sword's ego has a chilling realization. The more enemies Suho fights, the stronger he becomes, literally feeding on the strength of his adversaries to grow his army. Against such an exponential growth in power, the sword feels that any long-term conflict is unwinnable. After the battle, Suho stands with his new shadow soldiers. He notes that with his increased intelligence stat, he can now maintain a small troop of them. Beru begins to boast that this is nothing compared to the millions of soldiers commanded by the great monarch, but Suho quickly silences him with a sharp command and a whack to the head. With the immediate threats dealt with, Raken's Fong floats up beside Suho. "It's here," the familiar announces. Looking down from a ridge, they see a fortified compound below. Raken's Fong confirms that this is the location of the gate leading to the sanctuary. Suho observes two men from the Hyena Guild loitering by a fire. He thinks it's strange to see people here so late at night, Raken's Fong, musing that some people will do anything to make a living. But his suspicion grows. Why would they be hunting magic beasts at this hour? It would be far more efficient during the day. Just then, the compound is illuminated by headlights as a truck pulls in. Several more guild members get out. From his hiding spot in the bushes, Suho's eyes widened in shock as he saw the guild members dragging what seemed to be captives from the back of the truck. He could only gasp in disbelief. Suho watched as the hunters dragged people out of the truck, their hands tied and blindfolds covering their eyes. The horrifying scene is confirmed as a brutish guild member with a scarred face grabs a terrified, weeping young woman, his smile cruel and menacing. Suho stared in cold disbelief and disgust as he asked his familiar if he was really witnessing a human trafficking situation. Beru hovered grimly at his side and confirmed that it seemed to be exactly that. The ever-cautious Beru advises against taking action. They are trespassing, and getting caught would lead to serious trouble with the Hunters Association. But as Beru turned to continue his warning, he realized that Suho was already gone. Raken's Fong remarked that Suho had already left, just as Suho's power flared within the compound below. Suho's decision is rooted in his very bloodline. His father was a violent crimes detective, and his grandfather was a legendary firefighter. Men who dedicated their lives to protecting others. Having grown up watching these heroes, the 21-year-old Sung Suho could never turn a blind eye to such injustice. The trafficker feels a sudden change in the air and looks up, a sneer still on his face. A shadow fell over him, and he looked up in confusion as a figure descended from above. He could only utter a brief sound of surprise. A close-up captured Suho's face, his eyes burning with barely contained fury as he readied himself to deliver his own brand of justice. Sung Suho unleashes his power against the hyena guild members. He moves with incredible speed, his body enveloped in a dark, powerful aura as he prepares to strike down an opponent. With brutal efficiency, Suho lands a devastating kick directly to the face of a guild member, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. From the shadows of the nearby bushes, Suho's loyal shadow soldiers, including the formidable Beru, watch the battle unfold with glowing blue eyes, ready to intervene if needed. The remaining hyena guild members look on in utter shock and terror. Their leader's face contorts in disbelief, while his subordinate trembles, unable to comprehend the power gap between them and Suho. Suho continues his relentless assault, effortlessly dodging an attack, while simultaneously delivering another powerful kick, sending another guild member flying. A close-up shows Sung Suho's calm, yet intense expression. Despite being in the middle of a fight, his focus is absolute. As the guild members demanded to know who he was, Suho paused for a moment of introspection. He suddenly realized that his body had moved on its own, recognizing the instinctive nature of his newfound power. He breaks into a cold sweat, worried about the consequences. Invading another guild's territory is illegal. What should I do? He thinks, revealing his concern for the rules of the hunter world. His eyes narrow with resolve. The moment of hesitation passes as he decides on his course of action. Suho's aura flares up violently, creating a mask with a shadow power, as he admonishes the criminals. To think you would kidnap people and endanger them. His anger towards their evil deeds solidifies his resolve. A shadowy mask forms over Suho's face, a manifestation of his power. He glares at the villains and demands, "Just what are you hyena guild bastards?" A member of the hyena guild, infuriated and ignorant of the danger, shouts back, "No. Who the hell are you? Not only did you trespass on our territory, you also started attacking us. Do you really want to die?" Underestimating Suho completely, the leader gives a fatal order to his men. "Tear him up." The remaining guild members charge forward, their faces twisted with aggression. Suho effortlessly parries an attack from one of the charging guild members, his movements fluid and precise. As he fights, Suho coolly analyzes the situation. "For what I've researched, the average rank of hyena guild members is D rank. I shouldn't use all my strength just in case." He thinks, deciding to hold back his true power. Even while holding back, Suho is a whirlwind of motion, simultaneously dodging and striking, leaving the D-rank hunters completely overwhelmed. A powerful blow connects, incapacitating another guild member instantly. Suho leaps into the air, using the momentum to deliver a powerful stomp onto his opponent. Another swift kick sends a guild member crashing to the ground, effectively ending his participation in the fight. Watching from the sidelines, the shadow soldier Beru is in awe. Young monarch, has he grown to a point where he can release this much power? He thinks, realizing that Suho's human side is still suppressing his immense potential. Beru is overcome with emotion at his young master's growth. "I, Beru, am deeply moved," he exclaims internally. Below, the system displays Suho's current status, level 16. With the battle concluded, Suho carries the entire group of defeated and bound hyena guild members over his shoulder with ease. Beru materializes beside him as the shadow mask dissolves from Suho's face. "That was a very clean finish, young monarch," the loyal Ant King praises. The civilians that the hyena guild had captured approach Suho cautiously. "Thank you for helping us." One of them stammers, then hopefully asks, "Are you a hunter from the Hunter Association?" They desperately hope their ordeal is finally over and that official help has arrived. Ignoring their question for a moment, he tells them, "I'll take care of things here," he announces, urging the others, "Everyone should escape to a safe place." While the survivors begin to organize, Suho is left to contemplate the true motive behind the attack. After dealing with the hunters, Sung Suho is left with a lingering question. He turns to his shadow soldiers and asks, "But why did the hyena guild kidnap people?" Before Suho can ponder further, Raken's Fong speaks up, "I can feel it." Suho, confused, asks what it means. Raken's Fong explains, pointing toward a derelict warehouse in the distance. "The reason why I said we should come here is over there." Trusting his loyal soldier's senses, Suho approaches the warehouse and lifts the heavy metal door, revealing a dark and ominous interior. As Suho steps inside, his eyes widen in horror. The warehouse is a makeshift prison, filled with dirty cages. This is... He stammers, taking in the grim scene. He spots a bucket filled with used syringes and medical vials next to one of the cages, confirming his worst fears. "Is this where they imprison people?" he murmurs, his voice laced with anger. Suddenly, Beru senses something specific amidst the despair. "This vague energy I feel, could it be?" Suho follows Beru's gaze and peers into a cage. Inside, he sees a small, whimpering creature, looking weak and abused. Mistaking the small creature for a common animal, Suho asks in disbelief, "They even locked up a puppy? What in the world was the hyena guild trying to do?" Raken's Fong gravely corrects his master. "That isn't anything like a puppy. This young wolf pup is the descendant of the king of beasts, the monarch of fangs." The revelation hangs in the air as Suho stares in shock at the pathetic creature in the cage. Raken's Fong begins to explain the history, recounting a time long past. Right after losing the war against the Shadow Monarch, the Monarch of Fangs gave his surviving descendant a guard and evacuated it to the sanctuary. He believed that as long as his bloodline was not lost, another Monarch of Fangs would be born. As Raken's Fong speaks, the image of chains breaking signifies the breaking of a promise. Truthfully, he did not even wish for another Monarch of Fangs to be born. Suho listens intently as Raken's Fong clarifies the former monarch's true desire. He just wished that his family line wouldn't be severed. Beru's tone becomes urgent as he looks at the dying creature. "I can definitely feel a vague energy that used to belong to the Monarch of Fangs. As it has become a lot weaker, if we leave it be, it will die." Beru turned to his master, leaving the weight of the decision in his hands, and asked what the young monarch would do. Suho contemplated the choice before him in silence. Suddenly, Suho and Beru both sense another presence in the warehouse. "What's this?" a voice asked. Suho realizes they are not alone. "Since the guys outside were all knocked out, I thought it would be at least a few people, but it seems there's only one person here. Damn it, there was still someone left." His glowing blue eye stares at the voice from the darkness. A massive, beast-like figure emerges from the shadows. "A monster," it growls, its voice filled with disdain. "The Hyena Guild, those useless bastards. Just as I thought, humans can't be trusted." Raken Fong recognizes the creature instantly and calls out his name in disbelief. "Brokey, you're still alive." Suho, surprised, asks Raken Fong if he knows him. Raken confirms, "That guy is the guard given to the descendant I mentioned before." Brokey, in turn, recognizes Raken, a Fong from the fallen monarch. "It's been a while, Raken's Fong. You were alive as well." Raken, enraged by the betrayal, confronts him directly. "Brokey, it couldn't be that you've forgotten that you were sent in order to protect the descendant, right?" Raken demanded an explanation for the young monarch's condition, shouting in frustration as he questioned what had happened for things to reach such a state. Brokey merely glared back and asked what he meant. Ignoring Raken's outrage, Brokey focused his attention on Suho. He lunged forward, his massive claws poised to strike as he spat out a single word, calling him a human. As Brokey lunges, he shouts a warning. "You dare put your dirty paws on my possession?" Suho thinks to himself, Brokey is incredibly fast. Suho barely has time to register the speed before the attack connects. Brokey's powerful claw strike sends Suho flying backwards, the force of the impact, and snatched the little pup away from him. Beru cries out, "Young monarch," as he rushes to Suho's side. Suho is sent crashing through the warehouse wall, the debris exploding outwards from the sheer force of the blow. Beru arrives at the crater where Suho landed, asking with concern, "Young monarch, are you all right?" Suho, clutching his chest, admits, "Among all the hits I've taken recently, that one hurt the most." Beru pointed out in alarm that Suho's head was bleeding. Still dazed, Suho told him not to shout because his head was ringing. At that moment, a system notification appeared, announcing that the skill resilience had leveled up and that his physical defense had increased from 20% to 40%. As Suho recovers, Beru has a realization. "Young monarch, when we arrived at this place, there was a vague energy that was left behind, and I have now ascertained what that was." Beru's eyes glow with understanding as he identifies the source of the power. "Itarim, I can feel Itarim's energy from that guy." Rakan looked at Brokey, shouting his name. "Ugh, Brokey, do you even know what you're doing to a monarch's descendant?" Brokey scoffed at Rakan's question and asked how he thought someone who had lost the sanctuary could still possess such power. He elaborates on his twisted worldview, gesturing towards the weakened descendant. As survival of the fittest states, only the strong survive. The survival of the weak depends solely on the strong. Also, it is the law of nature that the weak become nutrition for the strong. Brokey revealed his horrific plan, explaining that although the creature was pathetically weak, its origin as kin to the monarch of fangs made it an ideal source of nourishment. He finishes his confession with a sickening grin. "That's why I've been consuming it." Brokey proudly admits, "I've periodically been consuming this guy's blood, which contains the monarch's bloodline." Enraged, Rakan can only scream his name again. Suho, filled with righteous fury, declares, "And I'll make sure to kill you." Brokey simply laughs, mocking him. "Kiki, you can't even do anything alone. What will a half-blood like you even do?" Suho channels his own power, his hand glowing with a blue aura. Brokey shouts twisted logic, stating, "The fact that Rakan died is just proof that he was weak. I, who survived, can finally be called strong." Suho raises his blade, infused with his power. He swings his sword, unleashing a wave of energy at Brokey. Brokey is caught off guard by the sudden and powerful attack, stumbling back in surprise. As Suho engages Brokey, his shadow soldiers move to protect the descendant of the Fangs, lifting the weakened creature out from Brokey's hand. The battle intensifies as Suho and Brokey clash, their immense powers shaking the very foundation of the warehouse. Suho stands ready, his blade pointed towards his enemy, preparing for the next phase of the fight. With the descendant now safe with his shadows, Suho addresses the Fong he wields. "What good timing, Fong. It seems you're quite furious at the bastard now. I also happen to have something to do with him." Suho's eyes glow with power as he announces, "This is the first alliance between Shadows and Fangs." He knows this is more than just a fight. It's a link to his past. Suho murmured that he had finally found a clue connecting him to his father. Brokey, however, was only irritated by the interruption, growling that a mere insect dared to challenge him. Brokey's eyes blazed with fury. "I'll kill him." The system flared to life. Urgent quest activated. Eliminate the hyena. The hunt had begun. From the shadows, Beru watches with frustration. He sees the descendant of the Fangs, now a weakened beast, on the verge of collapse. He clenches his fist, lamenting that he can't just stand by and watch his young monarch struggle. But Sung Suho stands firm. He faces the overwhelming threat head-on, a picture of defiance amidst the dust and debris. As Suho confronts the monstrous beast, a familiar notification window appears before him. It's an urgent quest. Hunt the hyenas and eliminate their leader, Brokey. Suho's eyes narrow as he processes the name. Hyena Brokey? He grimly muses that he finally understands the origin of the guild's name. He gazes at the monstrous form of Brokey, a terrifying beast-man hybrid. Suho wonders how such a monster managed to create a guild and kidnap people, suspecting a connection to the Itarim. As Suho stood ready for battle, the guild members hiding behind Brokey began to cry out, pleading with him to free them. However, when the guild members witnessed Suho's power, their pleas shifted into desperate hope. They cried out that he was no ordinary person and begged to join his side. Brokey watched them in silence, his monstrous face unreadable. Fueled by a strong sense of justice, Suho's eyes glowed with power as he clenched his fist and declared that he would not simply stand by and let the atrocity continue. Brokey responds with a terrifying display of aggression, opening his massive jaw lined with razor-sharp teeth, ready to silence the captives who dared to speak out. In a flash of brutal violence, Brokey lunged forward, engulfing the defiant captives and crushing them in an instant before biting off their heads. Suho's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. A single word escaped his lips, heavy with horror at the casual cruelty he had just witnessed. Brokey turns his attention to Suho, his voice dripping with arrogance. He mocks the very idea that he would need help against Suho, declaring that those who don't know their place are nothing more than prey. Enraged, Suho burst into action. Surrounded by his shadows and a blazing blue aura, he lunged toward the monster with his sword leveled, shouting Brokey's name as he struck. The air crackles as steel meets claw. Suho's blade clashes violently against Brokey's claws, sending sparks of dark and purple aura flying. His eyes burned with cold fury as Suho shouted at the beast, demanding to know if it had killed people for such a meaningless reason. Brokey smirked as he revealed his twisted philosophy, claiming that the power of life and death over the weak rightfully belonged to the strong. As he speaks, Brokey launches another ferocious attack. He scoffs at the idea of morality, asking why the strong should ever need a reason to do as they please. The battle rages on. Suho, with intense focus, skillfully deflects and dodges the relentless onslaught of Brokey's attacks. The exchange of blows is swift and brutal, a whirlwind of blue and red energy as Suho's determination clashes with Brokey's raw power. In a fluid sequence of motion, Suho parries, ducks, and weaves through Brokey's attacks, looking for an opening in the monster's wild assault. Brokey swings his massive claws, unleashing a powerful wave of destructive red energy that tears through the ground. Suho refuses to back down. He counters with a skill of his own, channeling his power into his blade and unleashing a mighty storm slash. But Brokey merely laughs, effortlessly deflecting the attack. "That's all you've got," he taunts. The Monarch of Fang's relic will cry. A look of shock flashes across Brokey's face as Suho's blade cuts deeper than he expected, slicing through his guard and into his back. The attack wasn't just strong, it felt different. Sensing a shift in his weapon's energy, Suho presses his advantage. His form blurs as he follows through with another powerful strike, his voice ringing with conviction. It's not over yet. Suho unleashed a spinning attack, transforming into a whirlwind of blue light. As his daggers struck Brokey again and again, Fong questioned the monster Brokey, asking why it had changed so drastically. Brokey glares at the weapons, Rockin's Fong voice filled with disbelief and rage. "You, who swore loyalty and honor to Sir Rockin, why have you changed like this?" he demands. A memory flashes through Brokey's mind, a silhouette of his former master. He scoffs at the very idea. "I honored Rockin." A strange, cross-like symbol flashes in his memory, a symbol of subjugation that once bound him. The symbol glows ominously in Brokey's eye, a remnant of a past he has since discarded. With a surge of power, Brokey clenches his fist and catches Suho's spinning blade, bringing the attack to a halt. "No," he growls. Brokey screams, "No," as he shatters the sword Rockin's Fong, sending the pieces flying across the battlefield. He roared his true feelings, admitting his betrayal. He confessed that he held no respect for Raken and had only submitted to his strength at the time. Brokey mocks the idea of living a weak life bound by loyalty. Suho cries out in agony, not from his own injuries, but from the pain of his faithful weapon, his fong, being broken. Looming over Suho, Brokey delivered a crushing blow and mocked him for his sentimentality, sneering that it was not the time to worry about anyone else, calling him a pathetic worm. The pain is immense. Suho feels his entire body screaming, his bones on the verge of breaking from the sheer force of Brokey's attacks. However, in his moment of desperation, a vision fills his mind. The image of his father, Sung Jinwoo, standing resolute against his own cosmic battles. The thought gives him strength. Drawing inspiration from his father, Suho pushes himself back up, a dark, defiant aura beginning to swirl around him. He clenches his fist, renewed power crackling around it as his eyes flare with an unyielding blue light. With newfound resolve, Suho lands a powerful blows, roaring that he cannot and will not collapse here. Brokies. Watching from the shadows, Beru cries out in alarm as he witnesses his young monarch fight rage on. Fong, R, now broken, falls from his grasp and clatters onto the cracked earth. But within the broken blade, a consciousness stirs. The Fong's spirit, feeling its master's will to fight, begins to awaken, letting out a faint whimper. Fong attention is drawn to a small, whimpering pup on the ground, weakened but now stirring with purpose. As the small wolf-like creature rises, its eyes glowing with a faint light, Fong realizes it's trying its best to stay alive and not give up. Meanwhile, the relentless Brokey lands another brutal punch, sending an unguarded Suho reeling. Fong understands. The small creature is igniting its own power, inspired and moved by Suho's indomitable fighting spirit. The shattered dagger suddenly ignited with a fiery red aura, and within it, the Fong's descendant came to a solemn realization. The spirit resolved that it had finally understood the last thing it could do. Having made its decision, the spectral wolf cub leapt into the fiery aura as Fong, declaring that it would give the remaining strength within it to the descendant as it began the selfless act of transferring its own life force. The descendant lets out a spectral howl as its physical form disintegrates, transforming into a torrent of pure red and black energy that surges up. Suho is engulfed by the immense tries to block Brokey attacks. Brokey watches in confusion as Suho, now overflowing with a dark aura, stumbles before righting himself and charging forward once more. But the power comes at a cost. Suho collapses to his knees, gasping for air, his body completely spent from the prolonged battle. With his HP bar flashing a critical 21 points, Suho grits his teeth in frustration. He thought he had grown stronger, but in the face of this overwhelming enemy, it still wasn't enough. Brokey towers over him, a dark silhouette beneath the night sky. With a mocking tone, he notes how long a weakling like Suho has managed to last. For a moment, doubt flickers in Suho's mind. Can he really defeat him? Seeing his opponent battered and spent, Brokey lunges in for the final strike, roaring one word that shakes the air, "Die." Suho looks up, desperation and defiance etched across his face as the monster's strike hurtles toward him. A curse escaped his lips as he braced himself. But the final blow never lands. In a flash of darkness, a shadowy form materializes and intercepts Brokey's claw, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. Suho looks on in stunned silence. Standing protectively in front of him is a large wolf. Brokey recoiled in pain and shock as the symbol of Raken flared once more in his eye. He stared at the wolf with a look of horrified recognition, stammering as realization struck him. Dark, phantom energy spread from the wolf's bits, corrupting Brokey's arm. The wolf, born from the Fong's sacrifice, takes its place by Suho's side, ready to fight. It bares its teeth in a silent, vicious snarl, its golden eyes glowing with the fierce loyalty of its predecessor. Just then, a system notification appears. The Fong's descendant has paid tribute to Suho's fighting spirit, and he is now given a choice. Recruit the descendant as a colleague. The realization dawns on Suho. This new power is the little wolf from before. Suho stared at the powerful wolf, contemplating the system's offer to recruit it as an ally. Though the battle was far from over, its very nature had already changed. The beast, identified as Fong's descendant, lets out a low growl, not of aggression, but of acknowledgement. A system window pops up, notifying Suho that the beast is paying tribute to his indomitable fighting spirit. An unexpected prompt appears before a bewildered Suho, asking if he wants to recruit Fong's descendant as a colleague. Suho, with a bloodied face, stares in disbelief, realizing this powerful beast is the same little wolf he encountered before. He contemplates the offer, recruit as a colleague. The system's proposal is a strange one, turning a fierce adversary into a potential ally. Suddenly, the monstrous Brokey interjects, revealing a crucial piece of information. He addresses the beast not as Fong's descendant, but as Raken's, questioning if it absorbed the mana from Raken's Fong. Suho processes this new information, realizing the complex history behind the beast. He understands that Raken's Fong must have sacrificed itself to save this descendant. With the recruitment option still flashing, his decision becomes clearer. Staring at the descendant of a once great beast, Suho makes up his mind. He had intended to cooperate with Fong from the very beginning. Therefore, there was no reason to refuse the offer. With a firm yes, Sung Suho accepts the beast as his new companion. The system confirms the recruitment. Instantly, a connection is forged, and a flood of memories from the Fong's descendant begins to pour into Suho's mind. Suho is plunged into a distant, painful memory. A large beast, Brokey, sits with the young descendant, lamenting their loss in the Great War against the Shadow Monarch. Broken explains the harsh reality of their world, the survival of the fittest. Having lost the war, they're destined to lose everything. Brokey told the pup to grow strong so that the Fong could prosper once more. The young wolf cries out in sorrow and fear, nuzzling against Brokey. Its eyes, wide with terror, reflect the grim fate that has befallen its kind. Tears stream down its face as it trembles. The memory shows the defeated beasts, Raken and Pup, being led away from the battlefield by their conquerors. Brokey, defeated and on his knees, confronts a mysterious, angelic figure. He questions why she hasn't finished him off. The woman, a member of the sinister group, held a child in her arms. The baby spoke, calling Brokey a useful monster, exactly what it needed for its plans. The baby, declaring, "I'll choose this one." The woman reaches towards Brokey and forcefully injects a glowing stone of energy in his eye, a core part of his being. Brokey lets out a horrific scream of agony as he's being tampered with, while the small wolf watches and cries out in sheer terror. The baby then gives the newly altered Brokey his orders. From now on, his duty is to capture humans and deliver them alive to his people. As the small wolf cowers, the child explains that the object he planted within Brokey will help him by increasing his strength. Hiding from behind, the terrified wolf cub can only watch as the child ominously adds that the outcome depends on who uses that power. A wicked grin spreads across Brokey's face as the baby muses that the desires of those like Brokey can become beyond twisted. The cowering wolf is a helpless witness to this cruel manipulation. Back in the present, the flood of information settles. Suho's eyes glow with blue light as he fully comprehends the tragic past he just witnessed, the memories of the Fong's descendant. The pieces of the puzzle fall into place. Suho now understands that the shadowy figures from the memory, the ones who corrupted Brokey, are the real masterminds, a group with direct ties to the Itarim. This shared history clarifies his new ally's true purpose. The Fong's descendant isn't driven by simple revenge. It wants to stop the rampage of the monster Brokey became. In that moment, their goals align, and Suho knows what must be done. With the shocking truth revealed through the beast's memories, Suho's resolve hardens. He realizes that Broki's rampage is part of the Itarim's larger scheme, and he clenches his jaw, knowing he must be the one to stop him. But despair quickly follows his determination. Suho knows that in his current state, he lacks the power to defeat the monstrous Broki. Just as he feels hopeless, the system chimes in with a new notice, a quest received for recruiting a colleague. Suho's eyes widen in shock. A quest notice details a grand new objective, Monarch's descendants. He is tasked to seek out the scattered descendants of the monarchs and recruit them as allies, with his first recruit, the Fong's descendant, marking the first of 8. The system announces the formation of a bond skill as a direct result of his new alliance with the Fong's descendant. The wolf-like beast glows with a brilliant golden aura, its power now linked directly to Suho. A torrent of blue energy swirls around Suho as the new skill begins to activate, his body preparing for a dramatic transformation. The activation culminates in a massive explosion of energy, catching Broki completely off guard. Watching from the sidelines, Beru is stunned. He recognizes this as a unique evolution, a path of power completely different from the one his king, Jinwoo, walked. Meanwhile, Broki is sent flying by the blast, confused by the sudden turn of events. Broki crashes violently into the ground, the force of the impact shattering the earth beneath him. A powerful shockwave rips through the battlefield, a testament to the immense power Suho has just unlocked. As the dust begins to settle, another system window appears, announcing the creation of a new skill through the bond. Broki stares in astonishment at Suho's hand, which is now undergoing a startling transformation. The transformation spreads rapidly. Suho's black hair flashes and turns a brilliant silver white. The change is complete. Suho emerges with wild, white hair, glowing blue eyes, and bestial markings on his face, exuding an aura of untamed power that starkly contrasts his previous appearance. Suho looks upon his new form as the system details his new ability, bond skill, beast possession. By allowing the Fong's descendant to inhabit his body, his physical form is enhanced and his senses are sharpened to the level of a wild beast. Broki could only stare in utter disbelief, his mind struggling to process what he was witnessing as he realized, in stunned horror, that Suho had absorbed the descendant. Now empowered, Suho moves with incredible speed, easily blocking Broki's attack. He feels his body has become incredibly light, and his senses are honed to a razor's edge. With his newfound bestial senses, Suho can now perceive the optimal path to evade all incoming attacks, effortlessly weaving through Broki's ferocious barrage. Seeing a clear opening in Broki's assault, Suho decides to seize the moment and launch a counterattack. He lands a devastating blow that snaps Broki's head back, the impact shocking the monstrous beast to his core. Broki is stunned, unable to believe that the pipsqueak from just moments ago could possess such power. Suho stands before him, a completely different and far more dangerous opponent. Enraged and desperate, Broki channels his energy, preparing a powerful attack. He screams to himself that he cannot lose, because defeat would mean losing everything he was made to be. Roaring with fury, Broki lunges forward with a massive attack with his fist, aiming for Suho. But the transformed hunter meets his charge without a hint of fear. The Ant King, Beru, watches intently, noticing another change in the flow of battle. He questions if Broki's mana has suddenly increased. Ignoring the immense power radiating from Suho, Broki screams in defiance, refusing to accept the situation. "I don't know what you did," he roars, "but I will never lose to a human like you." He pushes forward, his attacks becoming more frantic as he desperately clings to his belief in his own superiority. In the end, the difference in power comes from the difference in species, he roars. "Blame yourself for being human, an inferior species." Broki bellows, channeling all his rage into the punch. His red, demonic fist collides with Suho's empowered one, and their opposing forces lock in a tense, trembling stalemate. But Broki's belief in his superiority is shattered as Suho, filled with the beast's power and his own resolve, breaks the stalemate and sends the monster flying. Suho presses his advantage, delivering a powerful flurry of blows that overwhelms the shocked Broki, who can't believe the immense power coming from a mere human. As Suho fights, his instincts and movements become sharper. The system recognizes this growth, awarding him a new passive skill, unarmed combat. This skill enhances his hand-to-hand fighting ability, adding a significant damage boost to his physical attacks. From his vantage point, Beru scoffs at the monster's arrogance. "How dare you speak of the difference in species in front of a young monarch?" he thinks, fiercely loyal to his new master. Beru declared that no species could ever surpass the race of the Shadow Monarch. Upon hearing this, a horrifying realization dawned on Broki as the truth began to sink in. As the horrifying realization struck Broki that the boy was the Shadow Monarch's son, Suho leapt into the air, gathering his strength for a decisive, final blow. He brings his leg down in a devastating axe kick, channeling his newfound power into one final strike. The kick slams Broki directly into the ground with catastrophic force, shattering the battlefield and ending the monster's rampage for good. The sheer destruction caused by Suho's final attack, a testament to the incredible power he now wields. As the dust settles, the beast possession skill deactivates. Suho's hair and eyes return to normal, and he pants heavily, the strain of the transformation taking its toll. The bestial aura fades completely, leaving Suho standing exhausted but victorious over the defeated body of Broki. Lying broken amidst the rubble, Broki whispers his final, desperate thoughts, lamenting that he needed to become even stronger. The Fong's descendant calmly approaches the fallen monster, the object of its long and painful journey, and looks down upon him. As Broki looks up, the corrupting influence in his eye finally shatters. His true memories, buried for so long, begin to surface. I now remember. With his mind clearing in his final moments, he recalls his original purpose. The reason why I needed to get stronger. A final memory plays in his mind. His past self, loyal to the great beast Raken, filled with rage and sorrow not for power, but because he was too weak to protect his master. The system confirms his defeat, and as a reward for the hard-fought battle, Suho is granted 2 consecutive level-ups, marking a significant step in his journey. In the aftermath of a fierce battle, Broki lies defeated. Sung Suho stands amidst the fallen beasts, the area littered with the remnants of their clash. His loyal subordinate, Beru, appears beside him. "You've done well, young monarch," he says, acknowledging Suho's victory. Suho turns to Beru, his expression serious. He mentions feeling the energy of the Itarim from Broki and that he was able to peer into the memories of the Fong's descendant. Through those memories, Suho saw hunters entering Broki's dungeon and implanting something into his eyes. He questions if these mysterious figures could be the Itarim and what their purpose was. Beru clarifies that they are likely not the Itarim themselves. The outer gods use apostles to interfere with the world, which means the Itarim's apostles are already on Earth, carrying out their plans. Suho understands the gravity of the situation. He knows he needs more information, worried that if things continue this way, the world could end once more. Sensing Suho's concern, Beru reveals that there is one method to learn more. Suho's interest is piqued. Beru explains that Broki should hold memories of the Itarim. By devouring the corpse, Beru can peer into those memories and restore his mana at the same time. A perfect 2-for-1 solution. Suho is taken aback, surprised that Beru possesses such a convenient and powerful ability. As Beru prepares to handle Broki's corpse, Suho's attention turns to the last surviving member of the pack, the Fong's descendant. Suho approaches the lone wolf, an offer of companionship in his eyes. "Would you like to come with us?" he asks. "There's a place I'd like to show you." The wolf looks up at Suho, hesitant but not hostile. Suho offers a gentle, reassuring smile. The wolf makes its decision, gently licking Suho's hand. Suho lets out a happy laugh, having earned the creature's trust. With his new companion in tow, Suho uses his power to open a gate to the shadow dimension. As they stand before the swirling vortex, Suho entrusts the task of consuming Brokey to Beru. Then Beru, I'll leave it to you, he commands. Observing his master's actions, Beru can't help but comment on his compassion. You're far too kind, he thinks to himself. Suho brings the wolf into the vast expanse of the shadow dungeon, a domain under his complete control. As they walk through the spectral forest, Beru questions the young monarch's decision to bring the beast into his personal abode. Suho smiles, revealing his plan. He intends to give the Fong's descendant a place to live right here. Beru is shocked by the announcement. He explains that since he's already allied with Fong, it feels wrong to leave its descendant without a guardian or sanctuary. A system notification appears, stating that his new companion wishes for a name. The wolf looks at him expectantly. You want me to give you a name? Suho asks. Suho considers it for a moment. Since you have gray fur, Gray. Beru sweats, noting that the young monarch's naming sense is just as straightforward as his king's. The newly named wolf, Gray, beams with happiness, clearly delighted with his new name. A status window confirms his new identity as a companion and his loyalty of admiration. Then, Gray, I'll turn this forest into the domain of Fong, so try using it. As Suho speaks, system notices appear, designating a part of the shadow dungeon as the domain of Fong and confirming Gray as its master. With the new domain established, Suho asks Beru what Gray eats. Beru suggests that, as a descendant of the Fong's lineage, it can likely consume other life forms or magic beasts. Just then, Gray proves the theory by leaping into action, ready to hunt within its new territory. A slight, satisfied smile crosses Suho's face. That's good then, he says, content with how things are unfolding. With the remaining magic beasts in the forest, Suho decides it's the perfect job for his new companion. I should ask Gray to do the cleaning, he muses. Eager to prove his worth, Gray lets out a mighty roar, ready for his first assignment. Without a moment's hesitation, Gray lunges at a goblin magic beast, tearing into it with savage force. As Gray swiftly dealt with the remaining monsters, Suho praised his efficiency. With the fight concluded, he turned his focus to organizing the rewards from the recent battle. Upon accepting the quest reward notice, he discovered his new title, Wolf Assassin, which granted increased power against beast-type monsters. Suho is momentarily confused by the title. Wolf Assassin? Wasn't Brokey a hyena? He shrugs it off, deciding to ignore the minor details for now. Just then, a far more interesting quest notice appears. Quest: Monarch's Descendants. The system is telling him to find and recruit other descendants as companions. Beru looks on, noting that even his former king, Jinwoo, didn't have a feature like this. Beru explains that the level-up system applied to Suho has been improved to remove the ill intentions contained within the original version. Suho questions what he means by ill intentions. Beru elaborates on the dark purpose of the original system. It was developed by the architect to forcibly develop the human Jinwoo into a vessel for the Shadow Monarch. The architect's plan was sinister. Once Jinwoo had fulfilled his purpose, his soul was to be destroyed. But the previous Shadow Monarch went against the system's purpose. He acted of his own accord, ultimately causing Jinwoo to become the new, true Shadow Monarch. Jinwoo became a sublime being who no longer needed to level up. Suho processes this, asking if the system is now trying to make him the Shadow Monarch too. Beru quickly refutes this, stating there is only one in this world. Instead, Beru believes the system will now serve as a guide for Suho, leading him in a direction that fits his own unique progress. Beru confidently states that if a previously non-existent feature has been added, it must be something that will prove helpful to Suho's journey. Contemplating the purpose of his unique system, Suho decides to check his current power level and opens his status window. He reflects on his journey. After hearing Beru's explanation, he understands why his class is still none. His stats have gone up considerably since he was being chased by Miss Burns, and he's acquired useful skills. But despite his progress, he acknowledges a sobering truth. I'm still weak. He realizes that without the new bond skill with Gray, he would have surely lost the fight against Brokey. This thought solidifies his resolve. If the quests given by the system are linked to his wishes, then he must clear them. He believes that if he continues to clear them, he might finally be able to see his parents again. Remembering his original goal, Suho turned to Beru and asked if there had been any clues about the Itarim in Brokey's memories. Beru confirms that he also saw the memories Suho witnessed, but unfortunately, they weren't connected to the specific apostle of Itarim who brainwashed Brokey. Suho's face falls with disappointment, assuming there were no leads after all. However, Beru quickly adds, stopping him. Beru reveals a shocking discovery from the memories. They contained information about the human who created the Hyena Guild for Brokey and was responsible for kidnapping humans. Suho is stunned by the revelation that a human guild was behind the incident. Beru delivers the final piece of the puzzle. The name of that guild is Reaper. Suho now has a clear target, realizing that investigating this guild is the key to finding out more about the Itarim. The scene shifts away from the Shadow Dungeon. In a modern office, a smartphone on a polished desk begins to buzz, and a hand reaches out to answer it. In his office, Lee Min-sung answered the call, surprised to hear the familiar voice on the other end. He asked Lim Tae-jae if he had not gone to Southeast Asia to apply for the raid. On the other end of the line, Lim Tae-jae spoke in anger, skipping any pleasantries as he accused Min-sung of being behind the hyena incident. Min-sung, however, feigned ignorance, mockingly asking if he meant the kind of hyenas found at the zoo. Lim Tae-jae's patience ran out, and he demanded that Lee Min-sung stop changing the subject. Min-sung's tone grew cold as he warned that he did not appreciate Tae-jae's manner of speaking. Tae-jae revealed that he had already confirmed Min-sung's commission with the Hyena Guild and warned that the association would be contacting him soon. Min-sung only scoffed at the threat, arrogantly asserting that his lawyers would make any accusations disappear. Tae-jae gave a final warning to the Vice Guild Master, reminding Min-sung that while the laws might be weak, the association chairman was not someone to be underestimated. His words carried a clear warning against challenging that authority. After delivering his message, Tae-jae instructed Min-sung to clean up the mess before his return, then abruptly ended the call, leaving Min-sung seething in his chair. Min-sung fumed with barely contained anger. He couldn't believe that Tae-jae, now an S rank, dared to act so high and mighty when, in the past, he had been nothing more than Min-sung's personal driver. His simmering rage explodes as he smashes his fist down, shattering his expensive desk in a display of pure fury. As he calms himself, his thoughts turn to the one who ruined his plans, the unknown person who defeated Brokey and dismantled his Hyena Guild. The only clue he has is that it was a young hunter wearing a black mask. Deciding he has no time to waste on an unknown variable, Min-sung puts the masked hunter out of his mind. He has something far more important to focus on right now. Lee Min-sung, the A-rank Vice Guild Master of the Reaper Guild. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he holds up a small, glowing orb, declaring that his current project is much more important. He revealed his trump card, the hunter stimulant known as Star Powder. Confident in his scheme, he believed that once the business took off, his power and influence would grow to the point where no one could ever overlook him again. In the Shadow Dungeon, Suho's training is underway as one of his companions, a large wolf, mercilessly crushes a goblin under its powerful paw. The formidable wolf, Gray, snarls over the remains of his enemies. From the sidelines, the shadow servant Beru encourages him, exclaiming, "You've gotten quite good at fighting now. Strive harder so that you may aid the young monarch." Watching from a short distance, Suho observes his new companion's progress. He smirks, thinking to himself that Gray is adapting to the hunt much better than he had anticipated. Suddenly, a system notice appears before Suho. It states that his companion, Gray, has reached his experience goal from hunting, and a portion of that experience will now be transferred to the player. Suho looks on in confusion. Turning to his loyal servant, Suho asks. Beru, my experience just went up after Gray finished hunting. Was something like this part of the system before? Beru, ever present in his shadow, begins to explain. Beru clarifies that the experience gained by the shadow soldiers has always gone to their king. Suho quickly puts the pieces together, realizing this new mechanic with Gray is like a party system that shares experience points, just like in a game. Though 50% of the experience is reduced, Suho sees the massive potential in automatically gaining experience. Then, let's make Gray hunt here from now on, he decides. Down below, Gray lets out a ferocious growl, ready for the challenge. Just as he makes his decision, another system window materializes in front of him with a soft chime. A series of notifications pop up. A new daily quest, Shadow Dungeon Cleaning, has arrived, requiring him to defeat 100 goblins, 10 goblin decurions, and 1 goblin centurion. Suho is surprised, questioning the new daily quest. Suho contemplates the new quest, reasoning that if there's a quest, there must be a reward, and a daily quest implies he can receive rewards every day. He looks out over the vast, dark forest, realizing the system intends for this entire area to become his domain. The task seems daunting, telling me to find 100 goblins in this large area. He trails off before a sudden spark of an idea hits him. An idea strikes him, and he immediately opens his inventory, bringing up a glowing screen filled with items he has collected. He finds what he was looking for, a horn flute. The item description confirms it's a tool used by goblin centurions to call their subordinates. Suho holds the horn, remembering he obtained it from killing goblins a while back. Without hesitation, Suho raises the horn flute to his lips and blows. A resonant sound echoes through the woods, and a system message confirms he has used the item to call all nearby goblins. In the distance, the ground trembles with the sound of approaching footsteps. A piercing shriek of cuts through the air as a massive horde of goblins begins to swarm through the trees. A smirk plays on Suho's lips. Just as I thought, Beru materializes beside him, full of praise. Oh, to think you bring the goblins here by using the horn flute. You are truly amazing. With the goblin horde closing in, Suho gathers his energy. A brilliant blue aura erupts around his clenched fist, crackling with immense power. He lunges forward, unleashing a wave of pure force that rips through the landscape towards the approaching enemies. With eyes glowing intensely, Suho lands a devastating punch directly into the face of a goblin, the impact echoing with a sickening crunch. The force of his blow sends a shockwave through the goblin ranks, blasting dozens of them into the air and scattering their formation completely. A splatter of blood marks his cheek as he stands among the carnage. He thinks to himself, there's no fun in beating goblins anymore, but if I have to defeat a lot of them. To expedite the quest, Suho uses the horn flute once more. As the sound blasts through the dungeon, a fresh wave of goblins emerges from the woods, charging furiously towards him. The goblin horde is a terrifying sight, a sea of snarling faces and sharp teeth rushing forward with a singular, murderous intent. Suho calmly stands his ground as the goblin horde closes in. He looks upon the sea of enemies he has gathered, thinking to himself that this many should be enough to finally get things started. As the goblins charge, Suho stands ready with his own forces. With his loyal shadow soldiers like Beru and Gray behind him, he faces the enemy horde and utters the single, powerful command to begin the slaughter. Arise. As Suho commands, his shadow army clashes with the goblin horde. Gray, his wolf companion, lunges at a goblin, while the other shadow soldiers engage in a chaotic melee. The battle is a whirlwind of shadows and steel. Suho's forces, including Gray and the shadow infantry, completely overwhelm the summoned goblins, cutting them down with brutal efficiency. After 3 long hours of hunting, the quest notice shows that the daily objective has been met and exceeded. Below, Gray pants heavily, exhausted from the continuous battle. Standing amidst the field of defeated monsters, Suho is flooded with system notifications. The daily quest is officially complete, and a reward is waiting for him to claim. As Suho ponders, Beru appears and asks what's on his mind. Suho points out that something is strange with the quest count. Even though he's already hit the goals, the system is still counting his kills. A suspicion forms in Suho's mind. Could it be? He theorizes that if the count is continuing, there must be a secret hidden within the quest. Determined, he decides to see how far he can push it. His dedication pays off. After more hunting, the quest notice shows he has killed double the required amount, including a second formidable goblin centurion whose massive jaw lies on the ground. Suddenly, a new series of notifications appears. A hidden quest for cleaning the shadow dungeon has been completed. A satisfied smile spreads across Suho's face as he realizes his hunch was correct. He accepts the reward. Suho claims the first reward, status recovery. A wave of green energy washes over him, and he feels completely refreshed, as if he'd just leveled up. He recognizes how valuable this ability will be in a tough fight. Next, he accepts the second reward, stat points. His status window pops up, showing he now has 8 available points. He muses that while points are getting harder to come by, the daily quests are a reliable way to get stronger every day. Finally, he reaches the last part of the reward. His expression turns serious as the system presents him with a choice. He must select one of 2 random boxes. The choices are a blessed random box, which contains an item the player wants, and a cursed random box, which contains an item the player needs. Suho leans against a tree, carefully weighing his options. An item he wants to be useless, but an item he needs might be something he doesn't want. After a moment of thought, he comes to a decision. The category of what I want is too broad. Right now, there are more things that he truly needs. He makes his choice, cursed random box. The system confirms his choice, and a message appears. You have obtained item, Vulcan's Horn. A massive, menacing gauntlet materializes in a flash of light, leaving Suho stunned. Gauntlets? He questions. He examines the item's description. The Vulcan's Horn are powerful gloves that increase physical damage and grow stronger by devouring demon souls. Considering he wanted a separate weapon to avoid transforming his shadow soldiers, he thinks, this is neat. A close-up reveals the intricate and intimidating design of the Vulcan's Horn as it fully forms around Suho's arm. Suho tests the new equipment. He notes that the gauntlets are quite heavy and decides to invest all his available stat points in a strength to wield them properly. His strength stat immediately jumps from 35 to 43. With a confident grin, Suho admires his new power. Now then, I should augment my weapon by defeating demons. But his thought is cut short by another system notice, which makes him pause in confusion. The notice informs him that Gray's loyalty has changed from admiration to fear. Beru explains that unlike a shadow soldier, Gray doesn't have limitless stamina. Suho looks at his exhausted wolf companion with regret, apologizes, and decides to end the training for the day. He exits the shadow dungeon. As the portal to the shadow dungeon closes behind him, Suho recalls a crucial piece of information. The guild related to the Hyena Guild was called Reaper. Now back in the real world, Suho stands amidst the city buildings and wonders, where should I start investigating? Just then, his phone begins to ring. He looks at his phone and sees 2 urgent messages from someone named Tae Hyung, both pleading, Suho, please help me. The scene shifts to the dilapidated Seoul Station, an area that has now been designated a high-risk danger zone. Arriving at the chaotic Seoul Station field, Suho is immediately spotted by a man in a yellow protective suit, Tae Hyung, who waves him over frantically. Suho, over here, he calls out, expressing immense relief and gratitude for his arrival. Tae Hyung quickly explains his desperate predicament. He was scheduled to enter a dungeon as part of a hauling team today, but none of the other haulers, the workers who transport items and support the raid party, are responding, leaving him completely stranded. Tae Hyung clenches his fist in frustration, guessing the other haulers are off drinking somewhere. Seeing his friend's distress, Suho offers to help out, much to Tae Hyung's relief. Overjoyed, Tae Hyung calls Suho the best and hands him a protective suit. Suho identifies it as a hazmat suit, and Taehyung confirms it's a necessary precaution, as the hauler's job is surprisingly dangerous. An infographic explains the risks. While miners can work safely in cleared areas, haulers must follow the strike squad closely to carry away the carcasses of magic beasts, putting them right in the line of fire. Taehyung adds that they also need to be prepared for surprise attacks and could get injured from the spines and needles on the monster carcasses they have to handle. Now wearing the yellow protective gear, Suho looks at his gloved hand and finally understands why such a heavy-duty suit is required for this line of work. As they approach the rest of the raid party, Taehyung looks at the small group of hunters and then back at Suho, concerned. What? Why is the hauling team so small? He asks, realizing it's just the two of them. The arrogant leader of the strike squad confronts Taehyung, berating him for the missing haulers. He angrily mentions how much money they had to pay the Reaper Guild just for the entrance fee. The leader threatens them, saying if they lag behind, he will report them to the Hunters Association and make sure they can never work as haulers again. A nervous Taehyung quickly assures him they will do their best. As the leader walks off, muttering about his hatred for irresponsible people, a frustrated Taehyung whispers to Suho, asking him to teach the arrogant hunters a lesson with his summons. Suho, however, remains silent. He watches the strike team with a cold, analytical gaze, assessing the situation before making any moves. He quickly sizes up the party's composition: 4 D-rank mages, 4 D-rank combat types, and 1 C-rank healer. From this, he correctly deduces that the arrogant man who is shouting is the C-rank healer and the squad's leader. As they proceed, Suho starts connecting the dots. First, the cursed random box gave him Vulcan's horn, a demon-devouring weapon he needed. Then, at that exact moment, Taehyung happened to call him for help. He continues his line of thought, realizing all of this has led him to a field-type dungeon owned by the Reaper Guild. Looking at the ominous building, he concludes, if all of this isn't a coincidence. They step through the gate and into the dungeon. The atmosphere is immediately unsettling, the corridor bathed in a sinister red light and lined with grotesque, fleshy growths. Deep in the dungeon, demonic creatures are experimenting on humans. Looming in the darkness ahead are the massive, terrifying silhouettes of demonic creatures. A deep sense of dread washes over Suho as he thinks, I feel like something dangerous is about to happen. Inside the dark dungeon of Soul Station, 2 mages from the hunter party create balls of fire to light the way. Suddenly, the raid leader shouts for everyone to prepare for combat as the party leaps into action. From the shadows emerge their enemies, large, reptilian magic beasts with menacing, glowing red eyes. The raid leader turns to the 2 members of the hauling team, Suho and Dogyeon, and tells them to stick close to the strike squad for safety. One of the haulers, Suho, working undercover, observes the enemies. He'd expected demon-type beasts because of an item he possessed, but finds lizard types instead. As the strike squad engages the beasts in a chaotic battle, Suho decides to use this as a chance to observe how different types of hunters cooperate and fight in a real raid. Seeing an opportunity to discreetly help and test his powers, Suho pulls out a shadow key. He summons his shadow soldiers with the command, Arise. A troop of 7 shadow goblins materializes. Suho notes that his increased intelligence stat has allowed him to command a larger number of soldiers. After the battle, with a lizard beast lying defeated, the raid leader announces that the area is clear and it's time for a break. However, the raid leader complains, frustrated that their progress is being held back by the slow pace of having only 2 haulers on the team. His complaint is cut short when he sees that the hauling has already been completed with incredible speed. The hunters are stunned, looking at Suho's shadow soldiers who have finished the job. The raid leader approaches Suho, pointing at the shadow soldier and asking if the summon belongs to him. Suho, trying to remain inconspicuous, confirms that it does. Overwhelmed with the efficiency of the summon, the leader grabs Suho's hand and begs him to become the strike squad's exclusive hauler, an offer Suho is quick to refuse. As the leader desperately offers the highest salary possible, Another hunter rushes towards them in a panic, shouting that there's a huge problem. The hunter urgently reports his discovery. They've found a dead civilian. The leader is shocked by this unexpected and grim news. A closer look reveals the corpse. It's desiccated and unsettlingly covered in flickering blue electrical energy. The entire party gathers around the body. Based on the clothes, they confirm it's a civilian, making the discovery even more disturbing. Suho and the other hauler examine the body. Dogyeon has a look of dawning horror, asking Suho if this could be what he thinks it is. Suho confirms his suspicion. Suho recognizes the cause of death immediately, recalling a similar incident. It's a mist burn. The leader asks for confirmation, and Dogyeon is certain. He explains that he witnessed the same phenomenon at the mist burn incident at the Korea University of Arts. The situation grows more dire as other hunters call out, reporting the discovery of more bodies in the area. Growing fearful, the other haulers suggest they should stop the raid and immediately report this strange phenomenon to the Hunters Association. The raid leader contemplates the situation. While he admits it's strange, he notes that the victims are civilians, not hunters. He arrogantly concludes that his party of D and C rank awakeners should have no problem handling whatever caused this. With a greedy smile, the raid leader makes his decision. They will continue. Another hunter looks on in disbelief at the reckless choice, but Suho isn't surprised, having anticipated this exact response from the arrogant man. Suho steps forward, attempting to warn the leader about the true danger of the mist burns. However, the leader dismissively cuts him off, reasserting his authority and ordering the hauling team to sort out the area and follow them deeper into the dungeon. Deep inside a dungeon, two haulers in hazmat suits, Suho and Dogyeon, express their unease. Dogyeon worries about the ominous mist burns they've discovered, a sign of a new, dangerous threat. Sung Suho asks Dogyeon if he has the sprint skill ready. With a serious look in his eyes, Suho gives a stark warning, telling the other hauler to run away immediately if things go bad. He senses the situation is far more dangerous than the raid party's leader believes. The scene pulls back to show the hunter party standing at the entrance of a dark, decrepit tunnel that looks like an old subway station. A foreboding feeling hangs in the air, hinting that something terrible is about to happen. Suddenly, horrifying screams echo through the dungeon as victims are engulfed in an eerie blue flame. This is the gruesome reality of the mist burns, a power far beyond that of ordinary magic beasts. Elsewhere, in a hidden part of the dungeon, the true source of the blue energy is revealed. Several humanoid figures are suspended in glowing blue pods, being processed. Three sinister figures, a horned demon, a hooded leader, and a white-haired subordinate, oversee this horrific factory. One of the demons, in a skull mask, complains that their current firepower is insufficient and demands to know the progress on securing more fuel. The hooded demon leader, his red eyes glowing menacingly, reveals there's a problem with their fuel supply. He coldly suggests that he may have to ask that human to create a new supplier for them. The white-haired demon growls in impatience, stressing the urgency of their need for more fuel and fast. The horned demon elaborates on their problem. Their usual suppliers, a group known as Hyena, have run into trouble. He worries that at this rate, their factory will fall behind the others in producing the valuable star powder. Just then, the hooded demon head snaps up. It senses a presence above ground and realizes a hunter has arrived. Seeing this not as a threat, but an opportunity, it smirks, considering the hunter perfect timing for a new source of fuel. The white-haired demon, referred to as the third, volunteers to go. The hooded demon first warns him to capture the targets alive, reminding him of their purpose. The white-haired demon confidently draws his massive blade, affirming that they understands the order as he leaps into action. Meanwhile, the hunter party is busy fighting off grotesque purple magic beasts, unaware of the far greater threat that is about to descend upon them. After clearing the monsters, the raid leader smirks greedily at the loot. He and another hunter are pleased with their decision to continue hunting, anticipating a big haul. The raid leader decides it's time to use a special item he's been saving. He pulls out a shimmering blue orb, presenting it to the group. "It's called Star Powder," he announces. "You all heard of it?" The other hunters are stunned. They recognize the item as the mana amplifier that's become incredibly popular lately, a rare artifact powerful enough to temporarily boost a low ranker's power level. The raid leader clutches the Star Powder, smiling to himself. He believes that with this item, he'll finally have enough mana to become a C-rank hunter. High above him, unseen, the white-haired demon begins his descent. The demon's third plummets towards his unsuspecting target, a silent predator closing in on its prey. The demon appears in a flash directly behind the raid leader, who is still fixated on the promise of power held within the Star Powder, completely oblivious to his impending doom. But the demon miscalculates his attack. Realizing he's used too much force, he remembers the order to keep the target alive. The raid leader is struck down, his face a mask of pure shock. The precious Star Powder slips from the raid leader's grasp and shatters on the cold, hard ground, its power lost forever. One of the other hunters screams in terror, seeing his boss fall. The demon casually remarks that it used the blunt side of the blade, so the raid leader isn't dead. The remaining hunters stare in disbelief and horror. The creature before them isn't just a mindless magic beast. It can talk. Ignoring their shock, the demon continues his assault, ruthlessly knocking out another hunter. In any case, it's an enemy, another hunter declares to the others. "Keep your guard up, everyone." Wiping the blood from his massive blade, the demon begins a chilling countdown, preparing to eliminate the rest of the terrified hunters one by one. In the depths of the dungeon, the demon third, holding a massive sword, confronts the party of 10 hunters. From the creature's perspective, these are tough opponents. The demon third reveals a glowing orb, the Star Powder. He gives a chilling order to ignore the others and specifically kill the strong hunter before preparing to use the mysterious item. The hunters look on in horror, recognizing the orb. One shouts, "As Star Powder," another cries out in disbelief that even magic beasts can consume such a rare and powerful enhancement item. The magic beast third confirms their fears with a single word, "correct," as it greedily consumes the Star Powder, its monstrous jaw wide open. Realizing the immense danger, the hunters make a desperate decision. "We have to kill it before the effect kicks in," one of them yells, leading the entire party in a frantic, all-out charge. The battle begins with a violent clash. The empowered beast moves with incredible speed, its blade meeting the hunter's weapons in a chaotic frenzy of attacks. A mage in the party unleashes a fireball spell, while another hunter is caught off guard by the beast's terrifyingly swift assault. The fireball explodes on impact, engulfing the creature in a massive blast, giving the hunters a brief moment of hope. But hope turns to despair as a flurry of deadly red slashes erupts from the explosion. The air is filled with the hunters' agonizing screams as they are brutally cut down in an instant. Silence falls upon the blood-soaked scene. The magic beast stands victorious amidst the bodies of the fallen hunters. "Fuel secured," it utters, having achieved its grim objective. Suddenly, the perspective shifts to Suho. A system window appears before Suho with an urgent quest: rescue the 7 survivors who have been captured by a demon. Suho looks on with a grim expression, processing the new mission. A demon, he wonders, his focus now turning to this new, powerful enemy. The shadow ant, Beru, senses his master's change in demeanor and asks what's wrong. Suho explains that a quest just came in, and it seems demons are kidnapping people nearby. Suho looks at the quest window again, his eyes narrowing as he processes a crucial detail. He realizes that since the reward gets better the more people are rescued, the captives might be in imminent danger. Without hesitation, Suho turns to his companion. He tells him that something must have happened to the strike squad and urges him to hurry up and leave the dungeon. His companion Dogyan is shocked, asking how he knows that. Suho simply replies that it's just a hunch. He then summons 2 goblin shadows, ordering them to take Dog Yun to the entrance. As he's lifted away, Dogyin yells back, asking what Suho plans to do. Dogyin looks back at Suho with a determined expression, declaring that he will go to the strike squad. A bead of sweat runs down Dogyun's face as he silently comes to a realization Suho was going in alone. Dogyin concedes that he would only be a nuisance if he stayed. He promises to request help from the Hunters Association as soon as he gets out. Suho, now alone with Beru, simply says, "Thanks, Hyung." With his companions safely on his way, Suho begins his own preparations for the rescue mission. He calls out the name of one of his trusted, Gray. In response to his master's call, a large shadow wolf with glowing blue eyes emerges from Suho's shadow. Suho's appearance transforms as he powers up, his hair turning white. He stands beside his shadow wolf, Gray, and states with urgency, "We need to move fast." Fueled by his power, Suho dashes through the dungeon at an incredible speed, leaving a trail of energy in his wake as he rushes toward the location of the capture hunters. The scene shifts to a dark and desolate part of the dungeon, revealing an abandoned subway station. The air is thick with a sinister green glow and strange, web-like organic matter covers the walls and a broken ticket booth. Further inside, a long, dark hallway is covered in the same black, sinewy substance. It spreads across the floor like a grotesque carpet, hinting at the demonic presence within. On the cold, hard floor lies the body of a fallen hunter, his face frozen in a silent scream, a testament to the violence that occurred here. The demon youngest stood over a group of capture hunters, announcing that the fuel had been secured. From the shadows, the hooded demon first remarked that the youngest had returned sooner than expected. First states that soon the gate will open and a demon will be summoned. He mockingly suggests to the demon apostle that they prepare some of the fuel as a commemoration for their victory. The demon first surveyed the captured hunters, their bodies suspended in midair by blue, crackling energy. He remarked that it was a relief the fuel had been replenished, since the production of star powder could now continue without issue. He held up a glowing orb of the finished product, star powder, and explained that it was a powerful stimulant derived from mad blood poison, a secret technique inherited through the demons. First explains the nature of the poison. It strengthens mana in exchange for sapping one's life force. However, by using a specific process, the debilitating side effects could be weakened. The demon second reveals the source of this knowledge, stating that it's all thanks to the apostle who taught them the methods of production. The captured hunters writhe in their energy bonds, a chilling testament to the power that the apostle brought with their descent into this world. First agrees, expressing his satisfaction that thanks to this new power, even the low-ranked demons have gained the opportunity to become stronger. The demons sense a presence moving towards them. First asks if a hunter was left behind, but the demon third dismisses it as impossible, stating it's more likely a new hunter. Suddenly, with a tremendous crash, Sung Suho bursts into the chamber. The demon youngest reacts instantly, spinning around to deflect Suho's surprise aerial attack with a powerful swipe of his blade. Suho lands gracefully, his white hair flowing and eyes glowing with power. He looks around and says, "So, it's here." Beru materializes beside him. Suho's eyes lock onto his opponents. He sees the three powerful demons standing together, the hulking demon, the hooded Drayon, and the massive, dragon-headed. His gaze then shifts past the demons to the horrifying sight behind them. Captured people suspended in pillars of blue flame as part of a grotesque ritual. A system notification confirms that the 7 survivors are still alive. Seeing this, Suho feels a wave of relief, but his expression remains hardened with determination. Enraged by the intrusion, the demon youngest third charges at Suho with blinding speed. But Suho, calm and focused, easily dodges the attack. The demon youngest looks back in disbelief, stunned that his powerful, high-speed attack was dodged so effortlessly. Crackling with power, Suho glared at the demon and demanded to know if the hunters found dead along the path were its doing. The demon youngest lunges again, But this time, Suho meets him head-on, countering with a swift and powerful strike of his own. Watching from the side, Fursel is shocked. He exclaims that the intruder dodged the youngest's attack, even though he was awakened after taking the star powder. First grimly suggests that they must join the fight. The face of the demon youngest contorts in a mask of pure fury and frustration at being challenged so effectively. As Suho throws a punch, the demon youngest manages to block it. The force of their collision creates a powerful shockwave, showing the immense power behind their blows. Seeing his subordinate falter, the demon first shouted for the youngest to step back. Suho steadied himself as his power surged, preparing for the arrival of a new opponent. Suho finds himself face-to-face with the towering demon second, whose massive, draconic form looms over him menacingly. Second brings his enormous fist crashing down. Suho dodges just in time as the attack shatters the ground where he just stood, demonstrating overwhelming physical power. A bead of sweat runs down Suho's face. He is heavily outnumbered and outmatched in terms of raw power, realizing the difficulty of fighting three powerful demons at once. A fierce clash of power erupts as the demon's second two massive, clawed hands meet, unleashing a torrent of violet electrical energy. The sheer force of the impact sends shockwaves through the air. The demon, cloaked in a dark hood, unleashes a devastating blast of purple energy. Sung Suho is completely engulfed by the attack, the raw power crackling around him. The attack is so wide that even Suho's shadow wolf, Gray, is caught in the blast, roaring as the violent energy tears at it. Finding himself overwhelmed by the demons, Suho makes a critical decision. Pushed back by the force of the attack, he utters the familiar, powerful command, "Arise!" From the shadows, new soldiers begin to emerge. In response to his call, a horde of teal-glowing shadow beasts surges forward. Their glowing eyes and sharp teeth promise a vicious counterattack against the demons. The hooded demon looks on, his red eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of the newly resurrected shadow soldier. Is that?" he stammers, recognizing the power at play. With his new forces assembled, Suho dashes forward, becoming a black and blue blur of motion as he renews his assault against the demon. First turned to second, his voice trembling with dread as he began to speak. Second could only confirm with a quiet yes as both stared in disbelief at Suho, who now wielded the power of the Shadow Monarch. "It looks just like the authority of the Shadow Monarch," First said, as a flashback shows the original Shadow Monarch standing amidst the vast demon army on the day of the demon's destruction. However, the demon first quickly dismissed the threat, remarking that Suho's power was far weaker than that of the true Shadow Monarch. Below, Suho stood surrounded by his newly risen soldiers. Suho stands calmly amidst the swirling shadows, daggers at the ready, exuding an aura of quiet confidence despite being outnumbered. The demons regain their composure. Well, as long as he's not the Shadow Monarch, there is no need to fear him, they declares, as he and they ready themselves for an attack. Suho assesses his opponents, thinking that while they are weaker than Brokey was, fighting them at the same time won't be easy. He considers that resurrecting more goblins would just be a waste of his mana. The scene flashes back. Beru reports to Suho, explaining that he's preserved Brokey's corpse and read his memories, but questions the decision, as dead shadow soldiers tend to get weaker over time. In the flashback, Suho, in his regular clothes, explains his reasoning to Beru. "It's just, I had this thought after seeing Brokey's last moments." Suho continues, if his last battle was filled with regrets, controlled by the Itarim, "I was wondering if I could use the Shadow Authority to let him be a free warrior." He muses that for his plan to work, he would need Gray's help, but then he notices his Shadow Wolf is acting strangely, causing him to question what's going on. Suho asks with concern, "Gray, are you okay?" The Great Wolf can only let out a weak whimper. Suho used the Shadow Key to open the portal leading from his Shadow Realm. Suho calls out to him, "Arise. Brokey, if you're remorseful, I'll give you a chance to fight." Respond to me if you have any desire left for combat. A memory of his final, humiliating defeat flashes through Brokey's mind, his broken body lying defeated in a forest. Fueled by his regret and Suho's offer of a true battle, a massive surge of cyan energy erupts from Brokey's body. The energy explodes outwards as Brokey accepts his new life as a shadow soldier, ready to fight as a free warrior. Brokey now stands fully formed, larger and more powerful than before, crackling with the dark blue energy of the Shadow Army. The newly reborn Shadow Soldier lets out a terrifying, guttural roar, announcing his presence and readiness for battle. Suho stands behind his new powerhouse soldier as a system window appears, designating him Brokey LV-1, common rank. The demon first recoiled in horror, shouting in disbelief as he realized the truth, that it had been Suho who defeated Hyena Brokey. Suho calmly assesses his new team. With this, there's me, Gray, and Brokey. That's everyone. From the shadows, Beru indignantly squeaks. Young monarch, please don't forget that I'm here too. With his forces assembled, Suho's eyes blaze with power and an unshakable resolve. The real fight is about to begin. Let's get it on, Suho declares as he, Brokey, and Gray charge forward, clashing with the demon general and apostle in a flurry of blows. But just as the furious battle between Suho's forces and the demons begins, the very atmosphere of the chamber shifts. A swirling vortex of dark, malevolent energy starts to coalesce from the clash. The vortex solidifies into a massive sphere of crackling, blood-red energy. Within its core, a humanoid silhouette begins to form, radiating an overwhelming pressure that brings the entire battlefield to a standstill. As the chaotic battle rages on in the background, the new entity is fully revealed. A mysterious, elf-like with long hair, glowing with an intense red aura, observes the clash. A female knight clad in armor, with long purple hair, is suddenly enveloped in a brilliant pink light, her body crackling with immense energy as she is summoned to the ongoing battle. Looking around in a cold sweat, the knight, Essel, wonders aloud who summoned her, fearing it might be a demon seeking to end her life. Her eyes widen in shock as a familiar blue and black aura emanates from below. She stares in disbelief, questioning why a shadow soldier would be present in this place. A massive explosion of power erupts as Suho clashes violently with the demonic beast third. The ferocious battle continues. A sharp blade is parried, followed by a powerful counterattack from a clawed hand that smashes into its target. Suho fiercely engages with third, a vicious grin on his face as the fight intensifies. The demonic beast, its terrifying teeth, its red eyes glowing with malice as it prepares to lunge and attack. With a decisive blow, Suho declared his intent to take the beast down and struck with unwavering confidence. But the battle is far from over. From the demon first emerges, crackling with sinister purple lightning, ready to challenge Suho. First monstrous hands morphing into long, sharp claws as it gathers its dark energy. Suho grits his teeth in frustration, muttering about the constant interference and acknowledging that the demon's coordinated attacks are proving difficult to handle. First with glowing red eyes appears, warning Third to be careful. Third thanks him, Suho anxiously thinking that his mana is running low. Suho assesses the grim situation. With one of his shadow soldiers, Brokey, already occupied, he's left to face two formidable demons alone and wonders how he can possibly separate them. Just then, Essel begins to walk towards the center of the conflict, drawing the attention of Suho, who watches her approach with caution. As Essel gets closer, she demands that Suho answer her question, while Suho looks on, trying to understand the unfolding situation. Ignoring the others, Essel demands to know the whereabouts of one person, Sir Sung Jinwoo. Suho is taken aback. He thinks to himself in shock, realizing that this wounded female knight from an unknown place is searching for his father. The small shadow ant, Beru, flew up to Essel and questioned her presence. At the sound of his voice, Essel paused, a flicker of recognition crossing her eyes as she murmured to herself in disbelief. Her face lit up with emotion as recognition struck. Overcome with joy, Essel exclaimed that it was truly Beru, the Ant King, though she couldn't hide her confusion at his unexpectedly small size. Her joy quickly turns to urgent questioning as she grabs Beru, demanding to know where Sung Jinwoo is and who the strange human male with him is. Beru, overwhelmed, can only stammer that it's a long story. Watching from a distance, the demons identify the summoned knight. They realize she knows their opponents and worry that she might side with them, which would complicate their plans. Essel breathes a sigh of relief, a wide, happy smile spreading across her face. Believing she is now safe with Beru, she thinks to herself that she can finally take a breather. Beru explains Essel's identity to Suho. Her name is Essel, and she is the eldest daughter of the Redice clan, a demon noble spared by Sung Jinwoo himself. In human terms, she's as powerful as an S-rank hunter. Suho's eyes widen, glowing with astonishment and excitement. An S-rank. He realizes this means he's about to witness a top-tier fight with his very own eyes. But there's no time to process the revelation. Seizing the moment of distraction, a demon unleashes a powerful blast of energy. The explosion engulfs Essel, and she lets out a pained scream as the attack hits her head-on. Essel was momentarily stunned by the sudden attack, but Beru, ever pragmatic, urged her to focus. He told her she had arrived at the perfect time and to save her reunion sentiments for later while dealing with the enemies before them. The demon first gives an order to the other two demons, deciding to finish off the wounded demon knight first. They confirm their objective. They only need her blood to manufacture the star ponder. As Suho notes a strange feeling of familiarity with Essel, Beru coldly assesses her condition. He asks if she can face the enemy alone despite her injuries, confidently stating that mere low-ranked demons should be nothing to her. Suho makes a face, completely baffled by Beru's nonchalant attitude and his seemingly impossible expectations of the injured knight. To Beru's shock, Essel was easily knocked back by the demon's attack, crashing hard into the ground. Watching in disbelief, he shouted in frustration, demanding to know how she had become so weak. Lying injured on the floor, Essel looks up weakly. Beru realizes that her total mana has been drastically depleted. Essel admits that there's a reason for her current state. Essel recounts the tragedy that befell her. 6 months ago, a massive rebellion broke out in the demon realm. Her clan was wiped out fighting the overwhelming numbers, and she only survived because they sacrificed themselves for her escape. But during her capture, her blood was extracted, and she lost most of her power. Back in the present, Essel desperately asks Beru to heal her, but he bluntly refuses, stating it would be a waste of his mana. Essel cries out at how mean he is, while Suho looks on, thinking what a mess this weakened duo is. The demons, having overheard the conversation, confirm that Essel is indeed a survivor of the Redice clan. They see this not as a threat, but as a golden opportunity to drink the blood of a demon noble and grow even stronger. With the odds stacked against them, Beru turns to Suho with a new strategy. He states that Suho should be able to take one of the demons in a one-on-one fight, and to make that happen, he has a brilliant plan. In the shadows, Beru prepares to unleash a powerful ability, one he has only just regained after recovering his mana. A sinister red energy begins to emanate from his hand. Beru casts the spell, engulfing Essel in the crimson aura. A system notification immediately appears, announcing that Beru has used the skill, Cruel Command. System windows detail the skill's terrifying effects. Cruel Command has boosted Essel's stats by a massive 50%, but at a terrible price. As a side effect, she has been afflicted with the curse of madness, her eyes glowing with uncontrollable rage. With the curse active, Beru points at the enemy and shouts, "Go, you useless demon woman." Now a berserker, Essel lets out an inhuman roar and charges blindly towards the demons, ready to tear them apart. Suho watches the scene unfold with a troubled expression. He admits to himself that he feels bad for her, but ultimately accepts the grim necessity of the situation, as long as it creates the one-on-one fight they need to survive. The battle rages on as one of Suho's new shadow soldiers, Brokey, clashes violently with a massive, horned demon. Second, elsewhere in the chaotic battlefield, the demon noble Essel, shrouded in a red aura from a maddening curse, relentlessly attacks the demon as her create a storm of purple lightning shield. But before she could reach first, the third unleashed a powerful strike that sent her flying, trying to secure her blood. As Essel fights, Sung Suho, his own power flaring, rushes past her to engage third. Suho stomps hard on the ground, launching himself forward to unleash a devastating blow against third. The force of Suho's attack creates a massive shockwave as he clashes directly with a monstrous demon. The demon eyes glow with fierce determination, but Suho pushes his power to the absolute limit. The demon third let out a deafening roar as Suho's menacing blue energy surged forward, engulfing the demon completely. Third's terrifying roar echoed across the battlefield, his red eyes blazing with fury, only to be abruptly silenced as Suho cleaved him in half. Suho victories his shadow power engulfing the battle. The low-ranked demon at his feet, and a notification confirms his victory. Suho levels up instantly. "That's one," he says, as his weapon, Vulcan's horn, devours the demon's soul, granting him a significant boost in physical damage. Still under the influence of Beru's cruel command, a berserk Essel overwhelms first, who desperately tries to fend her off. Her face is a mask of pure, uncontrollable rage. A system window announces that the skill has ended as Essel has completely run out of energy. She gasps, exhausted, as the maddening curse finally lifts. Sensing his opponent's sudden weakness, the first blocks her attack, surprised by the abrupt change. But in that split second, Suho appears directly behind him. The demon turns, a shocked "what?" escaping its lips. "Two," Suho declares as he slices through the second demon, eliminating it and absorbing its soul for another power-up. The tide of battle turns as the massive demon boss takes a direct hit, forcing it to reassess the situation. Looking down at the bodies of its fallen allies, the demon scoffs. "Seems like we're outnumbered now. Useless fools." Yet the demon remained confident, Brokey's shadowy form looming behind him as he declared that there was still a way. Just as the demon boss is about to act, Brokey caught off guard by the demon's sudden movement. The demon makes a desperate move to acquire the knight Essel noble blood and become stronger, before he could head to her at the last possible second. "Fat chance," Suho sneers, bringing his foot down to crush the demon and successfully blocking him. The demon glares down in annoyance at the unexpected interference. Looking up at the colossal foe, Suho remains unfazed, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he challenges the beast directly. "Save some for me to absorb." As Suho confronts the demon lord, he calls out to his other shadow soldier, Brokey. Brokey opened his massive jaws to consume the weakened demon. As Essel recovers, Beru flies over to check on her. She complains about his cruel tactic, but then wonders aloud, questioning who this powerful human could be, as she believed only Sung Jinwoo could command shadow soldiers. Beru chides her, suggesting her inability to recognize Suho stems from a lack of loyalty. He urges her to look deeper and remember. Beru prompts her further, asking her to recall if she knew anyone else who possessed such vast potential. As she looks at Suho, a faint memory begins to stir within her. While Essel processes this, Suho finishes off yet another demon. He's showered with notifications, confirming another kill, another soul devoured, another level up, and finally, the unlocking of the system shop feature. The pieces click into place. A memory of Sung Jinwoo flashes in her mind as she stares at Suho. Her eyes widen with the shocking, undeniable truth. With a look of pure awe, Essel addresses Suho with his newfound title, the one that confirms his lineage and incredible power. "So it was you, young monarch." Essel, exhausted on the ground, looks up at Sung Suho and recognizes him, addressing him as the young monarch. Suho is taken aback, questioning why she called him young monarch. The demon, Essel, clarifies that she didn't recognize him at first because his appearance has changed. She remarks on his striking resemblance to Sir Sung Jinwoo before suddenly collapsing from her injuries and exhaustion. Suho turns to Beru and asks if she's all right. Beru confirms that she seems to have just passed out from exhaustion and isn't dead, which brings Suho a sense of relief. The scene shows the other hunters who were trapped in the dungeon, now being healed by Suho's abilities. A system notice appears, confirming the completion of the Rescue the Survivors quest. Suho smiles, pleased that all 7 are safe, and decides to check his reward. He receives his quest rewards, 3 stat points and 700 gold. Suho's eyes widen in surprise at the mention of gold. Suho immediately opens the shop window, realizing that just as he thought, he can use this gold to buy items like potions. The idea of earning money by completing quests triggers a brief flashback to his childhood, remembering when he would get an allowance for doing errands. A faint smile appears on Suho's face as he fondly recalls the memory. Thinking about how the system was a gift from his father, Suho looks at the shop screen and gratefully says, "Thanks for the allowance, Dad." Just then, the collapsed demon, Essel, begins to stir and weakly murmurs. Suho examines a low-grade healing potion from the shop, but the item description reveals a critical limitation. It cannot be given to others. Seeing Essel in a bad state, Suho wonders if he can administer the potion to her directly, and he kneels down beside her to try. He carefully pours the red healing potion into Essel's mouth. The potion works almost instantly, and color returns to Essel's face. Beru, watching from the side, comments on the young monarch's kind heart for using precious gold on a useless demon. Unwilling to leave her behind, Suho decides to take Essel to the shadow dungeon. He commands another of his shadows, Brokey, to bring the corpses of the demons they defeated as well. The wolf-gray, Brokey, stands over a pile of defeated demons as a dark portal swirls open, ready to transport them. As Beru prepares to leave, he asks Suho if he's coming. Suho, now holding a massive sword, replies that he still has things to do here. Suho turns his attention to 2 figures chained and suspended in the air, glowing with an ominous blue energy. He looks closely at one of the chain mist burns, thinking to himself that the way they are burning looks incredibly painful. With a look of resolve, Suho apologizes, stating that this is the only way he can help them. He then activates the skill Storm Slash. The devastating attack completely obliterates the chained figures and the remaining traces of the dungeon, leaving nothing but an empty, destroyed tunnel behind. Meanwhile, on the surface, the aftermath of the dungeon break has not gone unnoticed. An investigator from the Hunters Association arrives at the now damaged Seoul Station to begin assessing the scene. The investigator from the Hunters Association analyzes the scene. He notes that while monster corpses were found, the wounds on the deceased hunters don't match. Furthermore, a basement area was found partially destroyed by a powerful blade. The investigator concludes that there must have been something else in the dungeon besides the magic beasts. As he ponders this, the porter, Lim Dog-yun, tries to quietly excuse himself and leave the scene. The investigator stops him, confirming his identity as Lim Dog-yun, the one who reported the incident. He then asks about Sung Suho, who was on the hauling team's roster. Lim Dog-yun nervously explains that Suho was just a junior who came to help. The investigator presses further, asking for Sung Suho's current whereabouts. Lim Dog-yun is visibly flustered, unsure how to answer. Stammering, Lim Dog-yun struggles to find the right words, clearly hiding something about Suho's disappearance. He fabricates a story, claiming they escaped together and he evacuated Suho to safety. He sheepishly adds that as mere E-rank hunters, the only thing they could do was call the association for support, downplaying their role in the incident. The investigator looks down at Dog-yun. He reassures the man, telling him he made the best possible decision according to the Hunters Association manual for E-rank hunters. The investigator from the Hunters Association walks away, shouting at his team to search thoroughly for any remaining traces of the battle. Dogyeon thought to himself that it had been Suho who rescued the surviving hunters. Though he didn't know why Suho was concealing his rank, he was certain it wasn't for a malicious reason. With a determined look, Dogyeon decides not to press the issue for now, content to wait until Suho decides to reveal his true strength himself. The scene shifts, showing a desolate and destroyed city, with strange vegetation creeping over the ruins, setting a grim and otherworldly atmosphere. Here, the demon noble Essel sits, reflecting on the unbelievable events that have transpired in Suho life. Beru tells her their liege, Sung Jinwoo, had left to defend Earth from an invasion. Beru was sent to undo the young monarch's seal, but Suho, being a genius, managed to unseal it all by himself. Suho turned to Essel, asking her if they have met before, indicating his memory of their encounter is hazy. Essel looks at him with a knowing smile. She confirms they met in the tutorial and playfully asks if he has already forgotten his promise to remember her. Suho is genuinely confused, scratching his head as question marks float around him. For some reason, he can't quite remember what happened back then. Suddenly, a memory flashes in his mind. He recalls the image of Essel and her knights, and a second image of her surrendering almost instantly. Suho smirks, teasing her. The one who surrendered the moment we met. Beru questions how she could have responded so inadequately when she was supposed to be testing him, leaving Essel utterly speechless. Beru, bluntly asking Essel why she has become so weak and demanding to know what happened in the demon realm. Essel begins to explain. She tells them that after Sir Sung Jinwoo and Beru annihilated the Demon King, her Redice clan became the most powerful force remaining in the demon realm. With their new status, the Redice clan took control of the demon castle and lived there, faithfully awaiting the day their liege, Sung Jinwoo, would call upon them. For a few decades, peaceful days continued as they never received a call from him. But then about half a year ago, a major problem arose. A strange mana amplifier called Star Powder began spreading amongst the demons. Suho's expression becomes serious as he hears the name. The name jogs Suho's memory. He recalls hearing demons mention the Star Powder during a previous battle, saying they needed it to awaken their brother. Essel explains that while the powder had little effect on high-ranking demons with large amounts of mana, it greatly amplified the power of low-ranking demons, emboldening them to band together for a common cause, rebellion against the Redice clan. And so, what began as a simple rebellion quickly devolved into an all-out war. The Redice clan fought desperately to defend the demon castle that Sung Jinwoo had entrusted to them. Suho listens intently as Essel sorrowfully admits that they didn't have the power to stop them. After half a year of war, her clan was eventually defeated. Her hands clench tightly as she reveals the horrific aftermath. The victorious demons captured her clan members and began drinking the blood of the pure-blooded demon nobles to obtain even greater powers. With trembling hands, Essel concludes her tragic story. Her father and the rest of her clan were killed, and she lost her own powers due to the massive loss of blood. She looks down in despair, calling herself pathetic for being the only survivor when everyone else is dead. Her greatest fear is having to face Sir Sung Jinwoo, now that the demon realm he entrusted to her clan has been lost. A single tear wells up in her eye, reflecting her deep sorrow. But just as she is lost in her grief, Suho's voice cuts through the silence, offering unexpected comfort. You did fine. Her eye widens, a flicker of surprise cutting through her despair. Suho explains his reasoning, saying he sometimes wonders what his father would do. He believes that his dad would say the same thing to Essel and her clan members, who fought to protect his legacy even while he was gone. With a sincere smile, Suho adds that on a personal level, he wants to thank her for fighting for his dad until the very end. Reaching his hand out to her, Suho makes a promise. He'll try his best to help. He looks at her with determination and declares, "Let's bring back the Redice clan together, Essel." In a moment of heroic fervor, Suho pumps his fist into the air, comically mispronouncing the name as he vows to make the Radish clan #1 in the demon realm. Tears well up in Essel's eyes, but a smile touches her lips. Deeply moved by his heartfelt, if clumsy, declaration, she whispers his title, Young Monarch. A system window suddenly appears before Suho. The notice confirms Essel's gratitude, stating, "Last survivor of the pure-blooded demon nobles." Essel Redice thanks the player. Wiping a tear from her eye, Essel smiles brightly and corrects his pronunciation. It's Redice. At the same time, a new system window prompts Suho with a life-changing choice. Would you like to recruit White Flame's descendant as a companion? Following the battle, system notifications appear before Suho. The first announces that Essel Redice, the last survivor of the pure-blooded demon nobles, thanks him. The second asks if he would like to recruit the White Flame's descendant as a companion. Suho stares in shock, realizing the implication. Essel is the second monarch's descendant to join his side. Meanwhile, Essel looks up, confused by the term young monarch being directed at him. Another system notice reminds him that Essel thanked him. He ponders if her status as the last pure-blooded demon noble is the reason for this opportunity. A slight smile appears on his face as he makes his decision and accepts the offer. Immediately, more notices appear, confirming he has recruited the White Flame's descendant and gained a new bond skill, Demon Strike. To Essel's shock, a status screen appears for her as well, a privilege she didn't have before. Suho notes with interest that the status window is visible to his companions. Beside him, his shadow aunt, Beru, questions the significance of the title Young Monarch. Suho simply confirms it with a. Essel is stunned into silence. A close-up on her wide, trembling eye shows her processing the new information. For the first time, she understands her own identity. She is the White Flame's descendant. With the matter settled, Suho's party stands together. He is now flanked by his new companion, Essel, along with his loyal shadow soldiers, Beru the Ant and Gray the Wolf, ready for what's next. Eager to see their combined strength, Suho turns to Essel and asks, "Then, let's test out the new bond skill. Are you ready, Essel?" She responds with a determined, "Yes, young monarch." As the skill activates, a notice for Demon Strike appears. A powerful aura erupts from Essel, which is then channeled directly into Suho. Red and black energy swirls around his arm as he feels the influx of power, letting out a surprised "oh." Suho looked down at his arm, now crackling with borrowed energy, realizing that this must be his bond skill with Essel. Behind him, the transfer had completely drained her strength, and she collapsed to the ground. He rushes to her side. Essel, completely exhausted, apologizes for using up all her energy so quickly. Suho reassures her, telling her to rest. As a powerful aura continues to radiate from his hand, Suho is astonished. He thinks to himself, one skill used up all her energy? Just how powerful can it be? Lying on the ground, Essel thinks about the nature of the skill. It's a technique that allows her to transfer her power directly to the young monarch. She wonders, it must be an incredible attack, right? Deciding to test its power, Suho channels all the red and black energy from Essel's Demon Strike into a single, devastating punch. The impact is immense, shattering the wall and sending cracks spreading out from the point of contact. Dust and debris are thrown into the air. However, as the dust settles, Suho and Beru see that the attack barely seemed to affect its target. From a distance, Essel is in disbelief, exclaiming in her thoughts, "That's what all my energy got him." Confused, Suho looks at the skill description again. He notices a critical detail he missed before. Charge rate 0%. He realizes with frustration that he has no idea how he's supposed to charge the skill to make it effective. Seeing that the battle had ended, Beru approached Suho with a respectful request. He asked if he could consume the carcasses of the demons Suho had brought into the Shadow Dungeon. Suho denies the request, looking over the bodies of the fallen demons. He explains that he brought them here specifically to use shadow extraction on them. Seeing this, Beru asks if he'd like to try it now. Suho extends his hand over a slain demon, the familiar purple glow of his power surrounding it. He gives the command that has always worked before: arise. But this time it fails. Two system notices pop up, informing him that the target's mana is contaminated and that shadow extraction cannot be used. Suho looks on in surprise. Suho wonders aloud why he can't make them into shadow soldiers. Beru explains that even his former liege, Jinwoo, couldn't extract demons whose souls have been tainted. Instead, he had to command them through a contract, just as the Redice clan did. Suho understood and stated that it couldn't be helped if their souls were corrupted, granting Beru permission to devour them all. While Beru expressed his gratitude, Essel silently pouted to herself, thinking that it was cruel of him to call them corrupted. Seeing Essel is still weak, Suho kindly offers her a healing potion. She accepts gratefully, admitting, "It feels like I've only been an inconvenience to you this whole time." Her words make Suho consider her situation. "Come to think of it," he says, "you don't have a place to stay right now. Feel free to use this sector of the city, Essel." She is left speechless, touched by his generosity. As Suho makes his offer, system notices appear, officially designating a part of the Shadow Dungeon as the domain of White Flames and making Essel Redice its master. He smiles reassuringly at her and says, "We're companions, so don't worry." Suddenly, a loud screech from Beru interrupts the moment. Suho turns around, startled, while Essel peeks out from behind him with a shocked expression. Suho asked what was wrong. Covered in the blood of the demons he had just devoured, Beru looked up at his master and began to speak, saying that the memories of the demons had revealed something important. Beru revealed that he had uncovered a clue about the apostle of the Itarim. At the mention of that dreaded name, Suho's expression instantly hardened, a deep concern flashing across his face. The group settles down amidst the desolate ruins of the city. Suho, Essel, Brokey, and the wolf Grey sit and listen intently as the towering form of Beru prepares to share the critical information he has uncovered. From his position above the others, Beru addressed the gathered party, announcing with solemn formality that he would disclose what he had witnessed within the demon's memories. Beru begins by revealing two shocking truths he learned from the demon's memories. "Before I begin, there is some information you must know. Star powder is being spread throughout Earth, and mist burns are magic beasts from outer space." The revelations stun his listeners. "You're telling me star powder wasn't spread only throughout hell?" Essel yells in disbelief. Suho, equally shocked, processes the new information. "So the mist burns were from outer space?" Beru continues his explanation, revealing the horrifying truth. The demons they fought were connected to the Hyena Guild, who were forcing them to consume magic cores. This process transformed the demons into mist burns, which were then harvested as an ingredient to create star powder. Beru, the loyal Ant Shadow, reports his findings. He explains that star powder is being manufactured in multiple locations called star powder factories. He summarizes the operation. The Hyena Guild kidnaps humans, and the Reaper Guild delivers them to the factories. Inside these factories, the kidnapped humans are used as raw materials to create this star powder. Beru concludes that the enigmatic Itarim are undoubtedly the masterminds behind this three-faction connection. Suho listens with a grim expression, realizing all of this is tied to the invasion of the Itarim. But Beru drops a bombshell. A human created this entire star powder manufacturing system. Suho's eye widens in shock and disbelief. This human is known as the Apostle of the Itarim, and they are hiding somewhere on Earth. Furthermore, another human is assisting this apostle. Beru reveals the identity of the accomplice: Lee Min-sung, the Vice Guild Master of the Reaper Guild. They now have a solid lead to find the apostle. The scene shifts to a large, modern building, where a massive crowd of reporters is gathered, creating a commotion. The reporters, a mix of determined and surprised faces, ready their cameras and microphones, all focused on the entrance. Suddenly, a figure emerges. The crowd erupts as they identify him. There he is. It's Lee Min-sung. He strides forward confidently, flanked by bodyguards. The press swarms him, shouting questions about the Hunters Association's investigation. Lee Min-sung coolly replies, "It was concluded without any allegations, obviously." A reporter presses him, asking if he was truly unaware that the Hyena Guild, supported by his Reaper Guild, was kidnapping civilians. Another chimes in about the hunters killed at the Reaper-managed Seoul Station field. Lee Min-sung's expression turns serious and feigns sincerity. He begins his defense, starting with the name of his guild. He claims that the Reaper Guild only did their best for the chaotic world that arose after the cataclysm 2 years ago. He justifies supporting the Hyena Guild as a way to help D-rank hunters serve the public good and positions the Seoul Station field as a training ground for new hunters. He claims he never thought his good intentions would lead to such a tragic outcome. He puts on the performance of a lifetime, covering his face as if in anguish. He cries that if only he'd been more careful, no one would have died. He ends his speech with a deep, apologetic bow to the crowd, seemingly taking full responsibility for the trouble caused. His act works perfectly. The reporters begin to murmur amongst themselves, questioning if the Reaper Guild is innocent and perhaps even the hero of this story. But behind the facade, Lee Min-sung's face twists into a villainous smirk, his eyes glowing with malice. He questions if this makes them heroes. Internally, he gloats. An act like this is too easy for him, a former top star in Asia. He smirks, thinking to himself, "Looks like I've still got it." Later, as he leaves the Hunters Association building, an official tells him he's free to go. Lee Min-sung is surprised that the slime man let him off so easily. Walking away, he smirks with relief, musing that it doesn't matter. The Hunters Association still has no idea that he is the true source of the star powder flooding the market. He walks out of the building with an air of complete confidence, unaware that he is being watched from a distance. From a distance, Suho watches the man walk away. "So that's Lee Min-sung," he says, finally laying eyes on his target. Suho turned to the miniature Beru perched on his shoulder and asked if he could sense the Itarim's energy from the man. After a brief pause, Beru gave a definitive response, stating that he did not. This confirms Suho's suspicion. Lee Min-sung isn't a puppet being controlled by the Itarim. He's a willing accomplice in their scheme. With his eyes narrowed in determination, Suho decides his course of action. "Well, that's for us to discover now," he declares, preparing to pursue the truth. But before he can make a move, Beru frantically appears, his form flickering with urgency. "You mustn't, young monarch," he cries out. Beru explains that while he knows the young monarch has defeated powerful foes before, this time is different. He insists he must stop Suho, even at the cost of his own life, because the mana he feels from Lee Min-sung is immense. As if to confirm Beru's warning, Lee Min-sung's eye flashes with a dangerous red glint, a subtle sign of the immense power hidden within him. Lee Min-sung briefly pauses, glancing over his shoulder as if he sensed the prying eyes on him from afar. One of the security staff noticed Lee Min-sung's reaction and asked what was wrong. Min-sung quickly brushed it off, insisting it was nothing, though the unease of nearly being found out still lingered. Beru delivers his final, grave warning, stating that Suho is not currently at a level where he can challenge the A-rank hunter. However, the ominous aura around Lee Min-sung suggests his true power far exceeds his official rank. Inside a luxurious VIP lounge, an ornate chandelier casts a warm, dim light over the room, while on a table sits a bottle of champagne and an ice bucket, accompanied by a platter of fresh fruit. Lounging comfortably on a sofa with a woman by his side, Lee Min-sung, the vice guildmaster of the Reaper Guild, smirks with arrogance. He gloats to himself about how easy it is to manipulate the public with just a little bit of acting. His phone displays the fruits of his labor, news articles praising him. They report that no allegations were found against him, highlighting his supposed philanthropic deeds like opening the Soul Station field for new hunters, successfully burying a past incident. Suddenly, a poised and elegant woman arrives, sarcastically addressing Lee Min-sung as the hero of the hunter industry. The other attendees in the room immediately show deference, with one man on the floor greeting her as Madam. With an air of authority, the Madam chides him for not contacting her first upon his arrival. Her cunning smile suggests she's not here for pleasantries. Asserting her dominance, the Madam dismisses the other women from the room. Lee Min-sung retorts with annoyance, questioning if he needs to report his every move to her, though his protest lacks any real power. Observing his outburst, the Madam simply smiles to herself, thinking about what a horrible personality he has. Her thoughts drift to his background. Lee Min-sung was a superstar born with a silver spoon, a background that fostered an immense sense of pride. However, that pride was completely shattered after the cataclysm, the event that brought monsters and dungeons to the world. While the news of Lee Min-sung awakening as a powerful A-rank hunter was a public sensation, his personal driver, Lim Taiju, awakened as one of the few S ranks in the country. The spotlight shifted, and the power dynamic between them was suddenly and completely flipped. Strangely, despite the humiliation, Min-sung ended up joining the Reaper Guild, which was founded by his former driver. Snapping back to the present, the Madam cuts to the chase, asking to talk business. Min-sung plays dumb, asking what she means. Leaning in close, she dropped her facade and whispered for him to stop pretending, making it clear that she was talking about star powder. She asked to buy the illicit substance in bulk. Min-sung, setting his glass down firmly, claims that he can't possibly meet such a large demand quickly, as he's recently lost a distributor and a factory. The Madam doesn't buy it for a second. With a knowing smirk, she pressures him, saying there's no way a man of his influence has truly run out of methods. Min-sung falls silent, unable to immediately refute her. Cornered, Min-sung relents, stating he'll pester his business partner. The Madam internally celebrates her victory, while Min-sung fumes, thinking that he has to find that defiant brat. The scene shifts. A hand touches the glass of a high-rise window, overlooking a modern cityscape. Lee Min-sung's angry thought, that brat, hangs in the air as the view changes to a spacious room where a young boy stands, flanked by two of his imposing angel-like beings. The scene plunges into Suho's personal training ground, the Shadow Dungeon. A fierce battle rages as his shadow army clashes with a horde of green-skinned goblins. The wolf, Gray, leaps through the air, its powerful form descending upon the goblin ranks with devastating force. At the same time, the demon noble Essel gracefully enters the fray, her blade ready to strike, while the formidable knight Igris carves a path through the enemy. Suho move with terrifying speed and precision, his blades flashing as they effortlessly slice through the goblins. The dungeon is filled with the sounds of battle as the shadow soldiers execute their commands, turning the goblin horde into nothing more than dust. Amidst the carnage, Suho lands in a powerful stance. As the master of these shadows, he oversees the slaughter, his eyes glowing with a determined light. After the battle, a bead of sweat rolls down his face. Despite the overwhelming victory, a look of frustration crosses Suho's face. He realizes that hunting such weak monsters is no longer an effective way for him to level up. Restless and determined, Suho immediately summons another wave of goblins. Watching from the side, his loyal shadow Beru, in his small form, correctly guesses the source of the young monarch's impatience. This mindless grinding isn't enough. Suho knows he needs a real target to grow stronger. The scene shifts to a theater inside the Shadow Dungeon. Suho strategizes with his shadows, stating that their goal is to get information on the Apostle of the Itarim from Lee Min-sung, who controls the star powder distribution. Suho acknowledges that confronting him will undoubtedly lead to a dangerous fight. Then how are we supposed to get the information from him? Suho asks. Beru offers a simple, brutal solution. If Min-sung won't talk, Beru will simply devour the evil human to extract the knowledge, a method his liege has permitted. Beru points out the obvious flaw in that plan. It only works if they can actually defeat Lee Min-sung. Beru, having analyzed the power levels of the Hunters Association, begins to give a grim assessment of their current strength. Looking at Suho, Beru delivers the blunt truth. The young monarch's power is currently only equivalent to that of a C-rank hunter. He continues the assessment, stating that the Shadow Wolfger, despite his enthusiasm, is only a D rank. The demon Noblessel is rated as a C rank. A tear streams down her face as she laments her lost power, knowing she is much weaker now. Beru adds that even when Suho uses his possession skill to merge with Gray, their combined power barely surpasses the B rank level. Beru explains the vast differences in power, noting it would take 10 D ranks just to handle one C rank. Suho soberly concludes that they are nowhere near strong enough to take on an A-rank hunter like Lee Min-sung, let alone his entire guild. Curious, Essel asks Beru what his rank is. With immense pride, Beru declares he is a marshal. Shocked, Essel asks, "Weren't you a private?" His pride wounded, Beru erupts in fury, screeching that he'll tear her apart for the insult. In the depths of the Shadow Dungeon, Sung Suho looks on with a determined but weary expression, a bead of sweat tracing down his temple as he pushes through his intense training regimen. A series of system notifications appear. The daily quest Shadow Dungeon Cleaning is complete, with 100 goblins, 10 Decurions, and 1 Centurion defeated. He has received a reward for completing the quest, and the system prompts him to check it. The rewards are listed as status recovery, plus 3 stat points, and 1 random box. Standing amidst the fallen goblins with his shadow soldier, Suho opens his status window. He notes that the count isn't increasing despite taking more of them down, surmising that the hidden reward was a one-time thing. Suho chooses to open the random box. A blue box materializes and bursts open in a flash of light, revealing a notification. He has obtained the item Ashen Ring. A spectral hand appears, holding the newly acquired Ashen Ring. The item's description is displayed. It is a D-rank accessory that increases the sense stat by 5. Suho equips the Ashen Ring, which glows on his finger. His sense stat increases by 5, bringing the total to 29. He smirks, pleased with the new item that boosts his sense by 5. However, his satisfaction is short-lived. He soberly reflects that this small boost doesn't change his current situation much. Suho thinks about how hunting goblins hasn't increased his level for a while now. He recalls that after hunting demons, the damage of his Vulcan's horn only went up by 3%. A close-up shows the formidable Vulcan's horn on his arm. Its item description states its effect, Urge to Destroy, increases physical damage by 33%. Looking out over the desolate landscape of the Shadow Dungeon, Suho feels a strong desire to grow faster. He acknowledges that there aren't many ways to do so and realizes he needs to enter a proper dungeon and defeat magic beasts to level up. Back in his apartment, Suho looks at his hunter profile on a device, sighing in frustration. The only contracts he can get are from mining teams and culling team jobs. He laments that there aren't many strike squads that would hire an E-rank hunter like him. It's also forbidden by the Hunters Association to enter a gate without permission. His shadow, Beru, appears beside him and suggests he get a reevaluation. Suho immediately dismisses the idea, explaining that if he is reawakened, the Hunters Association will post an article about it on their homepage, which is something he must avoid. Suho elaborates, stating that since he knows the Apostle of the Itarim is on Earth, he wants to avoid having his identity revealed and becoming a weakness to his father. He worries that he can't even defeat Lee Min-sung, let alone the Apostle of the Itarim. Beru, however, chimes in, telling him that if it's the Apostle of the Itarim, there's no need to be concerned about them yet. Beru explains that if the Apostles arrived on Earth before he did, he assumes they won't be as powerful due to the effect of dimensional travel. He asks Suho about his understanding of the term. Beru elaborates, for dimensional travel through outer space, a dimensional rift must be crossed. However, the walls of this rift are especially narrow and have the bothersome property of clashing with mana. Even if the outer walls are forcibly expanded, they retract instantly. Therefore, the stronger a being is and the more mana they have, the longer and more energy-demanding their dimensional travel is. Beru concludes that this is why the vast army of the Itarim fighting in outer space is unable to invade this galaxy, and also why Suho's liege hasn't been able to come here easily. The explanation clicks for Suho. He pieces it together, realizing that, to put it simply, someone weak enough for quick dimensional travel must have come. He now understands why they use Brokey and the demons without revealing themselves. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Suho comes to a pivotal conclusion. If the invasion of the Itarim will happen in the future, then now is the perfect time for him to grow. Suho turns to Beru, his mind made up. I suppose now is the time, he murmurs, resolved to act. In what appears to be a memory or a message, Jinwoo speaks to Beru. He says that since he can't tell what the situation on Earth is like now, he'll leave it to Beru to choose what to do when he arrives on the scene. Jinwoo continued, instructing Beru to take the item and seek him if assistance became necessary. As he spoke, a radiant key materialized in his hand, its glow casting flickering light across Beru's expression of reverence. With a knowing look, Jinwoo concluded his instruction, remarking that he would prove to be of great help to Suho in many ways. Returning to the present, Beru thinks about the reason his liege gave him the key. As Suho sits on the couch, processing the information, Beru wonders if it's the right time to use it. But just as he's about to act on the key, another idea strikes Suho. He jolts with a shocked expression, exclaiming, "Ah!" A sudden realization about a different solution hits him. Why didn't I think of this? He mutters, as his hand moves toward his pocket. A wide grin spreads across Suho's face as he looks at his phone. He exclaims that the method to secretly enter a gate without breaking the Hunters Association rules was this close to him all along. The scene shifts to a towering, modern skyscraper of glass and steel, reaching high into a bright, cloud-filled sky. This is the headquarters of a Jin software. Inside an office, a man greets Suho, who is sitting on a couch. He says it's been a while, and that this is their first time meeting since Suho's awakening. The man went on, voicing his surprise that Suho had approached him with a business proposal. Gazing down at his nephew, he noted how much the boy had grown over the years. In response, Suho declared that he had brought an offer the man would find impossible to refuse. From within Suho's shadow, Beru is in awe. He thinks to himself, as expected of the young monarch. Beru marvels that Suho managed to find the exact person his liege had mentioned all by himself. The man in the office chair, Jinho, smiles, holding a tablet. Jinho, president of a Jin software, leans forward with a warm smile. He clarifies Suho's request, asking, "So you want your uncle to give you enough support to enter a gate?" A massively popular virtual reality game, Beautiful World. With a concurrent player base of over 12 million, it has remained at the top of the charts for 4 years since its release. Surprisingly, this industry-leading game was created by a Jin Software, a company established by the immature youngest son of a conglomerate. And the company's representative was none other than Suho. Upon arriving at the company's main lobby, the young man was greeted by the receptionist and asked to confirm his identity. He responded with a calm nod and a simple, "Ah, yes." An employee informs Suho that the president has been waiting for him and that someone important would be coming. He then asks Suho to follow him. As he walks through the building, Suho thinks to himself that this is his first time visiting his uncle's company. He is surprised to see so many awakeners working there. The employee notices Suho's curiosity and explains that it must be strange to see so many awakeners. He clarifies that not everyone who awakens wants to risk their life in a dungeon. He continues, explaining that for the right salary, they can work as guards. Suho then asks if there's really work for a hunter in a game company, and the employee hints at a special project being developed there. The employee states that he can't reveal the details of the project. This leads Suho to wonder if they're creating a game that's related to hunters. As they arrive at an office, a man with orangish hair appears, exclaiming, "Wow, look who's here." The man, Suho's uncle Jinwoo, warmly greets his nephew, whom he hasn't seen in a while, and pulls him into a friendly embrace. Jinwoo mentions how worried his aunt was about Suho, especially after the incident at the university and the news of his awakening. Suho apologizes, explaining that his life has been too chaotic to get in touch. Still, Jinwoo can't help but notice how much his nephew has grown since they last met. With a smile, Suho playfully remarks that he's having a growth spurt. Without missing a beat, Suho pivots the conversation straight to business, asking his uncle to look at something. Jinwoo is caught off guard by the abrupt change of topic after not seeing each other for so long. Suho shows his uncle a tablet displaying a document. His uncle reads. Jinwoo expresses his surprise, admitting he wondered why Suho had asked to meet so suddenly. Seeing his nephew act so professionally makes him realize how much Suho has grown. Suho confidently replies that he's brought an offer his uncle can't refuse. Seated comfortably in his office, Jinwoo leaned back in his chair and directly asked whether Suho wished for his uncle to take action on his behalf and give you enough support to enter a gate. Jinwoo concluded, a knowing smile softening his features. The gentle curve of his lips carried both affection and a quiet challenge, as if testing how far Suho intended to go. Suho confirms. He proposes that if his uncle helps with surrounding the gate and providing the necessary raid members, he will give all the essence stones to a Jin software. He confidently adds that he can easily clear a D or C rank dungeon. Jinwoo's eye twitches in disbelief. He questions how Suho, an E rank hunter, could possibly clear such a dungeon all by himself. Suho begins to explain that he has a way, but his uncle interrupts. Jinwoo reminds his nephew that he is also an awakener, a D rank, which is a higher rank but still not enough to excel inside a gate. Jinwoo's expression turns serious. He asks if Suho is going to such extreme lengths because he believes his parents, Jinwoo's brother-in-law and his wife, were involved with the gate during the cataclysm. Suho looks down, a shadow casting over his face. He thinks to himself that, of course, things would turn out this way. Beru appears on Suho's collar, asking the young monarch if he is truly going to tell him. Suho confirms, replying that his uncle is the person he trusts the most. Breaking the heavy silence, Suho calls out to his uncle, ready to finally reveal the truth behind his confidence. A shadow falls over his face as he leans forward, his presence suddenly immense. He delivers the shocking truth his uncle was not prepared for. I'm actually an awakener who levels up. Jinwoo is taken aback by the phrase level up. Suho explains seriously that there's an invader from outer space hiding on Earth, and to stop them, he must kill magic beasts and level up. With his eyes glowing with a fierce blue light, Suho emphasizes his conviction. To stop this invasion, he must enter a dungeon and become stronger. Jinwoo suddenly seems to connect the dots, but not in the way Suho intended. He asks his nephew if he happened to hear about this solo leveling project. Suho comically deflates, caught off guard by the question. Suho stammers, repeating the name solo leveling. Jinwoo, however, facepalms, completely misinterpreting the situation. He laughs it off, assuming this is all just an elaborate prank to trouble him with ridiculous requests. Still laughing, Jinwoo points at Suho and reveals the twist. Solo leveling is the exact name of the single-player game his company is currently producing. He describes the game's plot. The story of the weakest E-rank awakener who rises beyond S-rank to become the world's strongest protector. Elsewhere, an employee grumbles about the president's nephew getting access to confidential information. As Suho hears the game's description, a bead of sweat runs down his face. A shocking realization dawns on him as he wonders, that story, could it be father's? Jinwoo smugly tells Suho he's 1,000 years too early to fool him with a prank. But from Suho's shoulder, his shadow aunt, Beru, speaks, retorting that Jinwoo has failed and must have vague memories of a previous world. Jinwoo flinches as the ant-like shadow, Beru, fully materializes beside his ear, startling him. Jinwoo staggered back in shock, his voice rising in disbelief. Suho, What's with this ant face? Unfazed by the outburst, Beru only turned toward the young monarch, his tone calm as he requested permission to step forward. Suho, momentarily stunned by the unexpected sight, could only whisper Beru's name under his breath. Beru addresses Jinwoo directly, revealing that in a forgotten timeline, he was a mere subordinate to Beru's liege. He explains that Jinwoo witnessed his liege's battles more than any other human, and those powerful memories are now being projected onto his spirit. Before Jinwoo can fully process the words, Beru manifests Shadow Ki. He declares that this present will make him understand far quicker than 1,000 words could. In a surprising turn of events, the Shadow Soldier Beru presents a glowing he stabbed the key in the chest Jinwoo. He calls it a gift from his liege, leaving Jinwoo utterly bewildered. A jolt runs through Jinwoo's mind. In the void of his consciousness, Jinwoo stands, confused by the sudden turn of events. A towering, shadowy figure begins to materialize from the light, its silhouette clad in imposing armor, holding a massive sword. The armored figure strides purposefully toward Jinwoo, who looks on in disbelief, a startling realization dawning upon him as he quietly questions if that figure is himself. The memories coalesce, showing a past version of Jinwoo, not as a businessman, but as a fully armored knight, a loyal subordinate. The flood of memories begins, reminding him of his time with Jinwoo. He recalls promising to protect Jinwoo, who was then a mere E rank, and reassuring him about the heavy backpack. He remembers the stark contrast between their personalities, Jinwoo's quiet stoicism and his own chatty nature, and the time he stood up to defend Jinwoo without hesitation. A particularly vivid memory surfaces, him desperately pleading with Jinwoo to join him for just 19 more raids, showcasing his early reliance and admiration. Another memory plays out, his awe at Jinwoo's overwhelming power as he effortlessly dealt with another hunter, demanding he remove a set of powerful armor. He relives their final raid together, a moment filled with gratitude where he admitted that Jinwoo was more of a brother to him than his own. The memory grows warmer as he recalls Jinwoo's response. Seeing Jinwoo's blush and earnest declaration, Jinwoo reciprocated the sentiment. Over a shared meal, Jinwoo smiled and declared that if Jinwoo saw him as an older brother, then he would think of Jinwoo as his younger brother, too. Back in the present, the weight of these forgotten bonds and memories brings tears to Jinwoo's eyes, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. Suho, seeing his uncle's sudden breakdown, turns to Beru, demanding to know what just happened and why he met him again in this world. Suho confronts Beru directly, asking what he did to his uncle. Beru, ever nonchalant, simply tells him not to worry about it. Beru explains that he did nothing more than help Jinwoo regain the memories of the past world, causing Jinwoo to clutch his head as the full truth settles in. With his memories restored, Jinwoo looks at Suho with newfound understanding. Realizing that his father's limitless power has been passed down to him, Suho replies, albeit in a slightly different form. Jinwoo's eyes well up with a mix of awe and renewed purpose, his expression hardening with determination. He reflects on the scale of Jinwoo's power, the god of outer space who protected their world, and understands Suho's urgency to become stronger to stop the impending Itarim invasion. Jinwoo lets out a small laugh, affectionately telling Suho he's just as stubborn as his dad for coming up with a formal business proposal for such a request. Now that he knows the full truth of the situation, Jinwoo acknowledges that he can no longer treat his nephew like a child. With firm resolve, he accepts all of Suho's proposals. Suho clenches his fists in excitement, exclaiming, "All right." Jinwoo sits back, contemplating the heavy burden Jinwoo is choosing to bear, realizing his brother is facing this difficult ordeal all by himself again. But he also understands that by awakening his memories, Jinwoo has given him a chance to help. With newfound determination, Jinwoo silently vows to do his best to support Suho on the path he's about to walk. And so, with his uncle's full backing secured, the scene shifts. Now clad in a dark hoodie and a menacing, glowing blue mask, Sung Suho stands ready, prepared to follow in his father's footsteps and begin his own journey of leveling up. Sung Suho, his face hidden by a hood, arrives at the gate. A group of hunters, hired only to meet the entry requirements, are scattered around, waiting. He observes the hired raid members, thinking to himself that his uncle did a good job of finding just the right type of people to fill the head count. One of the hunters, a man with a bandaged leg, confirms the deal. They get paid 4 million won just for showing up, but he questions if Suho is really going in there all by himself. The hunter gives a word of caution, stating that underestimating a gate is a reckless move, no matter how skilled Suho might be. Despite his warning, he shows a bit of concern, telling Suho to call on them if he finds the dungeon too tough to handle alone. He adds that even with their limitations, they might be able to provide some help. Suho listens quietly, taking in the man's words. His expression hidden behind the glowing mask, Suho genuinely thanks the hunter for his concern. Agreeing to call for help if needed, Suho turns and walks resolutely towards the swirling, luminescent maw of the gate, ready to begin. As he steps into the dungeon's threshold, Suho reflects on the immense weight his father carried, a burden he continues to bear even now. Inside, he can feel his father's warm intentions hidden within the companion system he inherited. To accompany him, he summons his loyal shadows, Essel and Gray. He feels the power from the companion system course through him. But as he looks out, he sees a vast, desolate cavern filled with menacing rock monsters, the true challenge lying ahead. Blue energy surged around Suho's clenched fist, splitting the air with crackling light. The ground trembled beneath his resolve. No longer would his father stand alone. Power burned in his gaze as he rose to face the world itself. Let's start leveling up. On a dark night, a luxury car pulls up in front of a modern building. A man in a trench coat and mask, Lee Min-sung, the vice guildmaster of the Reaper Guild, instructs his subordinate to wait nearby. As he stands there, a thought crosses Lee Min-sung's mind. It has already been 3 months since his last meeting here. As he walks into the building, a security recognizes him, calling him out as Lee Min-sung, the vice guildmaster from a news. Internally, Min-sung scoffs, unable to hide his smug satisfaction at being recognized. Maintaining his public facade, Lee Min-sung puts on a humble smile. He thanks the man for recognizing him, playing the part of a gracious celebrity. The security wishes him well, calling him the pride of the hunters. As the man walks away, Min-sung's thoughts reveal his true arrogance. He believes that admiration is how everyone should look at him, a man born into privilege as the son of the vice president of Eugen Construction. His mind drifts back to his past successes. He debuted at a young age, earning the title the Asian Prince, and became a high A rank awakened after the cataclysm. He saw himself as an elite, destined to be at the top. He always believed he would remain at the top of the food chain, especially after his own awakening. But he was mistaken, recalls a moment his driver reached S rank. But that dream was shattered. The flashback continues, revealing the true event. It was his driver, Lim Tae-jae, who had awakened as an S rank. Lim Tae-jae announced his resignation, intending to become a hunter himself. To add insult to injury, Lim Tae-jae, now an S rank, patronizingly offered the A rank Lee Min-sung a spot in the guild he was planning to create. The sheer audacity of the offer leaves Min-sung trembling with rage. The world spun around him. How could he, an elite A rank, be so thoroughly upstaged by his own driver, who was now an S rank? The injustice of it all was too much to bear. Since that day, Lee Min-sung's perception of the world shattered. He became convinced that the system itself was broken. He became obsessed with one goal, to restore the social pyramid that had been flipped upside down. He vowed to fix this broken world, even if it meant he had to join hands with a demon to do so. Back in the present, the flashback ends. With his resolve hardened by the bitter memories, Lee Min-sung opens the door to his meeting, his face set with grim determination. Inside, he is met by a group of figures with glowing red eyes and creepy smiles. Min-sung doesn't hesitate to threaten them, telling them to wipe the smirks off their faces before he does it for them. He looks past the minions, demanding to know where their master is and why he isn't there to greet him personally. A new voice speaks his name. In a reflection, Lee Min-sung sees a new figure and reacts with shock and disgust, recognizing the unique hair color and nasty eyes. The figure is revealed to be a young boy with silver hair, glowing golden eyes, and a strange horn-like growth on his temple. Lee Min-sung confirms his identity, asking, "Is that you, alien?" Lee Min-sung approaches the alien, patting him on the head with condescending familiarity. He comments on how much the boy has grown and how his mana pool has increased, as if he's a proud guardian. The alien coldly dismisses the comment. He clarifies that this is not growth, but simply him regaining his powers. He begins to explain his true nature. To solve the problem of dimensional travel, his immensely powerful main form fragmented its strength and personality, sending the pieces to this world. He continues, explaining that the first fragment to arrive was the weakest, an infantile version of himself. Later, a second fragment arrived and fused with him, creating his current self. The alien states that while his memories are the same, his personality has changed. Lee Min-sung finds it too complicated, so the boy simplifies his message: "Don't act friendly with me." Unfazed by the boy's warning, Lee Min-sung dismisses his personality change. He gets straight to the point, asking if Woo Jinchul remembers the promise made to him. The alien coolly begins to list the terms of their agreement, confirming he remembers the promise of fame and fortune. And, most importantly, the elimination of the S-rank hunter Lim Taijai. At the mention of his rival's demise, a twisted, malevolent grin spreads across Lee Min-sung's face, his eyes glowing red with vengeful delight. Lee Min-sung seems satisfied as long as the promise is kept. The alien questions Min-sung's presence, but Min-sung retorts, asking if he's not allowed in his own house, and the alien reminding Min-sung he was told not to visit unless it was important. Changing the subject, Min-sung explains the reason for his visit. There's a major problem with the production of star powder, as their source, the Hyena Guild, and their factory at Seoul Station have been completely destroyed. He's here to get extra star powder. As the alien flips through a book, he asks for the reason. Min-sung then coolly reveals that the hyenas were apparently wiped out by a single hunter wearing a black mask. Min-sung grows agitated, pointing out that the alien was the one who designed the distribution system using their manufacturing process and promised it would be flawless. The boy dismisses his concerns, telling him he won't get anything done by focusing on such small details. With a piercing gaze, the alien looks down on him. "How incompetent," he says, adding that it was a mistake for his previous personality to choose Min-sung as his pawn. The insult strikes a nerve. Enraged at being called a pawn, Lee Min-sung lunges forward, his patience finally snapping. He grabs the alien, his anger causing a wave of energy to ripple through the room. His eyes glowing with red malice. Min-sung snarls that he is not like the mindless husks under the boy's control. He boasts that as an A-rank hunter, he can easily kill the alien before his powers fully return. The alien remains perfectly calm. Min-sung tells him, "I'm not the pawn," he states coldly. "You are." In a tense confrontation, Lee Min-sung holds a glowing dagger to the neck of the young boy. He condescendingly explains that human hunters seem to rank themselves based on their mana pool alone, considering it their primary metric of power. The alien, completely unfazed by the threat, scoffs at the notion, calling the human's power system barbaric. In the background, a security who had been working peacefully is startled by the sudden surge of energy. A wave of power emanates from the alien. The security is caught in its path, his eyes glowing a menacing yellow as he falls under the alien's mental control. A brilliant flash of golden light signifies the alien flexing his immense power, an aura of pure energy radiating outwards. Lee Min-sung recoils in shock. He feels an overwhelming amount of mana rising from all over the place and stares in disbelief, realizing the immense power originates from the small child he's holding hostage. The alien's power is revealed to have spread far beyond their room. All throughout the building, people from office workers to Minsung's own armed guards stop what they're doing, their eyes glowing with the same yellow light of mind control. The entire skyscraper from the outside. Golden rings of mana encircle the top of the building, a clear sign that every single human inside is now under the alien's complete control. Minsung looks up in horror, finally grasping the scale of the alien's ability. He mutters in disbelief. He's brainwashed all the humans in this building. The alien coldly explains their shifting dynamic. The reason my previous personality deemed you necessary was for his survival, he states. Now that I possess the power to survive, our relationship may change, depending on your competence. A crowd of brainwashed hunters, their eyes glowing ominously, gather behind the alien, turning to face Lee Min-sung. They have become puppets, ready to strike down their former ally at their new master's command. Close-ups show the faces of the control hunters. Among them are a powerful-looking woman with a sword and other burly fighters, all of them now mindless servants to the alien, their individual wills completely erased. Lee Min-sung's face is cast in shadow, sweat dripping down his temple as he clenches his fist. He understands he has completely lost control of the situation and is now at the mercy of the monster he allied with. Trying to save face, Min-sung quickly pulled back his dagger, forcing a shaky grin. It was just a joke. No need to get worked up, he said, his voice wavering beneath false bravado. The alien watched him with chilling amusement, its unblinking eyes glinting. A joke, was it? I'll spare you for now. You still have a purpose to serve. As the alien releases his control, the security from earlier suddenly clutches his neck, gasping as his free will returns. The painful backlash of being mentally dominated is evident. One of the alien subordinates, a woman with long, silvery white hair, stepped forward and unlocked a sleek briefcase. Inside, dozens of radiant yellow crystals pulsed with light, casting sharp reflections across the room. She presented them with a measured tone. Here's a stimulant infused with 100 times the concentration of star powder. Min-sung looks at the crystals with interest, questioning why the alien had such a powerful substance. He coolly observes, if you dilute it, you should be able to create masses of star powder. The alien continues, explaining that unlike regular star powder, which only affects low-rank hunters, this concentrate should have an effect on A-ranks like Min-sung. He then goads him, how about you try it? Min-sung eyes the crystal warily and declines the offer. I can't use something I know nothing about. Internally, a sense of dread washes over him as he thinks, I may have released a ridiculous monster on Earth. Despite his fear, Min-sung tries to reassert the terms of their deal. But, fine, just keep your end of the deal. He turns his back, washing his hands of the consequences, adding, that's not my problem. Now alone, the alien stands in the dimly lit room. He looks at his hand as a red aura begins to form. I can feel it, he says to himself. Soon, another fragment will arrive. Now alone, the alien stood in the dimly lit room, watching as a crimson aura gathered around his hand. He murmured to himself, feeling the energy stir soon. Another fragment would arrive. The scene shifts dramatically. In a dark, rocky cavern, a monstrous blue-scaled snake with glowing red eyes and massive fangs lunges forward, ready to devour its prey. But its prey fights back. Gray leaps through the air while Essel, wielding a long spear, meets the giant snake's attack head-on, creating a powerful shockwave. Essel stands defiantly, dwarfed by the colossal size of the snake monster as it looms over her. Its dark silhouette fills the cavern, a testament to the overwhelming power Suho and his army now face. With lightning speed, Suho dashed in to aid his party, seizing the serpent with all his strength. The giant serpent thrashed violently, its massive coils whipping through the air with crushing force, shaking the entire cavern. Amid the chaos, Essel, her purple hair and sharp fangs bared, cried out urgently to her leader. Young monarch, Suho, with his eyes glowing and teeth clenched in a furious snarl, lets out a powerful roar. He channels his immense strength into his fist and charges forward, ready to end the fight himself. Suho's fist struck with overwhelming force, shattering the serpent's scales and ripping through its neck in a single, explosive blow. As the beast writhes in pain, Suho fluidly twists his body, gracefully dodging and landing perfectly. The scene shifted, drawing in close on the alien's face. His single, glowing eye flickered with malice, its eerie light cutting through the darkness. A chilling thought echoed within him, lingering like a whisper of doom. Once that time comes, the words carried the weight of something grim yet inevitable. A powerful shot centered on Sung Suho. His eyes glowed with unwavering determination, a silent answer to the unseen menace looming beyond. As his gaze sharpened, the alien's chilling declaration echoed through the darkness like a distant omen. The invasion shall begin. A female hunter, hired for a mysterious job, looks on with a worried expression, questioning the safety of their assignment. She discusses the strange conditions with her colleagues. They are being paid a hefty sum of 5 million won each just to wait for Suho to exit a gate, with the sole condition of not leaking any information. The easy money feels suspicious to her. Her male colleague tries to reason that since this is the 4th time and the payments have been regular, there's nothing to worry about. After all, a hunter closing gates benefits the public. But the woman remains unconvinced, feeling that something is off. He bluntly tells her she can quit if she's so worried, which leaves her flustered. She concedes that while it's questionable, the offer is too good to pass up. The man's thoughts reveal his own deep suspicions. He ponders how Suho clears gates without any hauling or mining teams, which is the primary way to profit from a dungeon. His thoughts continue as he watches the swirling vortex of the gate. He notes that the Suho has progressed from D rank to C rank gates, deepening the mystery of what he could possibly be doing inside all alone. Inside the dungeon, under Beru command to speed up, the shadow soldiers make quick work of the mining crystal, shattering them with powerful blows. Meanwhile, Suho's loyal companion, Redice, and the wolf companion are on hauling duty. She remarks that collecting the loot is more skillful than she anticipated, and the wolf lets out a growl of agreement. However, Essel's focus shifts to her master. She looks on with concern, wondering if the young monarch will be all right facing the C-rank boss all by himself. Her worries were not unfounded. Deep within the dungeon, Sung Suho is engaged in a fierce battle, dodging the massive, sharp appendages of the dungeon's boss. The boss is revealed to be a monstrous giant arachne. Undeterred, Suho launches himself into the air, closing the distance to the massive spider. Holding his dagger, Suho unleashes a powerful skill, Storm Slash, sending a flurry of light blue cuts towards the beast. A system notice appears, indicating that the dagger's paralyze effect has been activated. However, the giant arachne is too powerful. A second notice immediately follows, stating that the foe's resistance was too high and the effect was cancelled. Suho clicks his tongue in annoyance. He had wanted to test the dagger's paralysis effect, but it proved useless against the spider boss. The item's description details its paralyzing and bleeding effects. With a determined look, Suho decides on a more direct approach. Remarking that one has to get their hands dirty to kill a bug, he lunges forward, striking the spider directly in its face. He leaps onto the creature's back, raising his dagger high for a devastating downward punch. With immense force, Suho plunges his fist cover with blue aura into the giant arachne's head, the impact echoing through the dungeon. Changing tactics completely, Suho declares that sometimes bare hands are best as he pulls out his fist. A blue aura begins to form around his dagger. The energy coalesces into a series of invisible slashes that tear through the arachne. Suho stands confidently before the boss, which is now being shredded by his attacks. He reflects on his growth, realizing he is now strong enough to face C-rank bosses alone and can soon move on to B-rank gates. He acknowledges his own improvement, not just in level, but in his combat sense and his ability to utilize the powerful skill ruler's authority in battle. A realization dawns on him. He had been using ruler's authority simply to move objects around. But what if there was another way to use it? As Suho twisted out of the spider's reach, the thought struck him like a spark. He wondered what might happen if he were to channel that invisible hand into his attacks. The idea carried both risk and possibility, stirring beneath the rush of battle as the monstrous creature lunged again. He immediately puts his theory into practice. A powerful blue aura, the invisible hand of his authority, crackles and gathers around his clenched fist as he pulls back for the decisive blow. The impact is extraordinary. A massive pillar of pure energy erupts from his punch, tearing through the air and completely overwhelming the giant arachne in a brilliant, destructive blast that lights up the entire cavern. The beam of energy completely obliterates the giant arachne. A series of system notices immediately pop up, announcing Suho's victory, a level up, and that his ruler's authority skill has also leveled up. Sung Suho stands triumphantly atop the monster's corpse, but the victory came at a cost. A system window details that while ruler's authority requires no mana, it causes fatigue. His fatigue level has shot up to 83. He realizes that while powerful, the immense concentration required makes it difficult to use in succession. Drawn by the massive explosion of power, Redice the wolf companion walks cautiously toward the site of the battle. As his companions approach, Suho is lost in thought, a smile creeping onto his face as he realizes this new application of his power gives him limitless combat styles. Essel and the wolf call out to their young monarch, snapping him out of his revelry. Essel asks if he managed to defeat the boss, and Suho confirms with a confident smile. Byrne expresses his admiration, impressed that he is already so self-sufficient. Meanwhile, Suho gives his small shadow ant, Beru, permission to continue eating the leftover essence stones. Byrne reports that he has gathered all the materials from the defeated monster. Before them lies a pile of the giant arachne's valuable parts and essence stones. Suho praises them all for a job well done. After the battle, Sung Suho checks the system. He discovers the convenience of being able to sell materials directly from the shop window, instantly earning gold. Beru comments on Suho's growth, comparing his current power to that of a B-rank hunter. Suho isn't surprised, acknowledging that it makes sense after leveling up 8 times. A look at his status window confirms his progress. He is now Sung Suho, level 28, with the title of Wolf Assassin. His fatigue is high, but his power has clearly increased. Beru also notes that Suho's companions seem to have gotten stronger with him. Essel feels the power returning to her body while Gray, the wolf, lets out a fierce howl. Essel is momentarily confused, wondering why she's regaining her powers without drinking blood. Suho is shocked to find that he can now see the levels of his companions. A tag above the elf reads Essel Redice LV 19, and another above the wolf shows Gray LV 17. To his surprise, they can gain levels like a player. Suho asks Essel if she can also see the system window. She confirms that she can. Suho contemplates this new information. While his companions can't allocate stat points, they do get stronger when they level up. He realizes there are still many mysteries to solve regarding descendants and the companion system. Suho proposed that they test whether his companions could level up as well. Essel and Gray exchanged puzzled looks, uncertain of his intention as they tried to grasp what he truly meant. With a wicked grin, Suho suggests they should find out by going on more raids. His companions are horrified at the idea, protesting that they've already done 2 raids today. Ignoring their complaints, Suho decides to start his daily quest to avoid any delays. Beru wisely advises moderation, just as a portal opens and a notification announces their entry into the Shadow Dungeon. As they enter the Shadow Dungeon, suddenly, Suho's eyes widen in shock. A massive, fiery red phenomenon erupts within the familiar space of the Shadow Dungeon. Essel shouted that a gate had appeared within the Shadow Dungeon itself. A wave of scorching heat surged through the chamber, forcing the group to brace against it. Suho stared ahead in disbelief, the impossible sight reflected in his widened eyes. He urgently asks Beru if such a thing is even possible, but Beru doesn't know either. At that moment, a new system message appears. An urgent quest has arrived. The source of the disturbance is a massive red portal. A quest notice identifies it as an urgent quest, dimensional rift, instructing them to enter the connected gate and eliminate its cause. Suho is taken aback by the sudden appearance of an urgent quest. He clutches his chest, feeling the overwhelming heat radiating from the mysterious gate. Thinking quickly, Suho hands new gear to Essel and Gray. It's an exothermic robe, an item that can block direct heat to a certain extent. Now protected by the robe, Suho's excitement overrides his surprise. Seeing this as just another raid, he rallies his companions with a determined, "Let's go in." They step through the portal into a vast desert landscape under a scorching sun. The system identifies their new location, an Egypt field-type dungeon, the Pyramid Field. Immediately, they spot another person. He grunts in frustration. A tag identifies him as Ryo Singh, a B-rank hunter from the Azura Guild. Ryo Singh erupted in anger, shouting about the injustice of being forced out of a dungeon that the Azura Guild had discovered first. His fury burned in every word as he and his guildmates took their positions, their stances sharp and ready for battle. A cold, menacing gaze cut through his defiance, as if pinning him in place. The presence of a powerful, unseen figure pressed in around them, and in a calm, unshakable voice, that figure questioned why Ryo Singh's claim to the dungeon should matter at all. The figure, encased in heavy plate armor, delivered a final warning in a voice that brooked no argument. He declared that the dungeon now fell under the authority of his guild, and that any further objections would be regarded as nothing less than a declaration of war. Ryo Singh's face darkens with sweat as he curses their rotten luck. He understands the grave danger his guild is in, recognizing the overwhelming presence before them. His dread is confirmed as he identifies the man, Randolph, an A-rank hunter from the notorious Scavenger Guild. In the face of such absolute power, Ryo Singh is forced to confront the grim reality of their situation. Despite the difference in power, the Azura Guild doesn't back down. Following their leader's command, the hunters ready their weapons, preparing to fight for the dungeon they found. Randolph of the Scavenger Guild scoffs at their defiance. Surrounded by his own heavily armed forces, he remains completely unfazed by the Azura Guild's show of resistance. Just as the two guilds are about to clash, a hand is raised to interrupt them. A voice calls out, drawing the attention of both sides. Both Ryo Singh and Randolph turn in annoyance, surprised by the sudden and unexpected interruption to their standoff. The person who interrupted is none other than Suho. Looking completely lost and bewildered, he stammers out a question in English. Suho stood between the two hostile guilds, his companions sharing his confusion as they glanced around the tense battlefield. In English, he hesitantly asked where he was, completely unaware of the perilous situation he had just walked into. 30 minutes earlier, inside a chaotic, red-hued gate, Suho and his companions, Essel and Beru, finally grasped the source of the sand they had seen from outside. The air churned with swirling crimson dust, and dunes stretched before them like a storm-torn desert, making it clear that what had seemed like a mere anomaly was, in fact, an entire world of sand. They find themselves in a vast desert landscape under a bright sun. Suho identifies it as a desert-type dungeon, while Beru senses a powerful mana signature coming from a massive pyramid in the distance. Their exploration leads them to a strange sight, a modern, heavy-duty truck. Suho voices everyone's confusion, questioning why an object from the human world would be inside a dungeon. The mystery deepens as they spot more out-of-place items. Wrecked cars and even barbed wire fences are scattered across the sands, things that have no business being in a magical dungeon. Suho points out that machines aren't supposed to work inside dungeons, leading Essel to wonder if this place is something else entirely, or if they've crossed into a different reality. Beru, however, doesn't believe that's the case. Trying to maintain calm, Suho states that as long as their gate to the shadow dungeon is secure, there shouldn't be a problem. Nevertheless, he decides to check it just to be safe, and Essel agrees. As Suho reaches out to check the status of their entry gate, his hand is enveloped in a swirling vortex of dark energy. His companions watch on, and Essel anxiously asks him for an update, sensing that something is wrong. Backlit by the harsh desert sun, Suho turns to his companions with a look of disbelief and horror. The gate is gone. The scene flashes to the outside world, where the hunters for hire are in a panic. They witness the gate disappearing, leading them to believe the dungeon boss is dead, but the hunter who went inside hasn't come out. They scramble to make an emergency call. Returning to the present moment, inside the massive pyramid, Suho's party now stands before another group of armed individuals. With his face concealed by his glowing mask, Suho reflects on the fact that they had no choice but to enter the pyramid after being trapped. He observes the new group of hunters, realizing they must be the ones who drove the cars. He overhears them speaking English, and a shocking possibility dawns on him. He might be in a different country altogether. As the gravity of the situation sinks in, Suho silently thanks himself for studying English while preparing for his college entrance exams. One of the other hunters, Ryo Singh, sizes up Suho. He remarks that it's not just the scavenger guild, but even hunters from the east have come to claim ownership of this dungeon. The heavily armored hunter, Randolph, looks on with disdain. He scoffs at how troublesome it is that so many bugs have swarmed to this location, his eye glaring with annoyance. The scene cuts to a flashback of Randolph speaking. He begins to recount a prophecy made by someone called Granny. The prophecy speaks of a life born of death, which appeared from shattered seal. It foretells that this being will appear at a tomb, possessing the incredible power to raise the dead. The flashback continues, showing Thomas Andre being briefed. Right after the prophecy was made, a pyramid-filled dungeon appeared in Egypt. The tomb, the pyramid, and death, it all fits together too perfectly. Thomas Andre gives a firm order. Claim that dungeon so he can conduct a raid after he's finished with his current business. His subordinate asks what he should do if other guilds interfere. Thomas Andre's voice comes through, questioning why his subordinate is even asking such an obvious question. His order is simple, just do it the scavenger way. Back in the pyramid, Scavenger Guild's Hunter Randolph issues a final warning to Suho, telling him to leave immediately if he values his life. Suho notes the hunter's aggressive stance. He thinks to himself that if this is truly a dungeon, then he has no choice but to conquer it to clear his urgent quest. He defiantly asks, "And what if I don't want to?" Randolph's response is blunt. "It's simple," he declares, lunging forward in a blur of motion with a single, deadly intent. "I'll just have to kill you." The battle begins without another word. The sudden escalation catches Suho's companions completely off guard. Essel gasps, her face a mask of shock as the attack closes in, highlighting the immediate danger Suho is now in. Watching the confrontation ignite, the hunter, Ryo Singh, grits his teeth, his expression turning serious as the Scavenger Guild makes the first move. Randolph's powerful strike is suddenly intercepted. Randolph watches with a look of sheer disbelief and annoyance, his face contorting in a grimace as his subordinate's attack is effortlessly stopped. After blocking the attack, Suho stands firm. He looks at his opponent and states coldly, "You're the one who attacked first. Got it?" Establishing his justification for what's to come. Suho's lunge at Randolph, smashing into him with his fist. Despite his strong stance, Suho is internally conflicted. He worries about the strength of his own attack, realizing he only hit the hunter's armor and hoping he hadn't accidentally killed him. Below, Randolph's expression shifts from surprise to pure fury. Randolph roared in fury, snarling that Suho was nothing but a little pest. His fist lashed out in swift retaliation, a powerful punch aimed straight at Suho's skull. Randolph's fist crashed down from above, slamming Suho into the ground with crushing force and blasting debris in every direction. Fury flashed across Randolph's face as he barked out, "Go easy on me? Who do you think you're talking to?" He turned to his guild with a cold sneer. The Azura Guild and that Asian man. Kill them all. Leave nothing behind. Seeing the open declaration of war, Essel springs into action. She leaps forward with her spear, yelling furiously, "How dare you attack the young monarch?" Faced with the Scavenger Guild's aggression, Ryo Singh and his Azura Guild members draw their weapons. With a determined look, Ryo Singh accepts the challenge, declaring, "A battle it is, then." After the grueling battle, Sung Suho paused to catch his breath. Beside him, his shadow soldier Beru emerged, his tone laced with concern as he asked if his master was all right. Though exhaustion weighed on him, Suho gave a faint nod, assuring Beru that he was fine. In a chaotic dungeon, the battle rages on. Other hunters are forced to fight each other. Suho grimly observes, "Looks like hunters have to fight each other in the end." Beru agrees that to clear the urgent quest, winning this battle is a necessity. Suho's eyes narrow with cold determination. He has identified his target amidst the chaos. For now, he thinks, "I'm certain that the guild with the armored man who attacked me is my enemy." In a flash, Suho bursts forward, a blur of motion. He slams his foot into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and rock as he launches himself toward his opponent. The battle intensifies. Suho deftly dodges a powerful downward slash from another hunter. Wasting no time, he closes the distance to Randolph Men, the armored man, preparing a counterattack. With a resounding clang, Suho blocks the massive axe swung by the scavenger hunter. The air trembles from the brutal impact of Suho punch of the hunter, rippling outward in violent bursts. The scavenger hunter face contorts in a grin of disbelief and surprise. He hadn't expected this level of strength from his opponent. As their weapons and fists clash, the scavenger hunter mocks Suho, who would have thought that a weak hunter would stand against us, the Scavenger Guild. You should have obediently listened to those who are stronger than you. Suho grits his teeth, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had only intended to knock his opponent out, but they withstood the blow. Just how tough are these guys? He wonders. Suho clenched his armored fist, the metal creaking under the pressure. He contemplated unleashing a more dangerous power, wondering if it would be acceptable for him to use it. Suho clenched his armored fist tighter, contemplating the fighting technique that employed ruler's authority, the power he had only recently mastered. He wondered if it would be acceptable to unleash it on a mere person. A towering column of immense power surged around him, crackling with restrained force as he wrestled with the decision. He paused, the full weight of his potential action crashing over him like a shadow. A dark thought pierced his mind. He wondered what would happen if he ended up killing him. Before Suho could act, Ryo Singh surged forward with graceful precision, his blade unleashing a whirlwind of lethal maneuvers. In a single, fluid arc, Ryo Singh severed the scavenger hunter's head from his body. The fight concludes swiftly. The scavenger guild member falls to the ground, defeated and bloodied, his armor unable to protect him from the superior swordsman. Suho turned to Ryo Singh, his voice catching with relief. Thank you, he said, grateful for the intervention. Ryo Singh met his gaze steadily. I saw your skill when you dodged Randolph's attack. But that hesitation earlier. Ryo Singh's expression turns serious as he gets to the heart of the matter. Are you afraid of murdering someone? Suho remains silent, the question hanging in the air. Ryo Singh continues his warning. Magic beasts aren't the only threats to a hunter. You'd best resolve yourself if you want to protect yourself from dangerous people like lizards and false rankers. Resolve. Suho thinks to himself, looking down at a fallen hunter. I thought I'd resolve myself plenty when I prepared to fight with my life. But it's not enough. His mind flashes back to previous encounters. Until now, I haven't felt the need to murder. Even when I fought the Hyena Guild, I was able to go easy on them since there was an extreme difference in skill. But how long will those favorable situations continue? He foresees the grim reality of his path. Situations where I'll die if I don't kill, and situations where I won't be able to protect if I don't kill. I'll keep being put in those situations in this post-cataclysm world. Suho's eyes glowed with sudden clarity, a profound realization dawning across his face. He realized he had forgotten it amid his fixation on leveling up. He needed to discard his pre-cataclysm mindset entirely. That was how true growth would come. Suho's glowing eyes sharpened further as the realization deepened. He would need to evolve completely to stand against Lee Min-sung. A vivid memory of that formidable future foe flashed through his mind, stealing his newfound determination like forged iron. Having witnessed Suho's change in demeanor, the swordsman formally introduces himself with a confident smile. I'm a hunter from the Azura Guild, Ryo Singh. Ryo Singh proposed a partnership, his voice steady amid the tension. We're both in a bind because of the Scavenger Guild. How about we ally? He suggested, unaware that a scavenger hunter was closing in from behind, blade poised to strike. But before they can finalize their alliance, a look of pure shock crosses Ryo Singh's face. He looks up as a massive, ominous fist plummets from the sky, heralding the arrival of yet another threat. Putting his newfound resolve into action, Suho unleashes his power. He uses his ruler's authority to grab another scavenger hunter and, with a surge of blue energy, slams him violently into the ground as Ryo Singh watches in astonishment. Suho lands gracefully amidst the destruction he caused. The ground is shattered, and his opponent is left buried and broken in the crater from the sheer force of the invisible blow. A system window displays Suho's upgraded skill, Ruler's Authority Level 2, the ability to physically control objects without touching them. With a hardened gaze, Suho declares his new philosophy. I won't hesitate any longer. The brutal impact as the scavenger hunter is driven into the hard rock floor, his heavy armor offering no resistance to the immense telekinetic force crushing him. Barely conscious, the scavenger hunter coughs up a spray of blood. The single decisive attack has left him utterly defeated and severely wounded. From the sidelines, Randolph watched in stunned silence, the raw display of power leaving him frozen. He thought to himself that Suho had nearly killed a B-rank tank in a single hit. Randolph's shock quickly turns into a cunning, intrigued smirk. He recognizes that Suho is no ordinary opponent. With his strength now undeniable, Suho turns back to Ryo Singh. Acknowledging his earlier proposal, he formally introduces himself. I'm Suho from Korea. Let's form an alliance. The chaotic battle rages on. The clash of steel echoes through the desert dungeon as hunters fight for their lives. A member of the Scavenger Guild scoffs at the opposing hunters, confidently declaring that even though the Azura Guild has joined Suho, their combined forces are still weak. He boasts about his own guild's superiority in both numbers and individual strength. From a distance, Ryo Singh watches Sung Suho, who holds his shadow dungeon key. Suho smirks, stating that he hasn't even begun to use his full power yet. With a single command, arise, the ground trembles. An enemy knight looks back in confusion and shock, sensing a dramatic shift in the flow of mana. From the shadows, a monstrous figure emerges. A system window identifies the new summon, a common rank, giant arachne. It isn't just one. An entire legion of giant arachne shadow soldiers claws its way into existence, ready for battle. Ryo Singh stare nutter disbelief. They had perceived Suho as a physical fighter, but now they are witnessing him summon a massive army. Suho cracks his knuckles and declares, all right, now it's my turn. The newly summoned shadow arachnids immediately overwhelm the opposing hunters, tearing through their ranks with ferocious power. One Scavenger Guild hunter, undeterred, swings his massive axe, unleashing a powerful wave of energy against Suho's forces. His attack carves a path through the lesser shadows, but it's met with the overwhelming force of Suho's giant summons. The scavenger leader Randolph watched with a volatile mix of fury and exhilaration burning in his eyes. You've been hiding quite a lot, little boy, he bellowed, his voice thick with predatory delight. How interesting. Beru calmly assesses the situation. He notes that even Randolph, a formidable magic beast he defeated, became a weaker shadow soldier. This leads him to the conclusion that the scavenger leader is the strongest human present. Suddenly, one of Suho's soldiers, Essel in gray, steps forward. Recognizing the opportunity, she calls out to the young monarch, Suho suggesting it's the perfect time to use the bond skill. She formally addressed him with resolute poise. "Please wait a moment, young monarch." Her expression burned with eager determination, eyes alight with unyielding purpose. Essel proposes that they use their bond skill, reminding him that he learned how to increase the charge rate while clearing the gate. Suho seems hesitant, admitting that using a skill he's never tried in real combat feels risky. With a pleading look, Essel lowers her head and asks for the chance to be of help to her monarch, holding her spear tightly. Before Suho can answer, a loud crash echoes from another part of the dungeon, startling Gray. A new threat emerges from the dust and shadows, a massive horde of undead, skeletal magic beasts. Every quickly realize that the sounds of their battle have attracted this new wave of enemies. Suho identifies them as undead-type magic beasts, noting that there are even more of them near the entrance. Watching his men engage the undead, the scavenger leader has a moment of realization. He murmurs that he now understands the meaning of a prophecy his boss had heard. The prophecy spoke of a life born from death, one who would rise from the broken seal of an ancient tomb, wielding the power to command the dead. Randolph connects the dots. If the dead refers to the mummies they're now facing, then the prophesied life born of death must exist somewhere within this very dungeon. He recalls his master's orders to claim ownership of the dungeon. Seeing the fierce competition, he concludes that his best course of action is to directly seize the power to raise the dead that his boss desires. With a determined glint in his eye, he resolves that retreating is not an option. It's time to abandon the skirmish and seize the dungeon's ultimate prize. The scavenger leader glares across the battlefield towards Sung Suho, a silent challenge passing between them. The race to the heart of the dungeon has begun. As the scavenger guild makes their move, Ryo sings slice and dice more of them. Raising his weapon above the fray, the scavenger leader roared over the din of battle, rallying his subordinates to his position. He barked a sharp command to disregard the solitary hunter in their midst and ordered a full-scale charge directly toward the boss chamber. Watching the enemy disengage caused Ryo Singh to howl with rage. He alerted his cohort that the scavenger guild was making a break for the inner sanctum and directed his allies to cut them down before they could succeed. But his group is pinned down, completely swarmed by the horde of undead magic beasts, unable to give chase. Ryo Singh grits his teeth, realizing the scavenger guild is using the undead to hold them back. Suho worries that at this rate, they will lose the dungeon's ultimate reward. Seeing the urgency, Suho calls out for Gray. In response, his massive wolf appears, panting eagerly and ready for a command. Suho bond with the wolf as a colossal, dark figure materializes before. The mummies lets out a terrifying roar, preparing to unleash its devastating power on Suho. In an instant, Suho unleashes a barrage of piercing attacks, simultaneously annihilating multiple undead beasts and clearing a path forward. Suho, now with white hair, stands amidst the dissolving remains of the undead, having cleared the obstacle in a single, overwhelming move. Ryo Singh can only stare, his face a mask of pure shock and disbelief at the sheer scale of power he just witnessed. In his powerful combined form, Suho gives the order. Let's clean this place up quickly and follow them. His sights are now set on the fleeing scavenger guild. Ryo Singh is left speechless, wondering what Suho truly is. Nearby, Essel cries in disappointment, her chance to shine with the bond skill completely stolen by Suho's new transformation. The scavenger guild proves to be a formidable foe. The mummies lies defeated on the ground, his armor stained. Randolph men stand grimly over their fallen mummies. The leader of the scavenger, Randolph, smirks. He reflects on Suho, sensing he was hiding much more power. He eagerly anticipates facing the boy again, especially after he obtains the dungeon's ultimate prize, the power to raise the dead. Leaving Suho's forces behind, Randolph and his guild members arrive before a massive, torchlit gate. With confidence, Randolph declares that this is the boss room. His knights heave the colossal doors open. As they step into the boss's chamber, they saw a large creature chained to his knee. Randolph and his vanguard cautiously enter the vast, dark chamber. At the far end, they spot the silhouette of a massive figure. Believing it to be the boss, a hunter quietly wonders if the creature is asleep. The boss is revealed in its entirety, a colossal magic beast, bound in place by thick, heavy chains that glow with a menacing red aura. Randolph recalls the prophecy he heard. A life born of death would show itself by shattering the seal. The beast's head lifts slightly, and it speaks. A low rumble echoes through the chamber, but the words are in an ancient, guttural language that no one understands. One of Randolph's knights looks on in shock, questioning if he's hearing things. Magic beast language? Was the creature actually trying to talk to them? The beast speaks again as it slowly clenches its massive fist. The chains binding its arm groan under the immense pressure, glowing brighter with contained energy. With a surge of power, cracks of red energy erupt along the beast's arm as the ancient seal begins to shatter under its raw strength. Realizing the creature is breaking free, Randolph roars at the top of his lungs, ordering all members to prepare for combat. The hunter beside him looks on in pure terror. With a deafening crash, the chains finally give way, exploding outwards in a shower of metal and volatile red energy. The shattered links of the chain, still glowing with power, whip through the air with lethal speed and force. Before the hunters can even react, the flying chains cut through their ranks, effortlessly smashing through the armor of the guild's frontline tanks. As the last of the chains break apart, the beast finally begins to rise. Freed from its prison, it slowly gets to its feet, while Randolph can only watch from below as his men are slaughtered. Ragnar stares in absolute disbelief. What in the... He can't comprehend what just happened. His guild's tanks, famous for their durability, were wiped out instantly by the chains it merely swung. The colossal beast now stands fully erect, its sheer size casting an imposing shadow over the terrified leader. The beast motioned toward him, as if daring him to strike. Shock flashed across Randolph's face before twisting into fury. Was it mocking him? First that kid, Suho, and now this wretched beast? His teeth ground together as anger consumed him. Refusing to be looked down upon, Randolph unleashes his own power. With a guttural roar, he activates his ultimate skill, Giant's Armor, enveloping his body in a swirling aura of green energy. Now empowered, Randolph charges forward, leaping high into the air and bringing his enormous axe down upon the beast with all his might. The attack lands with a thunderous crash, unleashing a brutal surge of force that hurls debris in all directions. The devastating blow carries enough raw power to crumble a skyscraper. But the beast doesn't even move. It simply stands there, taking the full force of the blow without a scratch, looking down at the ant-like attacker with utter contempt. Randolph's face twists in horror. It didn't even budge an inch from my strongest attack. As he hangs there, stunned, the beast speaks to him once more in its ancient, terrifying language, its pronouncement sealing his doom. With casual indifference, the beast swats Randolph out of the air. The leader is sent hurtling towards the ground and smashes into the stone floor with devastating force, creating a massive crater upon impact. The beast looks up at Randolph's broken body, as the leader lets out a pained gasp, high above on the shattered entrance to the chamber. The beast's voice dripping with ancient power. The first living creature to visit me. It muses, before glancing back at the defeated Randolph. To think the plaything I barely managed to find would break in one hit. Stretching its neck, the beast seems to dismiss the fallen hunter. Whatever, it's fine. It then gazes towards Suho and his approaching army of shadows, since it looks like there are still more of them. A menacing grin spreads across its face as it declares, Time to play. The creature, a tomb-bound prisoner named Amit, threatens Sung Suho, warning him that a lie will cost him his life. Suho analyzes the situation, wondering if this magic beast, Amit, belongs to the Iron Body faction since it mentioned their monarch. As Amit unleashes its power, Suho worries that the beast will become hostile if it discovers he is the son of its master's enemy. Watching the confrontation escalate, the demon Essel cries out in alarm for the young monarch. Amit lunges forward with incredible speed, kicking up dust and debris as it closes the distance to Suho in an instant. Suho confronts Amit, questioning its sudden attack. He thinks to himself that Amit's standard for killing is far too casual. Amit's monstrous face fills the frame as it repeats its question with deadly intent. Did the monarch of the Iron Body die at the hands of the Shadow Monarch? Suho confirms that he heard the Shadow Monarch killed all the other monarchs. Amit realizes this must be why the Iron Body Monarch hasn't visited. To Suho's surprise, Amit seems pleased by the news of its master's death, stating that it will have to thank the Shadow Monarch. Amit's laughter confuses Suho, making him question if the beast was truly a subordinate of the monarch of the Iron Body. Enraged by the question, Amit denies being a subordinate and lunges forward, screaming die. With a determined expression, Suho braces himself for Amit's ferocious attack. Amit's powerful punch is stopped just short of its target, blocked by an unseen force, the chains crackling with red energy. Suho wonders if the chins are blocking Amit from acting. He notices glowing red chains beginning to bind Amit's arm. Amit is violently thrown back as the magical chains intensify, pulling it away from Suho against its will. As it's dragged away, Amit furiously curses the chains, the spellcaster who created them, and its former master, Tarnak. Suho is left standing with a dumbfounded expression, completely bewildered as to how the magic beast was suddenly dragged away by chains. Essel rushes to his side, asking if he's okay. Suho, still processing the bizarre turn of events, stammers that he is. Suho suggests they act carefully now that they know about the magic beast. He then proposes they provide first aid to the injured Wolf, Gray, and the other Azura guild members. Suddenly, a quest notice flashes before Suho's eyes. The urgent quest about the dimensional rift is changing right before him. Seeing his stunned reaction, Essel asks what's wrong, noticing the shimmering quest window that only Suho can see. Suho reads the updated quest, which now instructs him to enter a connected gate and eliminate the source of the disturbance. He thinks to himself, wondering if the quest is implying that Amit is a descendant of the Iron Body. The scene shows the grim aftermath of Amit's rampage, the lifeless, armored bodies of fallen warriors strewn across the desolate landscape. As they walk past the corpses, Suho identifies them as members of the Scavenger Guild. The sight of their complete annihilation confirms the danger Amit poses, prompting Suho to seek answers. Resolved to understand the situation, Suho approaches the now captured Amit. Despite being bound by glowing red chains, the beast taunts him. "Did you perhaps come to visit me? You've got guts, human." Suho states he wants a proper conversation, but Amit sarcastically asks if their earlier battle wasn't enough. Suho dismisses the attempt on his life as not being a real conversation. Amit coldly states that its violent behavior is the only thing it learned from its creator, Tarnak, and tells Suho to blame the dead monarch instead. Suho finds Amit to be like a violent but honest child, musing on the irony of having to recruit it. He then directly asks why Amit harbors such resentment towards its creator. Amit questions if Suho is merely curious but agrees to talk, remarking that it has nothing else to do while bound by the chains. The beast formally introduces itself as Amit. It reveals its tragic origin, explaining that it was created by the monarch of the Iron Body, Tarnak, and a spellcaster, only to be abandoned and imprisoned in the tomb. Suho asks the creature before him, "The monarch of the Iron Body and the spellcaster created you?" The chained being, Amit, confirms, "Yes, I was an ordinary humanoid when those two changed me." though now I've been abandoned in this dead-filled tomb, bound by these wretched chains. Suho questions, are you not able to break them? Amit elaborates on its predicament, explaining, even if I do, these spell-crafted chains will regenerate once I make enough distance. Because of them, I wasn't able to reach the depths of this tomb either. With a close-up on its monstrous, enraged face, Amit growls, I cannot forgive Tarnak and the spellcaster for inflicting this pain upon me. Suho processes this new information. He thinks to himself, my quest is to free Amit. I have to do something about the chains that are binding it. Suho's mind races as he considers the problem of the regenerating chains. How do I remove them if they continuously regenerate? If it's about pulling out the hooks, then Amit probably would have done something about it. Wait, the hooks. Seeking more information, Suho asks, Amit, you're saying that there were magic beasts here even before you were sealed up, correct? Amit confirms, that is so. This leads Suho to a crucial realization. Then that means you're not the master of this dungeon, right? Amit told Suho that it was not the master of this place. In response, Suho asked if it had seen a room with a massive iron door somewhere within the tomb. Amit explained that the chains binding it had kept it from ever exploring the deeper sections, then demanded to know why they were bothering it. Suho continues to piece things together, a look of intense concentration on his face. That's strange. Allowing Amit to roam inside the dungeon shouldn't have been a problem. So why did the spellcaster have the chains regenerate once it goes over a certain distance? If my assumption is right, with a plan forming in his mind, Suho faced the beast head-on. Amit, if I help you leave this place, will you grant me what I ask in return? Amit bared its fangs in wary amusement, its eyes narrowing. You will free me from this place? Amit finally agreed, its voice rumbling like distant thunder. Very well. Free me by any means necessary, and I'll grant you whatever you desire. But doubt lingered in its gaze. Tell me, will you slay the spellcaster whose whereabouts you don't even know? Or have you somehow discovered a way to break this curse? If you're only speaking empty words. Interrupting Amit's doubts, Suho summons his power, green energy, swirling around him. The sudden display of force silences the beast. Essel looks on, wondering what Suho is about to do. He calmly tells Amit, hear me out first, then decide. With a determined look, Suho makes a shocking declaration. I'm going to destroy this dungeon. Amit is taken aback, letting out a sound of pure surprise. Suho spoke with a confident smirk, piecing his logic together aloud. You said you couldn't venture deeper into the dungeon because of the chains, right? If that was the spellcaster's doing, then maybe he feared you'd kill the dungeon's master. So, if I defeat the master of the dungeon, and the dungeon itself collapses... Suho finishes his explanation, posing a rhetorical question to Amit. What would happen to the hooks that have lost their foundation? Is there any meaning to the chains if the hooks don't work properly? As Amit listens, its expression changes, showing that it understands the brilliant, unconventional plan. A wide, toothy grin spreads across Amit's face. The beast is clearly impressed, letting out a sharp sound of approval. It utters a single phrase, intriguing idea. Beru, Suho's tiny shadow ant, piped up with a dramatic whine. Young monarch, why must I suffer beside this barbaric lizard? Why not beside you, where it's less scaly and savage? His complaint hung in the air like an awkward joke, drawing a mix of irritation and amusement from those around. Amit snarled, irritated by the tiny shadow pestering him. With a sharp swat in Beru's direction, he growled, quit buzzing around like a fly ant. Beru dodged with exaggerated flailing legs, squeaking, I'm no fly, just misplaced. Beru flared with indignation, buzzing straight up to Amit's snout. A fly? Do you want to be shredded by this martial rank? His tiny form radiated fierce pride despite the size gap. Amit paused, expression shifting from irritation to grudged respect as he muttered, Ha! Who'd have thought that brat was the son of the Shadow Monarch? The tension between them flickered with reluctant acknowledgement. Amit strains against its bonds, the chains groaning under the pressure. it manages to move slightly forward, stating, "This is the farthest I can go inside the tomb. It's been quite some time since the Shadow's descendant has gone past here." Amit contemplates the risks of Suho's plan. If he can't defeat the master of the dungeon, then the whole operation will be a failure. And if the chains continue to bind me, even if the dungeon gets destroyed, it'll still be a failure. Yet, I sensed a strange feeling of conviction from his words. With a sinister smile, Suho asserts his authority over his new, temporary ally. He points at Amit, with Essel watching from behind, and commands, "You're going to do what I say once we leave this place, got it?" As Amit seemingly agrees to the terms, its inner monologue reveals its deep-seated hatred. A close-up shows its tattered cloak as it thinks of its creator and tormentor, Tarnak. In a flashback, Amit recalls Tarnak's philosophy. "You've created me," saying that the strength of the flesh is true strength. But even a being weaker than us was able to stand strong. Amit's flashback ends, its gaze fixed on Suho, who now radiates a powerful blue aura. A flicker of genuine hope ignites within the ancient beast. That boy, he might actually be able to free me from this place. But just as hope began to rise, a massive shadow loomed over them. A colossal beast had emerged to face Suho. In an instant, he shot forward, unleashing a cataclysmic punch that collided with the creature in a burst of force. The creature's massive head slammed into the ground, erupting in a cloud of dust. Suho exhaled steadily, his eyes gleaming with power, untouched by the blow. Beside him, Essel recoiled from the shockwave, her eyes wide at the sheer force of his attack. Realizing this was the final challenge, Suho's eyes hardened. "One left," he said with quiet confidence. He and Essel lifted their gaze toward the summit of the crumbling ruins, where the dungeon's master awaited. The scene pans up a long, imposing stone staircase, leading to a throne at the very top. The air is thick with dust and the anticipation of a final confrontation. Sitting on the throne is a massive, heavily armored figure with glowing red eyes. A system message appears, identifying him as the final boss of this area, Tomb Warden, Saika. In front of Sung Suho and Essel, a giant beast, Amit, is bound by crimson chains. These chains are a powerful spell, preventing Amit from entering the shadow dungeon behind him. Amit explains the sinister nature of his restraints, revealing that the chains are sentient enough to tighten and restrain him the very moment he harbors any thought of escaping his prison. Suho clicks his tongue in annoyance at the troublesome spell, but admits he didn't really expect a simple entry to work, clarifying that he was merely testing the constraints to confirm his suspicions. Suho begins to lay out his plan. The first of two initial tasks is for him and Essel to defeat the dungeon boss and trigger the dungeon's collapse. The second task is to destroy the foundation of the chains. Once both tasks are done, Amit will be freed and can join Beru. They will then all enter the shadow dungeon to escape the collapsing outer dungeon. Suho considers the risks, acknowledging that if either of the two tasks fails, their entire plan will fail. He reveals he has already thought of a backup plan, just in case. Amit, having heard the plan, roars his agreement. For him, any outcome is better than remaining in prison here. With the plan set, the battle begins. The ground shakes as the boss of the dungeon makes its move. A massive creature made of swirling sand and rock emerges, roaring with immense power. Wasting no time, Suho lunges forward, his daggers glowing with energy as he leaps towards the sand beast. He unleashes a flurry of swift, powerful slashes, cutting deep into the monster's sandy form. However, the monster retaliates with a powerful blow, forcing Suho back as he grunts from the impact. The boss's Tomb Warden Saika, Suho notes the red color of its name, indicating it's a formidable A-rank beast at the very least. The swirling sands also make it difficult to approach. Suho realizes that at this rate, he'll run out of mana first. He knows he has to finish this as soon as possible and prepares to charge in again. Essel joins the fray, leaping into the air and driving her spear towards the Tomb Warden to support Suho's assault. Suho attempts to conjure a spell, gathering energy in his hand to strike at Saika. But Saika easily deflects the attack, the magical energy dissipating harmlessly against its powerful form. With his mana running low and his attacks proving ineffective, Suho shouts to his partner, "Essel, let's use our bond skill." Essel readily agrees. With a look of fierce determination, Essel prepares to unleash the power she has been storing up. Finally, she thinks. Essel explains the nature of their bond skill. By killing magic beasts and absorbing their souls, the charge rate of the skill increases. It's a power she came to understand while raiding gates with the young monarch. Now is the time for me to show him the result of entrusting me with hunting the goblins in the shadow dungeon so far. With that thought, he unleashes a massive torrent of crimson energy. The red energy, the manifestation of Essel's power, flows into Suho, enveloping him in a storm of red and black lightning. Empowered by Essel's bond skill, Suho channels the immense energy and launches himself at Tomb Warden Saika for a decisive strike. Having expended all her energy, Essel collapses. She laments that up until this point, she felt she had only shown a disappointing side to the young monarch. As Tomb Warden Saika is engulfed his fist for a counterattack, Essel can only pray that the power she has given Suho is enough to turn the tide. A system window confirms the skill. Bond skill, Demon Strike, charged to 97%. Described as a devastating attack using the energy of a white flame's descendant, Suho channels this immense power, putting everything he has into this one final blow. The empowered Demon Strike slams into Tomb Warden Saika, the crimson energy tearing through its sandy body. The attack culminates in a massive explosion of red and black energy, completely obliterating the dungeon boss in a single, overwhelming blow. From afar, Beru senses the shift in power. As the entire dimension begins to crumble and collapse, he understands immediately. He turns to the still-bound Amit, explaining that the dungeon is collapsing because the young monarch has successfully defeated its master. Just as Suho planned, the dungeon's collapse triggers the destruction of the chain's foundation. The large locks holding Amit begin to crack and break apart under the strain. With a final shudder, the mechanisms shatter completely, and the magical chains that have imprisoned Amit for so long finally fall away. Wasting no time, Beru addresses the freed beast, whom he calls Crocodile. He orders Amit to follow him to the young monarch's side. Amit remains silent, processing his newfound freedom. Amit looks at his own hand, flexing his fingers. He thinks to himself that since the chains no longer stop him, it must mean he is finally free from the grasp of his tormentor, Tarnak. His mind drifts back to a painful past. He still doesn't know why Tarnak and the spellcaster chose to experiment on him, an ordinary humanoid. All he has left are the agonizing memories of their daily destructive and regenerative experiments. In the flashback, his flesh, destroyed by Tarnak, was forcibly restored by the spellcaster. As the experiments continued, his body grew stronger, but his mind couldn't withstand the constant pain. It twisted and changed, forcing him to enjoy the agony. Yet, within that pain, he desperately clung to a lone wish. The wish that kept him sane was a simple one. He yearned to once again feel the majesty of the vast, beautiful nature he remembered from his younger, happier days. Returning to the present, Amit clenches his fist, determined to realize that dream. But just as he believes he's free, the broken chains that lie on the ground begin to glow with a menacing red light and fly towards him. Beru cries out in shock. The freed Amit can only watch in disbelief as the very iron chains that once bound him now fly towards him like a swarm of angry hooks. The chains impale Amit's body from all directions. He screams in agony, realizing this is a final, malicious trap left by Tarnak and the spellcaster. With a scream of pure rage and despair, Amit realizes the true nature of his prison. His captors would rather see him killed and dragged into the void than ever grant him his freedom. Sung Suho, the young monarch, immediately engages in a fierce battle. He deflects a massive, magical chain with a powerful strike, his body wreathed in purple energy. Despite his power, the chains are relentless. One of them whips around and strikes Suho, who grits his teeth in pain. The force of the blow is immense, as the voice of his enemy echoes, acknowledging the young monarch's surprising strength. The chain, glowing with a menacing red aura, retracts after the hit, coiling like a serpent ready to strike again. The broken chains have become hostile. Suho realizes that if the chains won't come off Amit, they are now returning to attack him instead, seeking to drag him into the collapsing void. Realizing the chains are now a trap, Suho decides on a bold move. He determines that if he can't detach them, he must seize control and move the massive hooks himself. With a surge of his shadow power, Suho pulls on the magical chains, causing them to crack, twisting and turning under the immense strain. The hooks, now broken free from their magical source, begin to fall from the sky, plummeting towards the ruined cityscape of the dying world line below. The now freed Amit, a massive crocodilian beast, looks on in disbelief. He questions Suho's motives, wondering what he could possibly want from him amidst this chaos. In the foreground, Suho continues to break the remaining chains. The effort is taking a massive toll on Suho. He can feel his bones groaning under the pressure, but he holds on, determined to see his plan through. In this moment of Suho extreme struggle, Amit has a revelation. He finally understands the sheer, overwhelming power of the Shadow Monarch and why none of the other monarchs, not even the mighty Tarnak, could ever hope to defeat the Shadow Monarch. Amit, understanding Suho's intention, confirms the plan. He just needs to guide the chains into the gate that Suho has opened. As the hooks are drawn into the swirling, purple vortex, Amit declares that they will struggle together. He corrects himself, no longer addressing him as Sung Suho, but as the young monarch. With Amit now as his ally, Suho stands firm as the last of the chains are sealed away into the dimensional gate, finally severing their connection to the collapsing dungeon. Elsewhere in the crumbling dimension, the elf warrior Essel, who had been sent to safety by Suho to the shadow dungeon, slowly begins to regain consciousness. As her eyes flutter open, she is greeted by a familiar face. Looking up, she weakly utters the name of the loyal shadow, Aunt Beru. Essel quickly starts to panic, asking what happened to Suho and Amit. But Beru quickly shushes her, telling her to be quiet, as the young monarch is resting nearby. Hearing that Suho is safe, Essel's expression shifts from shock and worry to one of overwhelming relief and joy. Looking over at the exhausted Suho, who is resting after the ordeal, she whispers with admiration, "Young monarch, you really did it." A flood of system messages appears before him. He has successfully recruited Iron Body's descendant, Amit, as a companion. The urgent quest is complete. He has leveled up and received a new quest reward. The scene shifts away from the dungeon and back to Earth. A cup of steaming coffee sits on a desk in a modern, quiet office, signaling a stark contrast to the chaotic battle that just concluded. Inside the office of the Hunters Association, Chairman Woo Jinchul looks at a screen. The news is still focused on the disappearance of the legendary hunter Sung Jinwoo, an event that continues to shape the world. Woo Jinchul reflects on how the memories he received from Jinwoo allowed him to stabilize the world after the cataclysm by creating the Hunters Association. He now leads the world Jinwoo left behind. But a new, unsettling mystery has emerged. A substance called star powder, an amplifier that boosts the mana of low-rank hunters without side effects, has appeared. It's a technology that didn't exist in the past era of hunters. His investigation so far points to Lee Min-sung, the vice guild master of the Reaper Guild. With his own guild master away on a trip, Min-sung's increased activity suggests he is acting on his own, but Woo Jinchul is not convinced. He suspects Min-sung's capabilities are not great enough to orchestrate this alone. There must be a mastermind behind him. As he's lost in thought, his phone suddenly rings. On the other end of the line, a panicked Yu Jinho explains that he is calling because he needs the Hunter Association's help for his nephew. He cries out in desperation, revealing that his nephew has just awakened as a hunter but is already trapped inside a gate. The man pleads with Wu Jinchul, begging him for his help. Hearing the desperation and the mention of a newly awakened hunter, Wu Jinchul listens with a grim and focused expression, a realization dawning on him. Connecting all the pieces, the timing, the circumstances, and the family connection, Wu Jinchul asks the one question that ties everything together. Do you mean Suho? After clearing the pyramid dungeon, the survivors ride in a military truck through the barren desert, finally making their escape. Inside, the hunters, including a weary Ryo Singh, are exhausted from the ordeal. A voice cuts through the haze of exhaustion, repeatedly calling out a name. Hiu Singi, Hiu Singi. The words echo, try to pull the dazed hunter back to consciousness. It's sung Suho, shaking his companion awake. As Ryo Singh groggily opens his eyes, he mutters Suho's name, still trying to piece together what just happened. Suho informs him that the dungeon has been cleared and asks to borrow his phone. Ryo Singh, still disoriented, can only repeat the words, the dungeon. The news finally hits Ryo Singh, who shouts in disbelief. The scene then shifts, leaving the dusty desert behind for the clean, modern interior of an international airport. At the airport, Ryo Singh expresses his immense gratitude to Suho, thanking him not only for saving them back in the pyramid field, but also for arranging a ticket back to Korea. While waiting, Suho calls his uncle. On the other end of the line, his uncle is frantic with worry, shouting in relief that Suho is finally safe after hearing he was caught in a gate in Egypt. Suho learns that his concerned uncle had already contacted an acquaintance in the Hunters Association for help. This means a visit to the association might be in his near future. Later, Ryo Singh and Suho discuss the strange end to their raid. Ryo can't understand how the crocodile magic beast, which seemed to be above S rank, simply vanished, causing the dungeon to collapse. Suho forces a smile, agreeing that they were lucky. Internally, however, he knows he can never reveal the truth, that the beast was Amit, and he has now claimed it for himself. The scene shifts to Suho's shadow dungeon. He looks upon a massive form of Amit, still bound by glowing red chains, and reflects on his failure to keep his promise of setting it completely free. But the great beast Amit speaks, reassuring him. It states that Suho only promised to get it out of the tomb, and this new, larger space is far more comfortable than its previous confinement. Standing with Essel, Suho observes the massive beast, noting that the atmosphere around Amit feels different now, less hostile and more aligned with his own energy. Suddenly, Amit's giant hand reaches down and effortlessly lifts Suho off the ground. As Amit swings him through the air, Essel cries out in shock for a master. From his new vantage point, Amit looks out over the vast expanse of the shadow dungeon, finally able to feel the sense of nature and open space that it has longed for. Amit formally pledges its allegiance. As promised, I will follow you, young monarch. Hearing this, Suho smirks, accepting the powerful creature as his new subordinate. Back in the present, Suho waves goodbye to Ryo Singh, his mind clear. He now understands that the gate, the urgent quest, it was all a trial designed for him to recruit Amit as a companion. Watching Suho depart, Ryo Singh reflects on the young hunter's incredible abilities, a B rank who can summon, fight, and even transform. He decides he must contact his guild and suggests they scout Suho immediately. Watching Suho depart, Ryo Singh reflects on the young hunter's incredible abilities, a B rank who can summon, fight, and even transform. He decides he must contact his guild and suggests they scout Suho immediately. He pulls up his status window to confirm his growth. His name is Sung Suho, now at level 35 with the title of Wolf Assassin and significantly increased stats across the board. Suho summons his loyal shadow, Beru, and asks for an assessment of his current rank. Beru estimates that the young monarch has finally reached the level of an A-rank hunter. Suho feels his preparations are nearly complete. His own power now solidified at A rank, and a mighty ancient beast sworn to his side, Suho's expression hardens. His preparations are finally over. He declares it's time to launch the counterattack against Lee Min-sung and the Apostle of the Itarim. Meanwhile, as Suho plans his offensive, the very stage for that conflict is being set in Korea. The scene shifts to the sprawling, neon-lit cityscape of Incheon, where underneath the dazzling lights, a sinister influence is quietly taking root. A member of the Human Hero Guild holds up a small, shimmering marble, calling it star powder. He boasts that thanks to this item, their guild, composed mostly of C ranks, has been able to successfully clear B rank gates. A member of the Human Hero Guild holds up a small, shimmering marble, calling it star powder. He boasts that thanks to this item, their guild, composed mostly of C ranks, has been able to successfully clear B rank gates. Another hunter chimes in, grateful to whoever created the powder, noting it's become cheap and easy to acquire on the black market. But one hunter, Kim Sung-soo, remains skeptical, admitting he finds the whole thing rather off-putting. The others immediately turn on Kim Sung-soo, mocking the B-rank hunter for his caution. He reveals that the Hunters Association is moving to ban the use of star powder, which only angers the other guild members. They complain bitterly, feeling that the association and high-rank guilds do nothing for them anyway. As his guild mates continue to grumble, Kim Sung-soo ignores them and quietly takes a sip of his drink. He doesn't notice the new figure that has just appeared in the office doorway behind him. Kim Sung-soo finally senses the unexpected presence. He turns around just as the rest of the room falls silent. Standing at the entrance is a small boy who calmly announces his arrival at the Human Hero Guild. The boy looks up, his eyes glowing with an unnerving yellow light. He is the Apostle of the Itarim, and he gets straight to the point, asking if this is the guild that possesses ownership of the gate in Incheon. Kim Sung-soo approaches the intruder, dismissing him as just a little kid and asking what he wants. The Apostle's reply is simple and chilling. Hand over the gate. I said, hand over the gate, the boy commands. A burst of golden energy explodes behind the boy, forming a jagged, divine sigil. The guild members suddenly convulse, their eyes glowing with the same eerie yellow light as the intruder. The possessed hunters bowed in unison, addressing the boy as Apostle and promising to obey. Kim Sung-soo dropped his drink in shock, shouting at his teammates and asking what they were saying. The Apostle watched them rise, noting with a hint of disdain that some hunters hadn't taken the star powder, finding the situation convenient for his plans. He commanded the possessed hunters to cease using their sight and hearing. Immediately, the men covered their ears and shut their eyes, completely enslaved to his will. Terrified, Kim Sung-soo demanded to know why they were listening to the brat. The Apostle sat casually on a desk, stating that he had wanted to converse with a human other than his previous contact. The Apostle explained that his creator desired ownership of a world without a master, and that he had come to Earth to accomplish that will. Sung-soo stammered, unable to comprehend the nonsense being spoken. The Apostle continued, admitting that he had begun to have doubts since arriving on Earth. The Apostle poses a philosophical question, musing that all creations are meant to serve the will of their creator. He points out the chaotic nature of humans, who all act with different purposes, and asks the hunter directly, "Whose will are you serving?" Sung-soo shouted that he didn't care about any creator and lunged forward with his sword, demanding his seniors be returned to normal. He furiously accuses the Apostle of being part of some cult, warning that he won't go easy on him despite his youthful appearance. The word cult seemed to trigger a cold reaction in the boy. In response, the Apostle's hand calmly grasped one of the hunter's sword. "A cult?" the Apostle repeats softly. The word hangs in the air, and a sudden, chilling realization washes over the hunter's face. He feels a deep sense of dread, sensing he has just crossed a fatal line. The Apostle's calm facade shatters. "You dare mock our creator?" he snarls, his eyes burning with fury. A red aura erupts around him as he utters a single word, "Amplify," and a brilliant golden energy explodes from his hand. Sung-soo screamed in terror, swinging his sword in a desperate attempt to survive. The battle is swift and one-sided. The apostle, now a blur of motion, attacks with a blade of pure golden light, cutting down the hunter with brutal efficiency. The room was torn apart by the energy, and Sung-soo was thrown back. He slammed against the wall, blood pouring from his injuries as he collapsed, his body battered by the overwhelming force. The apostle's attack is ruthless and precise, as another one of the controlled hunters is shown being impaled through the head by a fatal piece of the sword. The apostle stood amidst the destruction, one eye glowing with the symbol of his god, and one of his eyes turns completely black, leaving only a glowing, predatory iris, looking down with cold indifference. The fight is over. Silence returned to the ruined office as Sung-soo lay broken and bleeding on the floor and the possessed hunters stood motionless. The apostle casually permits the surviving hunters to see and hear again, ordering them to deal with this mess. As the spell is lifted, other guild members, alerted by the commotion, rush towards the scene. As he turns to leave, the apostle commanded them to forget everything they had seen, wiping their memories of the violence. Walking away from the carnage, the apostle retreats into his own thoughts. He ponders the nature of free will, questioning why creations exist if not to simply carry out the will of their creator. His thoughts delve deeper into the universe's lore, recalling the ultimate transgression. The creations of this universe killed their creator out of their own will. As he stands in front of a giant magic beast, his attention is then drawn to a creature's. He initially identifies as mere magic beasts, but then reconsiders, correctly labeling it as dimensional refugees, beings forced to wander the rifts between worlds. Holding a glowing stone of condensed energy, the apostle speaks to the refugees. He sympathizes with their painful, wandering existence and offers them a grim opportunity, a chance to vent all their pent-up frustrations. With a final command, rampage as you desire, he empowers the beasts, its form surging with golden energy as it lets out a ferocious roar, ready to be unleashed upon the world. Watching the chaos unfold, the apostle decided he needed to investigate this world further. As he thinks to himself, his curiosity piqued by humanity's defiance. He concluded that everything he did was to carry out the will of his creator. Dusk settled over the airport as storm clouds swallowed the sky, the terminal glowing under rows of artificial lights. A plane cut across the darkening horizon. Down in the parking lot, a man in a dark suit waited beside a car, a woman standing just behind his shoulder. The towering glass and steel terminal loomed over them, and the quiet felt less like peace and more like the breath before impact. One of the figures looks towards a colossal, swirling red gate that has materialized within the airport. He remarks that it looks dangerous, noting the sheer amount of mana pouring out. He fears a dungeon break is imminent if the boss inside is not killed soon, which would cause catastrophic damage to the airport. A third figure, a young man, turns his head, his eyes glowing with a menacing yellow light. He calmly tells Apostle Vale to report to the Hunters Association that there is no problem, deliberately choosing to let the disaster unfold. The white-haired boy, called the Apostle, watched the vortex in silence. His face was blank, his golden eyes burning with restrained, inhuman power. Flickers of red energy cracked along his skin, the air around him trembling as though even the atmosphere feared him. The young apostle watched. At a silent signal, Massave creature began to exate out of the Dejin. The young apostolian think of an ancient truth. Creations were born only to fulfill their creator's will. A radiant, winged figure shimmered in memory, a golden being surrounded by light and feathers, the embodiment of divine obedience. If their creator bemoaned boredom, the creations would hold battles against each other. If the creator wished for anything, they would acquire it by any means necessary, fighting endless wars under the watch of their god. Steel clashed upon steel in endless warfare, a battlefield where the blood of creations soaked the world. They existed only to serve, for that was the reason their kind had been born. Then, one day their god spoke. The whisper pierced through eternity, changing everything. Light burst from a divine chalice. They received the command. One of their kin had fallen in another dimension. They were to deliver God's claim to a realm known as the world without a master. Obeying without hesitation, the army of God rose. Countless winged soldiers, clad in luminous armor, heeded the call, forming a golden host that filled the skies as they began their crusade into the foreign world. The world without a master. However, an unimaginable amount of energy was needed to transport so many soldiers across dimensions. The dimensional passage also grew narrower the more energy one had, forcing the army of God to spend eons on their journey. After a long and arduous journey through a swirling dimensional vortex, the unyielding army finally arrived at the world without a master, descending from the heavens in a radiant display of power. But there, waiting for them, was something they did not expect. A lone figure stood against a sky swarming with countless, winged creatures with their divine light. It was there they met the abyss itself, darkness, the endless and consuming void. Shadowy figure whose radiated an overwhelming aura of authority and menace. With a single, chilling command, "Arise," the darkness calls forth its legion, and countless shadow soldiers begin to claw their way out from a shadow, ready for battle. More angel legion beginning to form, a terrifying army emerging from the void. The shadow army continues to grow, a swirling torrent of dark energy and monstrous forms, a direct parallel to the army of God they are about to face. The figure of darkness stood at the head of his legion, each and every one of them possessing immense power. The army of God found themselves facing an unexpectedly formidable foe. The battle was joined, a clash of light and shadow. But the immense power of the shadow army was not the only terrible aspect of the darkness. The true horror was revealed. When a soldier of God fell, the darkness claimed the corpse, twisting purity into corruption. Once holy warriors rose as his servants, their light devoured from within. As the battle continued and casualties mounted, the power of the darkness only increased with every fallen enemy it resurrected. The army of God was at a disadvantage, and the war that started in the world without a master was soon pushed into an outside dimension. Despair began to set in among the army of God. Faced with an enemy that grew stronger with each defeat, their commander named Teal, the envoy of God, realized they could not win a direct war. He declared that their only path to victory was not to confront the darkness directly, but to use the last remaining source of their power, a power that resided within. This desperate strategy was called the mist burns. The weakest believers, those who carried out God's will with simple faith, would be consumed by holy fire. As their minds crumbled, their faith would be unleashed in an explosive wave of evangelization, a critical weapon against the inhabitants of a world supposedly without manna. The army of God was filled with hope. They believed that if their faith could spread to the world without a master, and the number of their believers increased, they would be able to manifest a sanctuary and eventually a miracle. And so, they wholeheartedly agreed to Teal's desperate strategy. Teal immediately began to act, splitting his power and abilities into 5 brilliantly colored pieces. The weakest of these pieces, a shimmering green fragment, took the embers of the mist burns and headed for the world without a master. Just as planned, the feeble green fragment was too weak to be detected by the darkness. It successfully infiltrated the world without a master, arriving at a planet that is unmistakably Earth. However, upon arrival, the first fragment encountered an unexpected variable. As it hovered over the world, it found that the conditions were not what they had anticipated. The life forms in this world, who were supposed to be completely devoid of mana, had somehow acquired it. The fragment witnessed humans radiating a powerful blue aura, a clear sign of their newfound power. This mana was born alongside an incident called the Cataclysm. The first fragment decided to wait for the others, and eventually, it successfully fused with the second fragment. He muses that such a convenient change happening in the midst of their war must have been part of someone's design. The apostle leader looks down at the bustling airport terminal below. He resolves that there must not be any more disruptions to their plan. In order to accomplish his mission as a fragment of teal, he recognizes the need to understand these beings called hunters, the humans who possess manna. At the airport, the mysterious young apostle paused by the departure board, two silent subordinates flanking him as crowds moved past unaware. Outwardly calm, he watched, mind fixed on his divine purpose. Without warning, the floor trembled and air rippled with violent energy. Panic erupted as civilians screamed and scattered. The orderly silence shattered in an instant. Terror spread through the crowd. Faces twisted in fear as people shoved and stumbled, fleeing from danger. One man looks up in absolute terror, his eyes widening as he witnesses grotesque magic beasts descending into the airport. A horde of magic beasts, led by a hulking red demon and followed by smaller, vicious goblins, materializes within the airport, their glowing red eyes promising death and destruction. Panic fully sets in. A man screams in terror, identifying the event as a dungeon break and desperately yelling for someone to contact the Hunters Association as a massive red hand seized a mid-scream. The apostle stayed completely calm while everyone else was in chaos. He thought a strong hunter would show up soon to stop the attack. He wanted to see a really powerful one, an S rank, to judge how strong humans really were as hunters began to enter the airport. He murmured about nearby guilds, wondering if those responding now were stationed close to the airport. His interest sharpened as he analyzed their reaction. As he observed the hunters, he noted among the fighters, every hunter used a peculiar enhancement, star powder, an amplifier born from the faith of the Mistburns. Lingering within their bodies, it subtly accumulated divine energy without their knowledge. Observing this phenomenon, the apostles' golden eye flared. Once their faith met Teal's own power, amplify, it blossomed into subservience. Light crowned the hunters as halos, their aggression intensifying under his control. Strength surged through them at the cost of their will. They turned to him instinctively, awaiting command. His words firm were, "You're a disturbance simple. Leave." The answer came unified, reverent. They obeyed. The cruelty of the situation is laid bare as a goblin ambushes a fleeing woman, brutally stabbing her in the back. Her scream is cut short by the fatal blow. The apostle leader watches this horrific scene with complete indifference, his face devoid of any emotion as the goblin mauls the woman. In her final moments, the dying woman reaches a bloodied hand towards the apostles, a desperate, unanswered plea for help. As the woman's hand falls limp, the apostle begins a philosophical internal monologue, stating that creations exist for their creator or God, and that their sole purpose is to fulfill God's will. Yet the question kept eating away at him. Why did humans have desire, something he believed only creators should possess? What was the point of such ambition in beings so weak and fragile? As battles raged behind him, he began to wonder if that very desire meant humans might actually stand above even divine creations like him. In the chaotic terminal, a new hunter arrives as a terrified man, tears streaming down his face, runs from the scene. Laughter cut through the chaos. Suho in a hoodie and mask arrived, muttering at the absurdity of stumbling into a dungeon break the moment he landed. Before him, an orc raised its weapon above a cowering man, ready to deliver a crushing blow. In a flash, Suho intervenes, deflecting the beast's attack with a powerful kick, saving the man from certain death. Landing gracefully amidst the blood-stained floor, Suho tells the stunned civilian, "I'll stop the magic beasts, so hurry up and run." From a distance, the apostle leader observes Suho's intervention. His glowing yellow eye narrows slightly, a flicker of recognition in his otherwise impassive gaze. Suho, now fully engaged, becomes a whirlwind of destruction. He summons a dark, ethereal blade and carves through the horde of magic beasts, a menacing and confident grin spreading across his face as he dominates the battlefield. Watching from the sidelines, the apostle leader's eyes narrow in recognition. He recalls reports of a hunter with a black mask who is responsible for destroying the Hyena's Guild, connecting that past event to the man he sees now. Standing amid smoke and corpses, the masked man, Sung Suho, raised his glowing dagger. The apostle's thoughts fell silent as recognition dawned. The saboteur Lee Minsung Minshin stood before him. Chaos filled the building as goblins and orcs attacked helpless people. A man in a gray hoodie screamed when a goblin swung a cleaver at him. Blood splattered across the glass doors, and another victim fell under the orc's brutal swings. Screams echoed everywhere. The place of safety had turned into a slaughterhouse. Suho moved like lightning. He punched a goblin mid-attack, sending it flying. Blue energy flashed with every strike, echoing like thunder as he dashed between monsters, saving civilians from certain death. Suho pauses for a moment. He finds it strange. There's no way the Hunters Association would leave a dangerous gate in such a crowded area, unless a dungeon break had already occurred. He wonders what could have possibly happened. Seeing the chaos around him, Suho focused on helping survivors escape. From the shadows, the apostle silently watched him, studying his movements. The apostle's yellow eyes glowed as he observed Suho. He saw no signs of Mist Burn's faith in the masked man, meaning Suho had never taken star powder. The mana he gave off was strong, about the same as Lee Minsung's, maybe even stronger. A dangerous unknown. Suho raised his hand, blue energy swirling around his fingers like living lightning. "Arise," he commanded. 3 orc-shaped shadows rose from the ground and bowed to him. At his order, they rushed to help trapped civilians without hesitation. The apostle's eyes widened in shock. He recognized that power immediately, a force he thought impossible to see again. Images flashed through his mind. The Shadow Monarch, with Beru and Igris by his side, leading an army of shadows. That same dark authority was now being used by a human. As Suho fought with his shadow soldiers, the apostle started to understand. This explained the attacks on the Hyena Guild and the Star Powder Factory, moves against their divine plan. This wasn't random chaos. It was war. The apostle calmed himself. Direct confrontation would be too risky. He decided to stay hidden for now. The apostle commands his soldiers, telling them they must ensure that Suho does not discover them. Suddenly, a new threat emerges as a large truck is sent flying through the air directly towards him. A massive explosion rocked the air. Walls collapsed in a roar of fire, and chunks of debris fell everywhere. The blast knocked everyone off their feet. Caught completely by surprise, Suho noted how ridiculous it looked, a vehicle flying through the chaos. Before the explosion can reach him, Suho appears in front of the young man, shielding him from blast. "Are you okay, kid?" he asks. Suho's blue eyes burned behind the mask's sharp grin. He stared down the danger, ready for anything as he stand against the flames. Suho turns to face the source of the attack. A giant red fire demon stepped out of the flames, twice as big as the others. With yellow eyes full of rage, its roar shook the hot air. The colossal beast towers over Suho. The monster bellowed so loud it rattled the building. Suho sized it up as the apostle watched. Suho identifies it as the dungeon boss. His shadow, Beru, materializes and informs him, "Young monarch, I can sense the energy of the Itarim from that beast." This confirms their suspicion that the Itarim are connected to this dungeon break. Beru seems to ponder something while looking at the blonde boy Suho just saved. A thought crosses his mind, making him question if he was mistaken about something. The apostle watched them both, his face calm and unreadable. With a ferocious roar, the dungeon boss lunges forward, ready to crush its opponent. Not wasting a moment, Suho accesses his system. He decides to dump all the points he's gained from leveling up to level 35 into his strength stat, boosting it from 70 to 77. Empowered by his increased strength, Suho meets the charging beast head-on, stopping its massive fist with his own in a powerful clash. Watching the incredible feat, the apostle reflects on the situation. Suho saved him, which makes him think that Suho believes he is just a normal young human. He continues his analysis. While Suho can use the authority of the darkness, he seems incomparably weaker than the true darkness. Still, his raw power is enough to knock the massive beast off balance, a feat that is impressive in its own right. This display of power makes the apostle reconsider. He concludes that despite not being at the level of the darkness, the hooded man's potential is a dangerous unknown. However, his thoughts quickly take a darker turn. Realizing the unpredictable nature of this new variable, the apostle's eyes glow with menacing intent. He thinks to himself that he is fortunate to have met him here, because it gives him the opportunity to eliminate this unforeseen threat on the spot. Amidst the chaos, S-rank hunter Choi Jong-in arrives, noting he is late. Unfazed, he raises a hand, gathering flames, and states his intention to finish things quickly. Choi Jong-in's hand erupting with a torrent of fire, a clear display of his immense power. A horde of green-skinned, goblin monsters look up in terror, their red eyes wide as the flames descend upon them. Surprise crossed the apostle's face. He turned toward the fire's source, losing his cool for the first time. Suho is forced to dive for cover, narrowly avoiding the widespread fire attack and questioning the sudden appearance of the flames. The full scale of the attack is revealed. Choi Jong-in stands as a solitary figure against a horde of monsters, unleashing a devastating rain of fireballs that fills the entire room. Choi Jong-in clenches his fist, pouring more power into his attack. His eyes, seen through his glasses, glow with a menacing red light, matching the intensity of his flames. The fireballs find their mark. A huge firestorm exploded that tears through the ranks of the magic beasts. Watching from the sidelines, Suho, partially concealed by his shadow gear, is stunned. He can't believe that orbs of fire suddenly appeared and started attacking the monsters. As Suho watches the raging inferno, he realizes the sheer power of the newcomer, who eliminated all the magic beasts in an instant. The mysterious hunter stands tall, silhouetted against the flames. Suho wonders who this powerful individual, a hunter capable of controlling fire with such mastery, could possibly be. The hunter smirked at the destruction, pleased, his expression calm and collected. Suho recognizes him instantly. The legendary S-rank hunter, Choi Jong-in. Choi the giant orc still standing. Tougher than most, it wouldn't go down easy. Seeing that the job isn't done, Choi summons an even greater amount of fire into his hand, preparing a final, decisive blow. He leaps into action, transforming the raw fire into the shape of a massive, blazing hot bow and arrow. The flaming arrow strikes the surviving monster head-on, piercing its tough hide with overwhelming force. The impact results in a colossal fiery explosion that erupts from the side of the building. In the aftermath, only smoldering ruins and the charred remains of the monster are left. The ceiling groaned and started collapsing from the heat. Debris rained down dangerously. Standing over the scene of destruction, Choi Jong-in looks at the result of his work and declares, "Case closed." The rescued civilians cheer wildly for Choi Jong-in, hailing him as the ultimate hunter and thanking him for saving them. Amidst the praise, Choi Jong-in pauses, a thoughtful look on his face as he recalls, "I thought I saw a kid here." Meanwhile, Suho watches from a safe distance. He's relieved that Choi Jong-in appeared, but knows he has to run before the S-rank hunter gets curious about his identity. As he retreats, Suho thinks about the Itarim's strange behavior. He wonders why they would stage such a public attack in a crowded place, questioning if their goal was simply to cause chaos or something worse. As day turns to night, the fiery red sky from the battle's aftermath crimson skies hung over the city. Birds fled in panic. The battle's dark feeling lingered. The scene shifts to a luxurious penthouse overlooking a sprawling city at night. A lone figure stands by the window, gazing at the view. in a luxurious penthouse apartment high above the city, where the next phase of the Itarim's sinister plan is about to unfold. The Apostle, the second fragment. Eyes glow with an unnerving yellow light as he waits silently. He watches as a swirling dark portal opens in the room, from which a vibrant, reddish cosmic entity emerges. The second fragment greets the entity, confirming its identity as the third fragment. He offers to provide a summary of the situation before handing over his body. He explains the existence of humans, hunters, and the powerful S-rankers. He then warns of a specific variable that must be eliminated, referring to Suho. The third fragment cuts him off, stating that it will learn everything from the memories it will inherit. It then coolly announces that the second fragment's duty is done and it is now time to be absorbed as planned. The second paused, a flicker of hesitation, a crack in his cold demeanor. The third fragment senses his pause and asks if there's a problem. The second fragment looks away, resigning himself to his fate. "It's nothing," he says, "then I'll leave it to you." In his final moments, the second fragment has an inner monologue, wondering if he feels a lingering attachment to his existence. He quickly dismisses the thought, affirming that nothing can be prioritized over the will of God as he holds the third fragment's core. With his eyes closed in acceptance, he declares, "All shall be done for our God, the great Creator," as glowing magical circles envelop his body. He is consumed by a blinding flash of red light as the third fragment begins the process of absorption. The immense power released during the fusion erupts from the penthouse, lighting up the night sky. Smoke rose from the new form. Power was reborn, standing where the second fragment once stood. The newly merged entity looks out at the city, processing the second fragment's memories. So this is the variable, it thinks, now aware of Suho. It contemplates Suho's power, marveling at the existence of another being who can wield the same authority as the darkness in this world. The entity's form becomes more defined and powerful. It clenches its fist and concludes that the second's decision was wrong. Eliminating Suho would be a waste. They needed to use that power. A sinister smirk appears on its face. The new entity has a different plan. If it can make Suho its believer, it will gain the ability to command the dead as well, seizing the power of the Shadow Monarch for itself. At a modern, luxurious house at night. Inside, Suho collapses onto the sofa, letting out a deep, exhausted sigh after a long day. Suho stared blankly ahead, sweat still glistening on his face. Beru hovered beside him and observed that he seemed exhausted. Suho's sunken eyes betrayed his mental drain as he replied dryly that it was obvious. Suho recalls the frantic lecture he received from his uncle. He remembers his uncle's, hysterical with tears streaming down his face, and screamed that protecting Earth was great, but Suho's safety came first. If anything happened to him, how could his uncle ever face Suho's parents? The lecture had dragged on forever in Suho's weary memory. Suho's expression softened into a melancholic smile as he wondered aloud whether his mom and dad would worry about him as much as his uncle did, the question revealing his deep longing for his missing parents. Determined, Suho stood up abruptly and declared he should head to the shadow dungeon now. Beru expressed concern that resting a little might be better, but Suho insisted he could rest later, driven by urgency. Suho's face hardened with intense focus as he explained he hadn't done today's daily quest because he'd arrived in a rush and couldn't miss the reward. Beru watched with a mix of awe and worry, thinking the young monarch might really be addicted to leveling up. The shadow dungeon unfolded as a twisted, ruined city bathed in eerie purple light, with jagged mountains looming and buildings crumbling into decay. A desolate, hostile wasteland. Suho arrived and stammered in shock. "What in the—" A system notification appeared. The daily quest has ended. Because he'd eliminated all the otherworldly inhabitants, ending it entirely. He stared at the screen in disbelief. As Suho tries to process the information, asking what happened, Amit, with the warrior Essel beside him. Essel begins to explain. Essel elaborates on the situation, Amit, the giant crocodile creature, had rampaged through the dungeon, hunting down every goblin in just one night with terrifying power, leaving devastation in his wake. Amit, now calm but still intimidating, told Suho he'd only wiped out the subordinates of the vile Tarnak he'd seen near Suho's dwelling and added proudly that he hadn't killed any humans as promised. Suho held his head in despair and groaned about all those goblins being gone, trailing off that without daily quests his growth would stall. Essel and the wolf watched, unsure how to comfort him. As Suho spirals, Amit interrupted by offering that if Suho desired growth, he could train him. Suho stared at the giant creature in surprise. Suho asked skeptically if Amit really would, and Amit nodded with a grim smile of jagged teeth, explaining he hadn't been born powerful and knew training methods well. He'd make Suho formidable, young monarch. A new quest notification arrived. Daily quest to train into a formidable combatant. Suho stared at the screen, thinking another daily quest had appeared, but his determination surged as he declared he'd be a fool not to accept, clenching his fist and saying he'd be in Amit's care. A burst of light sealed the agreement. Suho reviewed the quest conditions: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 kilometers run, and scoffed slightly that this was how one became strong. Amit loomed over him and rumbled that it alone wouldn't suffice as training. They'd do it all while Suho carried him on his back. The quest details updated accordingly, turning the challenge monstrous. Suho is aghast. "You want me to do all that while carrying you?" Amit calmly explains that it would be hard at his current size, but his body, refined through constant destruction and regeneration by Tarnak, can now shrink. As he speaks, he begins to transform, shrinking in size. Suho and Essel watched in horror as Amit's body contorted and shrank, bones cracking and reshaping with sickening sounds while the wolf growled uneasily. Amit transformed into a smaller, humanoid version, roughly human height, but incredibly dense and muscular, and said this should be enough. Suho looked bewildered that Amit had shrunk down. "Then, let us begin your training, young monarch." Suho grits his teeth and accepts the weight, replying, "Yeah, we'll do." A system notice explained the bond skill couldn't be used due to the severe combat power difference, required level 80. Suho thought a quest-giving companion might not be bad, but then Amit jumped down, crushing him as his eyes bulged out. As Suho trembles under the strain, Amit casually clarifies, "All right, I forgot to explain myself. I may have been able to reduce my size, but my weight remains unchanged." Essel and Beru look on, their concern growing. Suho's eyes glow with power as he strains with all his might. "I'm supposed to do 100 push-ups like this," he thinks in agony. "I feel like my arms are going to break already." Amit looks down at the struggling Suho, his expression grim. "It may be painful, but endure," he advises, "as I know no other methods of training besides destruction and regeneration." Nearby in the Payu field-type dungeon at night, a dark industrial building loomed under a stormy sky. Inside, a creature is engulfed in intense blue flames within a containment unit. Watching this, Lee Min-sung comments with satisfaction, "It sure is burning up well." Lee Min-sung wonders to himself how long he must keep up his act. Behind him, the shadowy demon Mormu appears, telling him to consider it an honor to be part of their plan. Demon Mormu, the overseer of the Star Powder Factory, questions Lee Min-sung's attitude, reminding him menacingly, has their mysterious benefactor hadn't saved both their wretched lives? Lee Min-sung crushed the cigarette and muttered wretched, with his back turned, seeming weary of his servitude. Scoffs at being called wretched, showing his disdain for the demon's words. Suddenly, Lee Min-sung drops his facade and attacks, slashing at Demon Mormu with a blade at blinding speed, ink-like blood spurting from the wound. Lee Min-sung's eyes glowed red with power as he glared at Mormu with contempt, asking if a lowly monster like him thought he could evaluate his life and if he wanted to die, holding a dark, jagged dagger. Mormu clutched his wound. Min-sung asked where the brat was. Mormu replied the apostle was occupied. Min-sung tells the demon Lim Taiju was returning to Korea soon, and to tell him to keep his promise, orchestrating his scheme. Mormu holds up a glowing yellow crystal, the star powder, and asks Lee Min-sung why he hasn't used the one he received. Mormu begins to explain the origin of the power, speaking of a savior who appeared after the Shadow Monarch destroyed the demon realm. As the Gothic castle burned in the demon realm, Mormu explained the savior's mad blood poison had let him spread star powder and bring destruction to the traitors of the Redice clan. Mormu tries to persuade Min-sung, promising that if he follows the savior, he will become far more powerful and will be able to defeat Lim Taiju. Lee Min-sung angrily questioning why Mormu is acting like a cultist. He declares he would never use such a thing. Mormu's many eyes glowed in the darkness as he mocked Min-sung, calling him a foolish human and stating that this attitude is why he will always remain a failure. Lee Min-sung turns and walks away from the facility, leaving Mormu and his offer behind. Lee Min-sung looked determined, thinking he just needed to keep it up until the brat killed Lim Taiju, then report these idiots to the Hunters Association to deal with them. With a determined and slightly crazed look, he vows to return everything to the way it was, restoring himself to his brilliant past self. High on a construction crane, a woman with long red hair watched Lee Min-sung's car depart, wind whipping her hair as she observed silently from the shadows. The figure reports to the association chairman via phone, confirming that Lee Min-sung has left the field-type dungeon in Payu. The chairman, Woo Jinchul, receives the report. He notes that the dungeon is where star powder is being made and instructs Hunter Baek Miho to continue shadowing him. Choi Jong-in sat on the sofa looking at a report and remarked that Lee Min-sung was finally getting caught, addressing Chairman Woo Jinchul. The official elaborates, mentioning that during the recent dungeon break at the airport, all association members involved lost their memories simultaneously, and they were all hunters who had ingested star powder. He continues his report, pointing out that unusually behaving hunters were observed in other places as well, with the common trait being that they had all taken star powder before. Based on a mounting evidence, Woo Jinchul announces that the Hunters Association will formally ban star powder. Choi Jong-in then asks what their operational plan is for dealing with Lee Min-sung directly. With grim determination, Woo Jinchul states they will apprehend not only Lee Min-sung, but also the masterminds behind him. Choi Jong-in affirms the hunters' full support, his eyes glowing with resolve, bringing the strategic meeting to a close. In his office, Chairman Woo Jinchul reflects, mentioning that he received word from President Yoo Jin-ho about Suho's safe return. Looking at a framed photo of himself with the hunter Sung Jinwoo, he worries that if Suho can level up like his father, he'll likely be ensnared by the system. He silently vows to do his best to help Suho. Back in the shadow dungeon, Suho gasped in agony as his body trembled violently, sweat and tears mixing on his face while pushing to the limit. Suho screamed, shoving up one last time as his arm muscles bulged and tore, blood spurting while the ground cracked beneath his hand. Suho collapsed utterly spent, face down in the rubble, unable to lift a finger with Amit sitting calmly on his back. Amit taunts him, asking if that's all he has. A horrified Essel watched in horror, tears in her eyes, crying that both his arms were broken, while the wolf looks on in shock. The small shadow, Beru, lets out a furious shriek, enraged at the sight of his master's condition. Beru tried to intervene, shouting at the foolish crocodile for what he was doing to the delicate young monarch and declaring the training canceled. But Suho's broken, bleeding hand stopped him as he wheezed for the shop window. Despite his broken and bleeding hand, Suho successfully presses the purchase button on his system interface. Amit, Essel, and the shadow wolf watch in stunned silence as a green healing light begins to envelop Suho's broken body. The empty potion bottle rolled away. Suho panted that just when he was looking to get stronger before facing Lee Min-sung, Suho notes that he now has 3 potions left. Fully healed, Suho rises to his feet, surrounded by the green aura of the potion. With renewed determination, he announces, "Let's continue training to become a formidable combatant." Essel covered her mouth in horror, eyes wide. Beru floated nearby, sweating hard, as they are observing the grueling training session. Suho, who is being mercilessly overpowered Amit, in his shrouded form, relentlessly pushing Suho to his absolute limit. Suho gasped for air, his body broken. He fell flat on the dungeon floor. Empty potion bottles rolled everywhere. The count continues into the high 40s. Suho, gritting his teeth, is still being crushed by Amit's weight. Suho refusing to give in despite the immense pressure. The number of discarded empty potion bottles continues to grow, rolling across the stained ground, a testament to Suho's incredible endurance and the sheer brutality of the training. Suho roared as he picked up speed with Amit on his back. His legs shook, cracking the ground as he went past his limits. From Amit's perspective, he notes that Suho is barely holding on with his skills. He is impressed, thinking to himself how remarkable it is that the young monarch can withstand this level of training at all. Amit continues his thought, observing Suho's unwavering determination. He believes that if the young monarch keeps searching for a way to win without giving up, he might one day surpass even the other powerful monarchs. Sometime later, the training seems to have concluded. Suho cries out in pain about his back, realizing he needs to buy another potion. Lying on the ground, completely exhausted, Suho finally sees a familiar notification window. He has successfully completed his quest, and a reward is now available. Suho lay spread out in the mess, Essel and the shadow wolf nearby. Amit stood over them. "Today's training ends," he said. Later, while lying down, Suho reflects on the hellish training. Though it was brutal, he acknowledges that he received his daily quest reward, which increased his strength stat from 77 to 78 and leveled up his resilience skill. He muses that although he's not sure about the efficiency, he will definitely be stronger by the end of it. He finds the daily quest difficult, but doable. He gave Amit a shaky thumbs up. "Tomorrow, too," Amit said. "Got it, young monarch." Back in his room, Suho collapses onto his bed. Flump. Beru watches him, concerned. "To think you'd collapse the moment you arrive back home," the ant says. Beru continues. "You've done a great job, young monarch." He hovers over the sleeping Suho, a silent guardian. Now alone, Beru stretched and pulled out a remote. At last, it was his time to relax. Beru settles in to watch the news. A report is detailing a new regulation from the Hunters Association regarding field-type dungeons, implemented in response to a recent dungeon break incident at an airport. The anchor explained that field-type dungeons allowed constant harvesting of resources, benefiting private guilds who owned them. However, after recent dangers, the association demanded immediate action from these guilds, including the Reaper Guild. At an office where Lee Min-sung reviews a document with a stern expression, he looks up from the paper and asks, "What's this?" An official from the Hunters Association addresses him directly. He tells Hunter Lee Min-sung that the Reaper Guild owns too many field-type dungeons, and that they must be addressed to prevent potential damage to the public. The association official, flanked by another agent, continues, formally stating that his superiors have ordered the clearance of the B-rank dungeon at Payu Field, which is under the Reaper Guild's ownership. Furthermore, the official notes that Min-sung has been inactive as a hunter for over half a year. To maintain his license, he is being ordered to participate in the subjugation of the Payu Field. Lee Min-sung. He instantly realizes this is a targeted move by Association Chairman Woo Jinchul, as the chosen location, Payu Field, is also the site of the largest factory, a detail far too specific to be a coincidence. Internally, Min-sung resolves to refuse this blatant setup, even if it means defying the association itself. But before he can speak, a calm voice cuts in. It's his own guild master, Lim Taejae, who simply states, "Will do as the association says." Lee Min-sung is stunned as his guild master, Lim Taejae, calmly agrees to the Hunters Association's demands. The officials thanked him and left, unaware of Min-sung growing malice. Lim Taejae tells Min-sung politely to comply with the association's orders. A look of pure shock and betrayal washes over Lee Min-sung's face as he processes his guild master's order. his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. Minsung's inner monologue reveals his paranoia. He realizes it's no wonder Lim Taiju returned so quickly from his overseas deployment. He believes it was all a calculated move to sabotage him. The Hunters Association officials deliver their final instructions, stating that they will dispatch hunters to join the subjugation and that they expect a party to be formed. With that, they turn to leave. The moment the officials leave, the atmosphere in the room grows heavy. Lee Min-sung slumps into his chair, head in his hands, as Lim Taiju looks on with a cold, unreadable expression. Min-sung finally snaps, confronting his guildmaster. He questions Taijiu's sanity, asking if he knows how much each field-type dungeon is worth. Taijiu's askered him if he really thinks the association aims to remove them. Lim Taijiu's expression darkens as he cuts Min-sung off. He coldly states that the association must have caught on to what Min-sung was secretly doing, causing Min-sung to recoil in fear. Taijiu admonishes him, asking if he didn't warn him not to underestimate the association. He accuses Min-sung of not only ignoring his warning, but also daring to use his guild members for his own schemes while he was gone. Taijiu's eyes begin to glow with a menacing purple aura as he belittles Min-sung. He contemptuously asks how long Min-sung expected him to act as his personal cab driver, cleaning up his messes. Min-sung trembled with rage, realizing he is losing control of everything. Suddenly, Lim Taijiu's phone buzzes with a notification, and he looks at the screen with a questioning expression. Lim Taijiu reports that he's been contacted by a scout. A new S-rank hunter has appeared in Korea. Taijiu immediately orders Min-sung to prepare the contract's pay, as he will be heading to the association. Taijiu speaks to Min-sung, trying to console him by saying they might still be able to turn things around. As Min-sung feigning sit alone, Min-sung's eyes glowed red, consumed by envy reacting to the news. He curses the new S-rank, complaining about their arrogance and sheer luck. He wonders when that alien brat is going to grow up and impatiently questions when that fragment is supposed to arrive. Min-sung's eyes glow bright, red and intense, desperate desire for Apostle to hurry up and kill Lim Taiju. Min-sung stared at his phone, whispering that Taiju had to die for his future to begin. After a moment of silent contemplation in the dimly lit room, a slow, sinister smile begins to spread across Lee Min-sung's face. Min-sung's smile widens into a full maniacal grin. His eyes now glow a demonic red, revealing his unhinged nature and the depths of his malicious intent. He looks down at his phone, which displays a picture of the new S-rank hunter. Min-sung calls him a damned eyesore, and notes with dark amusement that the alien was up to something interesting. At a grand, modern building, a crowd has gathered in the lobby as a distinguished group, with a young man at its center, makes their entrance. A group of onlookers stares in awe, buzzing with excitement. They recognize the central figure, whispering amongst themselves that he is the new S-rank hunter of Korea. As the new S-rank walks past, one of the men in the crowd tries to recall his name, his expression one of pure astonishment. He stood confidently, calm, whose handsome features and composed demeanor stand out amidst the growing buzz of the crowd. Stepping forward from the crowd of onlookers, a prominent figure formally addresses the new hunter. He congratulates him on becoming a new S-rank in Korea, officially introducing him to the world as Hunter Park Dojin. The crowd immediately recognizes the man who approached Park Dojin. It's the renowned hunter Choi Jong-in, the powerful guild master of the Hunters Guild. Choi Jong-in is silent for a moment, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the new S-rank hunter before him. He asked if they had met before, but the apostles replied smoothly that this was their first meeting. Jong-in apologized, still uneasy. Getting straight to the point, Choi Jong-in extends a recruitment offer, asking Park Dojin how he feels about making a contract with the Hunters Guild. To Choi Jong-in's surprise, Park Dojin politely turns down the generous offer. He explains that it would be difficult as he is already considering joining another guild. Just then, Lim Taiju of the Reaper Guild arrives, striding through the crowd with confidence. He remarks with a smirk, "Looks like I'm not late." Park Dojin points at Lim Taejae, grinning. Smirk. He has chosen his target. Lim Taejae casually adjusts his tie as he surveys the gathering of powerful hunters. Apostle points forward, noticed him, and smirked. His real target had arrived. A week later, at Paiyu Field, industrial smoke darkened the sky above a vast factory complex. A new, formidable hunter makes her entrance. Clad in striking red armor, she announces that she will be aiding in the Paiyu Field subjugation as requested. Lee Min-sung approaches Baek Mi-ho, putting on a polite act. He introduces himself and thanks her for going through the trouble of coming to this field dungeon. Baek Mi-ho gives a short reply, but her inner thoughts reveal her true feelings. She mockingly thinks to herself how Min-sung is a great actor, seeing straight through his friendly facade. Her internal monologue continues, noting that Min-sung is acting kind despite having a pitch-black heart. As he rallies his men, she vows to expose the truth of Paiyu Field and tear the mask from his face herself. Baek Mi-ho's gaze then shifts as she considers another important piece of the puzzle, referring to him as the potential variable in this operation. Her eyes land on the new S-rank hunter, Park Dojin, who has recently joined a Reaper Guild. She identifies him as the variable that could change everything. The Apostle stood beside Min-sung, officially a part of the Reaper Guild. Watching them, Baek Mi-ho thinks to herself that she has a contingency plan from the Hunters Association, just in case something goes wrong. As the hunters prepare, an official begins to organize the support staff, calling for the mining team to gather their equipment. A worker hands out pickaxes from a bucket, ensuring every member of the mining team is equipped for the resources they'll find inside the dungeon. Suho, he stood ready. The subjugation of Paiyu Field had begun. A few days ago, Lee Min-sung sits in his office, remarking to the Apostle opposite him how surprised he is that they've grown so large in such a short period of time. Min-sung wonders if aliens grow up unusually fast. The Apostle calmly described how he had once chosen a smaller, younger body to survive, but no longer needed that disguise after regaining his power by gathering the scattered fragments. Lee Min-sung smirks, asking what's with the alias Park Dojin and what exactly Apostle is plotting by becoming a hunter. Apostle, moving under the alias Park Dojin, answered that it was simply a public name to help him act in human society. His yellow eyes gleamed as he explained that becoming a hunter looked like the most useful path for his future plans. Lee Min-sung's expression turns serious. He states that because of the commotion the Apostle caused at the airport, the Hunters Association is pursuing him. He warns that if the factory in Paiyu Field is exposed, it's over for both of them. The Apostle calmly tells Lee Min-sung not to worry, placing his teacup down. He reveals that the reason he came to the Reaper Guild was precisely to stop that from happening. His eyes glowing intensely, the Apostle unveils his sinister plan. He will convert all participating hunters in the party into his believers. Once that is done, there will be nothing left for the association to discover. Min-sung leaned back, unconvinced, and commented that the Apostle certainly liked to start strong. He then questioned whether the Apostle could really defeat Lim Taejae, an S-rank hunter, challenging his confidence. The Apostle, he asked if this was all about the promise to kill Lim Taejae, and said that meeting the man had only made him more certain of his own conclusion. The Apostle that if he fought an S-rank hunter right now, the outcome would already be clear to him. A wicked grin spread across Min-sung's face as he gave a short laugh. He said that he did not care if both the Apostle and Lim Taejae died, as long as the Apostle kept his promise. At the Hunters Association president, Woo Jinchul, sits in his office, noting that the Paiyu Field subjugation should be starting. He ponders the situation, thinking about Lee Min-sung and the mysterious star powder. He knows they must get definitive evidence from this subjugation. Woo Jinchul feels some reassurance considering the powerful hunters deployed, including A-rank hunter Baek Mi-ho from the White Tiger Guild. He also considers the presence of Hunter Choi Jong-in, the ultimate soldier, and another S-rank hunter on standby for unforeseen circumstances. However, he has variables to worry about. The S-rank hunter Park Dojin, who suddenly appeared, is a major concern. He can't shake the feeling that the situation is already moving in Lee Min-sung's favor now that the Reaper Guild has joined the subjugation. Lastly, Woo Jinchul has one more concern. He looks at a file on his desk, revealing that Suho was dispatched to the raid as a simple miner. Looking at Suho's profile, he wonders if it was a coincidence or fate. Although he permitted Suho to join as a miner, he's still not sure if he made the right decision. With a sigh, Woo Jinchul resigns himself to the situation. He concludes that if all of this is part of Suho's plan, then he has no choice but to help him. At Payu Field, where the raid is underway, a massive fire lizard monster, a salamander, unleashes a torrent of flames. The powerful fire blast engulfs the area, incinerating anything the front line. A hunter from the strike squad screams in desperation, yelling that they can't hold their position for much longer against the intense flames. Suddenly, a figure appears before the struggling hunter. It's the A-rank hunter, Baek Miho. The exhausted hunter looks up at her with a glimmer of hope. The giant salamander turns its attention to the new challenger, letting out another ferocious roar as it spews fire from its maw. In response, Baek Miho leaps into action, intercepting the attack. Her fist crashed into the monster's head and drove it into the ground, shaking the cavern on impact. She followed with a brutal uppercut that snapped the monster's head back. Blood sprayed as she overpowered the creature with raw physical strength. Her eyes still burned with resolve as she prepares her next move. A gigantic red hand swept toward her, cutting through the air. Miho twisted away in a smooth motion, her red hair trailing behind her as she dodged with effortless speed. She landed lightly on a monster's back and used it as a springboard. Her body became a blur as she prepared another attack from her new vantage point. The salamander crashes heavily onto the rocky ground, stunned by the powerful throw. Baek Miho lands gracefully on a nearby ledge as she launched herself toward another enemy. As the salamander looks up, it sees Baek Miho's silhouette reflected in its eye, her fist glowing with concentrated red energy. She plunges downwards, delivering a devastating punch directly to the monster's head. The impact is immense, sending a shockwave that shatters the ground and kicks up a cloud of dust and rocks. With the threat neutralized, Baek Miho stands calmly amidst the corpses of two defeated salamanders. Her duty done for the moment, she scanned the battlefield with narrowed eyes, sensing that something still felt wrong. Her gaze falls upon Lee Min-sung, who is standing idly by with other hunters instead of fighting. She thinks to herself that, as expected, he isn't participating, calling him a waste of an A-rank awakening. As another monster lunges towards her, she internally scoffs at Lee Min-sung, wondering what he even thinks being a hunter is about. She turns, realizing she got distracted by her frustration with her lazy colleague. But before the demon can reach her, it is instantly knocked down. Park Dojin, in his human form, casually destroyed it with a flick of his hand. Dojin remained calm, his hand still lifted as energy faded from the air. His eyes glowed yellow while he stood there as if he had done nothing more than swat an insect. He then turned to Miho and told her to be careful, his tone edged with condescension. Miho watched him warily, newly aware of the dangerous power he held. She realized that he had just destroyed a salamander with a single attack. Thinking back to his casual clothes at the start of the subjugation, she admitted to herself that she had badly underestimated this greenhorn's rank. Dojin adjusted his collar. His eyes glowed ominously as he hid a faint smirk, perfectly playing the role he had crafted for himself. With another casual gesture, the apostle unleashes a wave of energy, instantly cutting of the head a group of approaching monsters. Standing amid the carnage, Park Dojin looked down toward the monsters. Miho thinks to herself that S ranks truly are different, as the battlefield is now littered with monster corpses. With the last enemies defeated, the raid members gathered together. They commented that the battle had ended more quickly than expected and could not help feeling suspicious about how smoothly it had gone. Baek Miho also observes that the Payu field seems to have a low magic beast population. Lee Min-sung approaches her, smirking, and says, "So you've noticed Hunter Baek Miho. Lee Min-sung offers a practiced excuse, explaining that the magic beast population in all Reaper Guild dungeons is routinely managed, claiming it's to ensure they are no threat to civilians. But his explanation doesn't add up for Baek Miho. She knows guilds don't perform routine population control for free, as there's no reason to enter a field-type dungeon daily. The obvious lie only deepens her suspicion. Her suspicions deepen, and she concludes that there must be something hidden within this dungeon. Meanwhile, Lee Min-sung smugly gestures for the party to follow him, announcing that the boss room is this way. A sinister grin spreads across Lee Min-sung's face, his eyes glowing red. He thinks to himself that they can search all they want, but they'll never catch the end of his tail. He's confident because, as he muses, the demons would have already dismantled the factory and hid it somewhere deep inside the dungeon, far from the hunter's reach. Looking towards Baek Miho, he believes it will be impossible for them to find any traces of the factory. He added an unspoken threat in his thoughts, deciding that the hunters would not leave the dungeon with their minds intact. As the apostle let out a low chuckle at the idea, already planning their fate. Meanwhile, in a hidden part of the dungeon, the grotesque Murmu stands guard. The demon, flanked by other cloaked figures, murmurs to itself, "What a shame, truly a shame." It laments that it can't go and see the apostle despite his visit, all while standing before rows of emaciated, unresponsive mist burns. The demon looks over the catatonic humans, complaining about all the star powders it could have made during this time, and how it's a waste for the fuels to be doing their job. At that moment, Suho arrives at a hidden passage. He asks his shadow, Beru, if he can sense the demons from here, and Beru confirms it. Suho then pushes his way into the secret chamber. As Suho enters, the demons are startled by his sudden, unexpected appearance. Mormu's eyes widened as he demanded to know who had entered. Sung Suho, wearing his black mask, lunged forward with his gauntlet in a swift strike aimed straight at Mormu. In one clean, swift motion, Suho decapitates the demon, its head flying into the air as the other demon watch in shock. He straightened, his red gauntlet glowing as he tightened his fist. The weapon seemed to be charging, ready to unleash its power. Page 66. Beru floated beside him, praising Suho for his recent growth. He remarked that Suho's ability to behead a demon with a single blow showed how effective the daily quest with the crocodile had been. Suho surveys the rows of catatonic people, confirming his fears. He thinks to himself that they are unresponsive, just as he suspected. There was a star powder factory in the Payu field as well. His eyes narrowed behind the black mask. He prepared himself mentally, ready to destroy the operation and its masters. Mormu's severed head starts to speak, shocked to find that the one disrupting the great will of the apostle is here, of all places. Facing the new, formidable foe, Suho is completely unfazed. Mormu's body twisted and swelled, tentacles whipping through the air. He prepared to fight for his life against Suho as the true battle began. The demon looms over him, declaring that he will make a fine present for the apostle. Inside a B-rank dungeon, a miner is hard at work, smashing blue essence stones. He complains to his partner that there seems to be no end to them, wondering why a guild-managed dungeon has so many essence stones piled up and questioning if they're profiting from something else. The younger miner brings up the new E-rank miner who joined them today. He questions the wisdom of letting someone so low-ranked into a B-rank dungeon. However, the older, more experienced miner advises him not to be too harsh, saying it's nice to see an earnest kid like him. The younger miner has a sudden realization and asks his boss if he was the one who assigned the newcomer to the safe entrance of the dungeon. The boss smiles, admitting he did. The younger man complains that he, on the other hand, is always assigned to the front lines. The boss explains that he saw what looked like 4 truckloads of essence stones where the new guy is working, and they can go help him out after they're done. The younger miner sighs, remarking that his boss is too kind-hearted for his own good. The vast, rocky interior of a mine, with several carts already filled to the brim with glowing blue essence stones, reinforcing the unusual abundance of resources in this dungeon. Suho, in his black mask disguise, stands in a desolate, industrial hallway. He is confronted by large, monstrous purple tentacles that writhe towards him with a menacing red glow. Beru warns him about the creature's powerful mana. Suho, calm and collected behind his glowing mask, replies that he can feel it too, thanks to his own heightened senses. Suho compares the creature's power to Randolph, a formidable A-rank hunter he encountered at the Pyramid Field. It seems the monster level is around a rank. Suho reflects on his reasons for being here. He heard the Hunters Association ordered the Reaper Guild to clear this field-type dungeon and suspected a hidden motive, which is why he infiltrated as a miner. He wonders if the association has also figured out the existence of star powder. He worries that if the association starts paying attention to a man named Lee Min-sung, it will become difficult to get information about the Apostle of Itarim. His primary goal is clear as he wonders where that apostle is right now. Mormu responded with a voice that echoed in their minds, noting that just as the apostle hunted the Black Mask now hunted the apostle in return. The demon sized up Suho, recognizing the deadly threat before it. Mormu tentacles whipped through the air with vicious speed. The demon promised that Suho would see the apostle soon enough, after it had crushed every bone in his body and presented the remains as a gift. The massive limbs closed in, encircling and trapping him completely. The creature's tentacles lash out and bind Suho tightly. Mormu declares that as long as he's bound, he won't be able to escape from its overwhelming power. Suho's is completely unfazed. He scoffs at the monster's boast, repeating the words, "overwhelming power," with clear disdain. In a rush of memory, Suho saw himself shirtless and drenched in sweat, his muscles trembling after days of brutal training. Amit, his stern instructor, praised how he had completed the regimen alone in just 5 days. Shadow soldiers stood at his sides, witnesses to his grueling triumph. Amit added that Suho's body had grown remarkably stronger, a true mark of the young monarch's potential. Exhausted but with a spark of pride, Suho asked if that was really true, his chest heaving from the effort. Having pushed his body to its absolute limit, Suho collapses onto the cracked stone floor, completely exhausted from the grueling training regimen as his summons watch over him. Lying on the ground, Suho thinks to himself that putting all the stat points from his daily quest rewards into strength has really paid off. On top of that, a system window appears, notifying him that he's acquired a new skill, increased strength, which has boosted his power by 20%. Amit towered above him and declared with absolute certainty that Suho now stood as the strongest human he had ever witnessed. Those words burned into him, a testament to the raw power surging in his veins. Back in the tunnel, Mormu looks on in complete shock. Suho flexed with deliberate force, and the tentacles binding him begin to crack and shred under the immense strain. The demon let out a stunned cry of what? Disbelief cracking its confidence. In a surge of raw might, Suho exploded free, his hands rending the tentacles to dripping fragments. He rose tall amid the wreckage, eyes blazing with power, the demon's hold shattered. A system window confirms his new level of power. Strength is now at 120. Power hummed through his body like thunder, his presence shifting into something primal and menacing. Suho faced the reeling demon head-on as he cut down the other 2 demons, blue lightning crackling around his form like storm-born chains. He repeated his question calmly, the air thick with the promise of violence. Leaning in close, Suho repeats his demand with chilling intensity. Where is the Apostle of Itarim? The creature, Mormu, flinches back, utterly stunned by this dramatic shift in power. The demon lunged again in desperate fury, screaming that it would never reveal such secrets. Suho merely replied that he understood, his body coiling like a predator ready to strike. Suho's fist connected with the demon's face in a devastating smash. Randolph recoils in shock, unable to comprehend the sheer power, radiating from Suho. He pressed the assault without mercy, tearing the demon's head from its body as purple blood sprayed everywhere. Suho summoned a dark, jagged dagger that sang as it cleared its sheath, its edge hungry for the finish. Suho unleashes a flurry of lightning-fast attacks, completely overwhelming Mormu, whose tentacles are no match for the onslaught. Clutching its mangled head, the demon reeled in horror, sensing that Suho's aura felt like the essence of something ancient and unstoppable. Suho loomed over the broken creature and stated coldly that he would simply learn the truth from another source. Suho calls for Beru, who acknowledges the command. Facing his demise, Mormu lamented that it would not live to see the apostles' envisioned victory. Its mind raced on, grateful for the chance to wipe out the hated Redice clan traitors under the apostles' grace, a satisfaction that lingered even in death. As Beru descends to consume him. Elsewhere in the Shadow Realm, Essel looks up in surprise, wondering what this feeling is. For some reason, it feels as though a great weight has been lifted from her chest. Beru, meanwhile, is happily devouring what's left of Mormu, cheerfully commenting that the octopus is quite a great texture. After the meal, Suho asks Beru if he managed to get the information regarding the apostle of Itarim. Beru hesitates before answering. Beru explains that because the demon considered the apostle of Itarim to be a radiant, godlike figure, his devotion was too strong, making it impossible to extract any detailed information from its memories. Suho acknowledges that this is a tough situation. He concludes that, as he thought, he has no choice but to get the information directly from the person in charge of the Star Powder Factory, Lee Min-sung. Before seeking out his target, his eyes turned toward a distant building shrouded in the dungeon's haze. First, he decided he needed to get the people there to safety. Meanwhile, Apostle stood among the hunters, sensing the demon's presence vanish abruptly. He wondered if the Hunters Association had intervened after all. The group stopped before a colossal door covered in ominous carvings, flanked by flickering torches that marked the entrance to the Paiyu Field's boss room. Baek Miho reflected that she had found no trace of star powder production on the way in, beginning to doubt if the Paiyu Field held such secrets at all. Lee Min-sung caught her puzzled expression and smirked inwardly, pleased that his deception had left her utterly in the dark. He leaned close to the Apostle Park Dojin and whispered that they should scrap the mind control plan on the hunters, suggesting it was wiser to let things end quietly from here. Park Dojin met his gaze with icy silence, one yellow eye glowing faintly, his face a mask of unreadable intent. The apostle coolly thinks that canceling the plan would be troublesome. Baek Miho pondered if the star powder operation might be happening above ground instead. Undeterred, she resolved to clear the boss first and search again afterward. Miho announced it was time to enter, stepping forward with the apostle close behind. Terror seized Lee Min-sung without warning, a chill racing down his spine. Park Dojin glanced forward, noticing the sudden shift. He whirled around to face the apostle, his expression drained of color and caught between dread and confusion. He stammered in disbelief, demanding to know what the apostle was doing, while the apostle replied calmly that he had already told him. Apostle pointed directly at him and injected the star power in Min-sung and declared that he intended to convert every hunter in the party into faithful believers. The apostle coldly explains his philosophy, stating that he only sides with those who have greater worth. He scoffs at the A-rank hunter, saying that killing an S-rank like Lim Taiju to ally with him is a deal that makes no sense in terms of value. Leaning in close to the terrified hunter, the apostle whispered that he would use Lee Min-sung as a stepping stone to a greater prize. Lee Min-sung's eyes bulged in raw shock and agony, the betrayal hitting harder than the steel piercing his flesh. Min-sung grits his teeth, his face a mask of fury and humiliation as he curses the S-rank hunter. He desperately tries to fight back. "I'll never be controlled by the likes of you," he roared, eyes blazing red in a desperate bid for defiance. But his resistance is futile. A wave of golden energy washes over him, and his body goes rigid, his struggles ceasing instantly. His humanity twisting away as dark forces took hold. His head droops, his consciousness fading as the golden light completely envelopes him, his individuality being erased by a higher power. As the absolute beings will commands, a brilliant cross-shaped flare of holy light descends, finalizing the subjugation. The hunter's eyes now glow a blank, empty yellow, his mind no longer his own. Lee Min-sung had become Itarim's unwilling vessel. The light fades, leaving the hunter with a vacant expression, a mere puppet whose strings are now held by another. The newly enthralled hunter turns his back on his former comrades, now standing as a loyal soldier for his new master. The apostle rested a hand on his shoulder with a casual tap, his new puppet complete and obedient. A sinister smile curled the apostle's lips. Now, he mused, it was time for the next mark. The true hunt just beginning. The unsuspecting Miho, who is completely oblivious to the betrayal that just occurred behind her. The apostle eyed her as the next target. Outside a desolate factory, a luxury car waits. The plan is simple and contingent on a single, ominous event. The disappearance of a magical summon, which will signal that something has gone wrong with the party inside the dungeon. Inside the car, Choi Jong-in holds a flickering blue flame, a manifestation of the summon. He remarks on the cleverness of using a magical creature as a silent alarm for the precarious situation unfolding within the malfunctioning dungeon. With a confident smirk, Choi Jong-in expresses his hope that the situation inside doesn't escalate to the point where S-rank hunters like themselves are forced to intervene. Choi Jong-in continues, saying it would be better if Vice Guild Master Lee Min-sung caused no further trouble. He asks whether Lim Tae-jae feels any concern. Lim Tae-jae sits silently in the back seat of the car, arms crossed, staring out the window. His face remains unreadable. When Lim Tae-jae finally speaks, his voice is cold. He asks if Choi Jong-in is trying to provoke him. Lim Tae-jae, visibly irked, retorts, questioning if Choi Jong-in hostility stems from jealousy over the fact that an S-rank hunter joined his Reaper Guild. Choi Jong-in scoffs at the accusation, confidently stating that his own guild, the Hunters, has no shortage of talented individuals. Letting out a heavy sigh, Lim Tae-jae's expression shifts from anger to weary resignation. He admits his disbelief that Lee Min-sung is the culprit behind the distribution of the unknown stimulant. As a guild master, he feels a sense of responsibility for the situation. Lim Tae-jae makes a request. If an unexpected situation arises, he wants Jong-in to stand back and allow him to neutralize Lee Min-sung personally. Jong-in agrees, seeing it as a favor. Jong-in thinks to himself, revealing his inner conflict. Despite the tense situation, his primary desire is to avoid harming others. The scene shifts to the heart of the dungeon, where a monstrous, heavily armored creature unleashes a torrent of fire, roaring with immense power. The team of hunters valiantly stands against the beast. A tanker absorbs the blow with a massive shield while a ranger and a mage prepare their counterattack from behind. Lee Min-sung leaps into the fray, his body silhouetted against the monster's fiery breath as he engages it in close-quarters combat. Amid the chaos, the apostle stands completely still. With his arms crossed, he watches the fight calmly, as if waiting for something to happen. Baek Miho notices his lack of action. She wonders if this is his way of showing that the battle would end instantly if an S-rank like him stepped in, and the thought irritates her. She muses that for some reason, Lee Min-sung has been fighting with unusual diligence ever since they entered the boss room, a fact that raises her suspicions. The apostle watches Lee Min-sung closely. In his mind, he notes that this confirms his suspicions. He understands that while star powder is useless to high-ranking hunters, he explains internally that while star powder is useless to hunters of B rank or higher, star fragments, the condensed form, can turn even an A-rank hunter into a devoted believer. The battle continues. Monsters fall one after another as Min-sung push forward. Baek Miho cries out in shock, watching Min-sung defeated the monsters. Lee Min-sung has unleashed his power as he prepares his next move. Min-sung unleashed a powerful downward slash, but the monster blocked it. The apostle observes calmly, noting that star fragments alone struggle to grant true S-rank power. Deciding to act, the apostle brings his hands together and activates his ability. Brilliant yellow light bursts forth. One of Teal's shattered abilities, known as Amplify, allows the enhancement of unique traits possessed by others. This amplification isn't limited. It can enhance the faith contained within the star powder and even boost the inherent abilities of a weapon. Whether the target is living or not, the blessing ability can draw out and amplify its unique properties to their absolute peak. Specifically for Lee Min-sung, it can amplify the unique characteristics of his mana and also enhance the amplify/ability of his possessed weapon, the Ablaze Slasher. Bathed in golden light, the apostle challenges him silently, wondering if Lee Min-sung can finally reach the S rank he has always desired. The apostle promises that with this power, Lee Min-sung can finally reach the coveted S rank he has desired for so long. Now overflowing with power, Lee Min-sung faces a massive boss monster without fear. Empowered by the blessing, Lee Min-sung's eye glows with a holy symbol. He swings his sword. A blinding wave of energy surges forward as he unleashes a devastating slash. The amplified slash effortlessly cuts through the massive dungeon boss, striking it directly in its core. The monster's tough hide shatters like glass upon impact, unable to withstand the S-rank power behind the attack. The ground shatters from the residual force, debris scattering in every direction. Lim Taejae and Jong-in are left stunned, questioning what was going on in the dungeon as they are bathed in golden light form the dungeon. Baek Mi-ho can only stare, unable to understand what she just witnessed. Lee Min-sung stands amidst the ruin of the boss monster, his back turned to his shocked teammates. The strength he always wanted is finally within reach. The apostle notes internally that amplifying an A-rank hunter is exhausting, and that the S-rank power only lasted for a brief moment. He looks at Lee Min-sung with disappointment, concluding that he is not a suitable vessel to hold true S-rank power. Baek Mi-ho and the remaining tanker look on in confusion. She notes that an A-rank hunter could never unleash an attack of that magnitude. She questions everything she knows, wondering if star powder has a different effect on high-ranking hunters, or if a completely different, unknown stimulant is at play. Her train of thought is cut short as she turns in shock. Behind her, Lee Min-sung drives his sword through the apostle's chest. Blood spills as Baek Mi-ho gasps in shock. The apostle looks down at the blade, calling Lee Min-sung's name with irritation rather than pain. Lee Min-sung twists the sword, coldly reminding him of his warning. His face twists in a madness. Lee Min-sung sneers at the entity that granted him power, asking if it really thought he would be controlled by the likes of it. His eyes glowing with malevolent red energy, he declares that he will make full use of the damned power he's been given, on his own terms. The impaled hunter collapses to the ground as Lee Min-sung retracts his bloody sword. The raid team watches in horror. Baek Mi-ho shouts in disbelief, demanding to know how he could attack another hunter, accusing him of losing his mind. Lee Min-sung stands over the body of his former comrade, muttering in frustration, "Damn it, so this is how it ends," realizing his betrayal has come at a high cost. Clutching his head, Lee Min-sung is tormented by voices. He knows that S-rank hunters from the association are waiting outside, and that if he wastes any more time, his escape will be impossible. As Lee Min-sung thinks about his escape, his former teammates, led by an enraged Baek Mi-ho, command him to stop. They won't let him get away. Gritting his teeth in fury, Lee Min-sung has no intention of being stopped. His eyes glowing with red power, he screams at his former comrades to move if they don't want to die. Lee Min-sung passed through the hunters with terrifying speed and strength. The hunters watch in shock. The remaining hunters were thrown back, completely overpowered and cursing their helplessness as the situation spiraled out of control. Realizing they can't handle him alone, Baek Miho urgently orders Hunter Lee Chul-sung to alert the S-rank hunters waiting outside. As Chul-sung rushes off, Baek Miho turns and stares in shock at the hunter who was just impaled by Min-sung. He is miraculously still standing. The apostle stands back up, his wound already healed. He calmly remarks that an inflated ego can resist holy power, even without sufficient mana, and files the result away as useful data. Baek Miho stares at him in disbelief, unable to understand how he survived a strike through the heart. The apostle wipes the blood from his face, his yellow eye glowing as a sinister smile forms. Lee Min-sung flees into the forest, cursing the world for forcing him into exile, even after tasting S-rank power. He realizes he cannot rely on anyone, not aliens, guilds, or the Hunters Association. His only option is to hide. Just as he plans his next move, a powerful blade cover in mana erupts in front of him, stopping his frantic escape dead in its tracks. The blade slams into the ground ahead of him, blocking his escape. Lee Min-sung skids to a stop, staring ahead in fear, bewildered and shocked by the sudden intervention. From the shadows of the forest, Sung Suho emerges. He calmly states that he was drawn by a sudden explosion and is surprised that Lee Min-sung came out of his own volition. Suho declares that Min-sung will now tell him everything about the star powder and the apostle of the Itarim. Sung Suho's blue eyes shine through the mask as he faces the traitor. The confrontation between the young monarch and the fallen hunter begins. In the middle of secluded forest, Suho confronts Lee Min-sung. He demands to know everything about the star powder and the apostle of the Itarim. Suho stared down at him through the jagged teeth of his mask. Surrounded by dark energy, Min-sung realized how dire his situation was. He suspected Suho was after star powder, but what unsettled him more was the thought that this masked man might already know about the alien. A sudden realization hit Min-sung. He remembered reports of a man in a black mask who had killed Brokey and disrupted the star powder supply chain. Looking at Suho's demonic gauntlet, he wondered if this was the same figure. Sweat ran down Min-sung's face as he pushed those thoughts aside. Identity no longer mattered. Time did. If he delayed any longer, association hunters would soon catch up. Driven by desperation, Min-sung assessed Suho's mana and decided the masked man was weaker than him. Fueled by rage, he screamed for Suho to die and brought his sword down in a brutal strike, black and red energy tearing through the air. The strike met an unmovable wall. Suho's gauntlet shot up, seizing the blade mid-swing with effortless precision. Steel screamed and sparks flooded the air, but Suho stood unshaken, unyielding. Min-sung's eyes widened in disbelief. His attack hadn't just been stopped, it was caged. The blade refused to move, no matter how violently he pulled. It was as if invisible chains had bound it in place, and Suho was the one holding every link. Suho pivoted with brutal precision, his body a blur as his heel crashed into Min-sung's face. The impact thundered through the clearing, a shockwave that split the air and left silence in its wake. Blood burst through the air as Min-sung's head snapped back. His vision spun, thoughts scattering beneath the shattering weight of that blow. Suho didn't pause. He drove a crushing kick into Min-sung's side, launching him across the dirt like a broken weapon. As Min-sung fought to rise, disbelief clouded his mind. How could someone with so little mana wield such overwhelming power? Beru analyzed the situation, realizing there's more to Suho power than meets the eye. Watching the clash unfold, amusement flickering across his face. In a world where hunters were measured by mana alone, what stood before Min-sung was a contradiction. His sharp gaze tracked Suho's every move, dissecting the rhythm of his strikes. The young monarch had carved his foundation not through mana, but through his body itself under Amit's brutal and relentless training with Amit. Beru concluded that Suho's raw physical power had already surpassed what any ordinary A-rank hunter could endure. The sheer force of their battle left a massive crater in the ground, a testament to the incredible power being wielded. At the dungeon entrance, Baek Miho stared at Park Dojin in disbelief. She demanded to know how he could be standing there when his heart had been pierced moments earlier. Park Dojin ignored her question. Instead, he produced a glowing yellow star fragment in his hand as muttered quietly. Choi Jong-in and Lim Taejae arrived suddenly, asking Baek Miho what happened in the dungeon. Baek Miho seems relieved by his arrival. She turns around and smiled at the two S-rank hunters, remarking that they had arrived quickly. Choi Jong-in and Lim Taejae arrived suddenly, both S-rank hunters gazing down into the massive pit carved by the battle. The apostle looks up, acknowledging the arrival of the two S-rank hunters and the escalating situation. The newly arrived hunters are shocked by the massive hole in the ground. Choi Jong-in asks what happened, and Baek Miho reveals that it was Lee Min-sung's doing, leaving them to question how an A-rank hunter could possess such power. Baek Miho explains that Lee Min-sung had a massive surge in mana, as if he had taken some kind of stimulant, and then attacked Hunter Park Dojin before fleeing. Choi Jong-in approached Park Dojin, studying him closely. He remarked that Dojin looked far too healthy for someone who had nearly died. The apostle replies with a smirk, his yellow eyes glowing ominously, as he casually states that he happens to have a healing skill. Jong-in expresses his interest in such a powerful healing skill, but Baek Miho, looking distressed, urgently insists they must pursue Lee Min-sung before he disappears into the city. Choi Jong-in agrees with her, turning to Lim Taejae and telling him to heed her words. Surveying the destruction, Choi Jong-in comments on the mess Lee Min-sung has made. He quietly stated that he would act as promised. Choi Jong-in froze, sweat forming on his brow. He sensed something was wrong. Inside the apostle mind, irritation surfaced. His connection to Lee Min-sung was still active. He found it troublesome, yet fascinating that Min-sung's desires were strong enough to resist absolute faith. Jong-in began to walk away, telling Park Dojin to rest. The apostle reasoned that letting Min-sung live could create unnecessary suspicion. He decided Min-sung had to be disposed of. Using divine power, he planned to take control of Min-sung's body and force him to end his own life. Through his connection, the apostle senses a battle raging on. Suho continued his relentless assault. He's surprised. Is he in battle? He wonders, questioning if Lee Min-sung has already encountered S-rank hunters. The apostle eyes widen in shock and surprise, glowing with an intense light. Through the lingering connection, he saw Suho. He wondered why the black mask was there and smiled cruelly at the thought of meeting this unpredictable variable sooner than expected. Park Dojin reflected on how nothing in this world had gone as planned. Suho's existence, Min-sung's resistance, all of it defied divine expectation. Despite the unexpected turn of events, a twisted laugh escaped him. He questioned why the chaos amused him so much. In the forest, Suho gauntlet and Min-sung's sword clash as Min-sung realized he could not afford to waste any more time. In desperation, Min-sung shouted for Suho to stop, begging for a chance to talk. Lee Min-sung desperately asks if Suho will let him go in exchange for answers. Suho is confused by the sudden plea, questioning Min-sung's supposed alliance with the apostle of Itarim. Enraged, Lee Min-sung declares that the apostle was the one who betrayed him, stabbing him in the back. Suho pauses, intrigued by this revelation. He questions why Lee Min-sung would help distribute the star powder if their relationship had gone sour. Lee Min-sung reveals his motivation. The apostle had promised to kill a specific person for him. Suho is shocked that Min-sung would join forces with the Itarim simply for a personal vendetta. Lee Min-sung begins to tell his story. His life was completely upended by the cataclysm. A certain person, who was a nobody before, became an S-rank hunter and began to look down on him. Madness twisted his face. With a determined gaze fixed on Suho, Lee Min-sung proclaims that for him to live as his true self, someone else must die. Min-sung then poses a question to Suho, asking if he, too, is seeking out the alien to kill him. Suho clarifies that his intention wasn't to kill, but to talk. Lee Min-sung scoffs at this, questioning Suho's naivety. "You're not going to kill him?" he asks, when that alien said he came to invade this world. A sinister grin spreads across Lee Min-sung's face as he tells Suho that he reminds him of the most disgusting character he had to portray during his time as an actor. He continues his taunts, calling Suho an ambiguous character without an ego, someone who just makes choices within the frame dictated by society, all while trying to be good and moral without even knowing what he truly wants for himself. Min-sung proclaims that if Suho hadn't been given his powers by sheer luck, he would have ended up as a mere extra. He warns that a time will come when Suho will be forced to make a decision, swayed by the situation. With a deranged smile, Lee Min-sung declares that he will create that very situation for Suho. He prepares to reveal the identity of the one Suho will have to kill. But before he can speak the name, massive, ethereal hands made of golden light suddenly appear, framing Lee Min-sung and cutting him off. The apostle voice echoes. He tells Lee Min-sung that he cannot be allowed to disclose any more than that as the golden hands begin to close in around him. The apostle eyes glow with an intense golden light. He thanks Lee Min-sung, stating that he has gained a lot because of him. As the hands fully envelop Min-sung, the apostle coldly announces that he takes back his earlier assessment of Min-sung being incompetent. He declares that he will finally be using Min-sung's body. Lee Min-sung's eyes widen in terror as he realizes what's happening. "What?" he screams. "You think I'll allow something like..." But his defiance is cut short. The divine hands clamped shut, sealing Lee Min-sung within a prison of blinding golden light. A cataclysmic explosion of energy erupts, forcing Suho to shield himself from the immense force. As he withstands the blast, Suho recognizes the nature of the power. This is, he thinks, it's a much more powerful energy of the Itarim compared to Brokey's. Within the light, Lee Min-sung's body is horrifically transformed, his jaw unhinging as his form cracks and reshapes under the divine power, the vessel breaking under the strain. The transformation completes, and a new, monstrous being stands in Lee Min-sung's place, glowing with a terrifying golden aura. Suho watches grimly, understanding the gravity of the situation as the transformed Min-sung lets out an inquisitive sound. Then, the apostle speaks through his new puppet, revealing Suho's grand plan. Suho's attack on the Star Powder Factory and his subsequent encounter with Lee Min-sung, all for the sole purpose of meeting him. Golden wings spread wide as the apostle announced he had also wanted to meet the saboteur in the black mask. The terrifying, transformed apostle ready for battle with a sinister smile. The apostle, born from Lee Min-sung's transformed body, spread enormous golden wings. He declared that he, too, had wanted this meeting, hovering above Suho and addressing him as the saboteur in the black mask. Suho watches him, puzzled by the sudden change in Lee Min-sung and the nature of his words. The apostle smirked with open arrogance. Suho asked if he was an apostle sent by the god of another world. The response confirmed it. The apostle already knew Suho understood their existence. The apostle brandishes a golden sword, openly declaring his purpose, to claim ownership of this world. Anger simmered beneath Suho's mask. He realized that beings like this were the reason his father could not return, the true cause of his family separation. Blue lightning surged around Suho's gauntlet as he clenched his fist. He muttered that the apostle was exactly the person he needed to face. The tension between them reaches its peak. Pillars of golden light erupted from the ground, crashing upward and forming a radiant barrier around them. Taijiu abruptly ordered the fight to halt. With a dramatic entrance, interrupting the confrontation, he declared that neither of them was allowed to move without his permission. Any attempt to resist, he warned, would result in their bodies being pierced through. Taijiu drew his bow and shouted at Lee Min-sung, demanding answers, pointing in arrows of light at them as he questioned what Min-sung had been doing all this time. Lim Taijiu's expression twisted with confusion and resolve. He could not comprehend how his subordinate had become such a monster. The apostle turned his attention toward him. Suho recognized the presence of S-rank hunter Lim Taijiu. The apostle grinned darkly and remarked that their conversation could not continue there. He invited Suho to meet him at the highest point in the region, spreading his wings as he spoke, intending to isolate him. Lim Taiju shouted after the apostle, preparing another arrow and refusing to let him escape. Taijiu released his arrow, relishing a massive wave of energy with overwhelming force at the apostle, that he told him not to move without permission. A massive, blinding arrow made of mana energy tears through the air to strike the apostle as he silent watch on. The apostle and Suho spun violently in the air, dodging the attack from Lim Taijiu's attack. Lim Taijiu could only watch as the two figures hover high above the ground. Seeing both of his targets in the air, Lim Taijiu unleashes a volley of magical arrows, targeting both the apostle and Suho. A hail of glowing arrows cuts through the air, racing towards their targets with incredible speed and power. Suho twisted his body just in time, weaving through the volley of blazing mana arrows that sliced past him with blinding speed. Suho briefly noted Lim Taijiu's arrival earlier, and reasoned that the S-rank hunter did not appear to be connected to the apostle. Beru questioned whether Suho planned to retaliate further. But Suho observes that the S-rank hunter is still holding back his true power. A frustrated Taiju draws his bow, annoyed that his enemies are effortlessly evading his attacks. Lim Taijiu reaffirms his priority. Taking down Li Minsung comes first. Looking at the apostle high in the sky, he accepts with some regret that his selfish desire to capture Minsung unharmed is no longer an option, preparing to unleash a more powerful attack. Taijiu admitting that he had selfishly wanted to capture Minsung's body without damage. Just as Lim Taijiu is about to unleash his full power, the apostle's expression changes. He sensed the dangerous surge of mana and realized how catastrophic the next attack could be. Lim Taijiu, he drew his bow to its limit, preparing his strongest shot and aiming toward the distant figures in the sky. A shadow soldier appeared behind Lim Taijiu. Sensing it instantly, he turned, bow raised. To his immense confusion, the source of the powerful mana is a lone, trembling goblin scout. Lim Taijiu stares in disbelief, wondering why a mere goblin is present in such a high-stakes location. His confusion quickly turns to frustration. He curses, annoyed at the anticlimactic interruption. Lim Taijiu stands alone in the forest, losing his targets. Letting out a frustrated sigh, he lowers his bow. Looking up at the sky where his targets have vanished, he curses his luck and wonders what on earth Li Minsung is thinking. At the office, where Jinwoo takes a call, he listens intently and learns the news. Li Minsung has escaped. Lim Taijiu apologizes to the association chairman, taking the blame for the escape. He reports that Li Minsung's appearance was abnormal, likely from drug intake, and that another hunter had been present. He mentioned the hunter wore a black mask. Xiang Yong-in reacted instantly. Choi Jong-in asked if the masked hunter resembled a close-range fighter. Taijiu is shocked, asking how he could have possibly known that. Choi Jong-in recalls a past event. The hunter he saw during the airport dungeon break was also wearing a black mask. That hunter single-handedly stopped the magic beasts alongside his own black magic beasts. Jinwoo makes a critical connection. If they were black magic beasts, they must belong to Hunter Sung Jinwoo. Sitting alone in his dark office, Jinwoo wonders aloud if the missing Hunter Sung Jinwoo has finally returned. However, he quickly dismisses the thought, reasoning that if it were Jinwoo, the entire situation would have been resolved in an instant. Left with a deep mystery, pondering who this powerful, masked individual could be. At the mountains, where Suho now stands before the apostle on a desolate, rocky peak, his eyes burned with determination. He stood at the edge of a cliff beneath a burning sunset, facing the apostle. The apostle turns to Suho, expressing surprise. He asks why Suho helped him escape from Lim Taijiu, finding the action unexpected. Suho answered calmly, stating that the apostle would abandon Li Minsung's body the moment things turned dangerous. The apostle mentioned hearing from demons that the darkness of this world was known as the Shadow Monarch. He gets to the heart of the matter, directly asking Suho about his relationship to the Shadow Monarch. Suho, unfazed, tells the apostle he doesn't need to answer, as he intends to crush him and extract the information by force. From within Suho's shadow, Beru issues a warning to his young monarch to be careful. He admits that he cannot fathom the true power of the apostle now that it has fully taken over Lee Min-sung's body. Suho calmly reassures him, stating that he has prepared something for this very moment. Dark energy surged as a portal opened beneath his shadow, with a single, resonant command: "Arise." The apostle watches, a slow, knowing smile spreading across his face. He recognizes this power. It's certain now. He confirms his thoughts. This is the exact same authority of the darkness he once witnessed on a battlefield. Before him, Suho stands as the epicenter of this power, and from the swirling darkness, his new army begins to take shape. The first to emerge from the shadows is a familiar, terrifying beast. The king of the swamp, blue venom-fanged Kasaka, now reborn as a loyal shadow soldier. Following Kasaka, another formidable shadow rises, the poison-toothed giant desert centipede, its many eyes glowing with dark energy. A muscular, red-skinned high troll joins the ranks, roaring as it brandishes a massive, spiked club, ready for battle. The strongest of his current forces emerges. Standing behind Suho, the elite-ranked tomb warden, Saika, looms as the centerpiece of his new army. Golden energy crackled violently around the apostle as he laughed. Suho's shadow army roared back in answer. The clash between the young monarch and the apostle of the Itarim was about to erupt. Suho looks at his assembled forces, stating that these are all the corpses he has saved for this very day. In response, the apostle, far from being intimidated, grins with excitement and welcomes the challenge, agreeing that they should both go at it with everything they've got. The apostle mirrors their bloodlust with a wide, ecstatic smile of his own, eagerly anticipating the epic battle that is about to begin. Suho stands ready for battle, surrounded by the imposing figures of his shadow army, their black spiritual energy radiating powerfully. The apostle of Itarim, possessing Lee Min-sung's body, smirks confidently. At the same time, a system notification appears before Suho, announcing the arrival of an urgent quest. The quest is clear: eliminate Lee Min-sung, the apostle of the Itarim, and obtain his memories. Beneath his jagged mask, Suho's expression hardened as he accepted what this meant. He realized that this moment had been unavoidable. If the task demanded Lee Min-sung's death, then there was no path left to avoid it. The weight of killing another human settled heavily on him, but his resolve did not waver. The apostle spread his golden wings, their radiance standing in sharp contrast to the sky. In his hand, he held a curved blade glowing with holy light. The air between the two felt tight, as if the world itself was bracing for impact. The apostle glanced at his own hands, sensing something unfamiliar. He wondered whether the changes within him were the result of finally understanding emotions he had never truly felt before. He reflected on fragments of memory left behind by his true self, believing they allowed him to grasp the strange feeling that had emerged after encountering the darkness. That feeling had been curiosity toward overwhelming strength. He remembered the lone figure who had halted an invading army from another dimension by himself, standing calmly at the center of destruction. That image had left a deep impression. His eyes glow with newfound resolve as he looks towards his enemy. Looking down at Suho, the apostle wondered whether this young man could provide the answers he sought, or whether he was merely another stepping stone. Without warning, a massive shadow serpent surged towards the apostle, its jaws snapping toward him with lethal force. The apostle moved effortlessly, slipping aside as the attack struck empty air and tore into the ground instead. In a single, precise motion, he countered. His blade flashed, slicing cleanly through the serpent, which dissolved into shadow as if it had never existed. He continued without hesitation, cutting down another shadow summoned mid-flight, his movements calm, efficient, and merciless. From above, a gigantic shadow fist descended, attempting to crush him beneath its weight. Suho saw his summons getting taken down, decide to intervene. The apostle blocked the strike with his blade, sparks bursting from the impact as he held the powerful blow back without effort. The apostle began to understand Suho's approach. Suho was using his soldiers to create openings while charging in personally, confident in close combat. As Suho closed the distance, the apostle narrowed his eyes, preparing his response. Suho dodged the apostle's sword, aiming for his neck. As Suho dashes backward, evading the strike, the apostle managed to cut down two of such massive shadow centipede. From another angle, Essel, watching from nearby, tried to strike while keeping her focus on the apostle's movements. Her attack was brushed aside effortlessly. The apostle barely acknowledged it, as if it posed no threat at all. The apostle effortlessly stops the attack, his hand catching Essel's spear just inches from his face. Looking down at Essel, the apostle recognized that she was not one of Suho's shadow soldiers, but a living being standing among the dead. Seeing Essel frozen in terror, Suho bursts into the battle just in the nick of time, intercepting the apostle with a devastating, blinding kick to save his companion from a fatal blow. The kick lands straight at the apostle's face, leaving visible cracks across his face. The apostle addressed Suho directly, questioning why Suho doesn't utilize his shadow soldiers. Suho tells the apostle he can show them to him as a summons grabbed the apostle from the back. From the shadow, a shadow soldier, Saika, emerged. Saika started to warp his sand power around the apostle. Saika towering above the apostle, trapping him within the swirling vortex of sand. Enraged, Suho clenches his fist, the sand swirling around him not from the apostle's attack, but from the sheer force of his own building power. Suho closes the distance in an instant, his red gauntlet, the Vulcan's horn, crackling with energy as he prepares to strike the apostle directly. He moved instantly, charging his fist with a massive blue mana. The apostle observed him with clear disdain, unimpressed by the effort. Before Suho could reach him, the apostle released a massive explosion, engulfing the area in a swirling storm of smoke and rubble, with Suho at its epicenter. From the dust, the apostle emerges, seemingly unharmed, as he soars above the sand vortex that had previously trapped him. Suho looks on in disbelief, wondering how the sand that was binding his opponent suddenly exploded and released him. The apostle questioned whether his actions were driven by selfish desire to feel that thrill again. Beams of light poured from his hands as he pressed the attack, relentlessly forcing Suho and Essel back through the air. Essel and the Red Shadow Ogre were completely outclassed by the apostle's immense power. Suho tried to block the attack, barely managing to withstand as much of the apostle's power as he could. The apostles expressed disappointment in Suho's power, surveying the battlefield with visible boredom. He elaborates, explaining that the original Shadow Monarch soldiers were trained warriors, each with an individual will, like facing a disciplined army. He implies Suho's forces are a pale imitation. Mocking Suho, he claimed that possessing authority meant nothing without the ability to wield it properly. "You're mediocre at best," the apostle sneers. Suho grits his teeth, realizing that since being possessed, Lee Min-sung has become incredibly difficult to face. The apostle releases golden mana from his sword, aiming it at Suho. Suho internally gauges his opponent's power and concludes that he must be roughly at the level of an S-rank hunter. The apostle continued, explaining that the darkness had seemed lonely because no equal existed in the world, no one capable of standing beside such overwhelming strength. Suho caught the apostle's blade with his gauntlet, questioning the idea that his father's loneliness. As Suho is lost in thought, the apostle strikes, his bladed weapon slamming into Suho's gauntlet. Suho look on in shock. The Vulcan's horn, the powerful item, shatters into pieces under the force of the Apostle's blow. A system message confirms its destruction. The Apostle surges forward with ruthless dominance, seizing Suho in an iron grip before driving his blazing blade straight through Suho's stomach in a devastating thrust. Essel, hurled to the ground and watching helplessly, cries out in terror for the young monarch. The Apostle gazes down at Suho with glowing eyes, declaring his very existence unrefined before proclaiming his intent to seize the authority of the darkness Suho possesses. Suho struggles to pull the blade free as the Apostle reveals his true goal, to convert Suho and seize his ability by any means necessary. He believes this will finally let him grasp the emotion the original darkness felt. Blood drips from the wound, but Suho endures the searing pain, recalling the Apostle's declaration echoes in his mind. Compared to the power I have, my existence is unrefined. The memory becomes clear. Lee Min-sung had called him an ambiguous character without an ego, someone who just makes choices dictated by society while trying to be good and moral, without knowing what he truly wants for himself. The taunt continues in his memory, Min-sung telling him he'd be nothing without his luck, and that he would eventually be swayed by the situation when forced to make a real decision. Another memory surfaced, Suho questioning Beru whether stats and skills alone were enough to grow stronger. Beru asks Suho why he hasn't been using the shadow form changed weapon recently. Suho, sitting casually on a couch, answers that it's because Vulcan's horn has higher attack power. He continues his reasoning, saying that he's already using bond skills, ruler's authority, and commanding the soldiers. He admits he isn't confident he'd be able to fight properly if he also had to manage the shadow form change. Beru had tried to encourage him, guaranteeing that it would be possible for a genius like him. But Suho had simply brushed it off, saying it's fine. Suho had even told Beru that his father never used the form change in combat either. He reasoned that his father must have had a reason not to, so it would be the same for him. Beru, defeated, could only relent. This memory triggers an epiphany. Suho wonders when he started setting such easy limits for himself. He remembers his past as an artist before his awakening. He realizes the habit he has of compromising after failing, a habit from before he awakened, is still with him. He reflects that he hasn't drawn a single time since awakening, even though he definitely used to enjoy it. Min-sung words ring true in his mind. You probably don't even know what you want for yourself. Suho admits to himself, yeah, it's just as he said. He reflects on his motivations. Doing as the system tells him to meet his father, or finding his mother after becoming stronger. He couldn't come up with a single reason to become stronger for himself. Why was I trying to chase after the footsteps of my father all this time? He asks. Suho understands that the person his father needs isn't a replica of himself. In a moment of clarity, he knows what he must do. I need to find it, something I can do, something only I can do. Bloodied and exhausted, Suho clenched his fist and called forth his power. Utters a single, powerful command. Arise. The Apostle holds the seemingly defeated Suho, completely unaware of the shift that has just occurred within the young monarch. The Apostle observes, thinking to himself that the Dark Soldiers were immortal beings that kept reviving. But the Apostle is far too powerful. He knows that no matter how hard his soldiers try, they're no real threat to a being of this caliber. Suddenly, the Apostle looks on in stunned silence. He sees the shadow soldiers have begun merging with each other. I've never seen anything like that, even in the battle against the darkness. He thinks, a chimera? The shadows swirl together in a chaotic mass of energy, their individual forms dissolving as they combine into something new and terrifying that roared toward the Apostle. Essel watches in shock as even Wolf, Gray, begins to growl and merge into the forming mass. From the swirling vortex of shadows, Suho rises immense and radiant, his eyes blazing with unholy power as it coalesces around him. Back on a snowy Christmas night, a young Suho looks up, filled with childhood ambition, and declares, I'm going to be a cop like Dad. Walking with his parents, he looks at his father admiringly. "You look so cool. Can I be one?" he asks with pure innocence. Suho then turned his attention to his mother, considering a different path. He wondered if becoming an athlete like her would make him just as strong. His mother, Cha Hae-in, smiled warmly at him, her heart filled with love for her son's aspirations. "That's okay, right, Mom?" Suho asks, seeking her approval. Cha Hae-in rested a hand on Suho's head, her expression calm and serious. She explained that her and Sung Jinwoo had made an important decision when Suho was born. They had decided that Suho alone would choose his own dreams. He could become anything he wished. Suho responded earnestly, saying he wanted to be strong and admirable like both of them. His mother's voice echoes in his memory. "If that's what you want, you can do it. But I want you to make sure to ask yourself, if that's what you really want, Suho." Her words trigger a deep reflection within him. He thought about how he had never truly considered what he liked or what he was good at. In another memory, he sat in an art class, absorbed in drawing as a professor approached, surprised that Suho was sketching the same subject again. The limb dog Yin laughed lightly and commented that repeating the same subject usually led to stagnation. The instructor explains his observation further. "Typically, when you draw the same thing over and over, you tend to get stuck in a pattern. But it feels like you're becoming much freer the more you draw." The drawings of the ants look increasingly monstrous and complex. Dogyan explains his observation further. "Typically, when you draw the same thing over and over, you tend to get stuck in a pattern. But it feels like you're becoming much freer the more you draw." The drawings of the ants look increasingly monstrous and complex. "Can you even call that an ant at this point?" Dogyan asks. The sketch no longer resembled a simple ant. A formless, shadowy presence seemed to emerge from it, chaotic and undefined, reflecting something buried deep within Suho. The memory shattered as the present returned. Blue energy surged around Suho as he understood why he had adapted to shadow transformation faster than his father. The power had aligned with his nature. He decided to stop resisting it and accept a combat style that drew freely from unbound shadows. As Suho's power surges, he summons his shadow soldiers, but this time they are drawn into his own being, swirling around him as raw, untamed energy. Nearby, the shadow soldier Beru cries out as it's being pulled towards the vortex of power around Suho, struggling to maintain its form against the overwhelming force. Beru and Essel watched in stunned silence. Essel asked what was happening, unable to comprehend the change unfolding before her. Beru lets out a breath of relief and awe. "I don't exactly know what happened myself, but it seems the young monarch is breaking out of his shell right now." Suho is completely surrounded by his own swirling blue shadow energy, his body drenched in blood, but his power reaching a new, unprecedented level. The apostle observes this sudden evolution with thoughtfully, his glowing yellow eyes narrowing as he analyzes the change in his opponent. Itarim silently wonders, contemplating the unexpected surge in Suho's power. Was there latent potential within him? Realizing the danger, Itarim makes a decision. This could become troublesome. I should quickly bring him to a near-death state and administer the star fragment into Dash. Before he could act, Suho attacked relentlessly. His shadows struck from every direction, moving like a phantom, forcing the apostle into defense. The apostle was shaken. According to everything he knew, a hunter's abilities should not evolve mid-battle, and yet this felt like something entirely different. Suho's shadow started to cover his wounds and healing them. Suho's form adapts to the assault. The raw shadow energy coalesces and hardens, reshaping itself as his hand transforms into vicious, menacing claws, preparing him for the next stage of his evolution. The apostle questioned whether shadow transformation was merely about shaping shadows into weapons. He realized that shadows were defined by their ability to transform endlessly. The apostle remarked that he should be able to apply it in various ways. As he faced Suho, Suho's shadow gathered at his feet and coalesced into the shape of a massive, monstrous beast. Its mouth opened wide, sharp teeth bared as if poised to attack. Itarim effortlessly blocks the savage attack from Suho's newly formed shadow beast with his own bladed weapon. Unaware, with his golden blade drawn. A colossal shadow, giant, looming like a nightmare from the abyss, raises its jagged weapon, ready to crush the Itarim apostle. The shadow beast brings its colossal weapon down in a devastating strike, aiming to crush the apostle. Despite the beast's power, Itarim remains unfazed, a condescending smirk on its face as it easily holds back the attack. "Did I not tell you your soldiers are no threat to me?" it taunts. With a burst of energy, Itarim shatters the shadow beast's attack, its own power far exceeding the simple brute force of Suho's creation. Itarim looks on, puzzled by the seemingly ineffective attack, as it tries to discern Suho's strategy. Suho stands his ground, realizing his gambit is reaching its climax. Suho gathered everything he had left, preparing one final attack, knowing there would be no second chance. A system window flashes before him, announcing the activation of a powerful skill. Notice, Bond skill, Demon Strike has been activated. The Itarim senses the shift, its face tensing. Suho dropped from above like a plummeting star onto the battlefield, swiftly narrowing the gap to his opponent. For the first time, fear crossed the apostle's face as he sensed the danger. He tried to dodge at the final instant, still confident of escape while launching a counterattack of his own. The apostle attack connects. It pierced straight through Suho's body. With a chilling, arrogant smirk, the apostle taunts Suho, coldly remarking that he should still be able to wield his authority even after losing a leg. Having landed back on the ground, Suho looks up in awe at the result of his gambit. Wow, so something like this is possible with the shadow form change, huh? He marvels. The real attack unfolds. The demon strike, having been transferred to the shadow soldier, erupt from the ground, catching the airborne Itarim completely by surprise from below. Itarim is engulfed in the massive, crimson blast of the demon strike, its confident expression turning to one of shock as the attack hits it directly in the face. The explosion's force shredded the landscape, splitting the earth apart and scattering chunks of rock and soil violently outward. The dust begins to settle, revealing a massive crater and a battlefield torn apart by the force of the demon strike. Suho stands with his shadow amidst the devastation. Blood trickled from the apostle's face as his consciousness sharpened, dissecting the nature of the unfamiliar strike. Suho transferring his skill to a soldier. He acknowledged that this use of authority was something even the darkness had never shown. Itarim lies broken on the ground. Its jaw is shattered, preventing it from speaking. It notes that its body can still move, but regeneration will cost life force. A single furious thought cuts through the pain. What the hell is this? Its face a mask of cracked rage and disbelief. Itarim roars in fury. The thought of being brought to this state by a mere brat fills it with incomprehensible joy. Amidst the pain, Itarim feels a flicker of defiance from within. It realizes its host's consciousness has resurfaced. Lee Min-sung, did the earlier impact wake him from my domination? Within Itarim's mind, Lee Min-sung's freed consciousness erupted in laughter. Who knew that brat could pull it off? How does the almighty S-rank feel, defeated by a lower-ranked foe? Itarim raged silently within, demanding Lee Min-sung silence himself. Undaunted and resigned to his end, Min-sung shot back defiantly. What could Itarim possibly do, kill him? But Min-sung no longer feared death. Min-sung's will hardened. What he hated most was being dismissed and overlooked. He seethes, clenching his golden gauntlet. I hate my existence being unacknowledged the most. Fueled by pride and spite, he turned on the apostle from within, vowing to make those who had scorned him pay. Gathering all its fading power, he prepared for one last spiteful strike. His eye glows with a terrifying crimson light, a signal of his unwavering and destructive resolve. Suho approached calmly as Min-sung accepted his final role, choosing destruction over submission. With a final, guttural roar, Minsung unleashes his last act of defiance, attempting to detonate his own body in a desperate bid to drag everyone down with him. Its face contorted in a monstrous snarl, Itarim fully embraces its identity in a final declaration of hate. This is my final role as the villain. Suho shielded himself and closed the distance, determined to stop Minsung. He poured all his mana into his fist for one final strike, power gathering until his eyes blazed with light. Suho unleashes a devastating, earth-shattering punch that slams into Minsung, sending the winged hunter flying upwards in a violent explosion of crimson energy. His attack finds its mark. Suho holds the now-defeated Lee Minsung, whose body has been fatally pierced as he coughs up blood. His golden armor lies fractured. Suho's trembling hand, covered in the blood of his enemy, drips onto the barren ground. Lee Minsung's monstrous form convulses in its final moments, letting out a silent, agonizing scream as its jaw hangs broken. In his dying thoughts, Lee Minsung laments his fate. Not only has his stomach been pierced, but his broken jaw prevents him from even speaking his last words. He reflects on his miserable life since the cataclysm, remembering how he thought he had a chance to fix this broken world when the alien appeared before him. In his final moments, Minsung couldn't understand why his mind drifted to the S-rank hunter, Lim Taijiu, and the offer to work together. With his last ounce of strength, Lee Minsung's consciousness screams in defiance, "Don't look down on me." He told himself that he was the superstar, Lee Minsung. But when he looked up at Suho, his defiance shifted into rage as he thought of the insolent brat before him. Minsung meets Suho's gaze and questions why those eyes look almost pitiful. Suho remains silent. Moments later, Minsung's hand falls limp as life leaves him completely. System notifications flood Suho's vision, confirming the Apostle's defeat and the completion of the urgent quest. Experience pours in as the battle finally ends. Essel cries out in relief and joy, declaring that the Apostle of the Itarim has been defeated. Beru celebrates nearby, sensing victory. Suho does not respond. He simply looks down at the fallen body. Despite the victory, he feels an emptiness he cannot shake. He thinks to himself, it was probably Lee Minsung who laughed in the end, not the Apostle of the Itarim, right? As he gazes at the corpse. Though he didn't talk much with him, Suho reflects that Lee Minsung seemed like someone who stayed true to his desires. Beru senses the young monarch's shock, thinking this must be his first time killing one of his own kind. Suho kneels beside the body and admits that he realized something important through this encounter. The lesson came at a terrible cost. He reflects on his life since becoming a player, driven by the goal of finding his mother and becoming strong enough to support his father. Looking back, he realizes he never truly lived for himself. That emptiness was why Lee Minsung had called him a person without a clear ego. His thoughts returned to the moment he fought his father at the end of the tutorial. The overwhelming presence of the Shadow Monarch had left him in awe. Even as an enemy, his father had been admirable. Suho remembers desperately wanting to reach that level of strength. At the same time, failing to overcome him had filled Suho with frustration and regret that never fully faded. Standing beneath the sunset, Suho admits that his father's overwhelming presence pushed him toward a decision he had never even considered before. Beru seems confused, but Essel watches Suho, understanding that huge ambitions are a good thing, after all. Having found his conviction, Suho points toward the sky, a new fire in his eyes. If I'm going to get stronger, he declares, I want to be the strongest. He gazes at the horizon, clarifying the sheer scale of his new ambition. Stronger than the Apostle of the Itarim and the monarchs, even strong enough to surpass his own father. That's the ego I've decided on, Suho declares, his eyes filled with a new, unshakable resolve. Essel and Beru look on. Beru calls out to the young monarch. His companions express their doubts, noting how difficult it would be to surpass Lord Jinwoo. Of course, I believe they'll be impossible, but I will cheer you on, says one. Suho wryly thanks them for their disheartening words. Suho reasons that such doubt is natural and decides to focus instead on checking his rewards. A flurry of system notifications appears. He has obtained a reward and more experience points, causing another level up. He has now reached the required level. A new notice appears. You have received a class change quest. The system asks if he would like to accept it, reminding him that he can change classes once he becomes level 40. He pulls up his status window, confirming he is now Sung Suho, level 40. The class section is still listed as none. He smirks. Looks like the empty class section is finally going to be replaced. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurs. Without warning, the apostle hands sees him ready to take out Suho. As the light spread, the colossal hands parted the sky above the vast, sun-drenched landscape, and the apostle began to gather mana between his outstretched palms, drawing it in like a rising storm. Golden wings extend from his back as he floats downward, resembling an angel descending from the heavens. A smirk played across the apostle's face as he materialized, casually brushing blood from his cheek while musing aloud on his own carelessness and the surprising depths of the black mask's power. His glowing eyes narrowed greedily, the apostle's voice laced with possessive hunger as he proclaimed that, just as anticipated, the prize would belong to them. One of his regained authorities, the scales of equivalent exchange. The power allows him to trade what he possesses for something of equal value, effortlessly transforming stone into gold. He continues his explanation. This ability allows me to exchange what I have into something of the same value. Itarim's eye glows ominously. I'll use it to exchange the life force of all the believers nearby. Life force of nearby believers are converted into mana. Screams echo as he sacrifices them without hesitation. Itarim basks in the stolen energy, wings of pure golden mana flaring out behind him. If I remember correctly, it was certainly this feeling. He watches as the golden energy coalesces in his hand, forming around the star power. The mana rapidly expands, transforming into a wicked, glowing arrow of immense power. The apostle smiles with satisfaction, holding his newly forged weapon, ready to strike. Beru announces that he will search Lee Min-sung's memories for information on the apostle. Suho entrusts the task to him. Suho reflects on whether Min-sung had come to hate the world after the cataclysm, wondering how close he himself came to the same fate. Before he can finish his thought, the apostle strikes. In a flash of red light, Suho is brutally impaled from behind. Blood spills everywhere. Essel and Beru cry out in horror, helpless to intervene as the devastating blow lands. Clutching his wound, Suho desperately searches for the source of the attack. The apostle hovers in the air, wings of light spread wide as power radiates from him. A cruel, triumphant smile plays on his lips, his glowing eyes fixed on his fallen opponent. He grins, claiming the authority of darkness is now within reach. On the ground, Suho screams as blue energy erupts from his body, resisting the assault. The system reacts in panic. Debuff identified, Itarim's absolute authority. An absolute curse that reduces existence itself to nothingness. Error messages surge through his senses as the alien force pushes into his mind. The system attempts to intervene, but for the first time, its control begins to falter. Itarim watches, believing his victory is assured. With this, the authority of the darkness is within our grasp. His eyes glow sinisterly. But then, a new set of notifications appear. The analysis has succeeded, and the deadly status effect has been dispelled thanks to Suho's longevity skill. The system begins recovery as his companions wonder if the danger has passed. Essel rushes to his side, asking if he is okay. Suho realizes his passive skills saved him, but he must now cover the wound with his shadows. His companions look down at him, horrified, as he realizes he has to act quickly. Despite surviving, his HP is dropping at an alarming rate. At this rate, he won't last long. With no other choice, his trembling finger reaches for the accept button on the quest window. A window appears asking whether he wishes to accept the class change quest. Suho reaches out. The moment he accepts, the system announces the class change quest will begin. A massive gate of dark energy erupts from the ground beneath them. A notice declares that only the player may enter the quest. To ensure their safety, his companions, the monarch's descendants, will be moved to the shadow dungeon. They can only watch as Suho is pulled away. The apostle watches silently as they disappear, his gaze sharpening. Suho falls into the portal alone. The portal of shadow energy contracts violently and vanishes, taking Suho with it. Disoriented and in pain, Suho wonders if he is dead, only to realize he can still feel his body. A blue flame ignites nearby. His senses return. He finds himself sitting on a cold, stone floor, looking down at his hands before glancing around the unfamiliar environment. He is alone in a vast, empty hall reminiscent of a cathedral, with endless columns and a high, vaulted ceiling stretching into the gloom. As recognition dawns, Suho wonders if this place is what he thinks it is. He stands at the threshold of a new trial. High upon the desolate mountain ridges, the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, bruised shadows over the jagged rocks. The apostle moved with a steady, measured pace across the uneven terrain, his footsteps the only sound in the oppressive silence of the twilight. With brilliant, glowing wings of light walks to the fallen Minsung, insectoid-like enemy, defeated on the barren ground. The apostle stops, his glowing yellow eyes scanning the area. He thinks to himself that he can't feel any mana nearby, finding it strange that a gate would suddenly open and whisk the black mask and his soldiers away. He looks down at the defeated body, noting that the gate didn't take Li Minsung. He deduces that the gate was opened only for his comrades. A trace of blood marks his lip as he contemplates the situation. The darkness and the black mask, he thinks. A slight, confident smile plays on his lips. He finds it fascinating that unexpected events always happen whenever he fights against those two. Suho landed heavily in a subterranean chamber. One hand braced against the cold tiled floor as he steadied himself in a vast Gothic hallway, where blue flames flickered weakly along shadowed arches overhead. Suho realized the deep wound in his stomach was gone. The pain had vanished entirely. He confirms that his body feels fine. Rising to his feet, Suho took in the silence. A system notice informed him that the descendants of the monarchs were barred from this trial. With a quiet curse, he realized his bond abilities and access to the shadow dungeon were sealed. His footsteps echoed as he moved forward. The oppressive atmosphere felt familiar. Before long, he recognized it. This was the same dungeon where his tutorial had taken place. He thinks back, recalling that this was the dungeon his father, Jinwoo, had created specifically for him. Memories of his past self navigating this place flashed before his eyes. Suho looked down at his hands, recalling the fear and struggle he once felt here. He was no longer that powerless boy, but the memories still carried weight. Suho stands alone in the corridor, observing that there are no knights for him to defeat to level up, nor was he given a weapon. To make matters worse, his Vulcan's horn is broken. He looks concerned, noting that he can't even see the quest description. He wonders if the system expects him to clear the tower without a weapon or his bond skills. Walking down a long, arched hallway, he questions if this place always had so many maze-like passages. It feels similar, yet different. He notices that some parts of the area are distorted, as he finds a broken and flickering brazier. Turning a corner, Suho froze. Towering before him stood a massive, ornate door. He instinctively recognized it as a gate. Suho approaches the imposing gate, wondering why a boss room is located in the middle of a path that still continues. He questions if the class change quest was made in a hurry. He lets out a sigh, steeling himself for what lies beyond the door. He places his hand on the large, ornate gate, ready to enter. With a surge of effort, he pushes the heavy doors open. A sense of excitement builds within him as he wonders if finishing this quest will allow him to become as strong as he was back then. A vision of a powerful, shadowy knight with a red plume flashes in his mind. He recalls that it was a knight that he first met in the tutorial. Suho cautiously steps into the vast, dark chamber. He walks forward, trying to peer through the gloom, admitting that he can't see clearly because it's so dark. Through the darkness, he spots a silhouette sitting on a throne at the top of a flight of stairs. He senses that someone is there, and as his eyes adjust, he sees a menacing, clawed hand resting on the arm of the throne. The realization of who it might be begins to dawn on him. Suho's eye widens in pure shock, sweat beading on his face as he utters a bewildered, completely stunned by the identity of the person awaiting him. The figure on the throne stands, revealing a dark, shadowy version of Suho himself, crackling with immense purple energy. He recognizes it instantly. The figure on the throne stood. Its armor and build mirrored Suho's monarch form exactly, purple mana light burning in its eyes. The truth struck him all at once. This was his past self from the tutorial. The current Suho looks on with grim determination, questioning if he's really supposed to fight a past version of himself. He recalls that back then, he was powerful enough to beat the fearsome Beru at his full strength. An image of the mighty shadow ant, Beru, flashes in his mind. The fact that his tutorial self could defeat such a foe speaks volumes about the power he is now facing. Without warning, the other Suho charged. The movement was too fast to track. Their clash detonated with raw mana, cracking the stone beneath their feet. Suho is thrown back, utterly powerless against the sheer speed and strength of the assault. The attack culminates in a massive explosion of energy. Suho is caught in the blast as the other Suho passes directly through his body. Flesh ruptures, blood sprays, and he is annihilated in the explosion. High on the wall, torches burn brightly, representing his lives. One of them suddenly extinguishes. Below, Suho materializes again, gasping for breath as if waking from a nightmare. Looking around the empty, tiled floor of the vast hall, Suho is bewildered. He wondered if the dungeon had revived him after death. He questions why he is inside the boss room, and wonders if the Class Change quest is really about defeating a past version of himself, questioning if that's even possible. But he shakes off the doubt. He reaffirms his belief that the system exists for his growth. He reasons that if the quest is to defeat the being beyond the gate, there must be a way. He pulls up a mental map, noting that unlike the original tutorial, this dungeon has many passages. Considering the strange location of the first boss room, he concludes there must be other gates. With renewed purpose, Suho breaks into a run, speeding down one of the long corridors in search of another path. Wiping the sweat from his chin, he smiles with relief. Just as he thought, he stands before another identical, ornate purple door. It's another boss room gate. He hesitates for a moment, stopping in his tracks. He cautiously wonders what could be waiting for him inside this boss room. Deciding not to overthink it, he braces himself. He figures that whatever it may be, it's probably better than the impossibly strong version of himself he faced earlier. The doors opened onto a room unlike the rest, a space filled with toys, hobby horses, and colorful blocks. In the middle of the playroom, a small child sits among scattered toys, a glowing block floating weightlessly before him. The child turns, and his eyes flare with the same intense, purple glow of a monarch's power. Suho stares, his face a mask of utter shock. Isn't that a version of me during my childhood? He thinks, struggling to comprehend the bizarre situation unfolding in this dungeon. The thought of fighting a child made him hesitate, but the toys began to float, wrapped in eerie purple mana. Paralyzed by the invisible force, Suho grits his teeth in frustration. He can't move his body at all and realizes with dread that his childhood self is using the legendary ruler's authority. The child version of Suho floats in the air, his eyes blazing with power. He points a finger, ready to deliver the final blow. With a simple gesture, he unleashes the attack, and Suho is instantly overwhelmed. His consciousness fades to black as he is defeated for a second time, just as effortlessly as the first. Back in the corridor, on the wall another torch dies out. Suho respawns once more, collapsing to the ground as he gasps for air. He reflects on his fate, disbelieving that he just died instantly from having his neck snapped by a kid version of himself. He admits that both of them are impossible to beat with his current abilities and wonders how he can possibly clear this quest. Then, a sudden thought strikes him, his eyes widening in realization. He was given 3 lives, just like in the original tutorial. Now that he's died twice. He looks up at the single remaining torch, confirming his fear. He only has 1 life left. But suddenly, all the torches in the hall begin to flicker erratically. He looks up. Hundreds of blue flames flared to life across the chamber. Suho stared upward in disbelief, whispering that none of this made sense. The system glitched, displaying a distorted warning. An otherworldly interference had occurred. The objective remained unchanged: defeat the being beyond the gate before all lives were lost. A final notice appeared, declaring that Suho could no longer exit the dungeon until the class change quest was complete. In a dim corridor lit by cold blue flames, sung Suho's body trembling with exhaustion. His gaze fixed on the torches lining the celling walls, and the horrifying realization struck him. Each flame represented one of his lives. He wondered bitterly whether being given so many chances was truly a blessing in a place like this. His eye filled the world, hollow and shaking with despair. He realized there was no way for him to grow stronger here. Trapped without the ability to level up, he felt the weight of hopelessness settle deep in his chest. System notifications confirm his fears. An error has occurred, making the quest unjustly difficult. He's warned that he cannot exit until the class change is complete. Suho puts it all together. Then there's no doubt that the torches count as my lives. Despite the grim outlook, a fire ignites in his eyes. He clenches his fist, his resolve hardening. Still, I can't give up here. He takes a firm step forward. With unsteady steps, Suho moved down the long corridor toward an arched doorway. He repeated the same thought in his mind, urging himself forward into the darkness. He finds himself in a long, desolate hallway, noting the strange structure of this dungeon. Irregular passages and a boss room gate that was placed all of a sudden. As he walks through the eerie, empty hall, he speculates that there must be other boss rooms besides the 2 he's seen. The problem is there's no way for me to know how big this maze is. Trying to stay optimistic, Suho reasoned that he had time. If he searched carefully, he might find another way. Then he sensed it, a presence watching him. His thoughts are cut short as he senses something unnatural. He looks towards a dark doorway, alerted to a presence lurking within the shadows. From the darkness, a small stitched dragon toy drifted forward, glowing faintly with purple energy. More toys followed, floating silently. Dragons, knights, scattered blocks. Among them appeared the image of a young Suho, quietly drawing. The atmosphere twisted into something both nostalgic and deeply unsettling. Suho's face contorts in shock and confusion as he recognizes the figure. Why is he here? Suho shouts in panic, his mind racing. He theorizes, could he have come out to the corridor, through the open gate? Faced with this unexpected and powerful foe, Suho's survival instincts take over. There's only one thought in his mind: I need to run. He was too slow. An overwhelming force slammed him into the ground with bone-crushing force, shattering the earth beneath him and pinning him there, helpless. The toy dragon lunged, its jaws ripping into his legs and tearing them apart in a spray of blood and torn flesh. Screams were drowned out by the sickening sound of snapping bone as blood flooded the ground beneath him. Shattered bone and torn flesh. He looks down at the ruin where his limb once was, blood pumping out in sickening pulses, then slowly lifts his gaze to the toy lying innocently nearby. His thoughts fracture as badly as his body. Did that toy just explode my leg? He can't comprehend the power he just witnessed. Generating that kind of speed through authority alone was beyond anything he could handle. As he questions how he could possibly clear such a trial, a new threat emerges. A dark, shadowy clone of Suho himself, crackling with red and blue energy, lands before him. The imposing shadow clone glares down, its eyes glowing with purple energy. Suho, helpless on the ground, can only stare back in utter disbelief. No way. Without hesitation, the shadow clone surges forward, its movements too fast to follow. Its leg snaps upward like a blade, smashing into Suho's neck. His head is cleaved off, blood erupting as it spins away from his collapsing body. After the brutal, one-sided confrontation, Suho revives. He wipes his face, letting out a breath of air, the phantom pain of his death still fresh. Clenching his fist, he reached a conclusion. Since he revived each time, the torches truly were his lives. As long as his goal was to defeat a being inside a chamber, he didn't need to fight everything he encountered. Suho made his decision. He didn't need to win these battles, only survive long enough to find another gate. Energy blasted through him. He accepted death without resistance. The cycle of death begins anew. Suho is blown apart by the child's powerful magic, but this death feels different. It's no longer a failure, but a calculated step in his plan. With cold determination, he accepts the pain, thinking, "It's okay if I die." He is brutally killed again, but his resolve doesn't waver. His new strategy echoes in his mind. Since I have infinitely many lives, as long as I keep trying. His body was cleaved in two. Still, his thoughts remained focused on finding another boss chamber. But after another revival, the crushing weight of his situation bears down on him. Doubt crept in. What if the system error meant there were no other gates at all? Infinite lives, but no escape. He looks up, sweat beading on his face as true despair begins to set in. An environment with no way to level up, facing impossible odds. He asks himself, isn't this just hell? Then he remembered the words he had spoken, to become the strongest. The memory stirred something fierce within him. Back in the present, he grits his teeth so hard that blood drips from his lip. A grim, determined smile spreads across his face. He wiped the blood from his mouth, cursing himself. Those words bound him now, forcing him to act. Dragging a bloody finger along the wall, Suho began marking his path. If he died again and again, he would map the dungeon with his own blood. Resolute, Suho kneels and marks the floor with his blood, a promise to himself to find a way forward. I'll do what I can. On the outside world, as the news spreads, the Hunters Association has officially banned the hunting stimulant star powder. On a crowded city street, broadcasts explain the decision. Once considered harmless, the drug has been linked to memory loss in multiple hunters, triggering a full investigation. The reports continue, revealing that the main distributor, former Reaper Guild Vice Master Lee Min-sung, was found dead. The public is shocked that a celebrated hero of hunters was involved in such a crime, and the Reaper Guild pledges full cooperation. Inside the Hunters Association office, Guild Master Lim Taiju sits in shadows, covering his face in his hand, consumed by guilt. It's all my fault, he mutters. He blamed himself for losing Min-sung, while Wu Jinshul tried to console him. Taiju explains that there are strange points about the case. When Min-sung was found, his appearance wasn't normal, yet he possessed no known transformation skills. Zhang eyes narrow as he presents a frightening possibility. Maybe the star powder had created something unnatural. Lim Taiju looks grim, sweat beading on his face. He admitted it was possible. Too many unknowns remained. Taiju adds another critical piece of information. A hunter wearing a black mask was seen fighting Lee Min-sung, and may have been the one who killed him. Zhang Yin makes a connection. Come to think of it, one of the miners who joined the party is currently said to be missing. He slides a photograph across the table. His name is Sung Suho. Though he is listed as a D-rank hunter, judging by the current circumstances, there's a chance that he's a false ranker. From across the table, Taiju speaks up, asking to see the picture. Zhang Yin obliges, acknowledging his involvement. Of course, you are involved with this incident as well, after all. With unsettling, glowing yellow eyes. Sitting from across the table, the apostle requested to see the photo. The apostle takes the photo, his gaze fixed on the image of Suho. Woo Jinchul silently concluded that Suho was likely the black-masked hunter. He then voices a deeper concern, thinking of Suho's legendary father, Jinwoo. For there to be another disappearance. Hunter Jinwoo, just what is happening to Suho? The apostle clutching the photo, covering Suho's face. However, while others express concern, the apostle simply looks at Suho's picture and lets out a quiet, sinister laugh. Back to the dark dungeon. The sound of a body hitting the floor echoes again and again, a grim rhythm marking Suho's repeated deaths as he explores the maze. As time passes, the stone floor of the central chamber becomes a canvas. It is covered in an increasingly complex and overlapping series of symbols, all drawn in Suho's own blood. A map of his failures and his progress. An overhead view reveals the staggering scale of his efforts. The entire chamber floor is now a massive, intricate sigil of blood, testament to countless deaths and revivals. At the edge stands Suho, a tiny, solitary figure against the vastness of his own struggle. Again and again, Suho dies, and again, he revives. Each time he sits up, his eyes are filled with an unyielding determination, refusing to be broken by the endless cycle of pain. His trial by fire continues. Outside the gate, the ruins lay silent under a heavy, unsettled air. Amit looked down at the frantic shadow below, dismissing Beru with a low growl. Circling like a buzzing insect would not bring their master back, and he should calm himself. Beru refused to calm down, his form trembling as he cried out for the young monarch. He demanded how Amit could stay composed when no one knew what Suho was enduring, admitting the worry had grown so deep he could no longer sleep. As Essel rationalizes Beru's frantic behavior by noting that 2 weeks have passed since the young monarch entered the gate, the imposing Amit observes that she shares the exact same worry for Suho's safety. Essel narrowed her eyes at the giant and questioned whether he was deliberately being cold. She reminded him that they were companions, not distant observers. Amit answered calmly, asking whether Essel was truly seeing Suho for who he was. He acknowledged that compared to the Shadow Monarch, Suho might seem like a child, but he himself had never met the legendary father. To Amit, Suho was no shadow of another man. He remembered the brutal training clearly, a youth who never once spoke of surrender. Even when his bones shattered, his body tore apart, and his mind hovered on the edge of collapse. Staring toward the horizon, Amit stated with certainty that no matter what trial Suho faced, he would survive. Pain, he believed, would only temper the young man into something stronger. Essel turns her attention back to the buzzing insectoid shadow, Beru. Recalling Beru's insult, she teasingly calls him a reptile, admitting that he's not entirely wrong about his own nature. Meanwhile, inside the tutorial dungeon, Suho he channels his energy, preparing for the next brutal encounter. He launches himself at an identical copy of himself, yelling defiantly. He's been dying to this opponent over and over, but his spirit remains unbroken. His doppelganger fist connects, causing Suho to explode in a shower of blood and shadows. A direct hit. The nightmare continued elsewhere in a dark corridor. Suho launches a dynamic aerial attack, plunging down toward child version of himself, sitting calmly among his toys. His body was battered, his clothes shredded, fresh wounds covering him. Frustration weighed heavily as he struggled against reflections of his own past. The blow sends Suho flying, smashing him into a wall with a sickening impact, splattering blood everywhere. Suho reveals he has lost count of the hundreds of times he's died. He's discovered his opponents are 2 versions of himself. The first is a baby version, with no player level, but possessing the max-level skill Ruler's Authority. The second opponent is the tutorial version of himself, a level 99 monster with the class Soul Striker, possessing the power to obliterate anything it touches. Suho lay on the cold floor, staring at his reflection in the polished stone. The dungeon pressed in around him, silent and unrelenting, with an almost confident smirk. With effort, he stood again. He realized he was slowly becoming used to fear, dulled by constant death. He uses the opening to sprint down a long corridor, trying to map out the dungeon. He curses, realizing he didn't get far enough to mark his current location. Though wounded, Suho reflects that through these continuous deaths, he's slowly getting used to the fear. He steels himself to go for the next objective. In his next life, Suho gets closer to his target than ever before, a bloody smile on his face. The endless cycle of death and rebirth has awakened a ferocious fighting spirit within him, his eyes glowing with maniacal intensity. After yet another death, Suho reflects. This feeling of becoming numb to death should only exist here, in this dungeon. He knows he can't take death lightly in the real world and must always strive to survive. Through countless deaths and challenges, he has felt himself becoming more resilient. He touches a pool of his own blood, marking another path of progress. Standing up, Suho gazes down at the tiled floor, where the blood from his repeated deaths has created a morbid map. He spots a trail leading toward an area he hasn't explored yet. He contemplates the blood-marked path. A crucial thought solidifies in his mind. If there's no exit gate there, then the only way to clear this quest is to finally overcome his two powerful doppelgangers. As Suho stands over the blood-marked floor, a thought occurs to him. It's strange, he's been running into his two pursuers much faster than he did before. A smirk spreads across his face as the realization dawns on him. They aren't just chasing him randomly. They're actively intercepting him from reaching a specific location. And just as he predicted, his pursuers appear once more. The child version uses ruler's authority to hurl his toys at him. Suho now understands. The child version of himself is specifically trying to stop him from going down the path he discovered. With newfound agility born from countless failures, Suho dodges the telekinetically thrown objects. An idea strikes him. The ruler's authority uses an invisible hand to move objects. What if he applied that same principle to himself? He puts his theory to the test, wrapping his own body in the telekinetic energy of ruler's authority, creating a vortex of power around himself. The child clone looks on in shock as Soul flips through the air, completely taken off guard by Suho's sudden change in tactics. Suho uses power to blind the child, easily evading the attack and escaping. The child can only watch in stunned silence as Suho's new technique proves successful. Using the ruler's authority to manipulate his own body, Suho launches himself forward with incredible speed, grabbing onto a ledge to propel himself away. Finally, having bought himself a moment, Suho looks towards his goal, the left passage, the only area his pursuers desperately tried to keep him away from. With renewed hope, he sprints down the long, dark hallway, praying that this is the escape route he's been searching for. At the end of the passage, a glowing doorway comes into view. He skids to a halt, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and relief. It's a gate. His instincts had been right. A third being had been hidden all along. But his relief is short-lived. A sudden tremor and a surge of energy from behind send a wave of panic through him. He realizes with dread that the Soul Striker is coming for him, and it's moving faster than ever before. The Soul Striker unleashes a devastating attack that rips through the corridor, closing the distance to Suho in an instant. Suho knew he had to enter the gate immediately. If those two were blocking him, the answer had to lie beyond the door. He glanced back and saw the level 99 version drawing closer. If it reached him, it would be over. With grim determination etched on his face, he cursed as the shadow of his past loomed. The Soul Striker stood engulfed in blue mana, its presence crushing. The tutorial version, he makes a desperate dive to reach his target as he unleashed a devastating strike. For a brief moment, he is suspended in the void between gates, his face a mask of pure focus and adrenaline as he unleashes mana to force the gate open. He threw himself at the doors, crashing through the gate and into the new chamber, breath tearing from his lungs. The frantic chase ended there, leaving behind a sudden, heavy silence. Catching his breath, he glances back at the now-sealed gate. He questions if he's truly safe or if his pursuers could have gotten past the gate, a sliver of doubt creeping into his relief. He realized he had escaped the hallway, but the true challenge awaited inside. Given what he had faced so far, he knew another version of himself stood ahead. He begins to speculate who it could be this time. Perhaps it's the version of him from the very start of the tutorial, when he was just a novice player. Or maybe, he thinks, it's a version from an even more distant past. If it's not either of them, he wonders just who is going to appear this time. From the shadows, a figure emerges, stepping silently onto the tiled floor. It is another version of himself, this one armed with 2 swords. Suho watches, his eyes fixed on the approaching figure. The new opponent walks towards him with a calm, confident stride, each step resonating with power. The figure raises his head, revealing a face that is undeniably Suho's, but colder, sharper, and radiating immense power. His eyes glow with a menacing blue light. The trial is far from over. Before him stands a new, formidable version of himself, clad in modern attire and wielding 2 powerful daggers, one demonic and red, the other shining silver, both radiating with mana. The next challenge has begun. In the boss room, Suho faced a shadowy doppelganger radiating lethal intent. Twin red swords, wreathed in blue mana, gleamed in its hands, and its oppressive aura promised a battle that would push him to his limits. Suho steadied his breath, meeting its gaze with surprise and determination. Suho observes his doppelganger, noting the twin swords. He recognizes this as another manifestation from the system, but this one feels different. He realizes that like the previous tutorial versions of himself, this one is also a construct of his past thoughts. However, he is shocked to see it wielding Raken's Fong and a sword made for Vulcan's horn. Wondering if this powerful combination is an error in the system, Suho decides to pull up his opponent's status window to check its stats. A smug grin spreads across Suho's face as the status window appears. He's found a worthy opponent to test his limits. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 clash. Suho finally feels the thrill of facing a worthy opponent. The shadow version of Suho leaps back, dodging a powerful blow. Amid the chaos, Suho glimpsed the enemy's stats. Suho, level 32, title. Wolf Assassin, strength 75. The numbers reflected a path focused on lethal specialization. He contrasts this with his own status, which shows him at level 40 with vastly superior strength and other attributes. Suddenly, the doppelganger eyes glow as he activates the Iron Body Reinforcement skill. His opponent activates a host of skills: Grassland Gale to increase speed, Giant's Armor to boost defense, amplifying its attack and defense. Suho is stunned. He recognizes Iron Body Reinforcement as Amit's skill and is shocked to see his opponent using it, along with so many other buffs. The fight erupted into a whirlwind. Blue trails streaked through the air as twin swords sliced in relentless succession. Suho was forced onto the defensive, parrying and dodging constantly. The doppelganger unleashes Storm Slash, a powerful skill that sends a wave of energy towards Suho. Suho grits his teeth in shock and annoyance. His past self not only has powerful weapons, but also advanced skills like Storm Slash. The 2 opponents unleash the Storm Slash skill at the exact same time, creating a massive explosion of mana. Suho raised his dagger, bracing for impact. The force shoved him backward. Good thing I saved this for a moment like now, he thought. Suddenly a memory flashed before his eyes, his opponent cutting down the massive wolf beast Brokey. Foreign memories flooded Suho's mind, scenes that weren't his, not from his fight with Brokey. Mental attacks were invading, layering another life's experiences on top of his own. Suho clutched his arm, the bleeding cut a stark reminder of the battle's intensity. A heavy blow had shaken his guard, leaving his arm trembling despite his superior strength. The fight was as much psychological as it was physical. Another memory floods his mind, one that doesn't belong to him. He realizes that the more he gets injured by his opponent, the more these mental attacks will hit him. The two opponents continue their deadly dance, scaling the shattered fragments of the arena. A grim smile forms on the doppelganger face as he utters a single, chilling command. Arise. In response to the command, shadowy figures begin to claw their way out of the ground, assembling for battle. An army of shadow soldiers fully materializes, preparing to swarm Suho. He now faces not just his past self, but a legion of darkness. Suho grits his teeth as he is overwhelmed by the sheer number of shadow soldiers swarming him. Among the summoned shadows, one stands out, a formidable knight-rank soldier. Suho is shocked. He can't believe his opponent, a mere level 32 version of himself, was able to summon a knight-rank shadow. The battle intensifies as Suho is forced to fight both his past self and the powerful shadow knight simultaneously. While parrying their attacks, Suho realizes the implication. The fact that his opponent could summon a shadow soldier at all means he possessed the shadow storage skill at level 32, something Suho himself did not have. As the fight rages on, the truth becomes clearer to Suho, his face a split image of his current struggle and his past self's cold determination. The invading memories made sense. The experiences belonged to another Suho from a parallel world, one who had walked a different road with alternate allies, including another Beru. This alternate reality also contained different versions of his companions, Essel, Gray, and Amit. And in that world, another version of himself grew stronger by clearing appropriate trials given by the system, smoothly resolving any incidents. Back in his own reality, Suho deflects another blow, wondering what kind of system glitch could have caused this powerful, memory-invading opponent to appear. His thoughts are interrupted by a powerful blast of energy from the Shadow Knight. The Shadow Knight closes in, its maw wide open, ready to devour him. Overwhelmed and bleeding, Suho reaches his breaking point. He screams out at the system, asking why it always gives him such incredibly difficult trials. He grips the Shadow Knight dagger, his hand trembling with rage and despair, questioning why the system always pushes him to his absolute limits. He vents his frustration, yelling that he's never given trials he can easily clear, and now he's forced to face an inexplicable enemy, dying hundreds of times in the process. The doppelganger speed behind him ready to cut off Suho's neck clean. His opponent rushes in, sword raised for another killing blow. Suho unleashed his shadow at the last moment, landing a fatal strike that obliterated the shadow warrior. Suho gathered all his remaining strength and delivered a final, devastating blow connecting with the other version. Suho reflected on the countless deaths and despair. Nothing improves if you sit and complain. Change comes only by standing up. Suho delivers a devastating punch crackling with blue mana, but his doppelganger reacts instantly, blocking the heavy impact with his crimson dagger in a violent clash of power. Unfazed by the anomaly, Suho unleashes a devastating, downward punches declaring that the system's errors will not stop him from crushing his opponent. The doppelganger eyes glow with power ready to strike. As Suho comes to a pivotal conclusion, the system isn't training him. He is the one who should be using the system to train. Empowered by this change in mindset, Suho dodges and counters, declaring that he won't blindly follow the path the system laid out for him anymore. Raising his foot for the final stomp, he vowed not to follow any preset path. From now on, his future would be his own. Putting his vow into immediate action, Suho channels all his resolve into his very being, preparing to unleash a decisive blow that will reshape the battlefield. Suho slams his foot into the doppelganger, unleashing a surge of energy that hurls his opponent backward. His past self is thrown back, skidding across the fractured floor, but manages to land, ready for the next exchange. With a sudden explosion of speed, Suho shattered the gap between them, his hand igniting in a torrent of mana that pulsed with unstoppable power. Effortlessly slipping past the deadly sweep of his doppelganger's crimson blade, Suho strikes like lightning, slamming his foe into the earth with a cataclysmic blow that erupts into a towering pillar of blue mana. He lets out a final, powerful roar as he puts all of his strength into the attack. When the attack lands, the world itself seems to rupture, an explosion so vast it tears apart the last remnants of the battlefield. Amid the fading echoes of battle, silence descends. Suho stands over his fallen past, his victory carved in light and ruin. Breathing heavily, Suho lifts his head as radiant notifications materialize across the air. Class change quest completed. Title earned. One who overcame adversity. Stat amplification increases with each drop of health lost. The defeated form crumbles to dust, carried away by the wind. Suho closes his eyes, a quiet sigh escaping him. The battle finally ends. The system begins its analysis, data streams flickering around Suho's exhausted form. Evaluation complete. The user confronted an overwhelmingly powerful opponent and did not yield. Despite countless deaths, his mind remained unbroken, achieving profound mental evolution where physical advancement was impossible. The system's voice resounds, praising the creativity and indomitable spirit that guided him through despair. In answer, 3 spheres of power bloom into existence before Suho, each one radiating a distinct essence. Classes born from his struggle, awaiting his decision. Suho looks on in disbelief, his eyes widening at the unexpected reward of 3 class choices. From the swirling energy emerges the first option, Successor of Shadows. The system's voice weaves through the air, low and resonant, like an echo carried from the depths of another world. It speaks of a path shrouded in mystery, one that demands both cunning and resolve. Those who choose it become pathfinders, walking the unseen road toward inheriting the mantle of the next successor shadows. The second class reveals itself, a hidden option known as Soul Striker. Its essence hums with volatile energy, the air trembling as shadows recoil from its light. The system's voice deepens, almost wary, as it reveals the price of such power. Choosing this path will reset all previous stat points and erase the shadow skill entirely. A clean slate, born of sacrifice, a rebirth through annihilation. The third and final class appears, its name hidden behind flickering question marks. Even the system doesn't reveal it fully, labeling it as a recommended hidden class. Like Soul Striker, it requires him to relinquish his shadow skill. But unlike any other, this one will evolve based on his achievements. A class without form, its future written by Suho himself. Suho studies the 3 paths before him. The first would change nothing, simply continuing the road he's already on. The second tempts him with a return to the past, a chance to start over. And the third demands everything, his skills, his power, sacrificed to step into the unknown. Suho's expression hardens, shadows crossing his face as his eyes flare with indignation. "Are you messing with me?" he growls, glaring at the system window hovering before him. Suho grits his teeth, anger boiling beneath the surface. Memories of his countless deaths, agonizing, relentless, flash through his mind. After everything he endured, after breaking through an impossible trial, a single reward feels like an insult. Driven by righteous fury, Suho thrusts his hand toward the system window, mana surging around him. His voice rings with unwavering resolve. He doesn't want just one reward. He wants them all. A flash of light envelopes the rewards, merging them into one as the system announces that the class change has been completed. In a desolate, ruined world, Beru, Suho's loyal shadow ant, lies defeated on the ground, weakly calling out for his young monarch. Holding the weakened Beru, Essel looks on with concern. 3 weeks have passed with no news of Suho. Beru turns to the cloaked crocodile, asking if he thinks their master is still safe. Amit, also worried, admits that even he didn't expect a complete lack of updates, fearing that something must have happened to their master. Beside him, Gray listens intently. Suddenly, the wolf's eyes widen. A foot steps down firmly on the cracked ground as a familiar voice breaks the silence, casually asking his worried subordinates what they were up to. The companions froze as Suho stepped fully into the light of the shadow dungeon. He offered a simple greeting, noting how much time had passed, while the swirling vortex of the gate slowly collapsed behind him. The reaction was instantaneous. Beru let out a sound of pure, hysterical relief, and Gray let out a joyful bark. Amit watched silently as the group rushed toward their master, the heavy weight of the last 3 weeks finally lifting. The ruined skyscrapers of the Shadow Dungeon seemed to stand taller as the cry for the young monarch rang out across the desolate landscape. Suho was back, but he was not the same man who had left. Far away from the realm of shadows, the glass and steel towers of the Hunters Association reached toward a clear, blue sky. Inside the Hunters Association headquarters, Chairman Woo Jinchul listens grimly as Jinho asked if there was still no news about Suho's whereabouts. The chairman sighed, confirming that not even a whisper of a rumor regarding anyone resembling the boy had reached the association. Woo Jinchul notes that the atmosphere around the association has been grim. The assumption that Suho is the one who murdered the hunter Lee Min-sung is beginning to solidify among the public and other hunters. Jinho stood up abruptly, his voice rising in defense of Suho. He declared that their Suho would never commit murder. Jinchul agreed, stating that he didn't believe it either. He reasoned that the incident must be linked to the apostle of the Itarim, the otherworldly invader Suho had warned him about. Jinho reflects on the past, recalling how Suho's father, Sung Jinwoo, fought all his battles alone. He expresses his determination to ensure that Suho doesn't have to walk that same lonely path. Their conversation is interrupted by the vibration of a phone. Woo Jinchul excuses himself for a moment and picks up the device, which is flashing with a red emergency alert. Looking at the alert, he sighs in frustration, wondering how many times this has to happen. Despite the Hunters Association's best efforts, another dungeon break has occurred. Outside, the sky was torn open. A gargantuan, armored beast with glowing red eyes and a lashing purple tongue roared into the streets, its presence radiating a primal, crushing mana. The city is thrown into chaos as multiple beasts rampage through the streets, causing immense destruction and sending hunters scrambling to respond. A hunter on the front lines is caught off guard, his armor shattering as he takes a direct, devastating punch from one of the giant monsters. He screams in agony as the beast grabbed a hold of him, completely overpowered by the creature's immense strength. Hunters on the front lines gritted their teeth in desperation. One roared a curse, questioning why a large-scale dungeon break was happening right in the middle of a populated urban center. Another demanded to know what the Hunter Guild in charge of the area was doing. Observing the chaos from a nearby rooftop, the apostles of the Itarim sat casually, his eyes cold and distant. He looked down at the carnage and whispered that the display was dull, his indifference a chilling contrast to the chaos below. He began to rationalize his inaction. He mused that in order to truly infiltrate the heart of the Hunters Association, he required significant accomplishments. He had learned that the more damage a situation caused, the more it trended, and once it reached that point, resolving it became a legendary feat. He watched a building explode and hunters dying in the distance, noting with a cruel smirk that humans were strange creatures. He observed that they only remembered the one who trended in the aftermath, never the names of the brave hunters who arrived first and died, trying to save lives. Just as the hunters are being overwhelmed, a figure in heavy armor descends from the sky, cleaves through the giant monster with a powerful, decisive strike. The monster roars as the heavy blow lands, purple blood erupting from the fresh wound. The attack connected, staggering the beast. Landing firmly on the ground, the armored warrior is instantly recognized by the other hunters. Their despair turns to hope as they shout the name of the B-rank hunter, Hwang Jae-hyun. He bravely tells everyone to stand back, taking command of the battlefield. The apostle on the rooftop frowned. He noted that a B rank had appeared, calling the newcomer pesky. He decided that the hunter would have to exit the stage quickly, as he needed this disaster to escalate further so he could stand out later. The apostolate channeled a flicker of golden light. Instantly, the monster's eyes flared with an unnatural, divine power. The beast's muscles surged, its mana reaching levels that defied its rank. Jaehyung's eyes widened in shock as blood sprayed from his nose and mouth. The pressure from the beast had suddenly become unbearable. With a single, lightning-fast strike, the monster's tail whipped through the air, shattering Jaehyung's shield and sending him crashing into a concrete wall. The hunter slumped into the rubble, his armor cracked. He gasped in disbelief, realizing that the magic beast's mana had suddenly and inexplicably skyrocketed. The amplified beasts now swarmed the outmatched Hwang Jaehyung, their fists raining down on him in a relentless, brutal assault. The other, lower-rank hunters can only watch in absolute terror, their faces pale with shock and helplessness as their B-rank shield is pummeled. A massive splash of blood covers the shattered pavement, a devastating and fatal blow dealt to Hwang Jaehyung. One of the giant beasts stands over the bloody remains, its foot planted firmly on the site of the kill, victorious. The face of one of the surviving hunters shows his utter despair, believing their last hope is gone. He can only whisper a curse. His thoughts drifted back to his struggle. He remembered the long, painful recovery after his leg was injured and the hard-earned money he had saved just to buy a new weapon. He had truly believed he could become a proper hunter again. He faces the horde of monsters, acknowledging how reckless it was for him, a mere rank at the time, to try and save people from such overwhelming odds. Just as a monster's fist is about to deliver the final blow, a streak of purple energy flashes across, intercepting the attack. Sung Suho has arrived. He lands a devastating kick on a monster's head, shattering it instantly with casual ease. The hunter stares up in disbelief, his mouth agape in shock at the sight of his unexpected savior. In a flash of movement, Suho blitzes through the battlefield. He tears through one monster's head and blasts another with a wave of dark energy, dispatching them with brutal efficiency. Suho lands gracefully amidst the carnage, the bodies of the defeated magic beasts crumbling into dust around him. Suho clad in a shadow mask, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, piercing light. The survivors stood frozen, unable to look away from the sheer power he radiated. The hunter stares in awe. He recognizes Suho's mask and wonders if he's the infamous solo raider. He can't comprehend how Suho so easily defeated the monster that had completely overwhelmed him. Suho examines his hand, feeling the power coursing through it. He views the remaining magic beasts not as a threat, but as a perfect opportunity to test the new skills he gained from his recent class change. He spoke a single, resonating command, "Arise." Beneath him, the shadow of the fallen beast began to ripple and stretch, its form shifting into something darker and far more loyal. A massive pillar of purple mana erupted. The shadows of the surrounding dead monsters were pulled towards Suho, coiling around him like living serpents. The hunter watches in confusion as smoky black tendrils of shadow energy begin to swirl and envelop his body. He has no idea what's happening. Gasping in shock, the hunters looked down at themselves. One exclaimed that he was suddenly wearing black, shadow-like equipment. Their broken weapons were replaced by sleek, dark steel that pulsed with power. Beru hovered near Suho, his eyes wide with wonder. He realized that something truly unprecedented had occurred. Beru processes the incredible sight, asking Suho if he's now able to equip the shadow form change onto other people. Suho calmly corrects his loyal soldier, explaining that this new power is not a form change skill. He clarifies that unlike a form change, this ability creates an item. A system window displays the new weapon given to one of the hunters, a common-grade Shadow Naga Warrior polearm that boosts attack and strength. The hunter feels his body become lighter as he's equipped with not only the polearm, but also common-grade bracers and a rare-grade sword that grants a 10% defense ignore effect. Beru is left speechless. He can't believe that his new monarch can create permanent items by sacrificing his shadow soldiers, a revolutionary ability that even his former liege, the great sung Jinwoo, never possessed. Beru takes a moment to appreciate Suho growth. Suho turns his attention back to the battlefield, looking down at the stunned but newly empowered hunter. He asks the B-rank hunter if he still has the strength left to fight. As the remaining magic beasts close in, Suho stands ready for battle and asks the now well-equipped hunter to lend him his strength, calling for a united front. Watching from a nearby rooftop, the ambitious apostle leans forward with great interest. He notes that the main target of his attention, Suho, has finally appeared on the stage. He admits that Suho's ability to create items is something he has never witnessed before. The apostle recognizes that Suho is a completely different level of player in this game. The apostle's eyes glow with a mix of intrigue and calculation. He mutters Sung Suho's name, marking him as a significant variable. The apostle observes the scene unfold from afar, watching Suho stand alongside the other hunters he just empowered. He wonders if this is Suho's way of fighting differently from his father, not as a lonely monarch, but as a leader who fights with his comrades. The system confirms Suho's massive power-up, displaying his new status window. Now at level 42, his class is officially listed as Irregular, White Shadow, and all his stats have seen a significant jump. A detailed description of his new class-exclusive skill, Shadow Creation, is shown. It allows him to create items from his imagination, but at a cost. Any shadow used for creation can never be turned back into a soldier. The scene shifts to a different continent, showing the grand, traditional architecture of the Azura Guild's headquarters in India. Suddenly, the peace is shattered as the wall of the building explodes outward, debris flying everywhere from a powerful impact. A member of the Azura Guild lies bloodied and broken on the floor, having been on the receiving end of a brutal beating. Ryo Singh whispered an apology to Suho, lamenting that he had to repay a favor in such a humiliating and final way. Around him, other members of the Azura Guild lay broken in the rubble. A pair of massive, sandal-clad feet stepped into view. A booming, arrogant voice mused that the punk who might have killed his lackeys was apparently located in Korea. The giant man, Thomas Andre, walked through a shattered archway. He declared that they were heading to Korea immediately. He vowed that he would never forgive anyone who dared to mess with what belonged to him. Above the world, the sky itself seemed to fracture. A massive, swirling portal of white light appeared amongst the clouds, radiating a divine. In a desolate, snowy landscape, a lone figure stood with her back to the world. Her long, blonde hair fluttered in the freezing wind as she looked up at the rift in the sky. High above the fractured skyline of Seoul, the rhythmic thrum of a helicopter blades cut through the thick plumes of smoke rising from the streets. Below, the city was a graveyard of twisted metal and shattered glass, a once bustling metropolis brought to its knees by the sudden surge of a dungeon break. In the heart of the carnage, a massive beast let out an agonizing roar. A brilliant flash of white light struck the creature's hide, the force of the impact resonating through the surrounding alleyways. The beast's head is blown apart in a flash of mana coursed through its body, its glowing yellow eyes flickering as the life force began to drain. With a fluid, predatory grace, Sung Suho blurred through the air. He descended upon the creature with the weight of a falling star, his strikes so fast and precise that the beast could do nothing but crumble beneath him. Standing amidst the wreckage of his fallen enemies, Suho looks at his hand. He thinks to himself, they all went down in one shot. I can't measure how much stronger I've become. Elsewhere in the battlefield, one of the hunters Suho is helping engages another beast. The hunter felt a sudden, inexplicable surge of vitality. He noted that his body felt strangely light and powerful the moment the black, shadow-infused equipment had materialized onto his frame. He realized that with this gift, the tide of battle had finally shifted. Filled with new confidence, the hunter charges forward, exclaiming, "Even I can kill these magic beasts," as he slices into a monster. Watching his allies fight effectively, Suho smiles faintly. "Looks like they won't need my help since they're fighting well," he thinks. The stat-increasing effect of his shadow items must be making the hunters stronger. Suho raises his hand, a purple mana gathering around it. He commands, "Arise." As the shadows began to coil and rise from the corpses, Suho reflected on his new authority, shadow creation. He understood it as the primary skill obtained from his class advancement, an ability that allowed him to use the very essence of shadows to forge items. He realized he could tap into the information contained within his shadow soldiers as they entered his mind. He closed his eyes, focusing his will. He explained to himself that he could dismantle that raw information and reassemble it into any form he desired. It was an act of divine craftsmanship, turning the fallen into tools for the living. Suho understands that he can now recreate those materials into any form he wants through a process of dismantling and reassembling. Surrounded by swirling shadow tendrils, Suho stands as the embodiment of his new power. A series of status windows flickered into his vision, detailing his handiwork. He had forged Shadow Naga warrior shoulder guards and a belt, both of rare grade, alongside a common grade gauntlet. Each piece hummed with bonuses to defense, attack, and agility. He observed that the creation grade differed for each item. He reasoned that equipment he could naturally and clearly picture in his mind reached the rare grade, while the items he forcibly manifested stayed at common. He wondered if he needed to align his creations more closely with the natural characteristics of the materials to achieve a higher tier of power. Suho analyzes the results. He notes that the creation grade differs for each item. The gear he could naturally picture became rare grade, but the gauntlet he had to force into shape only became common grade. He wonders if he needs to create items according to the material's original characteristics to get a higher grade. He studied the details of his new administrative skills. Shadow item storage allowed him to store up to 40 shadow items within his own silhouette, while the shadow item contract could turn heroic grade items into unique leveling gear. He realized with a start that the contract skill would only apply to items of the highest quality. He puzzled over his new class name, wondering what White Shadow truly meant, as it wasn't as if his shadows had actually changed color. The apostle leaps down, landing directly on a magic beast's head, crushing it instantly. A massive explosion rocked the street below as the monster was driven deep into a crater. Suho turned his head, sensing the arrival of a power that rivaled his own. Suho looked up, his eyes narrowing as he spotted the man. He recognized the figure as Park Dojin, the man who had recently risen to the rank of S-Class. The apostle looked down at Suho with a mocking, superior smirk. The apostle watched as more monsters flooded the street. Hands buried in his pockets, he stood relaxed, as if observing a stage play rather than a slaughter. He heather his golden mana in his hand as he facing down the new wave of approaching magic beasts. Then, with a sudden explosive motion, golden light surged around his fist as he raised it skyward, hitting all its target. The apostle unleashes a barrage of amplified punches, each one a golden explosion that tears through the horde of monsters. Suho and the other hunters can only stare in disbelief, one of them just managing to say wow, as they witness the overwhelming power of the mysterious white-haired hunter. The boulevard was now a wasteland of monster corpses. From its center, the apostle stood unmoved, the last traces of golden light fading from his eyes. Suho stepped forward, his shadow gauntlet still active. A strange flicker danced in the apostle's gaze. Something foreign, something wrong. Their eyes met. The apostle's lips curled into a wide, eerie smile. Suho stayed silent, wondering why the man smiled so broadly and why it felt directed entirely at him. The entire confrontation was being broadcast live. On a television screen in a distant office, the image of the two powerful hunters standing amidst the ruins flickered with static. Jinwoo stared at the screen, his eyes welling with tears of pure relief. He gasped Suho's name, overwhelmed to see the boy alive after weeks of silence. He jumps up from his chair, cheering at the screen. "Yes, Suho, you were safe. You brat. You should have contacted me the moment you got back." Meanwhile, another official with longer hair sits calmly, sighing, "What a relief." Jinchul's moment of peace was interrupted by the buzzing of his phone. He looked down at the device. Zhang asked if the others had seen the news, stating with cold finality that the Black Mask, Hunter Sung Suho, had finally shown his face. Taijiu, running to the scene, insisted that this was definitely the same individual he had encountered during the incident with Lee Min-sung. He watched the footage of Suho moving through the battlefield with a predator's focus. Jinchul's voice rose in a heated phone conversation. He barked orders to contact Hunter Park Dojin on the field and place Suho under arrest immediately. However, he warned them not to use unnecessary violence, as there was still no concrete evidence that the boy was truly evil. Taijiu's voice on the other end of the line countered Jinchul's caution. He questioned why Suho would have hidden his face in the past if he were innocent, asserting that the boy was definitely a villain connected to the star powder trade and likely the one who murdered Lee Min-sung. Zhang Yin adjusted his glasses, his face illuminated by a warm, orange glow. He stated that while he didn't necessarily think Suho was a villain, he fully agreed with the necessity of bringing him to the association for questioning. He added that his investigation revealed Suho was the nephew of President Jinwoo, a man with deep ties to the association's chairman. Zhang Yin, he told the association's chairman that the only reason he was cooperating with the association was because he believed their brand of justice was fair. He expressed his sincere hope that the association's chairman would make a wise decision regarding Suho. The long-haired official makes a final plea to his angry colleague. "The reason why I'm helping the Hunters Association is that I believe your justice is fair. I hope you make a wise decision." The apostle spoke into the mic, confirming to his guild master that the target was standing right in front of him. Suho watched him, his own aura beginning to flare in response to the tension. Suho studied the S-rank hunter, thinking to himself that this was Park Dojin, the newly S-rank hunter. The apostle finished his call, telling his guild master that he understood the assignment. He looked at Suho with a playful, dangerous intensity. The apostle addressed Suho directly by his full name. Suho met his gaze, the air between them thick with the promise of a coming storm. Suho noted that the man was smiling again. He wondered what Dojin found so amusing about the situation. The apostle Dojin explained that the guild master of the Reaper Guild had ordered him to bring Suho to the Hunters Association. Suho asked if that was truly what they wanted, correctly guessing that, based on the mention of the association, this wasn't some kind of recruitment drive. Dojin remarked that Suho seemed dangerously unaware of the dire circumstances he was currently in. The apostle Dojin dropped the bombshell. Suho was currently wanted for the murder of Vice Guildmaster Lee Min-sung and was under heavy suspicion for the distribution of the illegal star powder. Suho's eyes widened in genuine shock as the word wanted echoed in his mind. Dojin stood amidst the smoke, wreathed in the golden manna of his own power. He told Suho that he would appreciate it if the boy didn't make a mess and simply followed him quietly into custody. The other hunters rushed forward to Suho's defense. One screamed at Dojin, insisting that whatever misunderstanding the association had, Suho had just saved their lives. He called the arrest a blatant abuse of power. Suho turned to the hunters, his expression softening. He told them that he was fine and thanked them sincerely for standing up for him. The hunters looked at him in confusion. Suho looked back at Dojin and stated that he would go of his own volition. He admitted that he had been planning on visiting the Hunters Association anyway, so this development actually worked out perfectly for him. The hunters stared at Suho with wide eyes and barely contained excitement. One of them couldn't help but comment that he was absurdly impressive. Who else hands out brand new gear in the middle of a fight like it was a free sample event? Suho suddenly paused. "Oh, right," he said, realizing he'd almost forgotten something important. With a casual wave of his hand, the black armor wrapped around the hunters dissolved into mist, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared, much to their confusion and mild disappointment. The system confirmed the activation of shadow item storage. Suho watched as all 14 shadow items slid neatly back into his silhouette, as if tidying themselves away. He couldn't help but think that storing gear this easily felt almost unfairly convenient. Dojin watched Suho through narrowed eyes. A flicker of something predatory danced in his golden pupils as he whispered Suho's name under his breath. Dojin observed that the air around Suho had changed significantly. He wondered what could have possibly happened in just a few days to make the boy this powerful. He calculated that the risk of the star fragment working against Suho had decreased and decided that he first needed to develop the fragment further to convert an S-rank target. Dojin decided that, until his plan was ready, he should stick close to Suho. The two men walked side by side through the ruins, a pair of titans moving through a graveyard of their own making. Nearby, a hunter's phone began to vibrate with a violent intensity. The man looked down at the screen, sweat tensing on his brow as a red warning banner filled the display. The hunter asked his companion if they had also received the emergency warning. The air was suddenly filled with the distant, haunting sound of sirens. He read the alert aloud. A massive prison break at Jisan Prison. He noted that the facility was where awakeners who had committed horrific crimes were detained. He wondered how a massive outbreak could possibly happen in such a high-security location. Another hunter pointed to the mention of illegal stimulants in the report. He asked if they were referring to star powder or something similar. Suho stopped in his tracks, the mention of the powder capturing his full attention. Dojin paused, looking back at Suho. He asked the boy if he could possibly be considering going to the prison instead of the association. Suho's response was immediate. He needed to stop the inmates. Dojin tried to dissuade him, arguing that other hunters would gather and there was no need for Suho to interfere. Suho countered that if the inmates were using star powder, the regular hunters wouldn't be enough to handle them. Dojin's face contorted with a sudden, searing pain. A glow of violet and gold erupted from behind his ears as he struggled to maintain his composure. He warned Suho that the boy would be in massive trouble if he didn't report to the association immediately, which meant Dojin himself would also be in trouble. Dojin stared at Suho, his breathing labored. He remained silent for a long moment, the internal conflict visible in his shifting eyes. The apostle relented. He told Suho they would just say he had failed to stop him despite his best efforts. Suho thanked him and promised to visit the association later, before vanishing in a blur of speed. Dojin watched Suho go, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, absolute light. Suho streaked through the city, a trail of mana following in his wake. He vaulted over ruined cars and climbed the sides of buildings, his focus locked on the distant smoke rising from Jisan Prison. Dojin watched the trail of energy with a twisted smile. He remarked on the great timing and mused that this would be a perfect opportunity to confirm just how much stronger Suho had truly become. At Jisan Prison, the sirens were deafening. Red spotlights swept across the yard, illuminating the chaos that had consumed the facility. The prison yard was a scene of total carnage. Dozens of guards and automated sentries lay broken on the concrete, their bodies wreathed in the red light of the emergency beams. Explosions rocked the prison walls. Fire and smoke billowed into the night sky as the inmates systematically dismantled the facility's defenses. A prisoner clutched a broken metal collar. His voice growled that humans were truly cruel creatures for devising such things. The man looked at the mana crystals embedded in the collar's inner ring. He remarked bitterly on the idea of jabbing crystals into their necks as a means of execution. He turned to a crowd of men dressed in orange jumpsuits, asking them if he wasn't right. The inmates stood in the shadows, their eyes burning with a collective, murderous intent. With a violent motion, the man hurled the broken collar against a rock as symbolic end to their imprisonment. The leader stepped into the firelight. He reminded his boys that since the cataclysm, all they had done was use their powers to get what they wanted. He lamented that the Hunters Association had branded them criminals and locked them away, and declared that it was finally time for revenge. He gestured to the hundreds of awakeners gathered around him, ranging from D rank to B rank. He commanded them to release the pent-up fury they had accumulated over years of oppression and show the world what their combined wrath could cause. The leader leaned back against the jagged rocks, his eyes glowing with a dark, orange fire. He looked like a king of the damned, presiding over the destruction of the world that had rejected him. His voice rose to a fever pitch as he gave the final order: trigger the dungeon break. The mastermind Hwang Dong-suk, a former inmate of Jisan prison, bared his teeth in a manic, bloodthirsty grin. The war for the soul of the world had only just begun. Sirens screamed through the city streets, tearing through the air with urgent intensity. Speakers mounted on high poles blared a red alert warning, announcing that a massive prison break had erupted at Jisan prison. The emergency broadcast continued, commanding all nearby civilians to evacuate immediately under the guidance of the hunters in charge. The cityscape stood dark and ominous, overshadowed by the sudden crisis. Inside a quiet apartment, the chaos outside seemed distant at first. A family photo sat peacefully on a console table in a darkened entryway, capturing a moment of happiness that was about to be shattered. Suddenly, the front door glowed with an intense, searing heat. The lock melted away in a burst of molten sparks as the door was forced open from the outside, destroying the sanctuary within. Men in orange prison jumpsuits stormed into the building, their faces twisted with adrenaline and malice. One of them noted that the place seemed empty, surmising that the residents must have fled the moment the alarms began to ring. As they change into stolen clothes, one of the convicts expresses fear about fighting the Hunters Association and their S-rankers. But the other confidently dismisses his concerns, stating it's all part of the plan to take over the city by securing hostages. Holding up a glowing yellow crystal, a star fragment, he grinned, explaining that this was the power their Hwang Dong-suk had secured for them. He argued that the association only spread rumors and made these items illegal because they were terrified. He claimed the authorities feared their own power would diminish if everyone else became stronger. The doubting prisoner looked at him, his uncertainty fading into a sinister resolve. He conceded that if this was indeed what Dong-suk said, then perhaps they stood a chance. Emboldened by the glowing stone and the promise of power, the prisoner smirked, noting with dark satisfaction that they would have an S rank on their side as well. In a walk-in closet, the looting continued. One prisoner shouted for the others to come over, declaring the place a liquor goldmine. His companion urged him to hurry up so they could leave, but the first man was captivated by a bottle of 30-year-old Macallan malt. Greed took over as the prisoner realized the bottle was worth thousands. He reached for the closet door, muttering that he couldn't just walk past a treasure like that. Inside the closet, a young girl huddled in the darkness, tears streaming down her face. She clutched her phone, frantically thinking that she needed to report the intruders quickly, her heart pounding in terror. Frozen in fear, she fumbles with her phone, trying to send out a message for help. Tears stream down her face as the weight of her terrifying situation sinks in, and she froze, staring up in horror. The prisoner loomed over her, bathed in an ominous purple light. His eyes glowed red with manic energy as he held out the stolen bottle of wine. With a twisted, predatory grin, he asked the terrified girl if she wanted some. Outside, the city was descending into hell. Explosions rocked the skyline, sending plumes of fire and smoke into the night. Screams echoed through the streets as Hwang Dong-suk watched the destruction from a balcony, the city burning before him. The violence was visceral. Prisoners armed with crude weapons clashed with anyone in their path. A massive fire tore ablaze a building nearby, illuminating the savagery of the escapees as they celebrated their anarchy. Blood sprayed into the air as the prisoners, high on their newfound freedom and violence, attacked indiscriminately. One of them sadistically stabs down a hunter trying to stop them, grinning with bloodlust as his victim cries out in pain. High above the chaos, Hwang Dong-suk, C-rank fugitive, looked out over the burning city. With a satisfied smirk, he remarked on what a magnificent view it was. Dong-suk's face contorted with arrogance. He boasted that with just a single word from him, even the high-grade inmates were inciting a riot. This, he declared, was the true power that he, Hwang Dong-suk, possessed. He turned his attention away from the view, someone from the shadow, ordering him to move while the other fugitives bought them time. A man stood motionless on the edge of the roof. Dong-suk sneered, warning him not to lecture him, dismissing him as nothing more than a lackey of his younger brother. The man retorted coolly that he wasn't a subordinate, but rather someone commissioned for a specific task. The man stepped into the light, revealing himself as Kong Tae-shik, a B-rank awakener. He clarified that his commission was to extract Dong-suk, a mere C-rank awakener, and take him overseas. Dong-suk's expression darkened instantly. His eyes flared with a dangerous red light as silence stretched between them. Dong-suk grabbed Tae-shik by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. He mocked Tae-shik for being a B-rank, asking if he dared to look down on him just because his own rank was lower. Tae-shik remained outwardly calm, but internally he analyzed the situation with cold detachment. He viewed Dong-suk as a coward acting tough, a man who couldn't even consume the star fragment because he feared the side effects. A dark thought crossed Tae-shik's mind. Perhaps he should just kill him right there. Tae-shik remembered Dong-suk's younger brother words. He stated that he didn't care about challenging the Hunters Association. The riot was merely an excuse to let the inmates cause a ruckus. He laid out the terms. Tae-shik's commission would end only when he brought his older brother out of the chaos to him. His eyes burning with magical energy. He asked menacingly if Tae-shik was aware of the consequences should he fail. The threat hung heavy in the air. Dong-suk pressed him, his face twisted in a scowl, demanding an answer. However, Kong Tae-shik calmly pushes his hand away. He decides it's not worth the trouble, expression unreadable. He conceded, admitting that he couldn't afford to have an S rank as an enemy. As a helicopter approached the rooftop, creating a windstorm around them, Tae-shik agreed to guide Dong-suk as he wished. The helicopter touched down on the helipad, the rotors slicing through the smoke-filled air above the city, preparing to extract the villains. Elsewhere, heavy armored boots stepped onto the scene. Two hunters stood amidst the debris. Choi Jong-in, looking at Jinchul, remarked that this was his first time being dispatched to a battle with him since the cataclysm. Jinchul stated firmly that he couldn't just stand by and watch civilians come to any more harm. Jinchul noted that the restraints the inmates were wearing had been broken. He observed that someone had destroyed the prison's administration center and that association hunters nearby had been assaulted, some left in near-death conditions. Choi Jong-in adjusted his glasses, analyzing the situation. He found it alarming that an administration center assigned with A ranks had been destroyed. Considering the villains were using star fragments, he deduced that someone powerful must be intervening. As the helicopter landed behind them, Taejae confirmed his suspicions, stating that there was indeed a ringleader behind the incident. Jinchul turned to greet the arrival. Lim Taeju, the master of the Reaper Guild, stepped forward. Jinchul thanked the hunters for his cooperation. The conversation turned grave. Taejae reported that Sung Suho had declined the association summon. The news came as a shock. Lim Taejae's expression hardened. He was told that Suho had left, claiming he was going to Jisan prison. Taejae pieced it together. A man suspected of distributing star powder was heading to a place filled with villains using star fragments. To him, no further explanation was needed. He surmised that Suho must have intended to kill Lee Min-sung when he first appeared with that mask, all to cover up his own crimes regarding the distribution of the star powder. He concluded that Suho was a false ranker who had hidden his true skills. Lim Taejae drew his weapon, his eyes glowing with blue energy. He declared Suho a villain of a severe threat level. He announced that he would deem him as such and participate in this villain extermination. Jinchul tried to reason with him, arguing that there was no way to know if Sung Suho went to aid Ji-san. Jong-in pointed out the inconsistency. Why would Suho reappear after going missing, decline the summons, and then go to assist the prison? And why Suho had hidden his awakening rank the entire time? Jong-in remained resolute. He stated that since they couldn't fathom Suho's actions, it would be best to act while considering him a villain. Meanwhile, the apostle stood in the shadows, his eyes glowing gold. He acknowledged internally that it was currently impossible for him to face those S ranks. He wondered if Suho had failed to predict that this would happen. He thought it would be difficult for the fragment to spread after the association made the powder illegal. However, he realized the villains were seeking the fragments themselves, despite the side effects. This, he noted, allowed him to observe the situation from afar. With a newfound strategy, the apostle decides his best move is not to intervene directly. Instead, he will bide his time and wait for Sung Suho to arrive on the scene. Suho sprinted through the forest with supernatural speed, a streak of light tearing through the trees. He realized he could get there immediately if he used beast possession. He called out to his companion, Gray, telling the wolf to hold on a bit longer. Suho launched himself into the air, soaring high above the city blocks. Below him, the streets were a grid of chaos and blue flames. He landed with a heavy impact, shockwaves radiating from his feet. He looked around, his eyes scanning the area, confirming that this was the place. The air is filled with the desperate screams of civilians caught in the riot. Cries for help and pleas of "I'll do anything" echo through the streets as the escaped convicts run rampant, their reign of terror in full swing. Suho gritted his teeth, his face twisted in anguish. He questioned if these were the cries of people dying. He realized his bond skill was heightening his senses, allowing him to hear every horrific detail. He told himself that the damage would only get worse as time passed, and that he couldn't hesitate. With a burst of speed, Suho and Gray leaped from the side of the building. Gray barked as they descended toward the carnage below. Sweat drips from his brow, but his face is a mask of cold fury. The sounds of the chaos around him only fuel his determination. He landed in a corridor where prisoners were in the middle of slaughtering civilians. The floor was slick with blood. Suho stood amidst the bodies, looking at the violence surrounding him. The prisoners paused, confused by the sudden intrusion. One of them, holding a bloody knife, asked incredulously if a dog and a guy had just fallen from the sky. Suho stood up, steam rising from his body. He praised Gray for the work. The wolf panted beside him. Suho declared that he would take care of things from here on out. The prisoners laughed. One of them asked if he was a hunter. He mocked Suho, pointing out his exhaustion and asking what he could possibly do when he looked like he was about to pass out. Before the prisoner could finish his sentence, Suho vanished. A blur of purple energy whipped past the man's face, the sound of the movement cracking like a whip. The prisoner's eyes went wide with shock as he realized Suho was already past him. Behind him, another prisoner was already sent flying into the wall with a sickening crunch. The inmates panicked, unable to track his movements. Anger in his eyes, Suho demanded to know why. If they had broken out of prison, they didn't just keep running. He screamed at them, asking why the hell they were causing harm to people. He slammed the prisoner into the ground with crushing force. Suho stated coldly that he didn't have much time, so he would only say this once. He told them they had two options. Purple mana crackled around Suho as he stood ready for battle, his eyes glowing with terrifying power. He gave them their choice: quietly get themselves knocked out or resist and die. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of trees, casting dappled shadows over a serene riverbank. A young Suho sat quietly on a wooden dock, watching the rippling water. Nearby, an older man stood knee-deep in the river, his back turned as he tended a fishing net. Breaking the silence, Suho called softly to his grandfather. His eyes were wide, filled with curiosity and a trace of worry as he watched the old man's weathered back. Suho asked why his grandfather's body was covered in so many scars. The man turned with a gentle smile, lifting a net heavy with flapping fish. He gestured to the marks on his skin, acknowledging the boy's question with a quiet, casual air. The grandfather explained that they weren't just injuries, they were badges of honor. Sunlight glinted off the water as he pointed to a long scar on his arm, saying he earned it while saving a 7-year-old child from a burning building. Tracing another, he told Suho it came from stopping a drunkard from causing harm. Still confused by his grandfather's calm acceptance of pain, Suho asked why he would risk injury just to save others. The grandfather rested his large hand on Suho's damp hair. He explained that it wasn't about being unafraid of pain. Framed by the blinding sun, his silhouette seemed larger than life. He said that in those moments, his body simply moved on its own, an instinct to protect that had become part of who he was. The memory faded, replaced by the grim reality of a blood-spattered corridor. Suho stood engulfed in a dark, purple aura, towering over the escaped convicts. He offered them a cold ultimatum. They had two options. Suho's voice cut through the tension as he elaborated on their choices. They could either quietly let themselves be knocked out, or they could resist and die. His foot crushed the face of a fallen inmate. The remaining prisoners looked on in disbelief. One inmate, sweat dripping down his face, stammered to his companion, asking if he had seen the kick Suho just delivered. He wondered aloud if this unknown assailant was a high-ranking hunter. Another prisoner, holding a glowing shard, scoffed at the fear. He reminded his accomplice that there was nothing to worry about because they possessed the star fragments. A manic grin stretched across the prisoner's face as the power of the fragment surged through him. He prepared to attack, confident in his enhanced abilities. Golden energy erupted from the prisoners as they activated the fragments, surrounding Suho in a circle of hostility. They rushed him simultaneously, believing their numbers and new power would overwhelm him. One prisoner roared with laughter, his eyes glowing yellow. He shouted that he was overflowing with power, another declaring that in this moment he felt strong enough to take on an A rank, or perhaps even an S rank hunter. Suho watched them with dead, glowing purple eyes. He noted dryly that their aggression meant they had chosen not to be quietly knocked out. A ghostly figure, a manifest mocking him for even asking such a question. Behind Suho, the hallway was already littered with the bodies of those who had tried him. Suho's eye widened in shock. The apparition continues its psychological assault. Since they had consumed the star fragments, they were committed to resisting. He questioned Suho with cold fury, asking if he was seriously hesitating, while at that very moment, innocent people were dying at the hands of the escapees. The apparition mocking Suho as a dull-ass character and claiming he shouldn't have expected a brat like him to kill anyone. He taunted Suho about his class change, sneering that he was still just a child on the inside. "Here, go try it out," the apparition yells, urging Suho to put a hole through their guts just like how Suho killed him. "Hurry, show it to me," the apparition screams with a deranged expression, while Suho's eyes narrow, his resolve hardening against the internal mockery. Suho's foot smashed through the escapee's skull. The corridor shook with the force of the impact. Suho stood victorious over the broken body of the prisoner, the surrounding inmates looking on in sheer terror. The confidence of the remaining prisoners evaporated instantly. Their eyes bulged in shock as they processed the instant defeat of their ally. Panic turned to desperation. One prisoner cursed Suho and lunged with a knife, while others followed suit, trying to overwhelm him with a chaotic frenzy of blades. Suho weaved through the attacks with supernatural grace. He parried a knife hand with his forearm and delivered a devastating punch to a prisoner's arm. He moved like a phantom, his fists striking with the weight of a sledgehammer. Prisoners were sent flying, their bodies contorting from the force of the blows as Suho decimated their ranks without breaking a sweat. Bodies rained down from the air, slamming into the concrete floor. Suho landed softly, looking down at the pile of defeated enemies. Some prisoner, still conscious, looked up in a daze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. A prisoner stared at the scene, trembling. His eyes glowed with the yellow light of the star fragment, yet he was bewildered. He stammered, asking why he couldn't track Suho's movements despite having consumed the fragment that should have enhanced his senses. Before he could finish his thought, Suho's fist slammed into his face. The impact was so severe it distorted his features, sending teeth and blood flying as his vision went dark. Suho followed through with the strike, sending the prisoner crashing into the wall with enough force to crater the concrete as he stood amidst the destruction. The battle raged on, but it was one-sided. Suho stood in the center of the melee, his eye glowing with a terrifying purple aura. Prisoners attacked from above and all sides, but Suho looked bored, his dominance absolute. In an instant, sharp, deadly spikes of shadow erupt from the ground, impaling the remaining inmates and ending the battle with ruthless efficiency, dismantling the group with precision strikes. Blood splatters high into the air against the city's skyscrapers, a grim testament of the heir to the Shadow Monarch. As the dust settled, the ghostly apparition emerged, noting with delight that Suho had changed so much in such a short period, calling it amazing. Pointing to the bloodied hand of a fallen inmate, the apparition pointed out that Suho could have just subdued them, asking if it was really fine to kill them all like this. He questioned how Suho could call himself a hunter when he couldn't discern between magic beasts and humans. "Looks like you've become a monster too," the apparition sneers, trying to sow doubt and guilt in Suho's mind. The taunting figure vanishes. Suho calls out to his loyal shadow, Beru, who immediately appears, responding, "Yes, young monarch." Suho commanded Beru to eat the villains and read their memories. He explained that he needed to know who the ringleader was and, more importantly, why the inmates were attacking civilians instead of using the opportunity to flee. Beru paused, looking concerned for his master. He asked if everything was fine. Suho, his back turned, replied shortly that it was all good. Beru floated closer, expressing that he understood Suho's desire to save people. However, he questioned whether it was wise for Suho to continue operating without hiding his identity any longer. Suho looked down at the body of a dead hunter, reaching out to close the man's eyes. He confessed that while he did come there to save people, once he started thinking about the situation, he became irritated. He kneeled down next to the dead hunter. He reasoned that with everyone supposed to be preparing to fight against the apostle of the Itarim, rising problems between awakeners would be too overwhelming. He realized that in this fractured state, they would only end up being a drag on his father. Suho wiped the tears of the dead hunter and closed his eyes, his expression hardening with resolve. He declared that he would no longer hide. He decided he would step up to unite everyone himself. A montage of the forces Suho intended to gather. He listed the descendants of the remaining monarchs, sipping drinks in a high-class bar, and the hunters sitting solemnly in transport carriers. He even considers the villains, recognizing that all sources of power must be accounted for. Suho stands tall. He declares that he will gather items and even magic beasts in his plan. He vowed to gather all the power in the world that could stand against the Itarim, using his own strength to do it. No matter what, he concludes, his eyes blazing, fully embracing his role as the Shadow Monarch. Beru, blushing with admiration and excitement, asked if Suho meant he would make everything in the world submit to him. Suho corrected him gently, stating that he was talking about making them comrades. Suho looked out over the pile of corpses he had just created. He stated that for his plan to happen, he first had to clean up the villains here. He acknowledged that to confront the countless villains hiding in the city, he would need to face them with numbers as well. Suho reached his hand out, palm open, glowing with the signature purple aura of his lineage. He declared he wouldn't hesitate anymore. With a command that echoed his father's legacy, he spoke the word, "Arise." The sky above the city turned a murky, ominous color. High above the streets, on the edge of a building, a silhouette looked down at the chaos below. Elsewhere in the chaotic city, a car speeds down an empty street. Suddenly, a massive fireball hurtles through the air, crashing directly into the speeding vehicle. The vehicle was engulfed in a raging inferno, the metal groaning under the heat. It seemed impossible for anyone to survive such a crash. From a nearby rooftop, two figures stood calmly above the burning wreckage. One of them, a man with spiky black hair, lit a cigarette, staring at the destruction. He commented on the unfortunate bastards causing trouble. The man took a drag from his cigarette, looking detached. He mused aloud that it was foolish to be driving through the city now, of all times. He guessed they hadn't heard about the city's current situation. From within the inferno, a man's voice asks, "Miho, are you okay?" Miho's calm voice replies, "This much is nothing." A hand reached out from the flames. The man sighed, supposing they couldn't demand reimbursement for their car losses against these mongrels. With a violent heave, the figure lifted the burning wreckage of the car and tossed it aside as if it were a toy. The projectile, a car door, flies past the thugs' heads, barely missing them as they duck out of the way just in time. A prisoner, sweating profusely, stared at the object that had just flew by. He stammered in confusion, realizing it was a car door. Two figures emerge unscathed from the flames. "What a mess in the middle of our family trip," the man with spiky, light-colored hair says with annoyance. The woman, Miho, the vice guild master of the White Tiger Guild, looked intense. She remarked that it was actually a relief this happened while they were around to handle it. The man adjusted his collar, a smirk playing on his lips. He noted that if they were late, Miho's mother would give him an earful. Jinwoo, the guild master of the White Tiger Guild and an S-rank awakener, transformed his arm into a monstrous, white-clawed gauntlet. With a feral grin and glowing yellow eyes, he suggested they get this over with quickly. Amidst the smoldering ruins and the bodies of the defeated inmates, Jinwoo looked down at the carnage with a stoic expression. He asked his daughter how many inmates were reported to have escaped, the weight of the destruction evident in his voice. Miho, standing amidst the fallen inmates, checked her device and replied that she believed it was approximately 500. Jinwoo sighed, remarking that they might get scolded by her mother for being late to the family event. Miho added that the Hunters Association chairman himself was coming in for support, accompanied by 3 S-rank hunters. She noted that their ETA was about 10 minutes, indicating the severity of the situation. Miho's expression hardened as she recalled a specific report. She mentioned that Suho, who was wanted for suspicions of star powder distribution, might be here. The name sparked a memory in Jinwoo's mind. He felt like he had heard that name somewhere before. Putting the mystery aside, Jinwoo declared that the safety of the people came first. His hair bristling with mana and his eyes glowing yellow. He told Miho to begin the rescue, commenting that this situation reminded him of when she used to be a firefighter. Suddenly, Jinwoo paused, his beast-like senses flaring. He asked Miho if there had been any news of a dungeon break nearby, his gaze lifting toward the skyline. Miho, confused, replied that she didn't think there was anything like that reported. Jinwoo pointed toward a building in the distance, his voice grave. He asked if there wasn't a break, then what exactly was that inhuman creature radiating dark energy over there? A silhouette wreathed in purple shadow loomed ominously against the setting sun. Elsewhere in the city, the chaos had narrowed down to a terrifying confrontation in a quiet alleyway. A young woman trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face as she looked up at the violence unfolding before her. A heavily armored hunter, battered and bleeding, stood between her and the inmates. Gasping for breath and outmatched, he urged her to hurry and run. His warning is directed at Mina, but it's too late. 2 inmates in orange jumpsuits close in on him. The hunter lies dead on the ground in a pool of his own blood. The inmates stand over him, callously mocking his efforts. Holding out this long just to protect one girl, one sneers. The escaped inmates laughed cruelly at the display. One, wielding a sword, mocked the dead man, asking if the 2 were dating. He sneered that it must be nice to get to date someone in your own party. Mina takes a hesitant step towards Younghyun's fallen body, her hope extinguished. The inmate lunged at her sword in hand. He told the girl to quit sniveling, raising his weapon with a sadistic grin. He promised her that she would be meeting him soon anyway. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed through the air. "Arise." Dark, purple energy erupted from the ground, swirling around the fallen hunter. To the inmate's shock, the dead man began to reform, his armor knitting together with shadow as he rose as a soldier of the dead. The blade is stopped just inches from Mina's face. She stares in disbelief, save at the last possible moment. Mina looks up at her resurrected protector, who now grins with a malevolent, shadowy glee. Confused and frightened, she whispers, "Young Hyun, Appa." The inmate recoiled, shouting in confusion. He couldn't comprehend how the dead guy just popped back up to fight. Suho stepped into the fray, surrounded by his own dark energy. Seeing how the soldier responded to the summon, Suho deduced that the man's lingering will was so strong because he wanted to protect the woman as well. Suho extended his hand, channeling more mana into the new soldier. He told the spirit that he would give him the power, commanding him to protect what was dear to him in his final moments. A notification appeared, indicating the soldier was equipped with a Naga warrior belt, granting increased defense and agility. Further notifications flashed as Suho bestowed more gear, Naga warrior shoulder guards, and the Naga warrior sword. The shadow soldier roared, his form growing larger and more imposing as the armor materialized on his spectral body. With a single, devastating swing, the shadow soldier cleaved through the air. The inmate who had mocked him screamed as the massive purple blade descended. The force of the attack was overwhelming. Blood sprayed across the alleyway as the inmate was decimated instantly. The other inmates froze, blood splattering onto their faces. They looked on in sheer terror, unable to process the brutal efficiency of the counterattack. Suho didn't stop there. He walked among the fallen bodies of the other inmates, commanding them to arise. Shadows twisted and contorted, birthing new soldiers from the corpses of his enemies. Suho issued a cold order to his growing army. They were to search for other villains from here on out. The soldiers, eyes glowing with loyalty, prepared to hunt. Beru observed the scene with satisfaction, noting that just as Suho had planned, the shadow soldiers were starting to increase in numbers. Suho commented that at this rate, they would soon be able to sweep up all the villains in the city. Beru flitted excitedly around Suho, proclaiming the greatness of the authority of shadow that his liege possessed. Suho agreed, admitting that while he thought it was useless before, it was actually pretty amazing. Beru was moved to tears that the young monarch was finally acknowledging it. Suho smiled, his eyes glowing with the thrill of battle. He admitted it was an incredible power. In a quiet moment amidst the carnage, the shadow soldier knelt before the girl he had saved. She reached out to touch his spectral face. Beru asked Suho if he was going to leave that shadow behind. Suho replied yes, explaining that since the soldier was going to disappear anyway, he wanted to let them have a proper farewell. As Suho walked away, Beru floated beside him, remarking that Suho seemed like a completely different person compared to when he was facing the villains. Suho asked if he really was that different. The moment of softness vanished instantly. Suho's expression darkened, his eyes wide with a terrifying intensity. He senses a disturbance in his newly formed armies. He noted that a large number of shadow soldiers had been defeated just now. Looking toward the horizon, he muttered that he hoped he would find the ringleader this time. At another location, Suho's shadow soldiers are clashing with a formidable opponent with spiky purple hair. The purple-haired man, Kong Taeshik, glares with red, crackling eyes as he effortlessly dissipates one of the shadow soldiers. Hwang Dong-suk stared at the approaching army, confused. He asked what was with all these black magic beasts, admitting he had never heard of monsters like these before. Panic setting in, Dong-suk shouted at Kong Taeshik, calling him problem solver and demanding that he get going and clear them up already. Shadow soldiers surrounded them on all sides. Kong Taeshik, looking annoyed, muttered that this wouldn't have happened if they had left quickly. Dong-suk yelled at him to quit fussing, boasting that after consuming a star fragment, he was stronger than an A rank and wouldn't lose to mere D and C rank magic beasts. Kong Taeshik pauses, a look of irritation on his face as he senses an approaching presence. To his surprise, the shadow soldiers surrounding him suddenly stop their attack and kneel. They're suddenly starting to kneel? He wonders aloud. Beru announced to Suho that it seemed he had hit the jackpot. Suho walked calmly through the path created by his kneeling soldiers, approaching the enemy leaders. Hwang Dong-suk looks on with a grim expression. Suho stared ahead with a cold, piercing gaze. He deduced that the man shouting must be the head of the escaped inmates. Ignoring Kang Tae-shik, Suho addresses the man beside him by name, Hwang Dong-suk. Hwang Dong-suk glared at Suho, offended by the young man's attitude. He asked what a brat like him was being all disrespectful for. Suho ignored the insult. He identified Dong-suk as the one who summoned all these things, and stated he had a question for him. He asked if Dong-suk knew about the apostle of the Itarim, like Lee Min-sung did. Dong-suk held up a hand, telling Suho to calm down. He smirked, warning Suho to keep his distance if he wanted to talk, but confirmed that if he was asking about the apostle, he knew them well. Kang Tae-shik watched Suho closely, analyzing Dong-suk's hand signal. Dong-suk noted that summoner-type hunters typically had low body grades and were defenseless when separated from their summons. A wicked grin spreads across Hwang Dong-suk's face as he feigns casual conversation, asking if the apostles are like a cult. It's a deliberate distraction, meant to create an opening for his partner to strike. Taking the cue, the problem solver Kang Tae-shik explodes into motion. Underestimating Suho as a vulnerable summoner, he lunges forward in a blur, aiming to decapitate Suho, but Suho was faster. But to Tae-shik's shock, Suho dodged the strike with terrifying speed, his body moving faster than the assassin anticipated. Suho looked at Dong-suk, realizing the man was completely unrelated to the Itarim. He asked coldly how Dong-suk obtained the star fragments then. Suho's aura flared, casting a purple glow over his face. He demanded to know why Dong-suk attacked the city. Dong-suk, sweating profusely now, realized that this kid was not an ordinary summoner type. Dong-suk stammered a threat, warning that if Suho laid a finger on him, his younger brother wouldn't let him get away with it. Suho's hand glowed with power as he reached out. Suho cuts the threat short. With a massive crash, Suho slammed Hwang Dong-suk into the pavement, creating a crater. He held the villain down effortlessly. Suho shouted that he didn't care whether Dong-suk's brother was an S rank or not. He demanded an answer to his question. Terrified, Dong-suk confessed that his brother got the fragments for him and that he didn't know anything else. Dong-suk yelled that he had no particular reason to attack the city. He just found it entertaining to see those guys follow his commands. Suho's eyes burned with fury as he asked if Dong-suk killed all those people just for that. Watching Dong-suk's swift defeat, Kang Tae-shik panics. While Hwang Dong-suk futilely bargains for his life, Kang Tae-shik decides to cut his losses. He's dangerous. I have to run away, even if that means abandoning Hwang Dong-suk. As Tae-shik tried to flee, giant, glowing eyes appeared in the darkness behind Tae-shik as he drew his weapons. The voice told Tae-shik that leaving would be difficult. Kang Tae-shik stops dead in his tracks. Confused, he stared up, sweat running down his scarred face, realizing he was trapped. The apostle tells Tae-shik that before the S-ranks arrived, he wanted to observe Sung Suho's skills. He told Tae-shik to be faithful to his impulses. Tae-shik's eye glowed with a yellow crescent symbol. He activated his skill, creating a blinding flash of light as he prepared to engage. Tae-shik whispered the name of his skill, camouflage. His body began to vanish into the light. Tae-shik launched a flurry of invisible attacks. Suho parried and dodged, sparks flying the attack land on Dong-suk. In an instant, blood sprayed from Dong-suk. He looked up, stunned. Tae-shik, manipulated by the apostle, lunged again and again to kill Suho, but his body moved too fast to control, blurring wildly across the battlefield, overshooting every strike as his own speed betrayed him. Beru alerted the young monarch, stating he just felt the energy of the apostle of the Itarim. He explained that they were controlling the body of someone who took a star fragment again. Suho eyes, glowing with purple mana, wiping blood from his cheek. He said, "Fine," staring up coldly, noting that he had something to say to the apostle anyway. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting the city in a burning amber glow. Amidst the quiet aftermath of the battle, Suho stood over the broken body of his opponent, while behind him, his shadow soldiers subdued the remaining threats. Kang Tae-shik, let out a manic, blood-choked laugh. His eyes shone with a dangerous, unstable blue light as he gripped his dagger. A foot silently steps onto the grass. The hunt has begun. Taeshik launched himself forward with a burst of speed. A flurry of golden streaks rains down, striking one of Suho's shadow soldiers with immense force. He moved like a phantom, leaving trails of afterimages as he slashed through Suho's shadow soldiers, dismantling them in an instant to reach his true target. Suho stood motionless, bathed in a brilliant golden light. He watched Taeshik's frantic approach with an eerie calmness, the chaotic energy swirling around him. A sharp hiss cut the air. Blood trickles from Suho's cheeks. His eyes, glowing with purple mana, tracked the invisible threat as he recognized the technique, the camouflage skill of an assassin-type hunter. Suho realized the danger. Even with his heightened sense stat, he could only faintly hear Taeshik's footsteps. The assassin was moving too fast to counterattack. All Suho could do was dodge and weave through the invisible onslaught. High above the city in a transport carrier, the apostle sat in contemplation. He analyzed the situation below, noting that Kong Taeshik was currently operating at the higher levels of an A rank. He concluded that, logically, Sung Suho had reached a point where he could not possibly defeat an opponent of that caliber. Back on the ground, Suho ignored the physical threat and spoke to the presence hiding within the assassin. He called out to the apostle of the Itarim, asking if they were listening, stating he had wanted to talk when the opportunity arose. Suho dodged another strike, his voice steady. He explained that until now, he had moved without revealing his true existence for one specific reason. He had believed that the Itarim learning about him would be a huge risk. However, Suho continued. A realization had struck him. He questioned why the so-called invader from outer space hadn't revealed themselves, choosing instead to use star powder to control proxies. He deduced that this meant the apostle of the Itarim revealing themselves posed a significant risk to them as well. Suho pointed out that the entity had begun to show itself after the incident with Lee Min-sung. Dark. Suho connected the dots. For someone in hiding to slowly reveal themselves, it meant they were preparing for something. With his eyes burning with intensity, Suho asked the entity directly if they were a being that grows just like him. The question struck a nerve. The glowing yellow eye of the apostle widened in shock, betraying the entity's surprise. Suho's aura flared, purple mana dancing around his fingertips. He declared that he would no longer hide himself. With a powerful command, Suho shattered the stealth around him, demanding that the entity come out, challenging the apostle to face him directly. Taeshik lunged out of the shadows with blinding speed, his dagger aimed at Suho's. The apostle is visibly shocked by Suho's sudden display of power and resolve. Suho meets the assassin's charge head-on, creating a weapon made of shadow, their blades clashing. With superior strength, Suho's attack tears through Kong Taeshik's defense. Suho followed up with a devastating slam, driving Taeshik into the ground. The assassin coughed up blood, his form broken. Standing over the defeated enemy, Suho summoned his spear, ending the battle with a final, decisive strike that pierced through Kong Taeshik. A notification window popped up. Level up. Suho, bathed in the light of his victory, looked up at the sky with a challenging smirk. He taunted the apostle of the Itarim to come at him. Elsewhere, the apostle receives the challenge. His expression hardens, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes as he processes the alarming speed of Suho's growth. Drop of blood rolled down his face. The hunter beside him, Lim Taijayu, asked if something was wrong. The apostle dismissed it as nothing, but he was clearly rattled. The apostle covered his face with his hand, a sharp glint in his eye. He whispered the name, Sung Suho, realizing he had vastly underestimated the young man. Aerial view of the plaza, now silent after the battle. Suho stood over the corpses of Kong Taeshik and Hwang Dong-suk. He uttered the command, "Arise." Dark shadows began to swirl around the bodies. Suho addressed the rising spirits coldly. He reminded them that they were the ringleaders behind this mess, and asked if they knew how many people had died because of them. He declared that they would take their punishments. Extending his hand, he activated shadow creation, ordering them to fight for him from now on. The shadows screamed as they were twisted and pulled from the bodies, the process violent and agonizing as they were reshaped by Suho's will. Suho frowned, noticing something unusual. Instead of soldiers forming, the shadows were drawing out orb-like items from the corpses. He wondered what was happening. Suho watched in confusion as the shadows coalesced into solid objects rather than humanoid forms. From Huang Dongsuk's shadow, a piece of armor materialized. A system window identified it as Swindler's Armor, a rare-grade cuirass providing defense and health. From Kong Taeshik's shadow, a ring appeared. The system identified it as the Killer's Ring, a heroic-grade accessory that boosted agility and contained the camouflage skill. Suho noted it was his first time obtaining a heroic-grade item. A series of notices appeared. Suho had unlocked the heroic creation grade for shadow items and gained the ability to imbue names into items to make them special. The system asked if he would like to name the ring. Suho recalled his class-exclusive skill, Shadow Item Contract. It allowed him to give a unique name to a heroic-grade shadow item, turning it into a leveling item that shared its stats with the wearer. Suho made his decision. Surrounded by a surge of mana, he commanded the system to create the name Kira. The item was now bound to him, would level up, and share its experience and stats. The Kira ring now displayed massive stat boosts to strength, agility, intelligence, and sense, along with the camouflage skill. Suho looked at the ring on his finger, impressed. He realized that a level had appeared on the item, and that its stats as a shadow soldier were being shared with him. He deduced that if he could get items higher than heroic grade, he could get stronger much faster. Sweat beaded on his brow as the magnitude of this ability sank in. Suho clenched his fist, looking toward the sun. He thought of his father, realizing that with this ability, he would be able to reach him a bit sooner. Suddenly, a massive, beastly claw slammed into the ground, interrupting his thoughts. Before Suho can react, one of his newly created shadow soldiers is instantly obliterated by an unseen force. The rest of his shadow army is wiped out in a chaotic blast of power, unable to withstand the newcomer's might. Beru's voice rang out, asking the young monarch what was wrong. Suho's eye twitched as he sensed the overwhelming pressure. Suho stood before a building, looking up at the sky. He told Beru that something was defeating all the shadow soldiers nearby and was approaching him. He braces himself, his face hardening as he feels the overwhelming pressure zeroing in on his location. His eyes lock onto the source as he mutters, "It's coming." In that same instant, the side of the skyscraper erupts in a massive explosion, showering the plaza below with glass and steel as the powerful new enemy makes their thunderous entrance. Suho leaped back, dodging the falling rocks as Beru was blown backward by the force. The ground shatters under the immense weight of Jinwoo, the master of the White Tiger Guild, who is fully transformed into his beast form. Jinwoo growled, steam hissing from his jaws. He stated that he ran all the way there after seeing a black pillar of energy. Suho looked at the creature, perplexed. He wondered what a talking magic beast was doing here and confused him for a monster. The beast began to shrink, transforming into a human form. The man, Jinwoo, corrected Suho, stating he must be mistaken. He introduced himself as the guild master of the White Tiger Guild. Suho realized this was the S-rank hunter with the rare transformation ability he had heard about. Jinwoo, half transformed with fangs still visible, glared at Suho. He remarked that he smelled the thick stench of blood on him and demanded to know what he was. Suho stood his ground, the massive shadow of the beast looming over him. He introduced himself as Sung Suho, a hunter there to save people. He admitted he knew the association was after him, but insisted he was innocent. Jinwoo threw his head back and laughed loudly. He exclaimed that Suho was indeed him, calling him bold for openly admitting he was the wanted man. Jinwoo stepped forward, his hands still clawed. He mentioned the suspicions of distributing star powder and noted that a member of his own guild had incurred damages because of it. Jinwoo, snarling at Suho. Jinwoo challenged him, asking that if he really was innocent, how he planned to prove it. Suho calmly grabbed Jinwoo's claw. He asked if they could save the interrogation for later. He admitted he was a bit short-handed and said it was a relief that an S-rank hunter had arrived. Suho urged Jinwoo to hurry up and go save the people. Jinwoo looked down at him, dumbfounded by the audacity, asking if Suho was even aware of his position as a suspect. Suho's gaze remained unwavering. He stated firmly that, regardless of his status, a hunter should save people first. Jinwoo stared into Suho's eyes, seeing the conviction there. Suho continued, saying that if they hesitated for even a second, people who could have survived might lose their lives. The words triggered a memory for Jinwoo. He recalled a lesson from his past, so instead of contemplating what choices we'll make the necessary choice first, then contemplate how to make it the correct choice. Heist mentor's Captain Sung Il-won. Isn't that our job as the rescue squad? He asked with a confident smile. Suddenly, Jinwoo paused. The name Sung Suho echoed in his mind. He realized why he had heard that name before. Jinwoo looked at Suho with wide eyes, realizing this was the grandson that the captain always used to brag about. Jinwoo grabbed Suho's shoulder with excitement, his face lighting up. He shouted, "You're Captain Sung Il-won's grandson." The sun began to set over the city, casting a blood-red hue across the Han River Bridge. The stillness of the water contrasted sharply with the tension radiating from the urban jungle, where smoke rose into the darkening sky. On the bridge, a military cordon stood watch. A soldier, gripping his rifle, asked his squad leader if they could handle the rampaging awakeners alone, noting the rumor that bullets were ineffective against these superpower threats. The squad leader said they had no choice but to follow orders, though he admitted the city's atmosphere had felt ominous for some time. The soldier could only agree with a grim nod. As they spoke, a deafening boom echoed from the city's center, shaking the ground beneath them. The soldier remarked on the chaotic energy permeating the air as plumes of dust and debris rose above the skyline. In the heart of the chaos, a massive figure plummeted from the sky. Jinwoo, partially transformed with glowing yellow eyes and beastly strength, slammed into the fray, his claws ready to tear through the opposition. Jinwoo moved like a hurricane, his claws shredding through the villains with brutal efficiency. He was a blur of white hair and raw power, overwhelmed only by his own ferocity as he cleared a path through the enemy ranks. Fighting alongside the guildmaster was Sung Suho. Wreathed in dark energy, Suho matched the S-rank hunter's intensity, his fists striking the escaped convicts with bone-crushing force. The two moved in sync, a deadly combination of beastly instinct and shadow power. They stood back-to-back, surrounded by the unconscious bodies of their enemies. Jinwoo, fully transformed, and Suho, engulfed in purple mana, paused for a brief moment of respite amidst the burning wreckage. Jinwoo glanced at the young man, impressed. He remarked on Suho's incredible physical power, noting that it was exceptional for someone who supposedly possessed a summon-type skill. He grinned, declaring Suho to be truly worthy of being Captain Sung Il-won's pride. Suho smiled and wiped the sweat from his brow, recalling that the White Tiger Guild master had once been his grandfather's junior during their firefighting days. He praised Jinwoo's strength, admitting that S-rank hunters truly stood in a class of their own. Jinwoo laughed and told Suho to just call him uncle. Surveying the destruction, Suho reports that he's been ransacking the area as ordered, but questions the strategy, wondering if the villains will simply hide. Jinwoo teasingly calls him a newbie. Jinwoo grinned at the jab, but Suho's expression turned internal and pensive. He thought to himself that, unlike Jinwoo, he wasn't part of any rescue squad. His methods were different. Jinwoo's expression turned serious, his eyes glowing intensely. He tells Suho their job isn't to get the villains, but to save the people. To prove his point, Jinwoo unleashed a massive, deafening roar. The shock wave blasted outward, knocking the villains off their feet and shattering the windows of nearby buildings. Jinwoo explained that by acting aggressively and making their presence known, they limited the villains' freedom to move and protected civilians more effectively. Suho agreed, realizing he had been too focused on eliminating the threats rather than on suppression and rescue. With a feral grin, Jinwoo asked if they should finish the hunt, reminding Suho that his job as a guild master was to oversee an entire guild, implying he knew exactly how to handle large-scale operations. Out of nowhere, Jinwoo asked if Suho had a girlfriend. When Suho replied he didn't, Jinwoo brightened and mentioned his daughter was single too, joking that it'd be great if they became in-laws with Captain Sung Il-won. Suho could only stare in disbelief at the sudden matchmaking. The sound of chopping rotor blades cut through their conversation as a helicopter approached the scene, hovering above the burning city. Inside the aircraft, Woo Jinchul, the guildmaster of the Hunters Guild, was on a call. He addressed Hunter Beck Miho, his expression serious. On the ground, a red-haired female hunter speaks into her phone, confirming that the evacuation of other hunters and civilians is complete. Jinchul praised her for her excellent work in evacuating both the dispatched hunters and the ordinary citizens. Miho remained humble, stating she had only done her duty as a hunter. However, Miho's gaze shifted to the streets below. She reported seeing black figures moving between the villains, asking if they were magic beasts. Miho, looking at Suho's shadow soldiers standing guard, hesitated, admitting it was hard for him to discern what they were at the moment. From the helicopter, Hunter Lim Taijeu, seeing the shadow soldiers, makes a swift and dangerous decision. He declares that it should be fine to eliminate them along with the villains, shocking the Jinchul beside him. Lim Taiju, the guildmaster of the Reaper Guild, stood at the open door of the helicopter, his bow in hand. Silhouette against the sun, he declared coldly that he would wipe them out along with the villains. Ignoring a shout to wait, Taiju dove from the helicopter, plummeting toward the city with his weapon ready. Inside the helicopter, the other hunters watched in shock, unable to stop him. Taiju fell through the air, the wind rushing past him as he drew his bow, preparing a devastating attack. His eyes glowed with lethal precision. From his perspective, red targeting reticles locked onto every shadow soldier on the ground below. Hanging upside down in midair, Taiju unleashed a volley of energy, his aim true and his intent deadly. The arrow split into multiple streaks of light, raining down on the battlefield with explosive force. A shower of mana rains down upon the entire city, striking all the marked targets simultaneously. The shadow soldiers were obliterated instantly, their forms dissipating into wisps of black smoke under the bombardment of mana. On the ground, Suho watched his soldiers vanish. He looked up confused. Jinwoo, recognizing the attacker, assured Suho not to worry, identifying the newcomer as an ally on their side. Jinwoo realized the S-rank hunters from the association had arrived as reinforcements, thinking this was a great development. Jinwoo thought optimistically that with this much firepower, the villains would no longer have the freedom to act within the city. High above, Lim Taijiu's magical eye zoomed in. He wasn't looking at the villains. He focused solely on Suho. "Found you," he whispered, Sung Suho. A memory flashed through Taijiu's mind. The funeral portrait of Lee Min-sung. Grief and rage consumed him as he blamed Suho for the distribution of the star powder that led to the tragedy. Without hesitation, Taijiu fired a massive, concentrated shot directly at Suho. The blue streak of mana tore through the air, aiming to kill. Suho sensed the killing intent at the last second, his eyes widening in shock as the attack closed in. Just before the blast could make contact, Baek Jinwoo stepped in. With a roar, he swatted the energy arrow away with his bare, transformed hand. The deflected shot slammed into a nearby building, shattering glass and concrete with a thunderous explosion. Lim Taijiu landed on the street, his bow still drawn. He glared at the White Tiger Guildmaster, demanding to know why Jinwoo was protecting a wanted criminal. Jinwoo stood protectively in front of Suho. He tried to defuse the situation, suggesting there was a misunderstanding and that they should talk. Taijiu refused to listen, condemning Suho as a villain for refusing to talk, declining the association's summons and running away. Jinwoo grimaced, trying to reason with the archer. He argued that calling Suho a villain was baseless. He acknowledged Taijiu's confusion regarding Lee Min-sung, but insisted that Suho had been fighting to save people this whole time. Yunho's eyes flashed as Taijiu's mana arrow shot past him. He raised his bow again, aiming past Jinwoo at the young man behind him. "Suho," he spat. Then Taijiu turned his hostility toward Jinwoo, asking aggressively what his relationship with the boy was. Jinwoo sighed, realizing words were useless. His body bulked up, his transformation deepening as white flames of energy erupted around him. He stated that since words wouldn't get through Taijiu's skull, he would have to calm him down physically first. The two S-rank hunters faced off in the ruined street. On one side, the beastly power of Baek Jinwoo. On the other, the lethal precision of Lim Taijiu. Their mana clashed, creating a massive shockwave of opposing energy that split the air between them. Suho watched in horror, realizing that the two heroes were about to destroy each other. He panicked, wondering what he could possibly do to stop them. Just as they were about to collide, a massive explosion of fire erupted between them, forcing them apart. The smoke cleared to reveal Choi Jong-in and other hunters arriving on the scene. Jong-in commanded everyone to calm their heads. Choi Jong-in, flanked by Park Dojin and Baek Mi-ho, looked sternly at the two combatants, asking what two hunters were doing fighting amongst themselves in the middle of a national crisis. Suho was awestruck by the gathering of S-ranks, including the association chairman, Woo Jinchul. Jinwoo, detransforming slightly, laughed nervously, glad he could finally get a word in. He tried to vouch for Suho again, explaining he was the grandson of the captain he was indebted to. The group stood in the burning street, the tension palpable. However, his plea falls on deaf ears as the other hunters look on, unimpressed by his personal guarantee. Baek Mi-ho stepped in, cutting her father off. She coldly pointed out that Suho being related to someone Jinwoo knew from his rescue squad days wasn't proof of his innocence. Jinwoo stammered, caught off guard by his daughter's stern attitude. S-rank Hunter Choi Jong-in steps forward, siding with Lim Taijiu. He states that there is no reason not to arrest a fugitive who has betrayed the association's trust. The apostles Jong-in, with piercing yellow eyes, watches the confrontation unfold in silence. Lim Taijiu, emboldened by the support, aimed his weapon at Jinwoo again. He asked if Jinwoo intended to defend a criminal solely based on personal feelings. Taijiu warned Jinwoo to back off while he still could, threatening to crush him first if he continued to interfere. Jinwoo sweated, torn between his loyalty and the overwhelming opposition. He insisted weakly that it would still be best to talk things out. Suddenly, a heavy, armored footstep crunched against the pavement. Jinchul's voice cut through the argument, agreeing that a conversation was indeed in order. The hunters, including the arrogant Lim Taijiu, are stunned into silence. With an imposing aura of absolute authority, Chairman Woo Jinchul walks past the feuding S-rank hunters, his presence alone commanding the scene. The chairman ignored the others and looked directly at the young man in the center of the conflict. He asked a simple question: "Can you prove your own innocence?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a direct challenge from the highest authority in the hunter world. Hanto Sung Suho. The entire crisis now rests on Suho's shoulders. Woo Jinchul stood alone with his thoughts, a single question echoing in his mind. He had been wondering for a while now. Why did he, of all people, regain the memories of his past life? His gaze falls upon a framed photograph of himself and Hunter Sung Jinwoo from years ago. Jinchul muses that perhaps Hunter Sung Jinwoo had known all along that he would leave his position in this world someday. Jinchul's thoughts drift to the impending chaos threatening the world due to the cataclysm. Jinchul realizes that all these preparations were ultimately for Suho, the one destined to fight alone. Snapping back to the present reality, Woo Jinchul stares down the young man before him. With a stern and authoritative voice, he asks Hunter Sung Suho if he can prove his own innocence. Sweat dripping down Suho's face, hesitating as he struggles to find the words to defend himself against the accusations. The tension is broken by Jong-in, who stands amidst the flames. He interrupts sharply, stating that he doesn't think this is a conversation meant for this place, his patience clearly wearing thin. Choi Jong-in adjusts his glasses, the reflection of the fire hiding his eyes. He reasons that Sung Suho already has a history of fleeing. He argues that even if Suho fled to save people, he must take responsibility for that action himself. Jong-in pressed on with his accusations, listing Suho's alleged crimes. He claims Suho had deceived the association with a false registration, joined raid parties tied to every Star Powder incident, and, most gravely, accused him of murdering Lee Min-sung. Lim Tae-jae, consumed by rage, shouts that with everything Hunter Choi Jong-in has said, Sung Suho's sentence should already be decided. He demands that they arrest him immediately. Jinchul watched in silence, torn by conflicting thoughts. Logically, arresting Suho seemed justified, but deep down he couldn't shake the feeling that Suho had his reasons. Making his choice, Jinchul decides that even if he loses all the trust he's built, he has to be on Suho's side. He argues that Suho arrived at the scene faster than anyone and rescued the civilians, making an arrest too harsh of a sentence. Choi Jong-in looks at Woo Jinchul with suspicion. He thinks to himself that he has known the association chairman for a long time, but this is the first time he has seen him make such a wrong decision. Lim Tae-jae radiates a murderous aura. Jong-in wondered if Jinchul couldn't see that Hunter Lim Tae-jae, leader of the Reaper Guild, was ready to battle at a moment's notice. Or did he have a reason to defend Sung Suho, even if it meant antagonizing the powerful guild? As tensions reach a breaking point, Suho finally speaks. A wave of purple energy erupts from him, pushing the hunters back. Suho declares firmly that there is no need for everyone to fight. Wrapped in his dark aura, Suho's eyes glow with determination. He announces that he will prove his innocence, though he warns them that the method might be a bit violent. Jinchul cries out in alarm, shouting for Hunter Suho to wait, realizing the young man is about to make a move. Lim Tae-jae lunges forward, his face twisted in anger. He asks Suho if he thought he would let him get away again. He snarls, his eyes glowing with white malice. Tae-jae fires a powerful energy arrow, the blue light tearing through the smoke as it flies towards target. But Suho reacts instantly, meeting the attack head-on with his own power, resulting in a blinding explosion of energy. Yinho shouts Suho's name in a panic, fearing the worst from the violent clash. The dust settles, Suho, panting but eyes widen. Lim Tae-jae stands still, unable to move, Suho's shadow reaching him. Instead of a physical blow, Suho unleashes a different kind of power. A key-shaped aura forms and pierces Lim Tae-jae's chest, not with force, but with purpose. As the mysterious key makes contact, memories floods his mind. The process has begun. He is witnessing the forced awakening of a forgotten memory, the turn of a key that will unlock not just one mind, but many. A chaotic montage of the S-rank hunters engaging in combat, their powers clashing in a dazzling display of light and shadow. Lim Tae-jae collapses to one knee, groaning in pain. Choi Jong-in and Baek Miho look down at him, concerned and confused by his sudden weakness. Suho clutches his shoulder, blood dripping from Tae-jae's attack. Watching from the shadows, Beru understands his master's intent. Young monarch, he realizes, could it be that you're trying to have them all regain their memories? Suho's plan is clear in his mind. If a hunter who experienced the same era as his father regains the memories of the past world, they will have no choice but to listen to what he has to say. And in order for that to happen, he has to reach all of them. Suho launches himself forward with explosive speed, charging directly toward the hunters. Choi Jong-in's eyes widen behind his glasses as he sees Suho rushing toward him, realizing he is the target. Suho leaps into the air, his next target locked. Hunter Choi Jong-in has to regain his memories as well. Reacting on pure instinct to the sudden charge, Choi Jong-in unleashes his signature magic, engulfing the area in a massive pillar of fire. Seeing Suho charge headfirst into the inferno, Baek Yunho screams Suho's name in terror. Jong-in analyzes the situation, shocked that Suho would charge him all of a sudden. He recalls Lim Taejae's warning that Suho is certainly dangerous. But through the flames, a shape emerges, Choi Jong-in shocked. Suho, shielded by his shadow energy, bursts through the massive fireball, completely unfazed by the powerful magic attack. His eyes glowing with purple light, he pushes forward with a single, desperate thought. "Please reach," Suho shouts as Miho and the Apostle both strike him for making contact with the Guildmaster. Baek Miho and the Apostle watch in stunned silence. Suho stands panting, blood trickling from his mouth, but a triumphant smirk plays on his lips. Choi Jong-in's expression goes blank, his mind suddenly reeling from an influx of alien information. The key of memories materializes on his chest, unlocking a door to a life he never knew he had. A chaotic storm of images flashes through his consciousness. Epic battles, fallen comrades, and a world on the brink of destruction. These are the memories of the old world. And at the center of it all, a single, unforgettable figure emerges from the chaos. Choi Jong-in collapses to his knees, overwhelmed. Baek Miho calls out his name in concern. Suho falls to the ground, exhausted. He declares that he has done all he can, and now, all that is left for him is to wait. Baek Miho, misunderstanding the situation, rushes forward in a rage. She calls Suho a bastard, her fist raised to strike him for attacking her colleagues. Lim Taeju stumbles forward, clutching his head. He asks in confusion what these memories are, causing Miho to freeze in her tracks. Tears rolls down Taeju's face beneath his face. He questions if this is a skill, then realizes it feels more like he has remembered a forgotten memory. The Apostle looks on, stunned by what's happening. Choi Jong-in stands up, his face serious. He remarks on how ridiculous it is that he had forgotten something like this the entire time. With tears streaming down his face, Choi Jong-in finally turns to Suho, his voice trembling. "Can you tell me yourself what you did to us, Hunter Sung Suho?" Suho struggles back to his feet, a look of profound relief on his face. "What a relief," he says. "Looks like we can finally talk." He doesn't waste any time. "Those are your memories from before the world went through a reset." The hunters are speechless. A reset, showing Jung in echoes in disbelief. Suho explains that this world had gone through a reset once, and because of it, peace was maintained until the cataclysm. He asks Suho if this is related to Hunter Sung Jinwoo, connecting the phenomenon to the legendary figure. Suho is impressed that Jong-in inferred that connection the moment he regained his memories. The Apostle, looking solemn, whispers the word father. Suho admits he doesn't know anything about his father as a hunter. He stands silhouetted against a vision of the Shadow Army, stating he only knows that his father always shouldered everything by himself. Suho explains that even as they speak, his father is holding back the forces of the outer space invasion by himself. He reveals his own mission. He has been fighting against the invader from outer space to help his father. Lim Taejae listens, thinking that the words sound absurd. However, he admits internally that for some reason, he understands Suho. He concludes that if the memories flowing into his head are real, the claims aren't too far-fetched. Just then, Woo Jinchul steps forward, his voice firm and steady. All of Hunter Sung Suho's words are true. He makes a shocking revelation of his own. "I, too, am a hunter who has memories of the past life. The reason I was able to quickly make the Hunters Association when the cataclysm occurred was all thanks to the memories I had of living as a hunter." With the air cleared and the truth revealed, Woo Jinchul gives a final command. Let's all listen to what Sung Suho has to say first. And so, Suho began his explanation. He spoke of the invasion of the outer gods, the Itarim, the apostle of the Itarim currently on Earth, and the stimulant the apostle spreads, known as star powder. Jong-in asks if most of the incidents that have happened thus far were related to these things called the Itarim. Suho nods grimly, confirming their fears. Yes, they were all done by the apostle of the Itarim. Lim Taijaiyu clenches his jaw, realizing that this means Lee Min-sung's death was also part of their scheme. Baek Yinho asks Suho why he didn't tell them this until now. Suho holds a vial of potion, explaining that he thought if his existence was revealed to the apostle, he would become his father's weakness. He figured he shouldn't reveal himself until he got fairly stronger. Woo Jinchul deduces that Suho must also be a hunter who can level up, just like Hunter Sung Jinwoo. Suho confirms this is correct. In a sudden shift of tone, Choi Jong-in asks Suho if he knew that Hunter Cha Hae-in used to be part of the Hunters Guild. Suho is surprised, asking if he means his mom. Suho's face lights up with shock and delight as he exclaims, "Mom was a hunter too?" The previous tension completely vanished. The group of powerful hunters now stands united by a shared past and a common enemy. However, the apostles with glowing yellow eyes observing the group unite. The apostles calls Suho's move bold. He notes that seeing as Suho revealed himself despite not knowing his identity, it would have been bad had he been stronger. He wonders if Suho thinks he can grow faster than him. He analyzes Suho's determined expression, recognizing the boy's fearlessness. He will undoubtedly become a major factor in the Great War, the Apostles concludes. I can't let him set the pace. With a final, chilling resolve, he decides the next fragment must be secured, and soon. Back in the group, Baek Yinho says it's great the misunderstanding got cleared, but admits he doesn't know exactly what's going on right now. Suho laughs, guessing it could be confusing without the context. Suho decide to check the memories of the past world of everyone present, shocking the apostles. The entire group of S-rank hunters standing with Suho, panic set in the apostles' mind. Holding the mysterious key of memories, Suho firms his resolve. He decides to use its power to check the memories of the past world within everyone present. Suho held up the key and explained the concept, asking if everyone was ready to reclaim their memories of the past world. Miho, uneasy, questioned the idea, saying that while the world had changed after the cataclysm, the notion of magical memories still didn't add up. Standing beside her, Baek Yinho listened quietly as she asked him whether the procedure would be dangerous. Her expression is a mixture of confusion and fear, her wide eyes fixed on Baek Yinho as she awaits his answer, unsettled by the strange events unfolding. However, Baek Yinho places his trust in Suho. He extends his hand, allowing Suho to press the key into his chest, a silent agreement to proceed. As the key makes contact, a powerful surge of shadow energy erupts, engulfing Baek Yinho. The process of memory restoration has begun, with Suho at its center and Woo Jinchul watching intently from afar. She scolds her father, saying, "I told you not to act first and think later." Baek Yinho stands frozen as the energy pours into him. His eyes widen, trembling as the lock on his dormant memory shatters. Tears begin to stream down the White Tiger Guild Master's face. He clutches his face, a smile breaking through the overwhelming emotion. He whispers that it is so strange. Yinho looks at Suho and Choi Jong-in, his expression softening with profound nostalgia. He remarks on how warm it feels to reclaim the memories he had forgotten for so long. Essel watches, completely bewildered by his reaction. Meanwhile, the white-haired apostle of Itarim looks on, muttering to himself that this development is quite troublesome. Internally, the apostles connects the dots. They realize the world went through a reset. Panic sets in as he understands that the key won't react to he because he is not a being of this world. He fears that if the key fails to unlock his memories, he will immediately come under suspicion. The apostle of Itarim seethes, his mind racing. He contemplates starting a war with his believers, but acknowledges that with his current power, it would be a futile effort. The apostles realizes it needs to make a decision immediately. Baek Miho touches her face, looking bewildered and telling Suho that nothing is coming up for her. The apostle's glowing yellow eye narrows as he watches the scene. Suho is perplexed. He tells a disappointed Miho that this is strange, as she should be recalling her memories of the past world. Beru whispers to Suho from the shadows, suggesting it is entirely possible that there are others like this woman who simply cannot recover their memories. Beru appears, but Miho immediately dismisses him as a weak-looking bug. Enraged, the Ant King shrieks, threatening to tear her apart. Suho calmly intervenes, telling Beru to ignore her and continue with his explanation. Beru explains that the past world refers to the timeline from 20 years ago when mana existed. However, thanks to the piece Sung Jinwoo created, there was no mana in the current timeline's equivalent period, allowing for different factors and different people to emerge. The loyal shadow delivers his conclusion. Miho cannot remember the past world because she was never born in it. The revelation hits Miho hard, leaving her in stunned silence. Suho's eyes flash with purple energy. With this new understanding, he turns his sharp gaze towards the apostle of Itarim, a silent accusation in his eyes. Before Suho can dig deeper, the apostle smirks, feigning ignorance. He coolly states that he doesn't particularly remember anything either, attempting to align himself with Miho. Suho turns to Sea Hunter Park Dojin. He notes that even Park Dojin didn't exist in the past world, lending credence to the theory that not everyone has a past to remember. Baek Miho grabs Baek Yunho, asking frantically if she really didn't exist in the past world. Yunho, caught off guard, stammers. Park Dojin remarks on how amazing the concept is. Woo Jinchul steps forward, looking at Suho. He observes that this current piece is what Hunter Sung Jinwoo chose. He notes that countless people who were never even born in the previous world are now living and enjoying their lives. Suho looks out at the sunset. Flanked by the powerful hunters, he whispers the word Father, feeling the weight of the sacrifice that created this reality. Suho addresses the group with grim seriousness. He warns them that if the outer gods were to invade them in their current state, this world would be destroyed. With a pleading look, Suho asks the assembled S-rank hunters if they could lend him their powers. A news report frame appears on a screen. The announcer states that the Jisan prison villain escape incident, which caused a national uproar, is nearing its end. The report continues, noting that only 1% of the fugitives have yet to be identified. It credits the rapid neutralization of the situation to the Hunters Association's quick response. The news anchor adds that civilians at the scene testified that if a shadow human had not appeared, the damages would have been far greater. A photo of Suho and his shadow soldier appears on the news feed. The reporter confirms that they receive information that the shadow human was a skill belonging to the E-rank hunter, Mr. Sung Suho. The report praises Suho, stating that he arrived at the scene before anyone else to help civilians. It claims Suho testified that he had undergone a reawakening during the crisis. The narrative spun by the media declares that the moment Suho sacrificed himself for others, he obtained the power to protect them through this reawakening. A large man watches the news from a cafe. The report concludes that Hunter Sung Suho then properly used his new powers to become a hero who saved many lives. The man in the cafe frowns, watching the screen. Suho watches the broadcast nervously, pointing at the screen. He comments to the room that this was the report they concocted about the hero who appeared in a time of crisis. He asks what this fake news about reawakening is. Jinchul explains that they discussed it among themselves and sent it to the press. He argues that while reawakening is rare, it isn't non-existent, so the public will accept it. Suho counters that he had no intention of hiding his true nature anyway. Choi Jong-in sighs. Choi Jong-in warns Suho about the consequences of his honesty, announcing to the world that he's a leveling hunter, an irregular who exists outside the rules, would only breed chaos and animosity from a public that fears the unknown. Another hunter brings the conversation back to the matter at hand, reminding everyone of the 3 goals Suho had previously mentioned. A flashes back of Suho stands before the nation's strongest hunters and declares his first goal, his own growth. He asks for their help to level up, to become strong enough to fight alongside his father. His second goal is to unite their world. He called for the gathering of all hunters who can fight against the outer gods, to mobilize all their forces to confront the coming threat. Lastly, Suho states the third goal is to eliminate the apostle of the Itarim. Suho reveals his ultimate motivation. After achieving these goals, he plans to finally help his father, Sung Jinwoo, who is fighting a desperate, lonely war against countless enemies from another dimension. Choi Jong-in sips his tea calmly. He advises Suho that if he intends to gather the forces of the world against the Itarim, he will need more than enthusiasm. He tells Suho to be more cautious with his public image and think about how he can move the hearts of people the way he wants. Suho admits internally that he can't argue because Choi is right. He realizes he felt there were many factors he had to consider besides his level to achieve his goals. He acknowledges he cannot do this alone and needs to borrow everyone's strength. Suho looks at Choi Jong-in with a knowing look. He comments on the fact that Choi is giving him this specific advice. Suho assumes this means Choi is considering helping him. Before Choi Jong-in can answer, Baek Yunho slams his fist on the table. "Of course," he declares, his voice booming with conviction. He reminds them all of Suho's revered lineage, the grandson of Captain Sung Il-won and the son of Sung Jinwoo, the hope of humanity. Baek Yunho stands up with a fierce grin. He tells Suho that above all, his actions moved his heart. He pledges that the White Tiger Guild will assist him. Choi Jong-in adds that if even Hunter Sung Jinwoo is finding it difficult to face the Itarim, the situation is dire. He remarks dryly that he isn't particularly fond of watching Earth get destroyed, pledging the Hunters Guild's assistance as well. Woo Jinchul observes the scene with satisfaction. He thinks to himself that Suho has managed to convince Hunters Baek Yunho and Choi Jong-in. He notes that all that is left is the Reaper Guild. Lim Tae-jae to Suho turn asking him directly if it is true that he killed Lee Min-sung. As Baek Yunho reacts with alarm, Suho answers without a hint of hesitation. "Yes, I did." The blunt admission makes Baek Yunho cry out Suho's name in warning. Tae-jae presses for Min-sung's appearance during the possession by the apostle of the Itarim under star powder. Suho reveals he approached Min-sung to confirm cooperation with the Itarim and extract information, but he doesn't know why Min-sung chose to cooperate. Lim Tae-jae's expression softens into a grimace. He admits to himself that he already knows Suho didn't do anything wrong, and he's not even sure why he's asking these questions. Suho presses him gently, asking if he is perhaps wondering about Mr. Lee Min-sung's final moments. Tae-jae looks up, sweat beading on his face. Suho answers the unspoken question that hangs in the air. In his final moments, he was laughing. This revelation takes Lim Tae-jae completely by surprise. Suho recalls the memory of the twisted, monstrous form of Lee Min-sung. He admits he still doesn't know why he laughed, whether it was out of satisfaction or the emptiness of having given up everything. However, Suho states that although he could only sense bitterness in the laugh, he clearly felt something else. Suho concludes that even at the end, Lee Min-sung hadn't lost himself. Suho confesses that he hates to admit it, but even in his final moments, Lee Min-sung left a deep impression on him. Lim Tae-jae sighs deeply, his breath visible. He mutters that Min-sung was the same old egotistical bastard to the end. Tae-jae covers his face with his hand, overwhelmed with emotion. He declares that the Reaper Guild will cooperate as well. Woo Jinchul reflects on the successful negotiation. Suho has now gained the cooperation of 3 of the nation's most massive guilds. He concludes that it must have been Suho's sincerity that ultimately moved their hearts. Jinchul reflects that while Suho may not be Hunter Sung Jinwoo, during those fierce moments, he possesses something that reminds him of his father. He looks forward to seeing what winds Suho will carry into Hunter Sung Jinwoo's battlefield. Suho clears his throat, gaining the room's attention. He announces that he will explain the plan. The guild masters and the association chairman look at him expectantly. Woo Jinchul narrows his eyes, sensing the gravity of the proposal. He remarks internally that it seems Suho's decision will bring wins. He knows this is just the beginning. Suho's decision to unite the guilds and confront the coming threats will inevitably bring turmoil and conflict. It will bring winds of blood, to the Hunters Association. The chapter closes with a final shot of Sung Suho, a confident and determined smirk on his face, ready to lead the charge and face the bloody winds to come. Beneath a turbulent purple sky, shafts of ethereal light pierced through the gloom, illuminating the ruins of a city swallowed by a dungeon. The air hung heavy with the stillness of a world apart from reality. Sung Suho pushes through his grueling training regimen, counting up to the final reps of his sit-ups, his face strained with effort. With a final shout, he completes his 100th rep. A system window immediately appears, confirming the completion of his daily quest and alerting him to a new reward. Amit watched Suho with pride, noting how he'd gone from struggling to mastering the full regimen. Suho collapsed, gasping on the stone floor, as Essel and Gray looked on, the wolf barking happily. Suho pushed himself up, rubbing his stiff shoulder. He admitted to his mentor that at this point, his body actually felt heavy and uncomfortable if he didn't perform the daily exercises. He offered a sincere word of gratitude to Amit for the guidance. Essel watched Suho closely, her expression unreadable but intense. Internally, she noted how much the young monarch had changed since she last saw him. It wasn't just his physical strength or his mana capacity. The very way he carried himself had transformed. Suho turned to the group, announcing that he had business to attend to outside and bidding them farewell. Essel expressed surprise that the young monarch was leaving so soon, while Gray yipped in confusion. Suho offered a confident, sharp smile. He explained that he was going to get much busier from now on because he intended to remove a field-type dungeon, shocking Essel. A flashback shows Suho meeting the Hunters Association higher-ups. In the dimly lit conference room, he stood before the guild masters, explaining that to stop new star powder factories, he needed their help to eliminate Korea's field-type dungeons. Suho recounted that the leaders had been exasperated, arguing that the other guilds would vehemently object to losing such valuable assets. However, Suho had presented a specific condition, and in exchange he had secured their promise of cooperation. Back in the present, Suho stepped toward a swirling dimensional portal. He noted to himself that he would have to try his best to fulfill that condition he had set. Essel stepped forward eagerly, asking to help him. She assumed that he would be calling on her, and the shadows as well. Gray bounded up beside her, barking enthusiastically in agreement. Suho looked back and confirmed he would call them when he needed help. Essel beamed, her face flushing with excitement and determination at the prospect of battle. With that promise, Suho stepped into the vortex, leaving the demon noble and the wolf behind as the portal swirled with dark energy. The three inhabitants of the Shadow Realm, Amit, Essel, and Gray, stood silently, watching the space where their young monarch had vanished, a wind sweeping through the desolate landscape. In the human world, outside the D-rank field-type dungeon known as Catchison Field, a group of elite hunters stood waiting. They were clad in high-level gear, an assembly of the Hunters Guild's finest. A red-haired female hunter, Beck Miho, looked troubled. She muttered aloud, wondering just what their guild masters could possibly be thinking. She vented her frustration to her colleagues, unable to fathom why the leadership would suddenly hand over the ownership of all field-type dungeons to a single individual. She noted the massive impact this would have on the guild's earnings. She pointed out that Suho wasn't making the A-rank hunters participate in clearing the D-rank dungeon, but merely asking them to fill the headcount. Sung Jahun of the Hunters Guild admitted he was rather piqued by this mysterious hunter. Jahun looked toward the dungeon entrance, asking Miho if she wasn't curious about a hunter capable of striking, mining, and hauling all the loot by himself. Miho scoffed, dismissing it as an exaggeration. She expressed annoyance that even her father seemed to be getting engrossed in so-called memories of the past world, or some similar nonsense. Sung Jahun, however, is determined to see the truth for himself, eager to find out if Guild Master Choi Jongyin's words about this unique hunter are true. The apostle watched the conversation silently, his gaze sharp and calculating. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the mountain. The hunters braced themselves, shock evident on their faces as they realized the quake was coming from the dungeon, despite Suho having entered less than an hour ago. From the dust and mist of the dungeon entrance, a silhouette emerged. Suho walked out calmly, flanked by a legion of shadow soldiers carrying crates and equipment. Suho greeted the stunned group with an apology for the wait, explaining he'd taken down the boss quickly but needed time to mine and haul the essence stones. Behind him, shadow soldiers carried towering piles of loot. Suho didn't stop to rest. He announced he wanted to clear 3 more places that day and suggested they move to the next dungeon immediately. Miho stared at the mountain of crystals, bewildered that he had cleared a D rank in an hour by himself, wondering just who this guy was. The pale-haired man, the apostle, stared intensely at Suho. Unaware or unbothered by the scrutiny, Suho smiled brightly, energized by the hunt. Back at the Hunters Association meeting, where various guild leaders walked down a hallway, deep in thought about the hunters and their future, Zhang Yin questioned the decision, asking if entrusting all the field-type dungeons their guilds owned to Suho was really the right move. Yinho turned to Choi Zhang-in, calling him the incarnation of greed. He scoffs at Choi Zhang-in's financial ambition, sternly reminding him that wealth means nothing if the Itarim destroy the world. Zhang-in admitted it was still surprising. He noted the irony that the person who most enthusiastically recommended entrusting the dungeons to Suho was the master of the guild that possessed the most of them. Zhang Yin then glanced at Lim Taiju, suggesting that Taijia must have felt a bit sorry for Suho. Lim stood silently, looking haggard. Lim Taijiu spoke up, his voice grim. He recalled that the factories creating star powder were discovered in field-type dungeons. He declared he would do anything to eliminate the stimulants that had left Li Minsung in such a ruinous state. But Choi Zhang-in poses a chilling question, asking them to consider a far more terrifying possibility. He asks, what if those outer world invaders are the same kind of breed as the monsters from back then? The image of monstrous, shadowy figures flashes in their minds. Choi asked the terrifying question, if such beings returned, would there really be anything they could do? The weight of that possibility hangs in the air, leaving the other guild masters silent and sweating, contemplating the terrifying scenario. Jinshul, noticing the heavy atmosphere, he remarked that they all looked quite concerned, which was unlike them. The guild masters are startled by Chairman Wu Jinshul words, who tells them they should already be aware that this looming threat isn't something they can avoid, even if they wanted to. Wu Jinshul expresses his firm belief Suho will be able to do it. However, he acknowledges that there will be a lot of opposition from the guilds over discontinuing their ownership of field-type dungeons. Choi Zhang-in adds that it will be nearly impossible to persuade hunters like Baek Miho or Park Dojin, who have no recollection of the past world, to believe in an invasion from outer space. As Suho listens, the word persuade echoes in his mind, and he contemplates the difficulty of the task ahead. Wu Jinshul sits before the group and announces that there is one method of persuasion that comes to mind. His gaze is intense as he prepares to reveal the ultimate form of influence in their world, national levels. He names the titans among hunters, Thomas Andre of the USA and Liu Jigang of China. He continues the list with Siddharth Bachchan of India, another of the world's absolute strongest hunters, whose power is legendary. Wu Jinshul explained that these were outliers whose personal hunter power rivaled that of entire nations, and that many hunters were naturally drawn to follow such power. Wu concluded that if Suho were to become a national-level hunter, or someone even stronger, that strength would become his power of persuasion. The words echo in Suho's mind as he processes the new title. National level, a clear path to uniting the hunters has just been presented to him. Having heard the chairman's plan, Suho makes a bold declaration. In that case, 1 month from now, I'll become a hunter powerful enough to persuade any other hunter. With Suho's promise made, Chairman Wu Jinshul turns to the guild masters. So let's just focus on our battles right now. The doors to the conference room opened, admitting a new group of people. Representatives from the Azure Cloud Guild, Wam Guild, and the Daesong and Daechung guilds silently acknowledged the new directive. The massive conference room was filled. This unprecedented gathering of Korea's hunter leadership had one singular purpose: Suho's growth. Suho's on his crusade, punching through enemies with a fist wreathed in blue mana. He sliced through giant insectoid monsters with lethal precision. He unleashes a powerful skill, his shadow tendrils erupting outwards to impale and destroy every enemy in sight. Wreathed in arcs of dark purple energy, Suho unleashes a devastating flurry of strikes that tear through the massive beast looming behind him in an instant. His attacks tearing through the dungeon inhabitants relentlessly. Suho walked through a cleared dungeon cavern, flanked by his shadow soldiers, the looming impressively behind him. Back outside the dungeon, Sung Jahun turned to Baek Miho, asking if his eyes were working properly. Miho, stunned, replied that she wanted to ask the same thing. Suho stood panting but triumphant. In just 2 days, he had cleared in mind 2 D ranks, 4 C ranks, and 2 B ranks. Jahun watched with a wide grin. He noted that while the solo clearing was impressive, the most shocking thing was something else. Jahun told his colleague that he could actually feel Suho's mana growing every time he cleared a dungeon. He realized the rumors were true. There really was a hunter who could level up. Looking at his hand, enveloped in shadow energy, Suho confirmed that shadow authority was becoming significantly easier to handle now that he had raised his mana rank. Beru emerged from Suho's shadow. He offered to help by comparing Suho's mana with that of the eyebrows hunter nearby who had received an S rank. Suho dismissed Beru, telling him it was okay. Suho looked toward a distant, his eyes glowing violet, stating he felt like he already knew. He glances over his shoulder, a silent acknowledgement. Suho stared down the road. The apostle looked back, his yellow eyes glowing with malice. Later, Suho arrived at a modern house. He approached the door, sensing something wrong. Suho's expression darkened as he listened at the door. He stepped inside, walking carefully through the dark hallway. Inside, a hand picked up a framed family photo of Sung Jinwoo, Cha Hyun, and a baby Suho. The intruder scoffed, saying it was a shame. He remarked that if Suho's family had arrived first, he had planned on making them go through the same torture he had endured. Suho entered the room, his eyes finding the intruder. The man greeted him, saying, "You're finally here, Shung Suho." The S-rank villain stands revealed, his aura radiating pure evil as he reaches out, ready to enact his long-awaited revenge. The family portrait was thrown to the ground, the glass shattering, a declaration of the violence to come. A shattered family photo lies on the ground as a menacing voice speaks. He laments that Sung Suho's family didn't arrive first, revealing a dark plan to make them suffer the same fate he once did. Hwang Dong-soo, casually by a window, bathed in the blue moonlight, his boot grinding the picture frame. He smirks, acknowledging the arrival of his target, welcoming Sung Suho to his doom. Suho's eyes widen in anger and determination as he takes in the scene before him, facing the man who threatens his family. Suho immediately recognizes the formidable opponent. It's the notorious S-rank awakener, Hwang Dong-soo. The scene flashes back to a previous warning. Jinchul explains that Hwang Dong-soo is the younger brother of the late Hwang Dong-suk, and rumors suggest Dong-soo orchestrated the incident to free his brother. Since Suho became a hero from that event, he is now a likely target. Hwang Dong-soo is one of Korea's strongest S-ranks. Suho was advised to run if he ever encountered him, a warning punctuated by Dong-soo's sinister, smiling face. Suho confronts him directly. He asks if Dong-soo is here for revenge, but clarifies that it was a man named Kang Tae-shik, not Suho, who killed his brother. Dong-soo is momentarily surprised that Suho knows about Kang Tae-shik, but he quickly dismisses it. He smirks, revealing he isn't here to avenge his brother. Dong-soo reveals his true motive. He was simply pissed that someone like Suho sabotaged his grand plan. Realizing his opponent is beyond reason, Suho suggests they take the fight somewhere else. Red energy crackles around Dong-su as he flexes his hand, veins bulging with power. When Suho asks why he should listen, Dong-su prepares to force compliance through violence. Suho demonstrates his raw physical strength by driving his fist into the wall, shattering the concrete and leaving a massive crater. Hwang Dong-su Young releases manhwa. The entire building shakes violently from the force. Suho calmly explains that his uncle is a warrior and that security forces and other hunters will arrive in less than 5 minutes. He pressures Dong-su, asking if he still intends to stay put. Unfazed by the threat, Dong-su lets out a small, contemptuous smirk, dismissing Suho as nothing more than a shitty brat. They have relocated to a large, abandoned industrial site, providing an open arena for their impending battle. The two hunters face off in the vast, desolate space, the tension hanging heavy in the air before the fight begins. Dong-su notes that Suho isn't crumbling under his pressure, confirming the rumors of his reawakening must be true. He then asks directly if Suho has become an S rank. Suho replies that he won't know his rank until he gets reassessed. Instead of cowering, he presses his own interrogation, demanding to know how Dong-su obtained the star fragments used in the prison break. Dong-su looks down from a high beam, scoffing. He asks if Suho needs a stimulant, refusing to divulge his source because that stuff is tough to get nowadays. Suho analyzes the deflection, realizing that Dong-su is not getting the fragments directly from the Itarim. Dong-su grins viciously, peering over his shades. He asserts that only weak bastards rely on things like stimulants, implying his own strength is natural and superior. He mocks Suho, assuming the boy is excited about becoming an S rank by sheer luck. He decides to teach the unaware rookie a painful lesson. He unleashes his power, and a massive, fiery red aura explodes around him. Dong-su declares that not all S ranks are on the same level. Suho remains composed, assessing his opponent. He internally notes that Dong-su is far stronger than Lee Min-sung and that this will be his first true fight against a top-tier S rank. Suho's eyes narrow with determination. He wants to see the gap in their power for himself. The true extent of an S rank's power. Without hesitation, Suho lunges forward, throwing a powerful punch that glows with brilliant blue energy to start the battle. Dong-su proves his overwhelming power by stomping the ground, sending a shockwave that throws Suho off his feet. Suho crashes into a massive concrete pillar. Suho groans in pain, sliding down the rubble. The difference in raw stats is immediately apparent. Dong-su taunts him, questioning why a summoner-type hunter would dare to engage him in a physical brawl. He goads Suho, telling him to bring out his dark human, referring to his shadow summon. Suho tries to regain his footing, but Dong-su is already there. The S rank delivers a devastating uppercut that lifts Suho off his feet. The sheer force of Dong-su's attack is evident as the environment around them is torn apart by the impact. As Suho desperately tries to withstand the relentless assault, his eyes begin to glow with a faint violet mana. Dong-su charges up another attack, his leg glowing with a sinister red energy as he prepares to land a powerful kick. Suho quickly dodges, leaping high into the air as Dong-su's attack smashes a massive crater into the ground right where he was standing. Using his aerial position to his advantage, Suho dives down and lands a solid kick directly on Dong-su's face. Dong-su's head snaps to the side. For a moment, it looks like the attack connected cleanly. The S-rank hunter takes the hit without any visible damage, a testament to his incredible durability. With a wicked grin and glowing red eyes, Dong-su mocks Suho's effort, contemptuously stating that the attack merely tickled. Enraged, Dong-su unleashes a furious barrage of punches, each one aimed at overwhelming Suho with sheer speed and force. The impacts of Dong-su's rapid-fire attacks create visible shockwaves in the air, relentlessly battering Suho and the surrounding area. Dong-su bursts into laughter, mocking Suho for trying to rely on brute strength. Snapping his jaws at the air, he declares that even with all his abilities, Suho could never match him. Suho grits his teeth, silently acknowledging the crushing gap in their power. However, Suho's expression shifts. He recalls the battles he fought in the dungeon. Compared to the horrors he faced there, he realizes he doesn't feel the same stifling pressure from Dongsu that he felt back then. Lost in thought for a split second, Suho is caught off guard as Dongsu's boot appears right before him, ready to strike. Infuriated that Suho seems distracted mid-battle, Dongsu bellows at him, calling him cocky for daring to think about other things while facing him. The warehouse exterior shakes violently as a massive impact occurs within. Inside, Dongsu slams his fist down, creating a skyscraper-sized pillar of dust and debris that pierces through the roof of the warehouse. Dongsu's red eye widens in surprise and fury, caught completely off guard by the sudden appearance of Suho's weapon. Stunned, Dongsu yells out, demanding to know when Suho managed to bring out a weapon, his previous confidence momentarily shaken. A huge cloud of smoke and debris erupts from the point of impact. From the shadows, Suho's loyal servant Beru appears, asking if the young monarch is all right. Suho admits that fighting an enhancement-type S rank without using his full abilities is proving to be quite difficult. Suho sighs, admitting that honestly, he would like to invest all his save points in his strength to match Dongsu. However, he laments that he has to use them elsewhere for the long term. However, pushed to his limit, Suho realizes he has no other choice. With newfound resolve, his body begins to emit a powerful, dark purple aura as he announces, "Then, let's get serious now. The real fight is about to begin." Suho's transform releasing a massive mana. From within the explosion of power, Suho emerges, now clad in a formidable suit of shadow armor. He looks towards his opponent and confidently asks, "Shall we start round 2? Huang Dongsu?" The system displays the items Suho has equipped from his inventory. Minotaur Helm, Kira, Heroic Grade, Cockatrice Pauldron, Crimson Mane Cuirass, and Lizardman Boots. He is now geared for war. Suho's status window pops up, showing his stats skyrocketing. His strength jumps to 168, agility to 109, and intelligence to 97. Bathed in purple flames, Suho declares he will fight with his full powers now. Dongsu is unimpressed. He sneers, asking if Suho thinks he can beat him just by putting on all that crap. Suddenly, Dongsu's instincts flare. He pauses, wondering where those items came from. Staring at the transformed Suho, Dongsu is overcome with a sense of dread. He feels a dark ripple of immense, terrifying energy that leaves him speechless and intimidated. Dongsu's face shows pure terror. All his arrogance is gone, replaced by the horrified realization of the overwhelming power he is now facing. Jinwoo sits perched high above on a steel beam, looking down at the scene. He speaks to the shadow, deciding on a name. "What about greed, since you died being greedy?" With a cold, indifferent expression, Jinwoo looks down and addresses his newly acquired shadow, asking Huang Dongsu's spirit if he likes his new form. The shadow, soldier, fully forms, revealing its identity. It is the spirit of Huang Dongsuk. Dongsu screams in agony and fury as he starts to gain his memories from the reset world. Suho stood engulfed in his new armor, the purple flames of his power licking at the air around him. The transformation was complete, leaving him looking more like a demon lord than a hunter. His eyes glowed with a terrifying intensity as he stared down his opponent. However, Suho quickly deactivates the armor's appearance. It's not his style. He finds it too cumbersome and thinks he should have just set the item appearance to off. Suho looks on, puzzled, as his opponent, Huang Dongsu, suddenly clutches his head, seemingly in great pain. As memories begin to flood his mind, a look of dawning horror appears on Huang Dongsu's face. He mutters his own name, as if recalling a forgotten identity. His mind flashes back to the past. From his own defeated perspective, he looks up at the imposing figure of Sung Jinwoo levitating above him. The traumatic memories continue, showing flashes of the brutal, one-sided beating he received at the hands of the Shadow Monarch. He relives the agony and terror, screaming as Sung Jinwoo's hand closes around his throat. At his ultimate defeat, yet a twisted, vengeful smile forms on his face as the past becomes clear. He questions if they are mere hallucinations, but quickly realizes the truth. It wasn't just someone's memories pouring into his mind. They were his own. Focusing on Suho's eyes, he recognizes them. He remembers the name of the man who looked down on him with those same belittling eyes. A horrifying, wide grin spreads across his face, filled with malice. He wonders how he could have ever forgotten. With his memories fully restored, he screams out the name of his old nemesis and the source of his eternal grudge, Sung Jinwoo. Suho is taken aback, questioning how Hwang Dong-soo knows his father's name. Beru, his loyal shadow, explains that Hwang's greed seems to have triggered his memories of the previous world. Beru elaborates that Hwang Dong-soo was killed by Sung Jinwoo and became the Shadow Soldier Greed. Suho finds it hard to believe that he could regain his memories without a shadow key. Beru reasoned that considering Wu Jinshul remembered the previous world all by himself, it was possible for others to do the same under extreme circumstances. Hwang Dong-soo's eyes dart between Suho and the memory of Jinwoo, muttering both of their names as he connects the dots. He remembers the family picture at Suho's house and has a revelation. Sung Suho must be Sung Jinwoo's son. He wonders why a monster like Jinwoo isn't active in this world. A dark thought crosses his mind. If, by some chance, Sung Jinwoo is unable to act, this would be his perfect opportunity for revenge. Fueled by this realization, Hwang Dong-soo lunges forward, throwing a powerful punch aimed directly at Suho. Dong-soo recognized the dark human technique Suho used as the necromancer skill Sung Jinwoo had used on him. He concluded that even if this kid had a similar ability, he was still just a novice. He saw this as the perfect opportunity. His hatred is intensified by the hazy, yet humiliating memories of serving Sung Jinwoo as his slave, of being forced to grovel before him. With his face contorted in rage, Hwang Dong-soo declares that as the price for those humiliating moments, Sung Jinwoo will lose his son. But the attack is stopped cold. Suho, now partial clad in his monarch armor again, effortlessly catches the punch. "What's got you so scared?" "Hwang Dong-soo," he asks, his voice dripping with condescension. Dong-soo grunted with effort, his muscles bulging as he tried to overpower the young hunter. Without a word, Suho counters. He summons a barrage of shadow-forged spears and swords, taking aim at the stunned Hwang Dong-soo. The shadow weapons fly through the air and relentlessly pierce Hwang Dong-soo's body, pinning him down under their assault. Hwang Dong-soo can't believe it. This kid, he thinks, bewildered. He suddenly got stronger? Suho maintains his cold and focused expression, his power continuing to surge around him. He reflects on his newfound abilities. The countless shadow items from field-type dungeons grant him stat increases and a new mechanism to summon them directly from the shadows without an item window. He thinks to himself that if he can make proper use of these new powers, he could become even stronger. He firmly grips the handles of two new shadow blades. Hwang Dong-soo attempts to block Suho's relentless assault, but he is being overwhelmed. He grits his teeth, his face a mask of fury and pain as Suho's shadow blade slices past his defense. The battle turned into a one-sided beatdown. Suho summoned shadow spikes, impaling Dong-soo's shoulder. Suho gives him no time to recover, immediately pressing the attack and stabbing into him once more. Hwang Dong-soo is baffled, wondering how Suho is bringing out weapons at will and questioning if Sung Jinwoo ever had such an ability. Meanwhile, Beru proudly observes that the young monarch is growing stronger even in the midst of battle. Beru watched with teary eyes, proclaiming that it wouldn't be long until he got to witness Suho alongside the monarch. Suho moved like a phantom, striking from every angle. Dong-soo was overwhelmed, unable to keep up with the speed and ferocity of the attacks. Dong-soo coughed up blood, his vision blurring. In his mind's eye, he saw the silhouette of Sung Jinwoo overlaying Suho. Suho gazes down at his defeated opponent, his expression unreadable. With dual swords now in hand, Suho stood looking every bit the successor to the Shadow Monarch. Dong-su cursed, slamming his fists into the ground in frustration. He refused to accept defeat. Realizing he is outmatched, he slams his fists into the ground, creating a massive explosion to cover his escape. As he leaps away, he thinks to himself that Suho's strength was far beyond his expectations. He decides he needs to head back and readjust his plans. He tries to justify his retreat. This isn't running away. I'm only preparing to kill him for sure. A sinister plan begins to form in his mind. He'll ambush Suho when his guard is down, or even kidnap those close to him. Then, no matter how strong Suho is, it will be useless. But his escape is cut short. He looks up in terror to see Suho already hovering above him, waiting among the debris. With incredible speed, Suho dives down, slamming Huang Dong-su into the ground with a devastating blow. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of the battle. Suho and Beru stand victorious over the crater containing the defeated Huang Dong-su, placing the tip of his shadow blade against his neck. Pinned and powerless, Huang can only mutter a curse, realizing he is completely at Suho's mercy. Remembering the humiliation of being turned into a shadow slave, he asks if Suho intends to do the same. Yet, a flicker of defiance remains as he glares up and challenges him. Try it then. Even in defeat, Huang Dong-su is consumed by hatred. He snarls that he will resist as desperately as he can kill both Suho and Sung Jinwoo. Suho looks down, unimpressed. What a greedy dream, he says coldly. There's no way you could reach my father when you couldn't even beat me. With a chillingly calm expression, Suho challenges him. Try it. He then adds, although I don't know if you can even have those kinds of thoughts from now on. In a final, desperate burst of fury, Huang Dong-su screams out Suho's name. But it is futile. Suho brings his blades down, ending Huang Dong-su's vengeful rampage for good. After a fierce battle, Sung Suho stands victorious over the fallen body of his enemy. System notifications pop up, announcing that he has leveled up and his increased strength skill has also improved. Suho looks down at the corpse, his thoughts lingering on his fallen foe. Huang Dong-su. To think he managed to recall his past life without a shadow key. Suho ponders the depth of Huang Dong-su's hatred for his father. He turns to his loyal shadow aunt, Beru, and asks, Beru, what do you think about turning him into a shadow soldier? Beru, with unwavering loyalty, bows his head and replies, I think it's an honor to be able to serve you, my monarch. As Suho readies for the extraction, he contemplates the nature of his power. To him, becoming a shadow soldier feels like a punishment, an eternal fate of fighting even in death. Though they keep their memories and will, the shadow equipment is merely a vessel of strength. Gripping his weapon, Suho reflects that it's like leaving behind the body's karma long after the soul is gone. With his decision made, Suho extends his hand towards Huang Dong-su's body, his eyes glowing with purple energy as he chants the command to his shadows. Arise. Dark energy swirls around the body, but the extraction is unsuccessful. A system window appears, stating, You have failed to extract a shadow. You have 2 more attempts. Suho stares at the body with cold eyes. He isn't surprised. He expected Huang Dong-su to resist until the very end. Suho tries again, commanding his shadows with another powerful arise. Yet, the attempt fails once more. The system notifies him that he has only 1 attempt remaining. Seeing the repeated failures, Beru becomes enraged. Greed, you scoundrel, he yells. How dare a weaselly soldier like you resist the young monarch? Unlike his furious subordinate, Suho remains calm. He looks down at the body, understanding the situation. This must be your final shred of defiance, he says. Go ahead and resist all you want. Purple energy explodes from Suho's hand, forcing its way into the corpse. Suho declares that no matter how deep Dong-su's rage and hatred run, he has no intention of trying to understand a villain. All Suho needs right now is strength. Suho's eyes glow with terrifying power. He vows to make Dongsu use that strength by force, even if it is for the sake of the world. For the final time, he commands, "Arise." Screech of tires breaking the silence. The vehicle skids to a halt amidst the rubble of the abandoned industrial complex where the battle took place. Choi Jong-in and Jinchul burst onto the scene, sprinting toward the ruined building. Choi confirms this is where the explosion happened, noting it is dangerously close to Suho's house. Jinchul urges Jong-in to hurry, fearing Suho might already be fighting the intruder. Two men race through the rubble. Yinho notes, this is the abandoned building where the explosion happened. It's definitely close to Suho's house. Hurry, Suho might already be fighting the intruder. The two S-rank hunters crash through the breach, ready for battle, only to be stopped in their tracks. A calm voice asks them what they're doing here. Suho stands amidst the debris, unharmed. He stammers slightly, surprised to see them, and notes that it looks like the Hunters Association was notified as well. Choi Jong-in and Jinchul stare at him in relief and confusion. Jinchul asks what happened and where the intruder is. Suho reveals it was Hwang Dong-soo. Jinchul is shocked, but realizes it makes sense. It had to be the S-rank villain. Suho wipes sweat from his brow, admitting it was close, but stating that it is all over now. Jinchul, looking around nervously, asking what happened to Hwang Dong-soo. A small, confident smile plays on Suho's lips. He corrects Choi simply, "I won." Besides Suho, a terrifying new power manifests. A massive gauntlet wreathed in purple flame and shadow energy materializes on his arm. The system identifies the shadow item as Greed LV-1, a heroic-grade gauntlet with immense attack power and a skill called Smash. Suho has successfully enslaved the S-rank soul into a weapon.